Introduction Asterisk. A wondrous collision of the fantastical realms of the Lord of the Rings and the epic saga of Game of Thrones. A fierce clash of Eastern and Western elements. In the tranquil continent, the wanderer Dashu encounters the treeman Martin, the stone man Xiao Huang, the Valkyrie Lulu, the ninja Yao Ji, and others, becoming embroiled in a series of disputes among the great kingdoms. The ambitious Zhu Jieli rules the Archimedean Republic through gold and blood, uniting the tree men, stone men, fish men, and other kingdoms to form the Eagle City Alliance to resist the invading demon army of Dofu. Following their victory, Zhu Jieli claims the throne and implements the expansionist Eight Directions plan, drawing the ire of the Valkyrie and the Hunter Kingdom, who launch a counteroffensive. Chapter 1. The Kingdom of Mandela. I am Dashu, a tree that can speak, with no knowledge of my origin or destination. Somewhere in the vast cosmos, there must exist my own planet, but heaven knows what it is called. Since I can remember, I have drifted on my wooden raft. You might as well consider me the raft itself. The raft traverses the clouds, arriving at an unfamiliar planet. I gradually descend to the ground, surrounded by trees, towering pines, elegant firs, along with oaks, birches, and low shrubs. Interspersed among the woods are patches of farmland, resembling a beggar's tattered robe. They are trees, yet I cannot detect the familiar essence. They are not my kin. Hey, Mr. Big Tree, you stepped on me, protested a nameless wildflower with impatience. My apologies. Hello, I am Dashu. What is your name? You are strange. Why do you need names? It shook its tender leaves and disappeared into the dense thicket. How disappointing. I had thought all the flora on this planet could converse, but I soon discovered that was not the case. A yawn echoed, followed by a rumbling of footsteps on the ground. Welcome to the Kingdom of Mandela, Mr. Dashu. Turning around, I saw a large tree approaching. You know me? How should I address you? I bowed in greeting. Apologies, I overheard your conversation. Just call me Ja. He nodded with a smile. No worries. I am a wanderer. Wanderer? What does that entail? It means traveling from a familiar place to an unfamiliar one. Why venture to unfamiliar places? Because, Mr. Ja, I am somewhat parched. Yes, you must be thirsty. Follow me. I dare say I have never encountered such a lively forest in my life. Every tree, regardless of size, was bustling about. They chatted, sang, danced, and some were inexplicably tilling the soil. Larks and squirrels joined in the revelry, swaying with abandon. I must ask, Mr. Ja, what are they doing? Is this a concert? Haha, you will get used to it. Mr. Ja sneezed, causing the birds on him to take flight. Leaving that melodious forest, we crossed a river and beheld an expansive plain. Fields stretched as far as the eye could see, with some diminutive treemen laboring in the lands. These verdant crops resembled wheat, but bore overly broad leaves. Do these treemen consume grains as well? Passing through the fields, we arrived at a tavern atop a hillside. Though called a tavern, it was in fact the trunk of a millennia-old tree. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with the boisterous chatter of patrons. Suddenly, a drunken fellow let out a series of loud farts, releasing clouds of smoke, which incited a chorus of curses and laughter. Sitting at the far end was an ancient tree, adorned with thick glasses, engrossed in reading. A glance revealed a resemblance to an old friend. This is our village chief. Greetings, chief. I'm Dashu. He scrutinized me for a moment, muttering, You're not a treeman. Your skin is too smooth. He touched me. You are a wanderer? Yes, indeed, chief. I was somewhat astonished that he knew of wanderers. A young tree rushed in, whispering something to Mr. Ja. Shortly after, they departed together. Please, sit here, Mr. Dashu. The tavern is so noisy. Are you still reading? He removed his glasses and set down the elegantly bound book, the cover inscribed with 10,000 years of farming. Noisy? Here, noise is our freedom. He sipped from his cup of matcha. Indeed, to freedom. A group of treemen raised their large goblets. I, bewildered, followed suit and drank from the ceramic cup of sake. The potent drink made me cough, causing some leaves atop my head to fall into a neighboring patron's cup. My apologies. My apologies. I waved my hands. They chuckled, unfazed. You would never guess that treemen possess such pearly white teeth. The tavern continued to resound with familiar clamor. The chief rose and said, Come take a walk with me. I assisted him up, and we exited the tavern. Along the way, the chief swayed unsteadily. Truth be told, I was genuinely concerned he might fall at any moment and transform into another tavern. Not far off, several carts were loading grain before a farmhouse. A throng of merchants, accompanied by guards and servants, methodically received the grain from the treemen, counting the quantities, then distributing copper coins. Each individual board display boards hanging from their fronts and backs, continuously changing content. Load a few more bags. There's this cart too. Quickly load the cart, you slackers who can speak. Chief, are these merchants mute? Let's hope so. They are merchants from the Archimedean Republic, frequently coming here to procure grain. Here, humans cannot speak. Cannot speak? Humans. He strolled with his hands behind his back. It has been so long. You can never know when they will speak again, nor when they will suddenly fall silent. A tranquil planet? Tranquil? A gust of wind swept by, and instinctively, we both rooted ourselves. When the wind ceased, the chief fell silent, seemingly asleep. I continued to wander aimlessly. In the kingdom of Mandela, aside from scattered farmhouses, forests and fields stretched endlessly, each indistinguishable from the last. I'm not a treeman, yet along the way, I was treated as one, offered water and soil. This was both uncomfortable and astonishingly comforting. It was my first time visiting a planet where humans could not speak. Treemen are the oldest tribe on this land. They are born as trees and begin to walk freely upon maturity. When does one reach maturity? Some trees seem to grow to 10 meters tall before maturing, while others are merely half a meter tall, yet are considered mature. Upon entering a new forest, the treemen grew scarcer, and the surroundings quieted down, becoming increasingly silent, a silence that was almost terrifying. Was it trap? Stumbling, I fell. When I awoke, the world spun, and I found myself bound by iron chains. 3 treeman bandits were searching my body, attempting to uncover anything of value. Damn it, this fellow has nothing on him? Cut him open. Perhaps something is hidden within. A one-eyed treeman erupted into raucous laughter and began to saw at my limbs. A rustling sound approached, as if something was nearing. What did you hear? The portly treeman replied, stop talking nonsense, and keep sawing. The sawing continued rhythmically, seemingly tormenting me, yet it had a strangely melodic quality. Before long, a shield flew in, striking down the one with the saw. Who goes there? The robbers released me, and I immediately fell into a state of vigilance. The shield spiraled back into its owner's hand, revealing a tree warrior before me. Alas, it's the Birch-Shield warrior. What is there to fear? It's just one of him. Let us confront him together. In a gust of wind, the Birch-Shield warrior remained steadfast. The one-eyed tree man was cleaved in half, a sharp birch sword embedded in his head. The remaining 2 fled in disarray. He drew the birch sword and severed the iron chains binding me. After sheathing the blade, a powerful hand lifted me, and I managed to utter 2 words, Martin. Actually, I am called to chew. Without a backward glance, he strode forward, as if saving a life was as light as a feather to him. I clutched my wound, following him onward, feeling as though I was his subordinate in that moment. I was oblivious to his destination and the reasons for my following him. It was only later that I learned he was the captain of King Mandela's royal guard. He had just returned to his hometown after burying his deceased wife, heavy-hearted as he made his way back to the capital, Tennick. Our journey was marked by little delay. I had grown accustomed to subsisting on wind and dew, while Captain Martin satisfied his hunger with water and fish. The true quantity of dried tuna he carried in his embrace remains a mystery to me. When fatigue struck, we would settle down as if devoid of life. The world never lacked for our presence, nor did we seek anything from it. Only solitude was eternal. The journey stretched on, monotonous and dreary, with little to recall. One frigid night, I could bear the cold no longer and ignited a fire. Martin gazed into the heart of the blaze, retreating as if confronted by a monster. Such an astonished expression was unbecoming of a commander possessing robust mental fortitude. Clearly, he had witnessed something he should not have. Yet at that moment, he remained silent. 2 days later, we arrived at the capital, Tennick, situated on the southern bank of the pure White River. Though labeled a capital, it lacked the grandeur one might envision. Apart from the grand palace in the northern center resembling terraced fields, the city appeared as if it had been an infinitely enlarged chessboard, dotted with houses of various styles. Creatures of all kinds, native tree folk, fish people from the Mazu kingdom, merchants from Archimedia, buyers from the Hunter kingdom, and white warriors from Valkyrie, moved through its streets. Here, there were attics and single-story homes, most constructed from rammed earth. One should not expect to find cobblestone streets in the capital of Treefolk, as they preferred to burrow into the soil at any given moment. In this place, only Treefolk and fish people could speak, while humans remained proud specters, silent as if their very lives depended on the engraved communication devices embedded in their flesh, commonly referred to as code plates. In the market, Various forest animals were openly for sale. Fear not, for these were all creatures that had died of natural causes, or so claimed the officials of Tennek. The leather-clad black buyers from the Hunter Kingdom were the largest consumers of meat products and animal hides. Unlike the merchants from Archimedia, they were cautious in their demeanor, almost as if they were thieves. There were also Valkyrie female warriors draped in silk, scouring the market for desirable gems, fragrant woods, and fine hay and bran. The high-quality fish and shrimp from the Mazu Kingdom were always in high demand, priced beyond what an ordinary treefolk could afford. The fish people, with human heads and fish bodies, sold their wares, creating a fantastical spectacle. Occasionally, towering advertisements displayed semi-nude women striking alluring poses, accompanied by equally enticing slogans. Here we understand men best. The Tree Kingdom, fulfilling all your fantasies. Come, Treefolk, the finest fields await you here. Visit Silentia, let your body take a break. Clearly, the Tree Kingdom's company had invested heavily. The inscriptions on the code plates of various nations bore similarities, yet their shapes were distinctly recognizable. The code plate of Archimedia resembled a hand-shaped maple leaf, though the Hunter Kingdom was a crescent white sickle. The Valkyrie code plate appeared as a fan against a backdrop of dusk, while the Tree code plate resembled a cascading white waterfall. At times, I felt pity for these civilized individuals adorned with code plates. At other times, I couldn't help but envy them. Did the ability to speak facilitate communication, or did it hinder it? For those close to one another, no words were necessary. A gesture or a glance sufficed. Such individuals never needed to unlock their code plates. For those they wished to ignore, uttering even a single word became a burden. Now, the text on the code plates resembled telegrams, clear and concise. After placing me at the infirmary near the fountain square, Martin coldly remarked, "I will return in 3 days." With that, he shouldered his birch shield and grasped his birch sword, departing like a fleeting wind. He bore no resemblance to a formidable captain of the guard. Rather, he appeared as a lost and troubled soul. Surely, he had endured profound love, and the loss of his wife had transformed him. Yet, he remained silent. His once bright eyes now mirrored the desolation of autumn winds. As he exited the infirmary, I caught sight of a solitary white swan, magnifying in size, as if it might burst through the doorframe. An elderly tree doctor gestured for me to sit. Examining my wound, he expectorated a mouthful of phlegm upon it, then instructed an assistant to fetch some ointment. Fortunate that my condition was not severe. As he applied the ointment, he inquired, "Young man, it appears you have encountered someone of significance recently?" I was taken aback. "Doctor, are you referring to Captain Martin?" He chuckled softly. "You should know whom I speak of." As I sought to probe further, he bent down and retreated into the inner room. Whom had I encountered? At what time? The past, the present, or the future? Did he recognize me? The medicinal effects gradually took hold, and I succumbed to slumber. I dreamt I had become human, an Archimedean. I spoke and delivered speeches, rising to stardom. The bustling sounds of the infirmary jolted me awake. I discovered that most of the patients within were young. Children lacked the tree crowns, their heads bare, either round or square. Young male tree folks sported green crowns, while female tree folk donned red or pink. The elderly wore yellow crowns, and once they turned white, it signified the approach of death. A pair of tree folk with yellowing crowns stood vigil beside a young tree folk. A doctor gently touched the young tree folk's neck, shook his head, and departed. The young tree folk's leaves fell away, transitioning from green to yellow, from yellow to white, the entire process reminiscent of snow melting beneath the sun. In that moment, the two elder tree folk froze, as if suddenly gripped by an unprecedented chill. After a long pause, they struggled to lift their deceased son, emitting soft, mournful cries. Having regained my health over the past 2 days, I took the initiative to assist, lifting the deceased. The two elder tree folk remained silent, merely weeping softly. I followed behind them as they exited the northern gate of Tennek, crossing the pure white river bridge and proceeding onward. The path was singular, the two elders supporting each other as they walked ahead, and I trailed behind. They likely had relatives or friends, yet for them, marriage and death were matters of the family unit. Thus, local customs dictated that weddings and funerals were conducted quietly. If festivities were to arise, it would instead be a source of bewilderment. The funeral procession comprised of the three of us meandered along the path to the high mound. Along the way, numerous pedestrians passed by, their expressions grave as if carved from cold iron. Upon reaching the summit, I was suddenly met by the imposing sight of a colossal temple. It featured a seated female statue, constructed from dark stone bricks. The two prominent breasts above seemed to suggest that it was not merely a child being nourished, but rather the entire kingdom itself. The elders spoke of it as the local deity Gab. We walked past two towering stone pillars and along a serpentine brick wall, descending directly towards the base. The entrance to the temple was adorned with numerous sandalwood trees, exuding a rich fragrance. These trees were scarcely 2 meters tall, and I later learned from other tree folk that each sandalwood tree takes a millennium to grow just 1 meter. As I entered the temple, I laid the body of the tree folk upon the altar. A priest, draped in a black cloak trimmed with red, stepped forward to recite the incantation, subsequently sprinkling a white liquid over the corpse. Nearby, 4 rows of tree folk sang a requiem, their faces expressionless. The morning dew was exquisite, like the tears of the goddess Gab. The beautiful green edifice teetered, falling into the embrace of the goddess Gab. Whispering, whispering, children of Gab, we shall live for a millennium. Whispering, whispering, children of Gab, we have merely lived for a fleeting moment. Whispering, whispering, a millennium is too brief. A moment is too long. Whispering, whispering, born to die, is nothing but an ephemeral illusion. Whispering, whispering, born to die, is nothing but an ephemeral illusion. Upon the completion of the ritual, I cradled the body of the tree folk and, following the priest's instructions, placed it in the desolation surrounding the temple. The area was strewn with corpses. Some tree folk had withered and decayed, while others lay piled atop one another, awaiting the ravages of time. On the return journey, the streets were bustling with people. Those who had returned from the temple appeared relieved, as if they had accomplished a significant yet commonplace task. Not long after accompanying the 2 elders into the city, I was approached by 2 Birch-Shield warriors, citing the orders of Captain Martin. I bid farewell to the elders, still astonished by the local customs, which seemed rather heartless. The 2 warriors led the way, and we trudged along like the living dead. At the street corner, I glanced back to see the 2 elders crouched at the entrance of a house, their tree crowns suddenly transformed to white. Captain Martin must have encountered some pressing matter. He had mentioned he would seek me out in 3 days, but offered no further explanation and did not come himself. I decided to dismiss my thoughts and follow the Birch-Shield warriors to the palace. The trapezoidal palace stood atop a massive earthen platform, with 3 grand arches at its forefront. Between the arches, wooden and stone sculptures were arranged irregularly. Some pillars were entwined with enormous serpents, flicking their tongues, while others were covered with uncomfortable fish-scale decorations. The steps ascended in tiers. They did not appear high, yet climbing them proved to be quite strenuous. Every 13 steps, a row of Birch-Shield soldiers stood vigil, closely monitoring the suspicious individuals around. Many azure drapes hung like cascading waterfalls, adorned with geometric patterns of the goddess Gab, reminiscent of celestial bodies. After climbing the 9 tiers of steps, I finally reached the top level. Captain Martin awaited me, his figure striking against the backdrop of his brown armor. Mr. Dejoux, it seems you have recovered, he remarked. Yes, Captain. It was nothing serious. May I inquire why you sought me? He gestured for silence, and together we quietly entered the grand hall. The clamor of the courtiers grew increasingly raucous, threatening to shatter the very roof of the hall. Your Majesty, in our last confrontation with the Hunter Kingdom during the Battle of Ghost Red, we achieved a great victory, yet we lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Military reform is urgently needed. Absurd. Our Mandala Kingdom possesses 600,000 valiant troops. We need not reform to achieve victory, came the retort. Military reform is no trivial matter. Should morale falter, our nation may face annihilation. Undisputed victories? During the Battle of Ghost Red, the Hunter Kingdom lost only 2,000 troops, while our casualties were 5-fold. If we continue to suffer such victories, our ranks will be decimated. The general advocating for military reform stood resolute. Do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. What a joke. Has there ever been a war without casualties? The old king adjusted his glittering crown and languidly remarked, Where's Martin? As captain of the guards, you speak. From below, I gazed upward, seeing King Curtis's abdomen and crown aligned. Were it not for his occasional rising, I would have had no chance to glimpse his visage. The ministers collectively turned their attention toward Martin and, in doing so, inadvertently overlooked me. Martin's brilliance was too radiant. They awaited his opinion, swiftly dismissing my presence. His ascension to captain was purely serendipitous. According to the traditions of the Mandala Kingdom's royal guards, Only hereditary nobles were deemed worthy of the captaincy. 5 years prior, during a royal outing, an unusual lightning strike ignited a fire. In the ensuing chaos, the terrified ministers and guards fled, forgetting King Curtis. Had Martin not dashed into the royal tent to rescue him with a massive wheel, Curtis would have long since met the goddess Gab. The previous captain, Thomas, perished in the flames, leaving the guards leaderless. Upon returning to the palace, Curtis defied opposition and appointed Martin to command the Birch-Shield Guards. Over the years, many nobles have sought to curry favor with Martin, particularly after learning of his wife's passing. In recent days, ministers had actively sought to marry their daughters to him, even though their daughters were already wed. Should Martin relent, obtaining a divorce would be as simple as a fishskin document. The proponent of military reform was General Wanda, who had served on the northern frontier of the Mandala Kingdom for years, well acquainted with its intricacies. However, the court was filled with aristocratic families. Implementing reforms that would dismiss numerous officers would undoubtedly jeopardize their livelihoods. The Battle of Ghost Red had laid bare the kingdom's fragility, and the reliance on sheer numbers was increasingly untenable. Although there were 600,000 soldiers on the books, the officials present were acutely aware that a significant portion of them had become mere servants or even slaves. Your Majesty, Martin began, military reform is a matter of great import. I implore you to deliberate carefully. The courtiers turned their heads, visibly relieved. The hall resumed its ceaseless clamor. When someone eventually reported to Curtis, he had already succumbed to slumber upon his throne. After the assembly, as expected, General Wanda shot an indignant glare at Martin. I did not expect you to be one of those who cling to the status quo. I truly have no discernment. Anger flared as green leaves fell to the ground. It appeared that the two had severed ties. Martin offered no retort. Shortly thereafter, he summoned an officer, and they exchanged hushed words. I cannot discern their conversation, but it likely involved dispatching 30 men and the like. I followed Martin into the chamber of attendants. The journey from the grand hall to the attendant room was fraught with numerous doors, each guarded by 2 Birch-Shield warriors. The walls of the attendant room were adorned with various paintings, resembling late Picasso works or remnants of a primitive society. Originally, the king intended to inform you himself. Now that he sleeps, I must relay the message, Martin explained. Why not wait for the king to awaken? Wait for the king to awaken? Martin chuckled softly, a rare smile gracing his features. The last time he slept for 2 months. With that, Martin retrieved an exquisite box from a locked cabinet and slowly unfurled the scroll. Inside was a whimsical array of doodles, far cruder than the murals of the attendant room. This is the chronicle of our Mandala kingdom, known as the Yantiji. It chronicles the governance of our people since the dawn of creation and foretells our future. This particular manuscript was gifted to me by the grand historian Li Chunfeng, who is regrettably no longer with us. Why not be mentioned? Not at all. He shot me a glare. In the coming years, our continent will face an unprecedented calamity. Some nations will perish as a result. Are you suggesting that your kingdom will soon fall? Perhaps not ours, but it is uncertain. Seeing Martin's grave expression, I could not help but recall the mention of the Ghost Red War by General Wang in the Grand Hall. This conflict undoubtedly intensified the anxieties of Martin and Wang regarding the potential demise of our nation. If that is the case, why do the other ministers remain silent? I believe you should already know the answer from today's assembly. So, what do you want me to do? I am as ordinary as one can be, because the prophecy speaks of a means of salvation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What is the solution? The Woodstone Alliance. The Woodstone Alliance? But what does that have to do with me? The prophecy indicates that a fearless treeman will arrive in Mandala. I leaped up, and you claim the prophecy does not mention me. He retorted earnestly, the prophecy indeed does not specify you. Never mind. I shall not entertain your arguments. At that moment, a warrior rushed in, report, General, the winged ship is ready. Mr. Deju, we must depart. Where are we headed? To Hippocrates. Chapter 2, The Woodstone Alliance. At the harbor of Tennic, masts rise like sentinels, bearing witness to the prosperity of the Mandala capital. Following Captain Martin, amidst the protection of 50 Birch-Shield warriors, we boarded a winged vessel. The azure sails unfurled like the wings of a bird. As the vessel set sail, it soared towards the sky like a bird in flight. On board, the scenery unfolded in a splendid array. Beyond the forests and farmlands, one could behold the resplendent Yarden landforms, occasionally punctuated by peaks that seemed to emerge from the mists. On the banks, treemen cast their nets into the pristine river, while groups of female, treemen mended their garments. The source of the clear river lies in the Valkyrie kingdom, though its precise location remains a mystery. According to the Valkyries, it is said to be a place where the deities bathe. Flowing eastward, the clear river passes through Wagner, the second capital of Valkyrie, where Queen Freya prefers to reside beside its banks, rather than the frigid capital of Hyma City. The river, in its vigorous course, traverses the Archimedes kingdom, whose capital also lies on the northern bank. The arrogant Archimedeans, bearing an air of world supremacy, can be quite insufferable. As the clear river winds out of Archimedes, it enters the territory of the Mandala kingdom, where the capital Tennek stands majestically on the southern bank. The river, with its mighty flow, eventually merges into the vast East Sea at Cusco Harbor. After several days of navigation on the clear river, the spirits of the sailors and warriors heightened. Accompanied by the melodies of the flute, reeds, and lyre, they sang the Song of the River God, a captivating tune that harmonized beautifully with the pristine waters of the clear river. Oh, beautiful river god, your gaze is like a startled swan. Oh, beautiful river god, your dance is like a swimming dragon. In times of drought, you nourish countless treemen. With the arrival of the rainy season, you bring forth fish in abundance. Clear waters flow gently, flowing within our hearts. A gentle breeze whispers, as if light clouds veil the moon. The shimmering waves ripple, like the fleeting wind upon the snow. Clear waters flow gently, flowing within our hearts. A gentle breeze whispers, as if light clouds veil the moon. The shimmering waves ripple, like the fleeting wind upon the snow. After nearly 10 days, we arrived at Cusco Harbor, the most renowned port of the Mandala Kingdom, facing the East Sea. We disembarked from the winged vessel and boarded the Sea Eagle, a colossal ship built to withstand the tumultuous waves. It carried not only fresh water, sea fish, and fertile soil, but I also noticed 3 chests secure at the bottom, each guarded by 10 Birch-Shield warriors. It goes without saying that the contents within must be of great value. Once the Sea Eagle set sail, Captain Martin revealed the purpose of our journey. He stated that our greatest concern did not lie with the Northern Hunter Kingdom. The Mandala Kingdom and the Hunter Kingdom had once been allies, but recent territorial disputes had sparked conflict. Even during war, a truce would allow for exchanges between the two nations. In terms of direct confrontation, the Hunter Kingdom would not gain much by engaging us. According to intelligence from the Bluebird spies, the Archimedes Kingdom has stationed heavy troops at the borders of the 3 nations under the guise of mediation, with intentions that are all too clear. But you triumphed in the Ghost Red War, did you not? Shouldn't the Hunter Kingdom be the one to worry? I queried. Precisely because we emerged victorious. Martin replied with concern. I began to grasp his worries. Then why hasn't the Archimedes Kingdom attacked you? That, I cannot ascertain at this moment. Martin pondered for a moment before continuing. Aside from the Hunter Kingdom and Archimedes, the prophecy also speaks of a black blood mist. A black blood mist? Indeed, a blood mist from the east. Isn't the Mandala Kingdom the easternmost nation on the continent of the Tranquil Star? Where could this eastern blood mist possibly originate? Martin fell silent, leaning against the ship's railing, gazing eastward. The weather at sea is notoriously fickle. When we set sail, the sun shone brightly. Yet now, dark clouds loomed ominously. At times they would part, only to tighten again, as if brewing some sinister plot. Having departed from our familiar homeland, we sailed south aboard the Sea Eagle. The sailors engaged in rowing, drinking, gambling, and indulging in slumber. At one point, a gigantic rat scuttled up from the hold, causing chaos among the crew. Both sailors and warriors scrambled to chase it down, all in a frantic flurry. The rat, however, seemed to possess some sort of cunning, darting about with agility. A few more warriors joined the pursuit, yet to no avail. Suddenly, the sea wind picked up, and with the crashing waves, the Sea Eagle rocked violently. People abandoned the chase for the rat, desperately grasping onto anything they could find. As the storm subsided, Captain Martin hurriedly entered the hold to inspect the chests. Once assured that all was well, he assigned additional warriors for vigilant guarding, finally allowing himself to relax. On the deck, I curiously inquired Martin, how confident are you in forming an alliance with the Hippocrates Kingdom? If it were 150 years ago, I would have no doubts. What happened 150 years ago? He fell into contemplation, reminiscing about the former glory of the Mandala Kingdom. 150 years ago, the king of Magadha successfully unified the nation. During that era, buoyed by the valiant and intrepid warriors of the Birch-Shield and the formidable power of their catapults, the Mandala Kingdom was filled with ambition and struck fear across the seas. Even envoys from Archimedes and the Hunter Kingdom came bearing gold and elixirs to express goodwill. The overweening king of Magadha, filled with hubris, dispatched emissaries to the southern Hippocrates kingdom proposing a union, seeking to wed Princess Nanding. However, Hippocrates declined the proposal, as Queen Clee was unwilling to contravene the princess's own desires. Incited by the Archimedean envoys, the king of Magadha, inflamed with indignation, mustered a formidable army to march against Hippocrates. It must be noted, the Stone Legion of Hippocrates was indeed valiant. Alas, faced with the 300,000-strong forces of Magadha, the 60,000 stone warriors were swiftly vanquished in the border skirmish. The victorious Mandala army pursued relentlessly, capturing the capital of Hippocrates, the Acropolis. Queen Clee retreated with her battered remnants to the island of Kos, while the whereabouts of Princess Nanding remained unknown. Amidst the grandeur of the Acropolis, as the king of Magadha reveled in wine and herring, news arrived that the coalition of Archimedes and the Hunter Kingdom had annexed the Gablins district of the Mandala Kingdom. The Gablins district was the most renowned forested area in the northwest of the Mandala Kingdom, boasting fertile lands, lush lakes, and an abundance of minerals. Before retreating, Magadha declined the counsel of his subordinates to set the Acropolis ablaze and withdrew his forces back to Tennek. Upon arriving at Gablins with 200,000 troops, they found the Archimedean Hunter coalition had already fortified their positions and occupied advantageous terrain. Subsequently, an envoy from the coalition approached the military camp of King Magadha, not to deliver a declaration of war, but rather to present a chest of gold and silver coins, along with a humbly worded missive. The old king of Magadha silently accepted these unique gifts, akin to selling off the forest rather than being overtaken by the enemy. The weary army of 200,000 faced dire consequences should they engage in battle with the coalition. From that moment onward, an unbreakable enmity was forged between Hippocrates and the Mandala Kingdom. For over a century and a half, the presence of stone warriors has been scarcely observed within the borders of Mandala. Likewise, the Treefolk seldom linger in the lands of Hippocrates. I could not help but ponder what precisely lies within those chests. The gifts sent by the Hunter Coalition years ago, Captain Martin replied, we have tripled their worth. Fortunately, King Magadha refrained from ordering the Acropolis to be burned. A potential alliance remains possible. Martin's expression turned solemn. May the god of Geb bless us. Seagulls occasionally soared beside the ship, accompanied by the waves that adorned the vastness of the world. Since departing from Cusco, we had seldom encountered other vessels. I could not ascertain how long we had been sailing southward, but one day, awakening to sunlight streaming through the window, I heard the sailors' shouts. Beneath the azure sky, a towering golden statue stood majestically upon an island. It was a representation of the goddess Apollo, adorned with an olive crown, her robe billowing, and a medicinal box held in her hand. The very spot where she stood marked our destination, the city of Kos. Our ship, the Sea Eagle, was intercepted in the strait by a group of light infantry who boarded to inspect. These warriors bore no armor and were unarmed, yet their stone fists exuded a formidable strength, capable of shattering any solid object. Captain Martin declared our identity, and the leader of the light infantry commanded, "Follow our vessel." The voices of these stone folk resonated powerfully, echoing in their articulation. Hearing a stone being speak for the first time evoked, not surprise, but an eerie sensation, akin to an electric current coursing through my mind. Under the guidance of a yellow flag vessel, we circumvented the bustling harbor and landed at a tranquil military port. As the Sea Eagle reached the shore, a senior civil officer greeted us, accompanied by 20 heavy infantry. The Queen has arranged accommodations for Captain Martin. Please rest briefly in the envoy hall. Thank you, Prime Minister Saga. The manner in which these tree folk and stone folk interacted was rather peculiar. It was cold and detached, as if uttering an extra word would be a personal affront. However, considering the war of 150 years ago, such behavior was understandable. Upon reaching the envoy hall, Martin and his companions were making final preparations for the audience the following day. The envoy hall served as a reception area for emissaries in Hippocrates, clean and spacious, appearing even more desolate without the adornment of greenery. With plenty of time to spare, I ventured outside the envoy hall, wandering aimlessly. The city of Kos was adorned with stone fortifications, making traversal painful for the tree folk. Like other port cities, Kos was teeming with people, predominantly the local stone folk. Their movements reverberated with a rhythmic thud, yet they seemed unhurried. Otherwise, one could only imagine the cacophony that would ensue in the capital. Men and women in the city donned skirts, with male stone folk favoring hues of red and brown, while the female stone folk donned shades of green and blue. Only high-ranking officials wore purple skirts, and royal family members were permitted to wear yellow. The Prime Minister Saga, who welcomed us that noon, was indeed a member of the royal family. A few blocks later, the atmosphere suddenly enlivened. A troupe of stone folk performed street arts, showcasing flames and magic tricks that drew applause from onlookers. Nearby, an enchanting fish maiden sang passionately, captivating the crowd. Before her, a conch shell quickly amassed copper coins, with even a few silver pieces. In some streets, one could still glimpse Archimedean merchants hastily driving their carts. In a human market, numerous warriors from the Hunter Kingdom awaited employers, their complexions varying from dark to light, some being of mixed heritage, adorned with gleaming, curved blades. Occasionally, one could spot fierce female archers, their gazes intimidating. Much like Tennek, the walls of stone houses here were plastered with lascivious advertisements from the Juke Kingdom. In stark contrast to Tennek, Coast was filled with apothecaries. Beyond treating ailments, they provided various health services. On this planet, none understood the art of prolonging life better than Hippocrates. Theoretically, the Valkyrie warrior maidens and Hippocrates stone physicians were among the longest-lived beings. The Valkyries, inheriting divine genes, possessed demigod bloodlines, maintaining their youth indefinitely. Unless met with death in battle, living 300 to 400 years was not uncommon. Hippocrates' physicians, through advancements in medicine and the utilization of stone-based treatments, significantly extended the lifespan of stone folk, allowing them to live up to 2 to 3 centuries. The renown of Kosa's physicians echoed throughout the continent, attracting nobility from afar seeking their expertise. Despite high prices offered for longevity, the results for foreign clients remained elusive for reasons unknown. Upon entering the city, I noted the presence of 3 formidable walls, each impressively thick. It appeared that the residents of Hippocrates harbored no fear of invasion by any formidable foe. After all, they must have learned sufficiently from the historical tragedy of the Acropolis's fall. The Acropolis had been protected by only a single wall. Yet, upon further reflection, I began to overthink. The immense effort put into constructing such fortifications seemed less about self-defense and more indicative of their reluctance to venture beyond their own borders. Historically, fortifications were often justified as defenses against external threats, yet more frequently, they served to prevent internal strife and to confine restless inhabitants. Initially intending to seek a tavern for a drink, I wandered several streets without success. Ahead, at the intersection, a tea house caught my attention. Upon entering, I ordered a cup of herbal tea and a portion of nuts. Lacking an appetite, I found myself at a loss for options. I could not simply request a cup of fresh air or a lantern of dew. In the tea house, it was difficult to draw attention. The atmosphere was filled with the clamor of voices engaged in animated discussions. There exist 2 kinds of individuals in this world: those who can articulate their thoughts and those who cannot. I find it perplexing that while we can engage in trade with the fish folk of our motherland, as well as the Archimedeans and the hunters, we refrain from doing business with the tree folk to the north. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what that scoundrel from Magadha did to us a century and a half ago? The speaker cast a glance my way. My apologies, but I'm not a tree folk, I clarified, revealing my pearly whites. I knew he wasn't a tree folk. Tree folk lack such smooth skin. Hey there, my friend. Who might you be? I am called Diju, a wanderer. Indeed. I often say that one should travel far and wide while still young. At this, a ripple of introspection washed over me. I felt as though I too had lived for 2 centuries. Tree folk? There's nothing good about them. They're all lazy and prone to excessive slumber. Pray, Mr. Moss, do not substitute emotional outbursts for rational discourse, spoke one who resembled a scholar. Very well. I have heard that the Kingdom of Mandela has dispatched envoys. I wonder what their intentions might be. He took a sip of red tea as he spoke. Let them do as they wish. My old bones are not keen on more upheaval. An elderly stone folk struggled to chew the nuts in his mouth. I suggest you cease your preoccupation with the tree folk. With all this rain in the first half of the year, my tea garden will surely be ruined. The innkeeper, who was cleaning a table at the entrance, had a notably ample backside. What's to be ruined? A hunchback stone folk entered, giving the innkeeper's backside a pat. Let anyone try? You lecherous old man, the innkeeper retorted, eliciting a peal of laughter from the patrons. Now, Huang the innkeeper, what brings you here today? Is there a lack of customers at your tea shop? Indeed, the innkeeper exaggeratedly raised his voice. but I simply find your absence most distressing." After which, he gave the innkeeper's backside another playful pat. Clearly, he was a regular. "Oh dear, we have a new customer today." He glanced at me. "Not a tree folk, but a wanderer," someone chimed in. He grabbed a handful of nuts and tossed them into his mouth. "I never said he was a tree folk." I sipped my tea and nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, old Huang, your son is clamoring to explore this and that. This esteemed gentleman here is a wanderer. Why not let him accompany you on your excursions?" "Ah, a wanderer?" He approached my table and extended his right hand. As we shook hands, I exchanged pleasantries. "Hello, Innkeeper Huang. I'm Daju. I wonder, young brother, where have you traveled?" "Not to many places," I replied with a hint of regret. "I appreciate conversing with humble individuals." He seemed to brighten up, grinning widely at me. At that moment, two Birch-Shield warriors hurried in. Upon seeing them, I settled my bill and prepared to leave. "Daju, my dear brother, I will have Xiao Huang seek you out later." "I am a Chuanlu," I remarked casually. "I am aware," he said, not looking back, as he accepted the yellow tea handed to him by the innkeeper. Upon arriving at Chuanlu, Captain Martin began, "Queen Yu originally intended to meet us tomorrow, but she has suddenly become available tonight, and we are to proceed." Faced with this unexpected summons, Martin appeared more anxious than usual, for he understood that the future safety of the kingdom of Mandela rested solely upon his shoulders. The Queen summoned us within the golden oval hall, where high-ranking officials stood in rows beneath the throne, some clad in brown skirts, others in yellow. After bowing, Martin spoke, "Your Majesty, King Curtis sends his warmest regards." Upon finishing, 6 Birch-Shield warriors brought forth 3 heavy chests. The Queen cast a glance, and 3 heavy hitters opened the chests, causing an uproar within the golden hall. 2 chests, overflowing with gleaming gold coins and gemstones, radiated a dazzling brilliance, while the third contained precious fragrant wood, instantly enveloping the hall in intoxicating delight. "Captain Martin, what does this signify?" The Queen's composed voice silenced the hall in an instant. "Grievances beget grievances, with no end in sight. I humbly implore your Majesty to set aside past animosities and forge an alliance with the Kingdom of Mandela." Captain Martin boldly addressed the matter at hand. "Humph," the Prime Minister interjected first. "Set aside past animosities? How easily you speak. Have you forgotten what your King of Magadha did to us a century and a half ago? To expect us to agree to an alliance based on these 3 shabby chests is sheer folly." Indeed, many ministers echoed in agreement. Back then, the former King of Magadha was misled by malicious advisors and did not intend to cause you harm. After withdrawing from the citadel, we did not lay waste to a single home, and the Apollo temple remained unscathed. That is true, a few ministers murmured in quiet support. Upon returning to Tenek, the former King of Magadha was filled with remorse. Now, with Archimedeans and hunters forming alliances, if they were to obliterate our Mandela, who can assure us that Hippocrates will not be the next Mandela? I beseech your Majesty to deliberate carefully. Now that you are in distress, you remember us. Where were you before? Treefolk should be expelled from Hippocrates. Some ministers began to clamor. Silence. The Queen's impatience was palpable. "Your Majesty," Captain Martin persisted, undeterred, to demonstrate our sincerity in forming an alliance. "Mandela is willing to offer the southern Salt Lake for joint exploitation." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. The Salt Lake is reputed to be one of the most precious resource areas in southern Mandela, not only for its fisheries and minerals, but also for the extraction of liquid essence. This liquid is a coveted treasure among the nobility of Hippocrates, known for its ability to prevent aging and even extend the lifespan of Stonefolk. Therefore, possessing liquid essence has become a symbol of status among the nobility of Hippocrates. The people of Mandela would certainly not share the right to exploit the Salt Lake unless absolutely necessary. As soon as Martin's words fell, the previously quiet hall erupted like a tempest. "Your Majesty, the past transgressions of the Kingdom of Mandela are indeed unforgivable. However, national interests take precedence. If the alliance of the archers grows in power, it will inevitably become a dire threat to our nation. Indeed, who among us is without fault? To err and to amend is a great virtue. The envoys of Mandela have traveled great distances. Why should we turn them away?" An elderly scholar also stepped forward to plead. "O Apollo, the Kingdom of Mandela suffered punishment from the gods when they lost the grumbling district," spoke a priest draped in yellow ceremonial robes. Upon hearing the loyal counsel from the ministers of Hippocrates, Captain Martin glimpsed hope and became even more humble. Should Mandela and Hippocrates form an alliance, It will undoubtedly enhance bilateral trade and deter any hostile forces. I implore your majesty to render judgment." The minister's sentiments were clear, leaving Queen Yu feeling isolated. She rose from her throne, pushing aside the maid who came to assist her, instinctively touching the yellow gem adorning her chest. I inadvertently noticed some moss growing on her right arm, which struck me as quite peculiar. The queen, lost in thought, addressed the ministers. If the citadel were intact, now would be the season of blooming olive flowers. With that, she staggered away. As the ministers gradually departed from the Golden Hall, Captain Martin inquired of Prime Minister Saga regarding the queen's intentions. The Prime Minister recounted that although the King of Magadha had refrained from burning the citadel, shortly after your army's retreat, a plague erupted within its walls, claiming countless stone men, many of whom were covered in moss before collapsing. Strangely, once the plague subsided, we endeavored to cultivate olive trees, yet despite numerous attempts, not a single olive tree would bloom. Now, the citadel has become a desolate ruin. "Forgive me, I have matters to attend to," Prime Minister Saga said as he received an urgent dispatch bearing the name Tovia. Captain Martin grasped the queen's meaning, left in stunned silence. Upon returning to the chamber, he remained taciturn, and I felt it inappropriate to speak. It seemed, as he had articulated, that I was indeed not the individual foretold in Mandela's prophecy. How unfortunate! I could only ponder how Martin would spend this night. The following morning, rain began to fall, gradually intensifying, indicating that Martin and his companions would linger here for some time. He received another urgent message. General Wenda had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, thanks to his prior clandestine arrangements for protection. Just as I contemplated whether to return to Mandela, a soldier entered to announce that a stone man named Little Huang sought me. Upon encountering Little Huang, I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to take root, only to suddenly recall that this was Hippocrates' stone tablet, prompting me to retract my tendrils. Little Huang bore an uncanny resemblance to Old Huang from the cafe. They were not merely father and son, but rather indistinguishable twins. The only distinguishing feature was that Old Huang was slightly hunched, while Little Huang stood tall, adorned with a comical yellow round hat. "You must be the great Catalpa. I am Little Huang," he declared. "I am aware. What brings you to me?" I presumed it was regarding the wanderings. "What else could it be?" he said rather rudely, rummaging through my table. "Is a life of tree folk so monotonous? There's nothing entertaining here. I'm not a tree folk. Come, let me feel your skin," he insisted, encroaching upon me, wrapping his arms around me and groping without restraint, exclaiming, "Wow, indeed so smooth, so delightful." I cleared my throat. "Are you a physician?" I presumed that all individuals donned in white attire were doctors. "Physician my foot." He disregarded me entirely as an outsider. "I merely dispense medicine. Just grab whatever. It's not like anyone will die." He paused momentarily. "Tell me, what did you discuss with that old woman after you entered the palace last night?" "How do you know we entered the palace?" "There's nothing Little Huang doesn't know. Look at those Birch-Shield soldiers' expressions. They must have been rebuffed. Honestly, you tree folk should stay at home. Why venture so far only to find discontent? You don't understand. There's danger in the Mandela Kingdom." "Danger? Huh." He smashed a cup in the room. "My porcelain cup. Oh, pardon me. Living itself is perilous. Don't fret unnecessarily. Just focus on the present. By the way, do you know anything about Tovia?" I cautiously probed. "Swintovia." He straightened up, abandoning his casual posture, his eyes nearly bulging. "Are you referring to Swintovia?" "Seemingly so. What's the matter? It has been ages since anyone mentioned that place. How could you inquire about Swintovia?" At this juncture, I divulged everything I had witnessed in the Golden Hall. Trust is a peculiar thing. From the moment I laid eyes on Little Huang, a familiar aura enveloped me, even though he was not of my kind. Subsequently, Little Huang imparted tales of Swintovia that I would never forget. Swintovia is a nation located on the western edge of this planet's continent. Over 20,000 years ago, a leader named Sargon unified Swintovia and subsequently conquered all neighboring nations. He was known as the King of Kings, instilling awe even among divine beings. After achieving this grand unification, Sargon felt an overwhelming loneliness, compounded by the death of his only son due to illness, deepening his inner turmoil. Defying the counsel of his ministers, he led a million-strong army to assault the abode of the gods of the North Sea. In the early stages of the war, Sargon's forces advanced with astonishing success. He vanquished the 4 divine beasts and shattered the undead legions, surging deep into the North Sea's heart. Just as victory seemed imminent, the supreme deity unleashed unparalleled power. including Sargon. All soldiers suddenly found themselves in despair, fleeing southward until they reached the capital of Swantovia, Utopia. However, the enraged deities did not relent. Swantovia soon lay in ruins, and from that time forth, no one dared to inhabit its lands. Was this supreme power? I cannot contain my curiosity. Little Huang crossed his arms and replied, "The celestial voice of the gods." Chapter 3. Gold and Blood. Years ago, Archimedes was but a humble fishing village, shrouded in swamps, overrun with weeds, and beset by stagnant waters. The landscape was one of desolation, with only a handful of families residing at the foot of the hills. Occasionally, crocodiles would emerge from the murky depths, while unsightly birds chirped incessantly in the shade of the trees. Many travelers preferred to hasten their journeys, as lingering even a moment felt like an affront. At that time, the phrase from Archimedes became a mockery of the ignorant populace, although the younger generation had long since become indifferent to such jibes. During the frigid winters, fishermen and farmers were instinctively filled with dread, anxiously pondering whether their meager supplies would suffice to endure the protracted cold. Summers brought relentless heat, with decaying animal carcasses attracting swarms of insects. In essence, this place was defined by its desolation, a stark emptiness that would have surely inspired the likes of Monet or Gauguin had they resided here. However, fate eventually smiled upon this forsaken land. News spread of the discovery of the Bosse mines to the north of Archimedes, whose gold content far surpassed all expectations, igniting a frenzy among fortune seekers from both near and far. In no time, the shepherds of Valkyrie, hunters from the Kingdom of Hunters, Treefolk from Mandala, and even fishermen from the Mazu Kingdom flocked here in search of their fortunes. Archimedes Harbor swiftly transformed from a dilapidated fishing hamlet into a bustling town. In a bid to enhance its service industry, the Kingdom of Juke invested in the construction of a grand avenue. This thoroughfare stretched northeast from the capital of the Kingdom of Hunters, White Wolf City, passing through Archimedes and ultimately veering southwest towards Juke. Beyond the royal capital of Rose Mountain City, cities such as Baichao Garden and Fog Valley flourished alongside this burgeoning route. The original name of the avenue was too lengthy for common memory, and thus it became known simply as Yangmei Avenue, named for the towering bayberry trees that lined its sides. In that era, the pursuit of wealth at the Bosse mines followed by indulgence in Baichao Garden and Fog Valley became the fashionable trend, seeking gold, reveling in excess, and then seeking gold anew. The swamps were soon filled with discarded stones, giving rise to a burgeoning city nestled against the mountains. Through generations of toil, Archimedes emerged as an epic miracle. The Archimedes Kingdom itself began its expansion from this very port, flourishing as it bought out the rights to Yangmei Avenue within its borders and constructed a new thoroughfare, Archimedes Avenue, which descended from the northern capital, traversing the cities of Wild Lily and Uerty before arriving at the southern port of Eagle City. Recently, a new maritime route from Eagle City to Mazu has also been established. Today, although the Bosse mines have been depleted, it is an undeniable truth that Archimedes has become the epicenter of the world. The scornful moniker from Archimedes has been supplanted by a new phrase, and years later, people would proclaim, if we were to live in the era of the Archimedes Republic, then we must journey to Archimedes. Who could have foreseen that a mere fishing village would rise to become a vast republic? This city, home to 1 million inhabitants, serves as a paradise for countless adventurers. If dreams cannot be realized here, then hope is even more elusive elsewhere. The city's development has led its residents into a deepening chasm of polarization, where the affluent grow ever wealthier while the impoverished sink further into destitution. Curiously, unlike other nations, the monarch of the Republic of Archimedes holds little significance. If one were to inquire about the identity of the king, not only the common folk, but even officials would appear unfamiliar with the answer. For a considerable time, the military and political affairs of the Republic have been dominated by the two prominent families, the Min and the Ping, rendering the king merely a puppet. In days gone by, the ancestors of the Min and Ping families were closely related. The Min family amassed wealth through the Bosse mines and adopted the white peony as their family crest, believing this flower would bestow everlasting prosperity. Before the mines dwindled, the Min family controlled the transportation at Archimedes port and held the privilege of minting currency. Meanwhile, the Ping family migrated south to Lily City, eventually rising to prominence as local leaders and remaining unparalleled mining magnates. For the white peony, those who command currency hold dominion over the planet. For Lily, those who control minerals govern the continent. In the current generation of Min and Ping, competition between the two families remains fierce. However, they share a singular consensus: to uphold the Republic's expansionist policies. The incorporation of the Gablans region from the Mandala Kingdom into the Republic's territory stands as a prime example of their successful collaboration. Like a pack of wolves, once stimulated by the scent of blood, they are not satisfied with merely capturing a few sheep. When the conflict between Mandala and the Hunter Nation erupted, the Eastern Legion of Archimedes had already assembled in the Gablans region. To ensure the plan's flawless execution, the Republic discreetly dispatched 30,000 and 10,000 troops from the capital Archimedes and Lily City, respectively. Perhaps, under the scrutiny of the Hunter Nation and Mandala Kingdom, Archimedes appears merely as a cunning yellow bird, seeking to carve out a larger share from Mandala. In reality, they remain oblivious to Archimedes' ambitious grand strategy. That autumn, the citizens of Archimedes and Lily City celebrated the annual harvest festival with a grand parade following the autumn harvest. The denizens of Archimedes, guiding water carts and stepping aboard colorful boats, joyously carried the statue of the harvest deity toward Archimedes Square. The white harvest deity, holding a money tray in its left hand and a sickle in its right, bore a solemn expression as it received flowers and ribbons showered from the balconies above. The elders, their faces beaming with joy, reveled in the rare festivity, seemingly rejuvenated to the vigor of their youth. The young men and women scanned the crowd, seeking their own fortune. Even stray dogs appeared invigorated, darting through the throngs of parade-goers. As in years past, the Imperial Guard, tasked with safeguarding the capital, stood vigilant, especially after half their forces had been discreetly reassigned to the east. It seemed the populace was largely content with their lives, even though some incidents of theft and robbery did not significantly disrupt the overall stability. Upon the statue's arrival at Archimedes Square, the festive atmosphere reached a crescendo. People encircled the statue, singing and dancing, their faces adorned with smiles. Not long ago, in a tavern near Archimedes Square, Union members convened in secrecy, their cards flashing incessantly. A dark-complexioned leader, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "By the gods, we toil year-round minting coins, yet we only earn 60 silver pieces. After deducting various expenses, we are left with naught but poverty by year's end." The mountain spirit speaks truth. These merchants and officials collude shamelessly. I heard that one president gifted the administrator 60 gold coins for his birthday. He swallowed a bite of black bread as he displayed his cards. 60 gold coins. Even if I fasted for a century, I could not amass such wealth. A man glared, filled with skepticism and resentment. Why must we toil from dawn till dusk, while these wretches revel in luxury? Yet another voice, that of a man named Lingbu, interjected with a more tempered tone. But if we refuse, others will take our place. Indeed, let us endure, the elder replied. It is rare to celebrate the harvest festival. Let us find joy today. With that, he raised his beer mug. At that moment, someone approached the mountain spirit and handed him a note. With fervor, the mountain spirit slammed his thigh, standing up to reveal a few words on his cards. Wild lilies, 100,000 miners strike. Brothers, shall we take action? Yes, let us strike. Lingbu and his companions' cards flickered with agreement. After the meeting, the Union's main leaders sprang into action. Hardly had the statue of the harvest god arrived in the square when a throng surged forward. They exchanged information in an organized manner, dispersing with purpose. Soon, various banners adorned Archimedes Square. 10 years ago, we earned 60 silver pieces, while they earned 600. 10 years hence, we still earn 60. And they now claim 3,000. We mint money, they squander it. We labor, they revel. They proclaim prosperity, yet that prosperity belongs solely to them. There is no dawn, no dusk, only the flickering candlelight in the workshops. The festive celebration swiftly morphed into a scene of protest. An ever-growing number of individuals joined the demonstration, their slogans and banners becoming increasingly piercing. Among them, two striking characters on the statue of the harvest god proclaimed, "Fairness." These characters spread like a contagion, swiftly appearing on the protesters' cards. The public's cards, emblazoned with the symbol of equity, surged and fell like the waves on the clear river in the afternoon. The demonstrators traversed through the Poseidon commercial district, their ranks swelling as they advanced toward the Platinum Palace. Alarmed, the royal guards hastily assembled before the palace, their white shields forming layers, while spearmen followed closely behind, archers rushing to join. The demonstrators and the palace faced off, hurling stones and debris against the shield formations. Yet no further action was taken. The archers, arriving later, lowered their arrows, refraining from rash actions until clear orders were issued. Meanwhile, at the palace, the guards conferred with the ministers to devise a strategy. Commander Herak advocated for a swift military suppression before the number of protesters grew. However, the Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, vehemently opposed. cautioning that the presence of many seasoned workers among the demonstrators would jeopardize future fiscal revenues if a crackdown ensued. The situation at Wild Lily Manor has deteriorated significantly. Many mining tools have been destroyed, and the remnants of burned homes are scattered everywhere, engulfed by raging flames. 10,000 Imperial Guards are stationed at critical locations, including Wild Lily Manor, military camps, the Zedai Commercial District, granaries, and warehouses. Nearby reinforcements are gradually arriving. Yet most are ambushed by miners along the rescue route. These miners have liberated many slaves and incited farmers to join their cause, but the response has been tepid. The leader of the miners, Bacchus, sent envoys to Wild Lily Manor with demands. The annual salary for local miners must be raised to over 100 silver coins, along with guaranteed rest periods. Otherwise, strikes and unrest will persist. In an effort to placate the miners, Ping Yin promised to seek a resolution and sent fine wine and bread to the local Union Tavern as a gesture of goodwill. The workers, filled with fervor, began to strategize how to seize complete control of Wild Lily City as the ranks of the insurgents swelled to 200,000. One night, a formidable fleet clandestinely landed southeast of Archimedes. A commanding general disembarked, his shoulders adorned with the emblem of the white tiger. He gestured to a messenger, directing the ship's torches to wave in a rhythmic signal. Soon after, torches along the vessels from west to east ignited in succession, resembling a great dragon. Amidst the sound of marching feet, 40,000 elite soldiers emerged from the 400 warships, swiftly forming into a marching formation. 10,000 elite infantry rapidly reinforced the four main gates of the capital, securing vital choke points. Another 10,000 cavalry and 10,000 heavy infantry hastened towards the southern outskirts of the capital. Under the protection of the elite cavalry, the general entered White Peony Manor, followed by nearly 10,000 light infantry, who orderly occupied key strongholds within the capital. In the dead of night, the general met with Elder Mitt. The gates of White Peony Manor were tightly shut as the two engaged in urgent deliberation. Upon grasping the specifics of the situation, words appeared on Mint's chest. Time is of the essence. What is the general's plan? The general stroked his mustache thoughtfully, pacing back and forth. As words materialized on the board behind him, gold and blood. Mint understood, and as the general turned to him with an inquiring gaze, he set down his wine glass and nodded in agreement. The following morning, after each received a pouch of gold coins, Mountain Ghost and Lingbu brought forth the promise from the Platinum Palace. Starting this year, workers' annual salaries would rise to 80 silver coins. Though still falling short of their ideal goal, this was a testament to their relentless struggle. As the annual salary increased, there was no longer a reason to continue the protests. Moreover, the light infantry that had arrived from the east had already taken their positions, and the gates of the capital were being strictly guarded by heavy infantry. Gold and silver coins began to demonstrate their influence, and the weeks of demonstrations swiftly approached their conclusion. On a rainy evening 3 days later, the Mountain Ghost, as intoxicated as ever, staggered home. At the mouth of an alley, he was intercepted by several masked individuals. Despite his desperate resistance, one of his shoes even torn in the struggle, it proved futile. Shortly thereafter, his lifeless body was discovered in the sewer, with the word traitor crudely etched into his abdomen. Everyone believed it to be the work of radical laborers. In a bid for survival, Lingbu vanished one night, taking gold coins and his family with him. From that moment on, the Archimedes Union never witnessed a leader as galvanizing. The general, leading 10,000 cavalry, quickly advanced to the outskirts of the Wild Lilies, where he encountered the saboteurs causing turmoil at the mines. Without hesitation, he ordered decapitation. Subsequently, 10,000 heavy infantry and another 10,000 light infantry arrived from Archimedes. Like a master strategist, the general consolidated the troops arriving from various directions. On a foggy dawn, he commanded all forces to launch a simultaneous assault from the north, west, and east. His lieutenant proposed a maneuver to encircle from the south, but the general opposed this, his cold expression revealing his calculation. It was precisely because of the southern gap that none of the rebels would escape. Upon receiving the news, the Imperial Guards were invigorated, coordinating their efforts to initiate an attack. Ultimately, over 20,000 miners were slain, while more than 50,000 were captured, with the remaining fleeing southward. The general ordered 5,000 light cavalry to pursue relentlessly. Additionally, he issued a proclamation urging the military and civilians in the south to intercept the fleeing rebels. The Republic promised to auction the properties and lands of those who killed the rebels, rewarding the bounty with half of the proceeds. In the following 6 months, the valiant leader of the Bacchus repeatedly defeated local forces attempting to encircle his remnants. After sustaining an injury, he met his demise beneath a farmer's wooden pitchfork. When the farmer presented a head wrapped in a sack to claim his reward, he was utterly oblivious to the identity of the infamous Bacchus. To his great delight, the local magistrate not only assisted him in settling his debts, but also generously awarded him 30 silver coins. After the rebellion subsided, Ping Yang emerged from the Wild Lily Manor, intending to reward the brave general in the military camp to the north. Shortly after departing through the northern gate, he caught sight of a pyramid-like structure in the distance, surrounded by a multitude of crows. Both he and his entourage were taken aback, as this building had not been present when they traveled from Archimedes. As the carriage drew closer and the curtain was lifted once more, Ping Yang was struck with an unprecedented horror. Not far away, 20,000 severed heads formed a pyramid. Despite the deep autumn, swarms of flies were drawn to the grotesque sight. Under military supervision, the surviving miners were still stacking the heads layer upon layer on a makeshift platform. As the northern winds howled, a general clad in a white cloak approached. Supported by his attendants, Elder Ping Yang dismounted from the carriage. The general crossed his arms and bowed respectfully to Elder Ping Yang. After the exchange of gifts, the card displayed by Ping Ya, were it not for the general's intervention, the Wild Lily City would surely have fallen. The elder overestimates my contribution. I merely fulfilled my duty as a soldier. In the distance, several miners fled in desperation. After a game of chance, one of the imperial cavalrymen, having lost, galloped off and soon returned with 3 severed heads, which he tossed to the miners who were constructing a pyramid. The general chuckled softly, his card showing Ping Ya. I must admit, they are indeed remarkable builders. Ping Ya feigned composure, forcing a smile. He found it difficult to fathom how one could treat slaughter as a mere jest. As he journeyed back to the city, with his back turned to the Wild Lily's skyline, an ominous premonition washed over him. This general was poised to bring unforeseen calamity upon the Republic. If possible, he must spare no effort to prevent this man from seizing military power. A month later, tranquility returned to the Archimedean Kingdom. Within the Platinum Palace, the golden-blooded general was awarded the White Peony Medal and simultaneously promoted to commander of the Eastern Legion. Above the Legion commander, only one prestigious position remained, the Grand Marshal. Attaining this rank would elevate him to the same stature as elders like Mint and Ping Ya, securing his unassailable position within the Archimedean Republic. Recently, Ping Ya had been plagued by insomnia and a volatile temper. He felt compelled to take action. The previous year, when Mint's wife Gu Ishan visited Wild Lily, she expressed a desire for a union between their families. The citizens of the Republic were well aware that Ping Ya's only son, Ping Huji, was exceptionally talented, and the two families had a long-standing relationship. Moreover, Mint's youngest daughter, Min Junyu, had grown up alongside Ping Huji. However, one day, as Elder Ping Ya passed by Miss Min Junyu's room, he inadvertently spotted another man's shoes at the door, which sparked his disdain. Thus, no matter how much his wife Jiang Yuan urged him, he remained unwilling to relent. As the autumn leaves fell, Wild Lily bore large fruits. In his study, Ping Ya played a game of stone chess, yet his mind wandered. He left the study, donned a purple cloak presented by a maid, and entered his wife's chamber. Observing her and their son savoring fresh fruits, he forced a smile. He approached his son Huji and pondered aloud. Why have I not seen you visiting the Min family of late? The devastation in Wild Lily City is severe. I must assist in managing municipal affairs. According to etiquette, upon seeing his father enter, Ping Huji stood up. His son, always prudent and obedient, brought great comfort to Ping Ya. He waved his hand, dismissing his son and the household servants. He then approached his wife, gently caressing her hand, and the card displayed. You should visit Madame Min when you have the chance. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Huji has matured. Remember to bring the luminous pearl from the South Sea when you go. Jiang Yuan, understanding her husband's intent, nestled into his embrace like a fawn. The graceful figures on the ceiling seemed to float toward a promising tomorrow. With her husband's encouragement, Jiang Yuan brimmed with excitement, preparing numerous outfits and gifts. 3 days later, they finally set forth on their journey. As she journeyed north along Archimedes Avenue, the scenery unfolded with breathtaking beauty, adorned by majestic mountains and valleys. She observed the crimson leaves cascading down, painting the hills in vibrant hues. On the lakes, diligent fishermen navigated their boats, their joyful songs echoing in harmonious exchange. The cottages along the shore were nestled amidst the trees, shrouded in an air of mystique. The windmill-powered mill was in operation, though it remained a mystery whether it ground wheat or crafted fine wine. Perhaps poets akin to Yeats or Thoreau resided nearby. The pedestrians on the avenue, some bearing burdens, others steering horse-drawn carts, all hurried toward new beginnings. As a mother, Her affection for her only son was extraordinary. In her eyes, he was excessively docile, always heeding his father's counsel. Such a young man ought to seek a spirited and lively maiden, otherwise, domestic life would undoubtedly become tedious. She fancied herself well acquainted with Junyu, having watched her grow since childhood. Junyu, affectionately called Yuer, was naturally beautiful and eloquent. Each year on her birthday, Junyu would make a special visit bearing gifts and stay at the Wild Lily Manor for a spell. In Jiang Yuan's heart, Yuer resembled a daughter. Should her son marry such a daughter-in-law, she would find herself smiling in her dreams. Yet, her husband Pingyang's peculiar temperament was infuriating. Despite the subtle hints from Gui Shan and her daughter, he remained oblivious and unresponsive. She had often voiced her concerns to him regarding this matter. If action were not taken soon, she feared that one day Yuer might be whisked away by another suitor, leaving her with deep regret. However, a twist of fate had emerged. It seemed the miner's rebellion had softened her stubborn husband's heart. Regardless of his motivations, it was rare for him to agree. Thus, before he changed his mind again, she resolved to propose and expedite the marriage. A few days later, the carriage arrived at the Meridian Arch Bridge, a marvel spanning the pristine river with 81 grand arches. The white stone pathway was adorned with various geometric patterns, and the railings bore intricate carvings of maple leaves. Beneath the bridge, countless sails surged, while above, traffic flowed ceaselessly. There was no need to enter the city, simply standing outside. One could feel the pulsating heartbeat of the era. In Archimedes, one could truly believe in the possibility of altering one's fate, as confidence radiated from every face. For the citizens, Archimedes had transcended mere urban status. It had become a symbol of honor, a testament that allowed unfettered passage in all directions. As the convoy neared the Meridian Bridge, under the escort of the Imperial Guard, Gui Shan arrived to greet Jiang Yuan with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "It has been far too long." "Indeed, I have missed you dearly," Jiang Yuan replied. "Come, let us quickly board my carriage." Once inside, the sisters engaged in lively chatter, their laughter and animated gestures conveying their shared joy, even without words. Upon reaching the White Peony Manor, Yuer emerged to welcome them. Jiang Yuan and Yuer embraced warmly, laughter ringing out once more as they strolled through the estate, occasionally pausing to admire the imposing statues of warriors. "By the way, where is Nina?" Jiang Yuan inquired. Nina, the eldest daughter of Mint, had remained unmarried for many years, seemingly possessing lofty aspirations. It has been said that she has been seeing someone. As she has recently been absent from home, Gui Shan is also uncertain. Who could she possibly be meeting? "Mother, she is going to meet Valentinus." Min Junyu teased from the side. "Valentinus?" Jiang Yuan was utterly baffled. "She is going on a date." Gui Shan explained with a smile, then inquired of her daughter. "When did this happen?" "Do not speak nonsense." "I am not speaking nonsense." Min Junyu pouted, unconvinced. "You can ask my father." Just then, Min emerged from his study, signed a document, and handed it to an official nearby. "Greetings, elder." Jiang Yuan bowed in respect. "Oh, Madame Ping has arrived." "Master, I heard that Nina is in love?" Gui Shan asked tentatively. "Almost. How wonderful. You two conspired to keep this from me." Gui Shan tossed her white silk scarf playfully. "A man marries when he comes of age, and a woman marries when she comes of age. There is no secret in that." Min smiled broadly. "Exactly." Seizing the moment, Jiang Yuan had her maid present 2 boxes, which, upon opening, revealed luminous pearls. "A man marries when he comes of age, and a woman marries when she comes of age. This is a special gift from my husband, and I trust you will appreciate it." The couple exchanged knowing smiles upon seeing the pearls, immediately grasping Jiang Yuan's intention. "Yuer, we will surely cherish them. I wonder if you will like them?" Mint jested. "Father, you are insufferable." Min Junyu playfully shot a glance at the 3 adults before turning and running away. Laughter erupted among the 3 parents. The White Peony Manor is lush with greenery. Although it is late autumn, it is brimming with vitality. The neatly trimmed lawns are adorned with a variety of late-blooming flowers, enhanced by the backdrop of artificial hills and fountains, creating an enchanting scene. In the azure sky, migrating birds flew overhead. The White Peony Manor is constructed in the shape of a peony, resembling both a palace and a fortress. The soldiers of the returning legion, clad in gleaming armor, either stood guard or patrolled, warning residents of the city's impermissible disorder. As Mint had stated in the conference at the Platinum Palace, the Rougeau Festival incident was the city's first and last turmoil. To prevent a recurrence of such unrest, he not only fortified the city defenses, but also secretly established a detective department to gather intelligence and combat any individuals or organizations posing a threat to the Republic's safety. The soldiers serving in the detective department are known as the Gray Whistles, ubiquitous in their presence. The corpse found in the sewer was merely a trial run for the gray whistles. The fugitive Lingbu encountered a devastating fire at an inn on the way west, leaving his entire family of 7 without survivors. The foolish majority of workers remain oblivious, only later realizing that those most expressive at Archimedes Square and before the Platinum Palace had all mysteriously disappeared, without exception. The banquet was held in the Fairy Hall, the most prestigious of the 10 dining halls at the White Peony Manor. The last time the royal couple stayed here, they dined in this very hall. The White Hall is adorned with portraits of the elite from various eras of the Min family, which boasts even a renowned knight among its lineage. In the Grand Hall, apart from the sentinels clad in white armor, there were dozens of servants dressed in various hues, methodically presenting an array of washbasins followed by a sumptuous selection of dishes. The spirited Mint even had his personal valet fetch a cherished vintage of red wine that had been preserved for many years. Members of the orchestra, adorned in splendid silk, played cheerful melodies behind several columns. The flickering candlelight illuminated the hall, enhancing its opulence. Once the red wine was served, the corpulent Gui Shan, in a rare display, personally poured for Jiang Yuan, who repeatedly declined. "Sister, there is no need for such modesty. From now on, we are family." "Indeed, family." The code card of Mint danced restlessly. "Father." Min Junyu shot a glare at Mint. At the table, the 4 engaged in lively conversation, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. Despite the limited content displayed on the code card, the music was exquisite and the lighting perfectly balanced. The well-trained maidens skillfully cleared and presented a variety of rare delicacies, leading Jiang Yuan to contemplate that her husband ought to have made such a decision sooner. Before long, footsteps echoed from the entrance. "Nina has returned." Min Junyu wiped her mouth with a napkin and rose to greet the door. An exuberant middle-aged woman entered the hall, arm in arm with a handsome, tall gentleman. The infatuated woman, barely having steadied herself, eagerly introduced her Valentine to all present, asserting with undeniable authority, "This is my fiancé." Both Gui Shan and Min Junyu were taken aback, while Mint calmly chewed on a piece of egret meat with a silver fork. The casually dressed general bowed, and upon rising, the crowd noticed the words emblazoned across his chest, "Greetings, I am Zhu Jieli." Chapter 4. The Wedding of Archimedes. Although Archimedes was referred to as a kingdom, it was, in reality, jointly governed by the 2 prominent families of Min and Ping. The eldest daughter of the Mint family, Nina, was wed to the eastern commander Zhu Jieli, while the younger daughter Min Junyu married the son of the Ping family, Ping Huji, on the same day, marking the first grand celebration of the Archimedes kingdom and indeed the entire continent. Many years later, the populace would still fondly reminisce about these splendid nuptials. These weddings belonged not only to the families of Min and Ping, but to all of Archimedes. In the collective memory of the people, few occasions had been as grand as this. Every avenue, street, and harbor within and beyond the city had been meticulously washed, adorned with flowers lining the pathways. Banners bearing the crests of the White Peony and Wild Lily families hung lavishly along the walls, particularly in Archimedes Square. The wedding carriages were refurbished, while the guards and servants donned the latest bestowed garments, their faces beaming with joy. The royal orchestra had long begun rehearsals, ensuring each note was precise. Workers at the Colosseum were finalizing the venue's maintenance and inspection. In the kitchens of the Platinum Palace and White Peony Manor, a bustling fervor prevailed. With an abundance of meat, eggs, poultry, dairy, vegetables, and seafood prepared, including over 200 deer and more than 3,000 capons set aside for the celebration. To adhere to the timeline, many local farmers and hunters transported the requisite fowl and game to designated locations under the cover of night. Upon hearing the news, throngs of eager individuals arrived from various regions, swelling the small inns to capacity 10 days, or even a month in advance. Numerous small merchants seized the opportunity, flooding into the capital, busily peddling their wares. To ensure public safety, the nearby guards and plainclothes officers continuously reported to Archimedes, taking advantage of the royal wedding festivities. Many young men and women took to the streets, resulting in serendipitous encounters, with several eventually uniting in matrimony. It was rumored that leaders from various kingdoms would grace the event with their presence. Among them were Queen Freya of the Valkyrie Kingdom and her husband Odor, said to be 3 centuries old, yet still radiating unmatched beauty and charm. There was also the King Hyena from the Hunter Kingdom, who perpetually donned a grotesque mask, leaving his true visage a mystery. Additionally, the formidable Queen Yu from Hippocrates and the Empress from the Mazu Kingdom were present, both renowned heroines. The elderly King Lecher of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, unable to attend due to illness, sent Puda and his 5th aunt in his stead. Any man who had visited the Vermilion Bird Kingdom might not recognize the king, but none were unfamiliar with Puda and his fifth aunt, the proprietors of Mist Valley and 100 Herb Garden, respectively. The Treefolk Kingdom also received an invitation, with the old King Curtis dispatching Captain Martin to present a gift. Furthermore, military and political officials within the Archimedes Kingdom offered their congratulations, with warehouses from Wild Lily Manor and White Peony Manor overflowing with tributes. The first to arrive in Archimedes was King Hyena. Amidst the resounding sound of horns, he ascended a chariot drawn by 4 white wolves, with a flag-bearer proudly brandishing a white sickle banner against a black backdrop. Following him were the well-ordered hunter blade phalanx and the striking silver-armored female archers, their focus unwavering. Commands instantly obeyed. The sight of the 4 massive white wolves captivated the onlookers, creating a joyful yet fearful atmosphere along Yongmei Avenue. Behind the procession trailed several carts laden with fierce beasts, gifts from Hyena to the 2 prominent families of Archimedes. Zhu Jieli, representing Elder Ment, led the Imperial Forest Army to welcome Hyena, escorting him and his retinue to the royal relay station. The crowd, fascinated by these eccentrically attired guests, closely followed, with some daring souls attempting to poke the caged panther with branches, provoking a roar that sent them fleeing in terror. Nearby, a drunken man guffawed, allowing liquor to cascade over his bare abdomen and into his trousers. The following morning, a frost settled by the clear white river. Amidst the rising mist, a deep horn sounded as Queen Freya sailed upstream on a wild boar warship, adorned with a silver crown and clad in a black gauzy gown. She elegantly descended the vessel, entwined with her husband Odor, exuding an aura of alluring mystery. Neither the esteemed Gui Shan nor the gathered townsfolk could fathom that this delicate-skinned queen had traversed 300 springs and summers, accompanied by spear-wielding shield maidens and axe-bearing knights. The couple gracefully entered Archimedes City in an open carriage. A homing pigeon from the east, having traversed many paths, landed at White Peony Manor, bearing news that general waiting from the Mandela Kingdom was nearing Archimedes by boat. Ment ordered the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Harak, to extend a warm welcome without delay. Upon landing, the treefolk ambled awkwardly along the cobbled streets of Archimedes, somewhat out of their element. Many mischievous children trailed behind, mimicking the way others walked, provoking bursts of laughter from passers-by. At the entrance of the royal post, Captain Martin expressed his gratitude to Heraclea, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. They were surprised to hear him speak. Indeed, I caught the whispers among the crowd as they marveled at the talking treefolk. That afternoon, Queen Yu and the Empress arrived simultaneously at the Meridian Bridge in a regal carriage. Jiang Yuan, under the escort of the purple-robed guardians, had been waiting for quite some time. On the bridge, Queen Yu and the Empress sat together, the heavy drapery of the carriage obscuring their faces from the public gaze. Within the uniquely designed vehicle, the conversation and laughter of the Stone Queen and the Mermaid Empress drew the attention of passers-by. The imposing armored warriors and the tall masked merfolk ninjas created a striking contrast. Several rows of stonefolk beat drums, while a group of fishfolk played conch shells, producing a harmonious melody. When Puda and Ant 5 of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom arrived, it was already night, and the streets were nearly deserted. The Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, welcomed them at the entrance of the royal post. As Puda disembarked, she cast a flirtatious glance at the lecherous Kong Fong. Ant 5 followed suit, smiling at Kong Fong, with the signboard displaying, "Dressed up, hardly recognizable." With that, the two linked arms and swayed their hips as they entered the building. During this grand celebration, the city's brothels were bustling with patrons. At midnight, a group of newly arrived northern male courtesans incited a commotion among the crowd. Each was tall and muscular, quickly surrounded by a throng of admirers. As the two key figures of the Archimedean Kingdom, Ping Yin and Mente did not personally receive the guests, not due to a lack of regard, but rather because with their wedding imminent, they had to attend to both familial and national affairs. The matters of state were manageable, as they were already well-versed in wielding authority. Initially, the weddings were to take place separately at Wild Lily Manor and White Peony Manor, but later were moved to the Platinum Palace. Although the Platinum Palace was ostensibly the king's residence, it had effectively become the private estate of the Min family, rather than being the true masters of the palace. The royal family appeared more like puppets, their every move under the control of the Min clan. In the Platinum Palace's guardhouse, Ping Yin repeatedly toyed with the wild lily ring in his hand, filled with unease. According to reliable intelligence, ever since he had seen the pair of men's shoes before Jun Yu's door, he had been troubled. For someone like Ping Yin, who valued familial ethics, the thought of bringing such a libertine woman into his home was utterly unacceptable. However, Last year, Wild Lily Manor had suffered severe losses due to an attack by miners, compelling him to consider the future of his family. Furthermore, the ambitious Zhu Jieli was insatiable, and Ping Yin felt the need to act before this individual could establish a foothold. After careful deliberation, he chose to solidify his power through an alliance with Min Te. What he never anticipated was that Zhu Jieli had now become Min Te's son-in-law. The situation was growing increasingly complex and bewildering. Every subsequent step required his utmost caution. Previously, he had dispatched someone to investigate Zhu Jieli's background. The records labeled him as an orphan. Upon reading the word orphan, Ping Yin felt an uncomfortable sensation. From years of life experience, he understood that an orphan's history was often either fabricated or shrouded in some hidden truth. Individuals born into orphanhood, having endured the harshness of society, often find themselves at a crossroads. They may either lead a life of mediocrity or veer toward one of two extremes, either embodying a paragon of virtue or a nefarious villain. Which of these paths does Zhu Jieli embody? The more enigmatic his background becomes, the more unsettling it is. Recently, he received troubling news. Despite the impending nuptials, the seemingly docile Min Junyu remains unrestrained, frequently entertaining male visitors in her chambers. He had commissioned a covert investigation in Wild Lily City, uncovering several such individuals. At this juncture, far more pressing than orchestrating his son's wedding is the urgent need to restore the Ping family's strength. Since the Wild Lily Rebellion, numerous resources have been ravaged, leaving the Ping clan severely weakened and struggling to recover. A glance around reveals many roads and structures in Wild Lily City are in dire need of repair. After contemplatively caressing the ring in his hand, he retrieved a list from his cabinet and arranged for its deliberate leak to Mint. Within the opulent confines of the White Peony Manor, Mint, clad in his night attire, reclined upon an expansive leather sofa, beset by turmoil. He harbored a deep aversion to making such decisions, particularly those concerning family. Yet, seated in the esteemed position akin to Archimedes, he felt compelled to adhere to his principles: ruthless efficiency and decisive action. The initial purpose of establishing the investigative department had been to combat adversaries. Ironically, he now employed it to scrutinize his own kin. According to intelligence from the Grey Whistle, his daughter Min Junyu had indeed transgressed gravely. In addition to the list leaked by Ping Zhan, he acquired further alarming intel. The new list contained shocking entries. One noted, in the evening, the White Rabbit entered the floral market, accessing the chamber of the proprietor, Hua Songlin, emerging an hour later, during which the bed frame suffered a fracture. Another entry detailed, in the early hours, the White Rabbitess maid ushered in the fisherman, Freeman, to the rabbit hutch. 2 hours later, Freeman exited. In the morning, the maid carried out garments to the washroom, stained with several splotches of blood. Yet another entry described, amidst a torrential downpour at noon, 2 imperial guards, Li Ming and Li Ho, entered the rabbit hutch. After the rain subsided in the evening, the two emerged, subsequently entering the bath. It was not until noon the following day that the White Rabbit roused, consuming a platter of scallops. Infuriatingly, this list spanned a staggering 10 pages. Mint clenched his fists, toppling the tea set and fruits from the table, startling the nearby servants into immediate submission as they knelt to clean the mess. Momentarily taken aback by his own outburst, he took a deep breath to regain composure. Resolute, he snapped his fingers, summoning a servant to fetch the commander of the Imperial Guards, Heracles. Mint then presented the list to Heracles, emphasizing its utmost confidentiality and personal handling. What troubled him most was not merely the betrayal of the Ping family's forthcoming union, but the enigma that was Zhu Jieli. The Grey Whistle, having diligently gathered intelligence, had nearly exhausted every lead. Their investigation revealed that this orphan hailed from the western reaches of the Republic. Further inquiries traced him back to Swentovia. These intrepid spies had ventured into Swentovia, and according to the clues, Zhu Jieli's homeland had long since been reduced to smoldering ruins. Mint lamented to himself. He had been far too complacent. Gazing at the report handed to him by the Grey Whistle, the expression on Mint's face was less one of surprise than profound disappointment. He had but 2 daughters and no sons. After his demise, the continuation of the Meng family's dominion had long been a matter of profound concern for him. He had previously commended Zhu Jieli for his valor during the Rushi Festival incident and the Wild Lily Rebellion, even personally bestowing upon him the White Peony Medal. It seemed only natural to cultivate his son-in-law to inherit his legacy. However, the emergence of Swentovia and intelligence reports instilled a sense of vigilance in Ming. Nevertheless, with the grand wedding imminent and dignitaries from various nations gathering, he must feign ignorance of any disturbances. On the day of the wedding, the bells of Archimedes City rang in unison. Dressed in a regal purple robe, Ming approached in a white military uniform. The two of them cloaked and seated in a carriage, followed by a procession of silk and boxes brimming with jewels and gold. The crowd, particularly the young maidens, clamored to catch a glimpse, their excitement palpable as they waved and cheered. The white peony manor had been lavishly adorned, banners emblazoned with the family crest fluttering in the breeze. As the long notes of trumpets sounded, the throng surged forward, and the two grooms disembarked to enter the grand hall of the manor. They knelt before Mr. and Mrs. Ming, who adorned them with floral crowns, offered them delicacies, sprinkled them with perfume, and affixed diamond brooches shaped like white peonies upon their attire. At this moment, the sisters Nina and Meng Junyo, clad in white and black gowns respectively, made their entrance. The grooms rose to feed the bride's lotus seeds and almonds. Following this, they presented red wine to Mr. and Mrs. Ming, adorned the brides with badges of the white tiger and wild lily, and then assisted their brides into the carriage. After the newlyweds departed, Mr. and Mrs. Ming set off towards the Platinum Palace. At the entrance of the Platinum Palace, a skilled dance troupe performed gracefully. The drummers from Hippocrates and the fish singers from the Kingdom of Mazu joined in the festivities. As the newlyweds arrived, the crowd erupted into cheers, and the elegantly attired royal couple announced the commencement of the ceremony. Shortly after the screen displayed the text, ribbons and fireworks were released in a dazzling display. The priests of the Rushi temple sauntered to the altar, guiding the hands of each couple as they recited prayers. Leaders and emissaries from numerous nations bore witness to this once-in-a-lifetime celebration. A grand display proclaimed, "You shall honor each other as parents as you honor your own." The crowd responded with joyous applause as the four newlyweds embraced Mr. and Mrs. Ming, returning to the altar. "You shall remain as faithful to one another as you are to the deity of Rushi." The crowd intertwined their fingers, swaying in reverence, as the celebratory display surged once more. "You shall cherish one another as you cherish your own kin." The crowd erupted into cheers of admiration. "You shall be as fruitful as the grasshoppers." The display of grasshoppers danced on the crowd's boards, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the orchestra. As the priests withdrew, the two couples raised their hands high, embracing the blessings of the people. The azure sky, a brilliant expanse, casts a serene backdrop over the sanctified and majestic city of Archimedes, which is imbued with a jubilant, festive spirit. The resplendent Queen Freya bestows upon the bride the legendary Fountain of Life, known for its rejuvenating properties, while the groom receives two magnificent steeds, renowned for their unmatched bloodlines. The horses neigh and prance in the courtyard before the royal palace, eliciting exuberant cheers from the gathered crowd. General Vadim presents the newlyweds with unique aromatic wood from the Kingdom of Mandela, believed to ward off evil and bring blessings. As the box is opened, the crowd is enveloped in a delightful fragrance, prompting spontaneous admiration. The nations of Hippocrates and Mazu announced the gift of 36 drummers and singers to bless the couple, much to the delight of the prominent Mengta and Pinyin families. From the Kingdom of Zhuge, Puda and Wu Yi offer rhodium cups to each couple, exquisite treasures more precious than platinum. Masked hyenas bow to Mengta and Pinyin before embracing the grooms, taking center stage and declaring the commencement of the Beast Fighting Festival, inviting all to revel in the festivities. The populace surges toward the Archimedes Colosseum like the tide of a summer river. After changing attire, the heads of state and the newlyweds gather to witness the spectacle. Those without tickets congregate on the streets, indulging in various performances or seeking solace in taverns. After expressing gratitude to the dignitaries, Mengta lingers a while longer before heading to the Colosseum. The citizens of Archimedes are rarely as uninhibited as they are now. The stands teem with a cacophony of voices from diverse backgrounds. Some burly men clutch goblets of wine, middle-aged women bare their chests, while others cradle giant teddy bears, swaying to the rhythm of the fierce beasts in the arena. Following the triumph of a tiger over 3 famished wolves, a masked gladiator with braided hair and a white scythe strides into the arena, igniting enthusiastic applause. The ferocious tiger, blood dripping from its jaws, lunges at the warrior, who nimbly sidesteps the attack with a feint. The crowd emits a chorus of hisses. Crouching low, the gladiator circles the tiger, the beast's roars echoing above as the frenzied audience cheers. On the third assault, the warrior slashes the tiger with his scythe. Enraged, the tiger pursues him relentlessly. Even toppling a stone, she occasionally clandestinely visited brothels, sometimes infiltrated private residences, and at other times rode in a carriage to seek pleasure in the wilderness. On certain occasions, she would even disguise her lovers as guards, bringing them into the estate and the palace. The attic adjacent to the Colosseum served as a favored rendezvous for Min Junyo. As soon as the carriage arrived at the palace's side gate, she eagerly ascended the stairs, where a young and beautiful actress named one awaited her. The thought of indulging with her lover on her wedding day thrilled her immensely. Upon pushing open the door to the attic, Menjunyu was taken aback by the sight before her. More than 20 of her recent lovers, including Juan, were bound and kneeling on the ground, their mouths stuffed with white cotton. Her father, Minter, had somehow appeared in this hidden attic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately knelt before her father, pleading for his forgiveness. Minter calmly lifted a goblet of fine wine from the table, while 4 musicians behind him began to play the wedding tune, The Magpie's Nest. He knew he had to implement a solution to this problem, adhering to the principle he had long upheld: ruthless, efficient, and decisive. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Herak, saw Minter's signal and suddenly pressed one's head down from behind, using a small knife to gradually slice open his throat. A muffled scream echoed throughout the attic, and blood quickly pooled on the floor. One collapsed, the white cotton in his mouth expelled. Nearby, a crowd reveled in the performances at the Colosseum. To Minter, these lovers were no different from base beasts, their demise insignificant. The true issue lay in his own daughter willingly descending into depravity, consorting with these lowly creatures, tarnishing the family's honor. What you must do is quite simple, Minter said as he took the knife from Herak and handed it to his daughter. Menjunyu found herself with no escape, recalling the intimate moments spent with these handsome men. With tears of anguish streaming down her face, she used the knife to sever their throats. Outside the palace, joyous revelers sang and danced. Within the attic, tragic and muffled cries reverberated. Some lovers wet themselves, while others fainted on the spot. After slaying 13 lovers, the knife fell from her trembling hands. Menjunyu shakily picked it up, continuing this brutal act. At that moment, she was not only cutting the throats of her lovers, but also severing ties with her former self. Indeed, she was in the process of killing herself. Her father, Minter, leisurely savored his red wine, closing his eyes as his fingers danced in the air, keeping time with the music. A severe illness requires a potent remedy. He was well aware of the risks involved. His daughter might succumb to madness under such pressure. Yet, if he did not act, both families would descend into insanity together. As the last man fell, Menjunyu discarded the knife, shooting a fierce glare at Minter, her face contorted in rage, her eyes conveying, "I hate you. You are a monster." She then fled. The bloody affair in the attic acted as a potent elixir, burying the past of Menjunyu. The Colosseum scene grew increasingly gruesome, and the audience was entranced. Shortly thereafter, Minter and his daughter, now donned in formal attire, arrived at the viewing platform. Gu Yishan chastised her husband for arriving so late, while Minter, with a face of feigned remorse, explained to the Ping family, "I simply forgot to bring this bottle of red wine." He then turned to his daughter, Menjunyu, and remarked, "Only aged red wine possesses true depth of flavor, does it not?" "Indeed, father," Menjunyu replied, her voice almost mechanical. Yet a faint smile graced her lips. The wedding festivities spanned 10 days, filled with an array of performances. Following the wedding, Nina took residence in Commander Zhu Jieli's mansion, while Menjunyu accompanied Ping Huji southward to the Wild Lily Manor. Before parting, Gu Yishan reluctantly bestowed upon her a multitude of dowries. As Menjunyu departed the capital, she did not glance back even once. At the palace, Finance Minister Kong Fong presented a proposal concerning the budget for the restoration of Wild Lily City. Upon seeing the budget amounting to 52,700 silver coins, Min decisively amended it to 130,000 silver coins. Kong Fong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly masked his astonishment, respectfully accepting the revised budget signed by the elder before retreating. A few days later, Zhu Jieli visited the Min couple at the White Peony Manor, bringing Nina along. After discreetly sending Nina away, that evening he initiated a discussion regarding the 8 Directions plan, which posed a conundrum for Min. While conquering the continent undoubtedly aligned with national interests, was this new son-in-law acting too hastily in the bloom of his marriage? According to the deployment of the 8 Directions plan, Archimedes would inevitably unify the continent, with the subjugation of the Mandala Kingdom serving merely as the initial step. Subsequently, leveraging the resources and soldiers of the Mandala Kingdom, he would then turn his sights on the Hunter Kingdom, followed by the Valkyrie Kingdom. Thereafter, he would march southward to either compel the Zhuge Kingdom and Hippocrates Kingdom to surrender or occupy them outright. Ultimately, the Mazu Kingdom would fall without a fight. Once unified, all territories would belong to Archimedes. However, in recent years, various incidents had delayed the implementation of the 8 Directions plan. Had it not been for the Rushu Festival incident and the Wild Lily Rebellion, the Eastern Legion should have already been reveling in the capital of the Mandala Kingdom, Tennik. in a bid to bolster military strength and expedite the realization of the Eight Directions Plan. Zhu Jie boldly proposed the establishment of a special unit known as the Wind Knights. In the northern part of the continent, strong winds prevail year-round, particularly during the autumn and winter seasons. If we could harness the wind to create kites carrying elite soldiers, we could launch aerial assaults on the enemy. With the Wind Knights, future confrontations with the Hunter and Valkyrie kingdoms could yield far greater results with less effort. In the southern region of the continent, the sea winds are vigorous. Employing the Wind Knights would undoubtedly accelerate the conquest of the Zhuge, Hippocrates, and Mazu kingdoms. It must be conceded that Zhu Jie's proposal was indeed alluring. After his departure, the astute Min furrowed his brow, weighing his options meticulously. Achieving unification at the earliest would naturally serve the highest interests of the nation, yet would such rapid progress benefit anyone in particular? Should the Wind Knights experiment fail, the loss would merely amount to a few gold coins. However, if successful, they would become Zhu Jie's direct forces. One Eastern Legion would no longer suffice for his ambitions. Following the recent quelling of the rebellion, Min had commanded Heracles to adjust personnel in the capital region, appointing his most trusted generals. Above all, he was unwilling to see Zhu Jie wield any influence over the Central Imperial Guard, especially in light of the intelligence from the Grey Whistle, which intensified his distrust of this son-in-law. Ultimately, he declined the proposal to establish the Wind Knight Special Corps, citing, of course, the lack of financial resources and the meager chances of success in aerial strikes. To avoid dampening his son-in-law's enthusiasm, Mint incorporated the newly formed Gongbu army into the Eastern Legion, placing it under the command of Zhu Jie. Naturally, aside from himself, no one was privy to the extent of the Grey Whistle operatives embedded within the Gongbu army. In the city of Wild Lily, beyond the routine maintenance expenses, Ping Yin found himself with a surplus of 100 silver coins, which brought him immense joy. He had also received a confidential report regarding the loft incident, leading him to comprehend the good intentions of his esteemed relative. Mint's decision to double the financial support stemmed not only from a sense of guilt towards the Ping family, but also from a desire to swiftly restore their vitality to counterbalance Zhu Jie's influence. In a gesture of reciprocity, Ping Yin subsequently gifted a rich mine in the Gangbulan district to the White Peony Manor. The political objective of their union had been accomplished. The bonds between the Ping and Mint families had never been stronger, and the balance of power within the Republic remained unassailable. It is often said that the wedding night is the most unforgettable, yet for Ping Huji, it was rather unremarkable. Prior to the nuptials, he had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol, not due to his wife's urging, but at the behest of his father. Rarely had his father been so joyous, and he felt compelled to comply with paternal wishes, quickly succumbing to intoxication. Upon awakening the next day, the bride, Yuer, appeared even more enchanting than before, her allure captivating. Observing her beauty, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Her son's significant life event had reached its conclusion, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Now, she awaited the arrival of grandchildren, eager to indulge in the sweetness of familial joy. At the White Tiger Manor, a circular colonnade encircled a statue of a ferocious tiger. In the adjacent clearing, Zhu Jie, bare-chested and showcasing his robust physique, wielded a wooden sword, engaging in practice with several subordinates. Their attempts to evade him incited his wrath, declaring, "I am your enemy. Wounding me is no sin, but to avoid me is to court death." Several swordsmen, exerting all their strength, launched a fervent assault. Yet Zhu Jie was soon toppled to the ground like a wild dog. In the face of his subordinates' trepidation, he wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed, proclaiming, "This is how it is, let us continue." Another bout of combat ensued. In his youth, he had been a mere beggar, subjected to relentless bullying by his peers. It was not until an elderly blind swordsman took him in and imparted the art of swordsmanship that his fortunes began to change. In Archimedes' domain, he swiftly ascended from a soldier to a centurion. During that time, he dreamed of one day becoming a general, parading through the streets with great pomp, and marrying a beautiful wife, envisioning it as the pinnacle of life. However, through numerous campaigns, he rose to the rank of 1,000 household leader, soon thereafter being promoted to 10,000 household leader and deputy commander of the Eastern Legion. All of this unfolded so abruptly. During the events of the Harvest Festival and the Wild Lily Rebellion, he beheld the elegant manners and noble lifestyles of elders like Mint and Ping Yin, only to realize that his previous life aspirations were utterly trivial and devoid of value. He yearned for power, desiring to grasp the entire continent within his grasp. This very ambition was precisely what Archimedes required, The Republic needed visionaries to expand its territories and resources in tandem with its burgeoning might. Upon his elevation to the commander of the Eastern Legion, his life's objective crystallized to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with those haughty elders. If one day he could become the master of the Republic, the arrival of Nina illuminated a flicker of hope within him. She was a woman full of self-importance, and with the influence and wealth of the Bai Mu-Dan family at his disposal, the entire Republic would tremble before him. After the rejection of the Wind Knight plan, he felt a deep sense of resentment. He secretly mobilized 1,000 elite troops from the Eastern Legion to clandestinely train in the northeastern region at Kaka Peak. Ever since that brilliant strategist, Ji Fa Shou, proposed the grand unification plan for the continent years ago, Zhu Jieli had yearned for such a vision. The blood coursing through his veins was already boiling. He was no longer the despised orphan but the esteemed commander of the Eastern Legion, the center of attention for many. He gazed coldly at the map of the continent, slowly sipping from his cup of strong liquor. It was truly unfortunate that Ji Fa Shou had been assassinated. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to hear his insights in person. Everything was in place, save for the favorable winds. While making love to his wife, Nina, Zhu Jieli's mind was preoccupied with waiting for the right moment to swallow the Mandala kingdom whole, extending the Republic's territory to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Behind the heavy helm, the soldiers outside stood guard with expressionless faces, as if nothing were amiss. The tigers and leopards confined in their cages roared restlessly, blood from fresh meat dripping from their mouths. The steward of the Bai Hu Manor was busy counting the income from the grand wedding in the storeroom, where gold, silver, jewels, and gifts from various military officers nearly filled the entire space. Nina adored her husband and was captivated by the heroic aura he exuded from the very beginning. Lying on the bed draped in velvet, she embraced his neck, admiring his formidable and drenched form. The man, with his intricate schemes to control the world, while the woman knew that by controlling the man, she had dominion over the world. Moreover, Nina hailed from an illustrious lineage, an inherent sense of superiority that could not be concealed. Despite Zhu Jieli's high status and imposing presence, he could never erase the mark of his humble origins. Thus, if Zhu Jieli believed he possessed Nina, for her, it was she who had claimed him. Chapter 5. The Yuanhua Medical Clinic. After exiting the Honglu of Kaisai City, Xiao Huang and I were deliberating on where to wander next. Personally, I found it liberating to remain unperturbed by the whims of fate. Not even life and death could stir my indifference. You might say I was a mere shell of a being, or perhaps an outsider, a useless log. Strangely enough, this Xiao Huang was not deterred by my Hesse-like indifference. On the contrary, he was resolutely determined to accompany me on my adventures. Big fellow, he remarked, sensing my apprehension. Don't think too much about it. I will leave you eventually, whether soon or later. People always depart, but that doesn't affect our enjoyment now. He added with a cheerful grin. We initially planned to board the hawk ship at the Kaisai port, heading westward. Xiao Huang suggested, Big fellow, don't you have a raft? Let us go by raft. It was a splendid idea, yet I had never ventured across the sea on a wooden raft. Regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling in my mind, I retrieved a raft from beneath my armpit, causing it to expand. Together with little Huang, we stepped onto it. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before me, as I stood upon the raft, forming a right angle with it. Little Huang leaned against me, shielding his face with the brim of his hat, languidly enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the sun, while humming a tune. Gray and white seagulls swooped overhead, their calls echoing like a distant melody. One audacious creature perched upon my shoulder. Little Huang, chuckling, stood up and playfully teased it with his finger. Stay away from me. Stay away. The seagull squawked. I inquired, Little friend, are you weary? Our raft continued to drift across the sea. I am ill. What affliction do you suffer? Loneliness. Loneliness. Little Huang erupted into laughter. You claim to understand loneliness. Merely admit that you are lonely. He distanced himself from me. Subsequently, the little seagull regaled us with her tale. She had been foraging along the shore when she encountered a duckling. In a bid to seize food, a fierce scuffle ensued between them. The duckling dragged the seagull beneath the water, only to pull her back up again. Indeed, at that moment, I was terrified, she confessed, still haunted by the memory. Yet, in the end, he shared his food with me. The little seagull beamed, chirping in delight. And then, I prompted, I shall never forget that afternoon. The gentle ripples of the water as I journeyed along the shoreline. Together we fished and dined. He expressed his admiration for my graceful reflection. I confessed my fondness for his comical lips. The little seagull paused, shyly continuing her reminiscence. We even ventured to the inner lake, where I beheld a lake's visage for the first time. Later, a group of plump boys spotted us, inexplicably pursuing us with slingshots in hand. The duckling urged me to flee, and I took to the air, while he frantically swam, inciting the boys' raucous laughter. I soared to the shore in an attempt to drive them away, nearly getting caught myself. Were you hurt? No. And him? He vanished. In the days that followed, the little seagull searched tirelessly for her duckling companion, but to no avail. Until one fateful day, she spotted him along the shore. He lay belly up, entangled in duckweed, exuding a foul stench. Are you saying he has perished? I do not know. No matter how I called, he paid me no heed. Upon hearing this, little Huang began to empathize with the star-crossed lovers. Love is often so fortuitous, yet so fragile. A wave crashed, startling the seagull, who took flight and departed from us. It is all too easy to succumb to slumber while adrift at sea. Little Huang remained lost in thought. Little Huang, what troubles you? What occupies your mind? Oh, nothing. I miss my mother. I have not seen her since childhood. His eyes widened, a large figure. Do you think that duckling will survive? I was at a loss for words. Then tell me, are those children sinners? Must they kill for amusement? I found it difficult to articulate my thoughts, as I simply could not comprehend. Our raft continued to drift westward, while I occasionally dipped my hands into the water to steer our course. In the depths of the ocean, a myriad of fish swim, many of which we cannot name. Some possess heads resembling honeycombs, while others have eyes akin to those of horses. As a whale glided by, Xiao Huang waved frantically. The whale, oblivious to the greeting, exhaled a plume of water and emitted a deep sound before disappearing into the depths. Look, what is that? Xiao Huang suddenly exclaimed, pointing at an indistinct object. I paddled swiftly towards the mysterious entity. As we approached, a dark mass gradually took form. It was a great sea turtle resting atop a piece of floating wood. Upon our arrival, the turtle began to weep, lamenting the absence of holes, utterly despondent. What troubles you, dear Sir Turtle? I inquired. Indeed, why are you in such distress? Xiao Huang echoed. The sea turtle's eyes were clouded and blind, and had it not been for its sorrowful cries, we might have mistaken it for a piece of driftwood. Upon hearing our voices, the great turtle ceased its sobs and recounted its tale. It could not ascertain how long it had lived, nor when the darkness had begun to engulf the lives of many turtles. The once vibrant world had vanished, leaving them to navigate existence through touch and sound. To ordinary beings, the pursuit of eternal life is a cherished dream, yet for the turtles, it is a curse as the longer they live. The deeper they dwell in darkness, they yearn to break this curse, desiring the ability to see the world as other creatures do. Now, whether their eyes are open or closed, the world remains an endless abyss of blackness. Blindness has become a nightmare from which they can never awaken. Each day, they glide through the deep sea, appearing to be free, yet they are prisoners in a realm of liberty. To compound their plight, they can only surface once every 100 years, and for merely a day. The day they rise to the surface is a grace, allowing them to hear the howling of the sea wind and the melodies of seabirds. They can feel the warmth of sunlight on their skin. Even if that day is marred by tempestuous storms, the sounds of wind and waves intertwining resonate like Haydn's surprise symphony, lingering in their memories. It is only on that singular day that the blind turtle feels truly alive. At the ocean's surface, they can even catch the fragrant scents of flowers and grasses wafting from the land, a balm to their spirits. The essence of existence is distilled into the act of waiting, anticipating the rare occasion to rise above the waves. Gradually, a legend spread among the blind turtle community, a tale of hope. If, on the day they surface, a blind turtle encounters a piece of floating wood and discovers a transparent hole, peering through it could grant them sight. Even more wondrous, they might transform into human form and dwell upon the land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang chuckled mischievously. What is so great about being human? They are proud and arrogant, ever seizing what is not theirs. Besides, they cannot even speak. The blind turtle felt a pang of despondency. At least they can see, it murmured. No matter how hard we strive, as creatures endowed with sight, it remains immensely challenging for us to fathom the agony and torment endured by those who have lived in darkness for millennia. I addressed the blind turtle, inquiring whether our raft possessed the hole he mentioned, suggesting he might want to feel for it. Upon hearing this, the blind turtle became animated, swiftly swimming towards us. However, just as he approached the raft, he began to sink, wailing, "It's over. I've exhausted my day." With that, he plunged into the depths of the ocean, his expression frozen in a comically vacant stare. "Hey, big guy, why don't you bid him farewell?" He nudged me. "See you in 100 years. I waved innocently, but the blind turtle had already vanished from sight. "You meddlesome little yellow creature. Why must you tease him with our raft?" I felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps there truly was a hole. Humph. A ship spotted us, mistaking us for castaways. While I hesitated on whether to board, the little yellow one had already seized the rope thrown by the crew. The vessel exuded a pungent odor, reeking of freshly caught salmon and large mackerel, still ensnared in nets, awaiting transfer to tanks. A mischievous monkey scurried about, brazenly snatching food from the crew's hands. After a sailor was scratched on the shoulder, a commotion ensued as he pursued the monkey. This was an aging fishing boat. The greasy cabin was adorned with knotted ropes and patched tarpaulins. A meticulous man, somewhat obsessive, was relentlessly scrubbing the greasy deck with a bucket of water, yet he could not achieve cleanliness. The ship, laden with a bounty of fish, was poised to dock, and the faces of the crew radiated a sense of accomplishment. The vessel anchored in the southernmost city of the Archimedes Kingdom, where throngs of bustling people, including fishmongers and stone workers, filled the streets. The little yellow one, witnessing such a multitude of silent humans for the first time, was rather exhilarated. He wagered that the reason these humans were silent was either due to collective poisoning or a spell cast by an evil sorcerer. I countered with a query about the code plaques that could display various texts. He tapped a passerby's plaque, producing a crisp echo, yet could not elucidate the matter. Ignoring the astonishment and ire of the pedestrian, he ambled down the street with the ease of someone in his hometown of Kos. Fortunately, that blind turtle did not transform into a human. He then posed a question to me. If sea turtles can become human upon encountering a floating hole, can humans likewise transform into sea turtles or other creatures? I had never contemplated that. Logically, it seemed plausible. Ha ha ha, the little yellow one laughed. I figured it out. These mute humans must be blind turtles transformed. I withheld my opinion as we walked side by side along the streets of Eagle City. The patrolling royal guards glanced our way, inquiring about our purpose in Eagle City. The little yellow one produced a medical kit from seemingly nowhere, explaining to the guards that we were doctors on our way to attend to others. The guards, somewhat skeptical, inspected the kit and ultimately allowed us to pass. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the central square of Eagle City, where an orange-yellow edifice towered majestically. It is said that from the heights of Griffin Mountain, Eagle City resembles a mighty eagle unfurling its wings, and this very structure is likened to the eagle's head. Regrettably, we were too distant to appreciate this view, nor did we have any intention of climbing Griffin Mountain. My companion, Xiao Huang, reminded me of a friend of his father's who resided in the city, expressing his desire to visit and inquiring if I wished to accompany him. With nothing pressing on my agenda, I readily agreed. After navigating through numerous winding streets, we found ourselves before a modest stone cottage, where an acrid scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. Under the canopy at the entrance lay an assortment of therapeutic stones, white cloths, and stone needles, accompanied by peculiar herbs of various shapes. A small yellow cat languidly groomed its paws atop a table, embodying an air of indifference. Upon entering the stone cottage, we observed a physician, resembling a figure carved from stone, performing surgery on an elderly woman. Draped in coarse garments, the woman was unable to speak, her identification tag long since rendered obsolete. Noticing our arrival, the physician beckoned us for assistance. Consequently, we elevated the woman's right leg. Uncle Yuanhua, what afflicts her right leg? Xiao Huang inquired, revealing that the individual he sought was indeed his uncle. She was struck by a grinding stone while working, and due to prolonged pressure, amputation is now her only recourse. The elderly woman gazed at me with desperation. I offered her a twig, which she clutched between her teeth. Even before the amputation commenced, beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow. Her white hair clung to her forehead, and the creases of her face were abundant, reminiscent of a withered corpse. Her attire appeared to have not seen a wash in ages, adorned with patches of various colors. Her body trembled slightly. The physician took note and promptly reminded us that the procedure was about to begin. She closed her eyes. The hourglass on the adjacent table whispered as its sands cascaded, grain by grain, observing us with an unwavering gaze. With a heated stone knife, Dr. Yuanhua began to sever the flesh at her knee. At the very first incision, the elderly woman shook her head in agony, the twig in her mouth snapping with a sharp crack. Her fists clenched tightly. With Xiao Huang's assistance, various stone knives were employed, their hissing sounds resonating throughout the stone chamber. Blood flowed abundantly across the stone table, and I feared she might succumb to blood loss. Yet, she appeared remarkably resilient, her painful expression revealing an indomitable spirit. Clearly, she was locked in a struggle against death. For us, the operation lasted but a brief moment. For her, it likely felt like an eternity. Once the surgery concluded, Dr. Yuanhua and Xiao Huang bandaged her wound, while the remaining individuals began to clear the area. Following the physician's instructions, I allowed a certain black liquid to cool after boiling. gently blowing on it before administering it to the elderly woman. As her consciousness waned, I cautiously pried open her uneven, yellowed teeth, pouring the liquid in slowly. I could see wood shavings and strands of blood intermingled within her mouth, resembling a chaotic mosaic of ruins. As I departed the surgical chamber, Dr. Yuanhua sat in the courtyard, visibly relieved, puffing on his pipe while exchanging words with Xiao Huang. Encounters with friends in a foreign land are rare, and it was unusual to see Xiao Huang set aside his playful demeanor. Your father had intended to open this clinic with me, Dr. Yuanhua reminisced, but within a month, he departed by ship. Why? Xiao Huang inquired, puzzled. Why indeed? Your father is truly averse to such scenes. He would much prefer to treat the stone people. We too would endure suffering. Yet we would not manifest it so gruesomely or terrifyingly. By the way, does your father still practice medicine under Hippocrates? He has long since retired. He now oversees 100 acres of tea gardens and runs a tea shop. That is well. I recall the last operation we collaborated on for a human was rather memorable. He was puffing away on his cigarette, attending to a pregnant woman who was experiencing severe postpartum hemorrhage. We had just opened our clinic and were inexperienced, filled with trepidation. You know, even now, after so many years of practice, I still find it difficult to confront such cases, for they come too swiftly and end too abruptly. During that instance, both your father and I exercised utmost caution. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, once engaged in work, he was more serious than anyone else. We exerted every ounce of strength to staunch the bleeding. Suturing with stone needles proved futile. Packing with gauze was ineffective, as the uterus continued to spout blood. We administered copious medicinal concoctions, yet the hemorrhage persisted unabated. To this day, I can vividly recall the despair of that moment. You know, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. What became of that pregnant woman? The physician Yuanhua forced a bitter smile. By Apollo, that woman succumbed, her face pale, eyes wide open. Do you know what is most difficult to accept? Her husband later informed us that the newborn had also perished. After the surgery, your father did not sleep a wink. We lay in close proximity on a single bed, yet he uttered not a word. The following 2 days, he resumed his role as my assistant, as if nothing had transpired. On the 4th morning, he departed. At that time, you were merely 3 or 5 years old. I cannot recall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang fell silent. Xiao Huang, perhaps I should not have mentioned this. I understand he is concerned for you. Physician Yuanhua languidly exhaled a plume of smoke. In truth, there are some matters beyond our control. After your mother gave birth to you, she contracted puerperal fever. I am uncertain if he shared that with you. Xiao Huang shook his head, his eyes unblinking. You know, your father did his utmost. By Apollo, there are occasions when we simply cannot alter the course of events. So many years have passed. I apologize for bringing this up. Thank you, uncle, Xiao Huang murmured. I appreciate you sharing this with me. Since you have come to Eagle City, you should stay a few more days. By the way, what brings you to Eagle City? Nothing in particular. I merely grew weary of staying at home and wished to venture out. Xiao Huang rubbed his hands together, playfully revealing his teeth. Indeed, in Keisai City, apart from the stone people, foreigners are a rare sight. When you go out to play, be wary of humans. You can never know what they are thinking. The doctor finished his cigarette and hunched his body as he entered the house, with the little cat following suit. On the 5th day, Xiao Huang and I took a horse-drawn carriage to return the elderly woman to her home. According to physician Yuanhua, she resided in the northern mountainous region. Upon leaving Eagle City, we turned onto a mountain path, where the road conditions deteriorated increasingly. In stark contrast to the opulent Eagle City, the shanties along the roadside were dilapidated, far inferior to the dwellings of the tree people. Some farmers, engaged in the harvest of vegetables at their doorstep, paused to observe us as we drove by, occasionally pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The cart ascended a gentle slope and veered left into a wooded area, eventually leading us to a cluster of thatched huts. An elderly woman, roused from slumber, extended her finger, confirming that we had arrived at her abode. It was less a home and more akin to a refuse heap. How could humanity endure living in such squalor? A bare-chested young boy emerged, his voice wavering as he called out, "Grandma, Grandma." The old woman, leaning on a cane, alighted from the cart, and the boy's wail erupted. He could not fathom the loss of his grandmother's right foot. The two embraced for an extended moment before the elderly woman remembered to invite us inside her dwelling. The dimly lit interior contained little more than a few pots and utensils, with a filthy quilt tossed over a mud-constructed bed. Light filtered through the roof, leaving one to wonder how they managed during the rain. The grandmother sent her grandson to fetch some water to offer us, her weary, forced smile creating an atmosphere of discomfort. She cautiously retrieved a few copper coins from her bosom, attempting to present them to us. We quickly rose, firmly declining her offer. and she chuckled awkwardly. Seated with a fatigued expression, she was surrounded by several moldy potatoes, resembling a figure that had stepped out of a Van Gogh painting. The boy, somewhat dazed, clutched his grandmother's hand while chewing on a grayish potato cake. After our visit, we felt no inclination to linger and returned directly to the clinic. Despite the doctor's frail appearance, he lacked any assistance. When we inquired about his situation, he merely offered a rueful smile. We later discovered that he seldom asked patients for payment. If they offered, he accepted, and if not, he would never demand. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had not succumbed to poverty over the years. How could a solitary physician afford to hire help? One afternoon, a group of shipbuilders brought in a patient. We rolled up his pant leg and nearly retched at the sight. His feet were severely swollen. I asked the doctor what had transpired, and he explained that the foreman was rushing the shipbuilding process, causing the craftsmen to soak their feet in water for prolonged periods. One could hardly expect them to remain unscathed. He took the stone knife that Xiao Huang handed him and carefully lanced the swelling, releasing a torrent of pus that filled the stone room with a foul stench. Dr. Yuanhua and Xiao Huang proceeded to incise the man's feet. The patient gazed blankly, alternating his stare between me and his fellow workers. The pus surged forth, revealing several writhing white maggots within. Two of the workers hastily retreated outside to vomit, while another could no longer suppress his tears and turned away. As the pus diminished and fresh blood began to seep through, the patient finally remembered to moan loudly. Just as we were applying ointment to his feet, an official accompanied by several soldiers burst into the courtyard. The craftsmen fled, their tokens flickering in disarray. Soon, a cacophony of wails ensued. I was about to step outside when Dr. Yuanhua restrained me, warning us not to meddle in affairs beyond our ken. No sooner had we finished bandaging the patient's feet than two menacing soldiers stormed in and seized him, dragging him away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he let out a dreadful scream and was dragged outside like a dog. According to the commander's orders, they were to return to the shipyard immediately. Uncle, is there any purpose to what we are doing? Xiao Huang put down the stone he had been holding, visibly indignant. By Apollo, everything has its meaning, Dr. Yuanhua said, his hands open in a gesture of resignation. What was initially meant to be a leisurely exploration had unexpectedly transformed into a commitment to serve as a volunteer. A turn of events that both Xiao Huang and I had not anticipated. One morning, taking advantage of the relative quiet at the clinic, Xiao Huang and I strolled through the streets. Near the northern gate, we encountered a group of beggars pleading for alms. As we passed by, they surrounded us. One child appeared strikingly familiar. Big guy, isn't that the child we saw a few days ago? Xiao Huang remarked. It seems to be him. The one eating potato cakes. This little beggar's identification tag had lost its significance. Within the tapestry of human civilization, an individual's status and wealth made their identification more discernible, their visibility heightened. Most people's tags were unclear, only sufficient for basic survival communication. The destitute often lacked tags altogether. Whether they spoke or remained silent made little difference. For the lower class, the act of voicing their existence had become a luxury, and merely surviving was the greatest significance of life. Xiao Huang embraced the child, who then recognized us and began to cry. Xiao Huang offered him a few coins, and he reluctantly departed from us. Big guy, let us go. Where to? Out of the city. We set off in a horse-drawn carriage, exiting through the northern gate. In stark contrast to the opulence of Eagle City, the thatched cottages by the roadside were in a state of disrepair, far inferior to the homes of the tree people. Some farmers harvesting vegetables at their doorsteps glanced up at our passing carriage, occasionally pointing and whispering. As we traversed a hill and veered left into a wooded area, time seemed to reverse when we spotted a grass hut. The moment we disembarked, we rushed toward the old woman's room, only to find it empty. We then ventured into the adjacent woodshed, where the sight before us left us utterly astonished. The old woman's corpse lay on the ground like refuse, maggots crawling upon her due to the sweltering heat. Flies and larvae voraciously feasted upon her decaying body. So this is humanity? On the return journey, I asked Xiao Huang, will everyone die? Of course. I mean, will they all meet the same fate as the old woman? Not necessarily. Only those without money die like that. Die like that. Let me put it this way. It's akin to the shedding of dry bark. No one cares. Upon returning to the clinic, the scene before us was merely a continuation of the bloody chaos. Having been there for just a few days, I was already becoming desensitized. People often say that diseases like leprosy and plague possess a strong contagion. In my view, the most significant infectious ailment is numbness. That night, a knock resounded upon the stone door of the clinic. It was the city guard. Amidst the tension, Dr. Yuanhua led us to the administrative officer's residence. The steward merely stated that the officer's daughter had fallen ill, but he was unclear about the specifics of her ailment. Under the vigilant watch of soldiers, we alighted from the carriage and proceeded through one grand entrance after another, ascending layer upon layer of steps and traversing corridor after corridor, adorned with an array of meats, fruits, and seafood, some exuding a pungent odor. After winding through the administrative residence, we finally reached the boudoir of the noble young lady. Behind the drapery lay a girl clad in a golden gown, appearing no older than 13 or 14. According to the physician's assessment, this young maiden suffered from a rare and severe fever. The governor and his wife remarked that other doctors had also diagnosed her with a fever, yet despite numerous prescriptions, her condition showed no signs of improvement, prompting them to seek the services of Dr. Shuren. Upon reviewing the prescription, the young assistant displayed a marked impatience, rolling her eyes in a gesture of disdainful protest. "Let us first try this herbal remedy," the doctor suggested. "I shall remain nearby, ready to assist." He instructed the maid to commence brewing the medicine and observed as she administered the concoction to the young lady. The governor's wife leaned against her husband, weeping softly as though mourning a daughter long lost. The governor, with a grave demeanor, clasped the doctor's hand tightly. I gazed at the frail girl, her visage haggard, tormented by illness, resembling a withered vegetable, a stark contrast to her vibrant attire. The lady wept helplessly nearby, while the maid stood solemnly. The elegant boudoir was shrouded in a somber atmosphere, the flickering light casting shadows that danced across the room. "Can the patient be saved?" I inquired of the doctor within the stone chamber. Xiao Huang also turned her gaze towards him. As was his custom, he retrieved his pipe and began to smoke, glancing at the moonlit sky, uttering, "You know, Apollo is watching over us." From the lofty administrative residence, the view of Eagle City was mesmerizing. Thousands of residents lay in slumber, the city cloaked in darkness, save for the faint glow of a distant lighthouse. Unknown birds cooed softly, as if the world belonged to them at that moment. The evening breeze rustled the delicate fabric of the curtains, and in the glow of the hearth, both near and far landscapes appeared draped in a veil of magical realism, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. One could almost sense the spectral presence of Marquez wandering nearby, so distant, yet so close. As the night deepened, both Xiao Huang and I succumbed to sleep, while Dr. Yuan Hua remained seated, troubled, and alert. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should he fail to cure the noble young lady's fever. Under the dim candlelight, two swallows flitted about him, appearing and disappearing in a delicate dance. After a lengthy silence, a maid's piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. The swallows fled, and we rushed to the scene. The governor's wife took her daughter's hand and pressed it against her own face, gazing at her newly awakened daughter with a blend of joy and tears. The governor, exuberant like a child, embraced the doctor in an unprecedented display of gratitude. In that moment, I witnessed the perpetually stooped Dr. Yuan Hua finally stand tall. Within a few days, the governor paid a visit to express his thanks, presenting not only gold and silver coins, but also an array of gifts. The clinic sprang to life, infused with renewed vigor. In a remarkable turn of events, Dr. Yuan Hua decided to hire staff to sustain the clinic's operations. By the time the next full moon graced the sky, he had relocated the clinic to a neighboring street. At the end of that year, the medical clinic was bustling with over 30 doctors and assistants, not counting the apprentices and laborers. Dr. Yuan Hua had regained his vitality, exhibiting a fervor unparalleled to any prior time. He believed that Xiao Huang and I were messengers sent by the god Apollo, illuminating his path. Among all these developments, what brought me the greatest solace was that during our stroll near the northern gate, we no longer encountered those small beggars. They had come to assist at the clinic, thus sparing them the dread of a potential demise upon the streets. The renown of Yuanhua Medical Clinic grew ever louder, attracting residents from neighboring towns seeking treatment. Xiao Huang and I busily assisted the doctor, significantly enhancing our medical skills. Despite the exhaustion, the profession brought immense fulfillment. Witnessing the ailing stone men, fish men, and humans gradually regain their vitality under our care was indeed a joyous sight. One foggy morning, a strikingly pale female warrior appeared at the clinic's entrance. Ethereal as a specter, she had come in search of help, bearing a succinct yet compelling message on her tablet, inviting Dr. Yuanhua to Erdi City to treat her matron, regardless of the costs. As the year drew to a close, the clinic was at its busiest, with many officers and tax officials' relatives queuing for assistance, making it impossible for Dr. Yuanhua to attend to her request. Moreover, a round trip to northern Erdi City would require at least half a month. After explaining the situation, Xiao Huang and I took it upon ourselves to travel northward in a carriage on behalf of Yuanhua Medical Clinic. The female warrior, left with no alternative, reluctantly acquiesced. 2 noble black horses pulled the carriage, racing forth with great speed. A journey that typically spanned a week was completed in nearly 5 days. And we arrived at Erde City. The residence of her matron was located in the northwestern outskirts of Erde City, enveloped by dense thickets. The undulating foliage harmonized beautifully with the distant peaks. It was evident that the family preferred solitude, choosing such a secluded lifestyle. After the carriage came to a halt, we followed the female warrior across a winding stone bridge to enter the estate. On our journey to Erde City, the formidable female warrior, clad in black armor, remained silent. Regardless of how Xiao Huang and I engaged in light-hearted conversation or jested during meals, the solemnity of her tablet hung heavily in the air. We held no fondness for her matron, perceiving her as merely an eccentric character. Nevertheless, Hippocratic physicians had sworn an oath at the temple of Apollo. By Apollo, I shall do my utmost to save my patients, regardless of their wealth or poverty, friend or foe. I shall safeguard my patients' secrets as I would my own family's lives. I shall uphold the honor of the physician as a bird cherishes its wings. By Apollo, my body, my blood, my soul shall be devoted to the deity, unwavering until death. Thus, the stone man physician could not deny the right to treat a patient. Xiao Huang and I were tasked with this mission, intent only on completing it swiftly. Chapter 6. The Valkyries past. The Valkyries firmly believed themselves to be descendants of the god Odin, a notion beyond dispute, especially among the royal family. Each member possesses the pure bloodline of Odin. For millennia, they have intermarried exclusively within a select circle of related families, forming a closely knit alliance among the royal and noble classes. In Valkyrie, a strict hierarchy prevails. The royal family and priests constitute the first caste, the warriors the second, artisans and merchants the third, while farmers, fishermen, and horse herders belong to the fourth. Additionally, a significant number of slaves exist, stripped of all property and political rights. Intermarriage between different castes is strictly prohibited, with violators facing 2 possible punishments: exile or execution. For thousands of years, each caste has grown accustomed to its designated position. When Queen Freya ascended to the throne, the capital consisted solely of Black Horse City. This city, beset by perpetual winds and snow, seldom basked in sunlight, and its chill was palpable. Consequently, the Valkyrie people pride themselves as the most resilient and intrepid nation on the continent. With Black Horse City earning the moniker of Warrior City, they sustain themselves through fishing and hunting, finding joy in combat. They stubbornly believe that only a royal lineage of pure descent can breed noble steeds. Nearly a century into her reign, the queen made a momentous decision to construct a Wagner palace on the northern bank of the Pure River, which later became the second capital. This choice garnered the support of her husband, Odur, and their youngest daughter, Lulu. However, to her obstinate eldest son, Asa, and other conservative nobles, the queen's pursuit of southern comforts was deemed a sacrilege against Odin. In an effort to placate the prince and the old aristocrats, Freya and her husband would return to reside in Black Horse City for a time each year along the Thrasher Avenue, flanked by the world trees whose immense branches evoked the majesty of Odin. Through this cyclical journey, the queen governed this enigmatic land. Wagner City subsequently flourished, now boasting a population of 400,000, while Black Horse City languished at merely 200,000. Under the queen's encouragement, the status of the artisans and merchants of the third caste in Wagner City steadily ascended. They engaged in all construction projects, including the Valhalla Palace, and invigorated trade with nations such as Archimedes, thereby catalyzing the prosperity of Valna. Moreover, even the stature of the fourth caste saw enhancement, as affluent farmers and fishermen crowded the city, while horse herders gained unprecedented confidence. However, in Asa's eyes, these individuals remained lowly commoners. Every few years, when Asa would visit Wagner City with his guard, any resident who delayed in kneeling would face severe punishment, regardless of their opulent attire or possessions. Princess Lulu grew increasingly discontent with her brother Asa's actions, repeatedly bringing grievances before their parents regarding his treatment of innocent subjects. Asa, however, dismissed her concerns with disdain. Queen Freya and her husband invariably prioritized harmony, employing every means to mediate. Fortunately, the family's time together was brief. Lulu accompanied her parents primarily in Wagner City, while Prince Asa remained stationed in Black Horse City. Regardless of the location, the Valkyrie people's martial traditions remained unwavering. For every woman, particularly those of the first and second lineage, the inability to ride and shoot is tantamount to a lack of maturity and a failure to earn societal respect. Just as the Mandalorian people are fond of slumber and the Hippocratic folk cherish smoking, the Valkyries are ardent devotees of the hunt. Consequently, the kingdom of Archimedes regards the Valkyries with admiration, maintaining a steadfast camaraderie. Even the fiercely formidable warriors of the hunting nation show deference upon encountering Valkyrie women. Although sporadic conflicts are inevitable, in recent years, Lulu's passion for hunting has only intensified, particularly near the pristine shores of the Clear River. There exists a splendid woodland teeming with tigers and jackals, and if fortune favors, one might even encounter a black bear. One afternoon, Lulu departed from the royal capital, accompanied by 10 elite female soldiers, crossing the Wagner Bridge en route to the hunting grounds. Mounted on ebony steeds, they galloped forth, bowstrings taut, and successfully captured numerous roe deer and gray rabbits. Not far off, hidden amongst the foliage, a pair of malevolent eyes observed their every move. As the dense woods stirred ahead, Lulu and her guards focused intently, drawing their bows to full tension. Their arrows flew true, striking a wild boar. Amidst the cheers, several soldiers rode forth to collect their quarry. Suddenly, a flurry of crossbow bolts rained down from all directions, resulting in the immediate demise of 4 soldiers. 6 guards swiftly regrouped around Lulu, forming a defensive formation. Another volley of crossbow bolts followed, wounding 2 female soldiers in the shoulders. Then, a cacophony of laughter erupted as over 30 bearded bandits charged forth. Mounted on towering steeds, some brandished long swords while others wielded massive axes, launching their assault. After a fierce skirmish, the defensive line was utterly shattered, and Lulu along with her guards found themselves fighting independently. While many bandits fell, the remaining marauders appeared intimidated. Realizing these female soldiers were no easy adversaries, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the descent of a colossal net that ensnared Lulu and 3 of her guards. As the net was lifted, the 4 were bound tightly. Amidst the chaos, as the bandits began to rummage through Lulu's possessions, one female soldier spat defiantly, inciting the fury of a bandit who struck her unconscious with his heavy axe, provoking the shouts and curses of the other 2 soldiers. The remaining bandits scoured the bodies for valuables. Though the losses were significant, the spoils were plentiful. Lulu sat regally upon the ground, exuding an air of royal authority. The bandits exchanged furtive whispers, their insignia too obscure to decipher. For burly bandits dragged away 2 of the female soldiers, and amid the looting, they harbored malicious intentions for revenge. Behind a great tree, one of the soldiers seized the moment to bite into a bandit's neck, drawing the attention of 2 others. The leaders of the bandits were embroiled in heated debate, as the unexpected heist upon royalty had taken them by surprise. Is she not Freya's daughter? Shall we kill her or spare her? Kill her? Are you mad? That ancient witch would annihilate our tribe. Do you think if we release her, that old crone would show us mercy? I have never tasted a princess before. He turned towards Lulu, leering with an unsettling gaze, swallowing hard. We could demand a ransom from Freya. 100 gold coins. Indeed, acquiring 100 gold coins is quite advantageous. Today, I caught a magnificent fish. Nearby, 2 groups of brigands were ravaging 2 female guards amidst the thickets, intermittently emitting bestial howls of delight. Just as several of the brigands were engrossed in heated debate, the cacophony from the 2 groups abruptly ceased, heightening their alertness. Following a few birdsong notes, several brigands fell, struck by green arrows to their necks, indicating the arrows were laced with deadly poison. The surrounding jungle seemed to harbor hidden forces, as several brigands loosed their crossbows in vain, yielding no response. Nearby, more brigands succumbed to arrows. This incited one brigand's fury. He thumped his chest and charged towards the source of the earlier commotion. Meanwhile, another brigand cruelly slit the throats of the 2 female guards, who were barely clinging to life, and erupted into a maniacal laugh of vengeance. Shortly thereafter, 2 piercing screams echoed, followed by the heavy thud of the large brigand collapsing. The remaining 3 brigands formed a defensive formation, their shields and long swords at the ready, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and a long-haired man on a magnificent steed charged forth, swiftly dispatching the 3 brigands. After circling around, the rider turned and, with his sharp sword, severed the bonds that bound Lulu's hands, asking, "Will you not join me?" Taking his hand, Lulu mounted the steed, and together they galloped away. They soon emerged from the forest into an expansive landscape. The sky was vast and wild, revealing an endless prairie. In the center flowed a meandering river, with the sun's reflection shimmering upon its surface. Nearby, a dozen chestnut horses grazed peacefully. It was then that Lulu realized her savior was a horseman. The 2 settled upon a stone by the riverbank and began to converse. "I am Robin, he introduced himself. "I am Lulu. Thank you for today," Lulu replied, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a few gold coins. Upon seeing them, Robin smiled and walked away. He leaped onto his steed and herded the horses to another location. Undeterred, Lulu mounted a bridleless black horse, chasing after Robin. As they raced across the verdant prairie, the spirits soared, enlivened by the sight of wild, nameless flowers in hues of yellow, purple, and pink, with butterflies flitting amongst them. The breathtaking scenery brought immense joy to Lulu, who had nearly forgotten the enchanting beauty of nature, accustomed as she was to the confines of the palace. Sometimes, it is only by distancing oneself from the crowd that one can rediscover their true essence. Alas, what people cherish most is often merely their reflection within the throng. Afternoon hours tend to be fleeting, and soon dark clouds gathered ominously above, unleashing a torrential downpour. Robin guided the horses into the thick woods for shelter and then led Lulu beneath a massive rock. He shed his coat to shield her from the rain. In the presence of this unfamiliar man, Lulu's gaze sparkled with intrigue. When their eyes met, she instinctively looked away, offering an awkward smile. She chided herself, "Lulu, what are you doing? You are a princess of the Valkyries, and he is merely a lowly horseman." Robin, however, remained at ease, fully aware of his humble status, and dared not overstep the boundaries of propriety. At dawn, the rain had long ceased. When Lulu awoke, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Robin was tending to a fire, utilizing a small iron pot he had procured from somewhere, filled with mushrooms, ham, and rabbit meat. Observing Robin's earnestness in preparing the meal, Lulu felt he was even more dashing than when he had rescued her, and her burgeoning fondness for him blossomed into a smile. "What are you smiling about?" Robin glanced at Lulu, who was draped in a coat and holding the iron pot. "Nothing," Lulu replied, casting her eyes elsewhere. As they finished their breakfast, a tremendous noise erupted from the jungle, followed by the anguished cries of horses. They hastily armed themselves and rushed toward the commotion. Amidst the foliage, a pack of wolves was in pursuit of the horses. 2 white steeds had been brought down, blood streaming from their wounds. They drove away the wolves that were still gnawing at the horses, preparing to defend themselves. A ravenous giant wolf, with a menacing glint in its eyes, lunged forward, accompanied by several gray wolves. Robin and Lulu managed to wound one of them. Enraged, the pack retaliated, launching a second fierce assault, during which 2 wolves were pierced by their swords and fell lifeless to the ground. The furious giant wolf howled to the heavens, and the wolves that had been chasing the horses retreated. Soon, dozens of enormous wolves encircled Robin and Lulu. The 2 nearly mortally wounded horses, having endured further attacks, fell silent. Instinctively, Robin reached for his flint, only to realize it had been left behind at their breakfast site. Lulu exchanged a glance with him, comprehending his intent. Together, they fought their way through, making a dash for the campfire. Once they ignited a torch, the pack began to show signs of fear. Under the howls of the lead wolf, waves of wolves surged forward to attack, though several were ignited by the flames of the torch. The frenzied pack showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they grew more emboldened. While protecting Lulu, Robin was bitten on the right arm by a giant wolf, blood oozing down to his heel. He continued to wield the torch and sword to shield Lulu. In that moment, a steadfast resolve shone in Lulu's eyes. As the wolves mounted a full-scale assault, the 2 fell against a massive rock, with several wolves still gnawing at Robin's feet. He had long discarded the torch. Crying out in agony, with one hand shielding Lulu and urging her to press closer to the rock's base. Losing too much blood, Robin gradually succumbed to unconsciousness as the wolves pressed their attack. At that critical moment, a flurry of black-feathered arrows shot forth from behind the rock. Following that, a group of cloaked royal guards on horseback charged into the fray, scattering the wolves in a frantic escape. Upon awakening, Robin found himself back in his family's tent. His mother informed him that 3 days prior, the royal guards had brought him to the Valhalla Palace for medical care. Thanks to the royal physician, he had narrowly escaped death. The queen, having learned of his bravery in rescuing Princess Lulu, bestowed upon him a wealth of jewels, fine silks, and granted his family tax exemptions. Observing the pride in his mother's expression, he inquired about the princess's whereabouts. What else could happen to the princess? His mother replied, consulting her cards, "She is well within the palace." Since that day, Robin continued to tend to the horses at the pasture. Yet life felt as though it was missing something essential. At times, he would cease playing his flute and howl at the sky. On other occasions, he would let his hair fall untamed and gaze vacantly at the colossal rocks. He frequented the very spot where Lulu had been captured, their initial meeting place. Nearly every day, idly toying with the flowers and stones around him like a young boy. Eventually, He resolved to plant a myriad of blossoms in that very place. White baby's breath, pink roses, and pansies, nurturing the hope that Lulu would appreciate them. He even constructed a wooden cottage nearby, adorning its walls with the bow and shield she had once used, along with the iron pot that had once served her meals. Whenever he beheld that pot, Robin could not help but reminisce about the way she had dined, her face aglow with a spring-like smile, evoking a profound sense of warmth. The past had become but a fleeting memory, akin to a dream. Despite countless reassurances to himself that it was merely an ephemeral illusion, he remained reluctant to awaken from this reverie. Apart from tending to his horses, whenever he thought of her, he would retrace the paths they had traversed together. From the small jungle to the 9 valleys, and then to the rocky ridge. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, with the passing of summer into autumn, a small path had formed between the jungle and the rocks. He had ventured near the palace in search of her, only to gaze longingly from afar, waiting in vain for her appearance, until one fateful day, he found himself too close, captured by the suspicious guards. After enduring torment and humiliation, he was condemned to a lifetime ban from entering Wagner City. His mother had long urged him to relinquish such hopes, asserting that between a horseman and a princess, there existed no possibility, akin to the chasm between earth and moon. Yet he persisted in his ways, the wooden cottage in the forest becoming his spiritual refuge. He even contemplated whether Lulu had completely forgotten him. Perhaps it was for the best, as his mother had said, for between earth and moon, there was no possibility. In light of the dangers faced at Horse Beach, Queen Freya decreed that, without her explicit command, Princess Lulu was forbidden to leave Valhalla Palace, particularly to venture out of Wagner City. To serve as a cautionary example, she imprisoned several of Lulu's close handmaidens. This summer felt longer than any before. Freya busied herself with state affairs within the palace, visiting Lulu only sporadically. The jester's comical performances alleviated her solitude, as Lulu sensed that the queen intentionally occupied her time, preventing any dangerous thoughts from taking root. Lulu resembled a thrush, her plumage resplendent and her song melodious, yet such a brilliant and melodious bird could never be caged. As autumn gave way to winter, at the invitation of Archimedes, Freya and her husband Odor attended the wedding of the prominent men and Pi families. At last, Lulu was presented with an opportunity for liberation. In Freya's eyes, her daughter Lulu should have settled into a life of tranquility, safeguarding Wagner City as the years passed peacefully. In the days following the queen's departure, clad in armor, Lulu displayed an unusual resolve, managing the military and political affairs of Wagner City with remarkable efficiency. However, on the morning of the following week, she feigned illness to excuse her absence from the military conference. In truth, only her most trusted female guards were aware that she had disguised herself as a man and galloped away from the royal city. When Robin encountered Lulu, he was tending to the flowers. No matter how exquisite the blossoms, they could not withstand the relentless chill of the weather. Upon Lulu's sudden appearance before him, he could scarcely believe his eyes. He endeavored to suppress his excitement as he attempted to fetch water for Lulu, only to uproot a flower in the process. When he sought to offer her food, he stumbled and fell. Observing Robin's clumsy demeanor, Lulu could not help but chuckle. Lulu, leading her horse, strolled alongside Robin to the 9 valleys, reveling in the familiar beauty of the grasslands. Along the way, Robin's face flushed crimson as he repeatedly tried to take Lulu's hand, only to withdraw each time. They returned to Stone Ridge, reminiscing about the moment Robin had risked his life to save her. Their lunch was shared beside the great stone, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. After their meal, captivated by Lulu's enchanting presence, Robin's restless fingers slowly ventured toward her, yet still retreated. They both yearned for the heavens to unleash another torrential downpour, granting them a reason to draw closer. However, this time, nothing transpired. Observing the stubble adorning Robin's face, Lulu invited him to sit in the cabin nestled within the woods. She procured a short knife to tidy his appearance. Just as she neared completion, Robin finally brushed against Lulu's delicate hand, expressing his gratitude. Lulu responded with a bashful smile. As she prepared to depart, Wagner City could not exist without her. At the moment she mounted her steed, words appeared on Robin's chest. "Will you return?" Lulu, atop her horse, responded with a simple, "Of course," before riding away. Overjoyed, Robin felt as though he might leap into the air. After bidding farewell to Lulu, he turned to the mirror within the cabin, admiring his hairstyle repeatedly, intoxicated by her lingering essence. The Knights of Black Horse City often regarded the residents of Wagner City with a haughty sense of superiority. To them, the individuals reeking of perfume, be they artisans, merchants, or even their own knights, were cowards, fallen souls unworthy of entering Valhalla's halls after death. Whenever they visited Wagner, any slight dissatisfaction would provoke violent outbursts, and they would take goods without ever settling their debts. Following the departure of the queen and her consort, these knights became even more brazen, openly insulting the shopkeeper's daughter in one establishment. An outraged crowd surrounded the knights, who brandished their axes, threatening to slay anyone who dared approach. When the royal guard arrived, intent on apprehending the assailants, they faced fierce resistance. Amid the chaos, several knights were slain, one suffering the severance of his right arm. The onlookers erupted in applause, their pent-up anger finally released. A merchant witnessed the entire scene unfold. He wiped his hands clean, mounted his steed nearby, and galloped through the northern gate of Wagner City, racing down Trahir Avenue. Commander Lena, upon receiving the report, ordered the arrest of those involved. Not only the violent knights, but also the royal guard who had slain them. The issuance of Lena's command left everyone astounded. Why were their own being detained? However, upon witnessing Lena's resolute expression, there was no room for doubt. Shortly thereafter, Lena dispatched someone to urgently seek out Princess Lulu. For the slain warrior was none other than Prince Asa's personal guard. The female warrior located Princess Lulu in a wooden cabin within the forest, where she was engaged in identifying flower seeds alongside Robin. Upon receiving the report, Lulu instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation and hastened back to the palace on horseback. Days later, Queen Freya and her husband Odil returned to Wagner City. Lulu personally went to the port to welcome them and reported on recent military and political affairs, all of which were proceeding smoothly. That evening, the banquet at Valhalla Palace was splendid, featuring a variety of meats and vegetables, and Lulu had arranged for entertaining performances. Just as everyone was enjoying the feast, Prince Asa burst in, draped in a wolf fur cloak, striding in a manner that exuded disdain, causing the music to abruptly cease. The astonished queen and Odil were bewildered and questioned the prince's intentions. Asa remained silent, instead bringing forth the grieving relatives of the slain guards. They wept and recounted the horrific demise of their husbands, feeling humiliated that their souls could not enter the Valhalla temple due to their deaths in an internal conflict, and implored the queen for justice. Their ancestors had been the founding heroes of the Valkyrie kingdom, and the hereditary descendants perpetrating murder, particularly against those of lower caste, amounted to nothing more than a financial penalty. The queen inquired with her ministers, who reported the truth of the matter. Lulu explained that these warriors had initially committed acts of violation against the common folk, thus deserving their fate. Her defense was interrupted by the queen, who, adhering to ancestral customs, ordered the whipping of the imprisoned guards 30 times and mandated compensation to the victims' families, subsequently releasing them. In the Valkyrie kingdom, both men and women serve as soldiers, and nobles hold their own titles, which can be inherited. Generally, offspring inherit a Title I rank lower than their parents held during their lifetime and receive a stipend. In the case of the slain prince's guards, the queen, in her mercy, permitted their children to inherit at an elevated rank. Following this, the queen commanded the families from Black Horse City to withdraw. Given Asa's long journey to Wagner, it was clear that his intentions extended beyond mere grievances regarding a few guards. Having seized military authority in Black Horse City, he yearned to command the Teutonic Legion. Despite Asa's previous attempts to gain this command, he had been met with the queen's steadfast refusals. Queen Freya understood that the Teutonic Legion, which had long defended the northern borders of the kingdom, was the most formidable military force outside the two capitals. Though comprising only 10,000 soldiers, handing command to Asa would effectively empower him to stand against Wagner. With the pretext of the guards' deaths and the support of several prominent ministers from Wagner City, Prince Asa sensed an opportunity to seize control of the Teutonic Legion. The queen had hoped that releasing the guards and elevating their rank would suffice to placate Prince Asa, but the subsequent events took her by surprise. After the guards were released, Asa provocatively remarked, "When our guards were slain, our princess was quite busy." He unceremoniously sat down and tore off a piece of roasted venison. Queen Freya glanced at Lulu, awaiting a response. "Asa, do not overstep your bounds. Your guards committed acts of violation and murder, and now they have been released. What more do you desire?" "Ha ha." Asa, emboldened by his confidence, "Where were you when managing Wagner City? Why do you remain silent? Allow me to speak for you." Asa presented a package to Queen Freya. "What is this?" Upon opening it, the queen discovered a collection of flower seeds. "Mother, your cherished daughter has fallen for a horseman. What has become of Robin?" Lulu grew anxious. "Who is Robin?" the queen inquired, puzzled. "A base-born wretch from the horse pasture." Asa disdainfully explained, setting down the venison leg he was gnawing on. "Mind your language," Lulu retorted, seething with anger. The The queen and her husband grasped the gravity of the situation. The hierarchical structure is the bedrock of Valkyrie Kingdom's rule. Its disruption would lead to the kingdom's disintegration, a reality the queen could never tolerate, even within the royal family. Seizing the moment, Asa revealed his true intentions. Royal bloodlines cannot be tainted. If news of the princess's liaison with a horseman reached the Teutonic Legion, who would remain loyal to us? Silence. The queen's fury resonated throughout the palace, startling Asa with its intensity. The queen's authority was indeed formidable. The brashness he had displayed moments ago was now replaced by humility. I am the queen of Valkyrie. My word is law. I hereby decree that Princess Lulu and that horseman be exiled, never to return to Valkyrie. With that, she turned her back on Lulu and Asa, leaving the dining hall with her husband. In an instant, Freya's family was engulfed in an unprecedented rift. This outcome was not what Prince Asa had desired. He had aimed for the queen's concession, hoping to gain military power, with punishing his sister as a secondary goal. However, he had not anticipated the queen's resolute stance and swift judgment. The queen's guards escorted Lulu, beginning her exile from the Valkyrie kingdom. As she passed by Prince Asa, Lulu, filled with rage, spat, "You are unworthy of being a brother. Why don't you go die?" With matters having escalated to this point, Prince Asa left Wagner City in disappointment, never to mention the Teutonic Legion again. Following her exile, 2 female warriors devotedly followed Lulu. She searched tirelessly for news of Robin. Some said that after his exile, Robin had ventured south to Swentovia. Ignoring warnings, Lulu spent years scouring the ruins of Swentovia, yet found nothing. Later, she heard whispers that Robin had entered the kingdom of Archimedes, living incognito as a hunter. Lulu scoured the kingdom of Archimedes, but still found no trace of him. One theory she could not bring herself to believe was that Robin had been secretly executed by the queen's guards upon leaving Wagner City, his remains incinerated beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. With her demigod lineage, Lulu's beauty remained untouched by time. Even if Robin were alive, he would have surely changed. Throughout these 10 years, Lulu never relinquished her search. Love is fleeting, while longing endures endlessly. In the city of Old, located in Archimedes' realm, Lulu fell gravely ill. Having exhausted all her vitality, 2 female warriors sought the expertise of doctors throughout Old, yet all were at a loss, unable even to identify her ailment. Upon my arrival with Xiao Huang at Lulu's residence, we were struck by the unusual cleanliness of her room. Typically, a sick room bears an unpleasant odor, but in Lulu's chamber, there was nary a scent to be detected, no foul stench of illness, nor the fragrance often associated with women. In essence, it was a rather oppressive space. Lulu's complexion was ghastly pale, devoid of any semblance of life. I was well acquainted with Xiao Huang's medical skills. He had previously learned some fundamentals from his father and recently gained experience under the guidance of Dr. Yuanhua. Technically, Xiao Huang had yet to formally graduate. Representing the Yuanhua Medical Clinic, we felt compelled to proceed with caution. After observing Lulu's condition, Xiao Huang refrained from hastily prescribing medication or contemplating surgical intervention. We administered a symbolic amount of fluid to Lulu before stepping outside. Xiao Huang approached the 2 female warriors to inquire about the patient's recent history. He believed that understanding the patient's background was more crucial than merely observing her symptoms. Through the warriors' accounts, we grasped the profound and terrifying impact that love could have on one's physical and mental state. Though a decade had passed, the memories lingered like an inescapable virus, occasionally consuming the present. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Huang engaged in a captivating dialogue with Lulu, the details of which remain vivid in my memory. At that moment, Lulu appeared exceedingly frail, her words indistinct. She primarily communicated through nods and shakes of her head. "Miss Lulu, have you been experiencing the same dream recurrently in recent years?" he asked. She nodded in affirmation. "Do you often dream of meadows, seas of flowers, rivers, and palaces?" This seemed to revive her spirit. Dust to dust. No matter how skilled the physician, a corpse cannot be revived. Has it been 10 years, and yet you cannot let go? She neither nodded nor shook her head. I sensed a transformation in Xiao Huang, as if he had become a sorcerer. "Based on your symptoms, you are afflicted with bone entrapment syndrome. To unravel this affliction, one must confront the source of their obsession. Even if my uncle were to personally treat you, it would be of no avail." At this revelation, Lulu appeared startled, realizing the moment had arrived. For bone entrapment syndrome, conventional surgery and medication are ineffectual. We may attempt acupuncture. The efficacy of acupuncture lies in the will of Apollo. With Apollo above us, Xiao Huang's words resonated with familiarity. At his gesture, the 2 female warriors assisted Lulu into a seated position. Xiao Huang took the stone needle I had provided and declared, "Next, We shall employ a technique known as the 3 meridians of suspended heaven. He gestured towards the sky with the stone needle, then aimed it at a specific acupuncture point on Lulu's left arm, rotating it in the air. The suspended heaven meridian, one may meet a kindred spirit once in a century. As he spoke, it seemed as though marks from needles began to appear on Lulu's hand. It sounded as though Xiao Huang was reciting an incantation, leaving me utterly perplexed. With a stone needle in hand, Xiao Huang gestured towards the sky once more, then performed a form of acupuncture in midair targeting an acupoint on Lulu's right arm, invoking the celestial meridians, the decade-long traces of sorrow weighing heavily. Lulu began to feel pain, her arm trembling in response. Xiao Huang once again gestured skyward with the stone needle, then commenced a rotational motion above an acupoint atop Lulu's head, invoking the 3 celestial meridians, the heart devoid of intent, yet a kindred spirit. Strangely enough, whether it was the effect of the incantation or the acupuncture, after 3 needles, Lulu unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber, in a state of unintentional tranquility. Such a disposition paradoxically facilitated her journey of self-discovery. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Huang remarked, "Your mistress's ailment is no longer a grave concern. However, she must continue to nurture her well-being by relaxing her spirit and not clinging to the past." I interjected, "Much like we, too, are wanderers." Xiao Huang reverted to his playful demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter. This visit profoundly altered my perception of Xiao Huang. He seemed transformed, maturing into a figure of reliability rather than the comical child from Keisai City. The 2 female warriors were the most loyal servants I had ever encountered. If it meant restoring their mistress to health, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives. Upon hearing the word nurture, their years of gathering intel led them in unison to think of a renowned retreat, Parody Island. Chapter 7. Parody Island. If you love someone, take them to Parody Island. If you harbor animosity towards someone, take them to Parody Island. Such is the magic of Parody Island, where foes can meet and reconcile with a smile, and lovers can cherish eternal companionship. Should you have visited a place of such exquisite beauty, you ought never to return. For the most splendid treasures are best preserved in memory. Each individual harbors their own Parody Island, a realm of both love and loathing, an enchanting locale that one cannot resist cherishing. The island's fame was purely serendipitous. Originally, it was merely one of the 64 islands of the Mazu Kingdom, rather unremarkable despite its sunrises, sunsets, hot springs, and various wellness establishments. Its renown can be traced back to a great writer. Long ago, in a bid to escape the clamor of the mainland, he forsook fame and fortune, even abandoning his wife and homeland. Traveling a great distance to reside here for 2 decades, he tended to horses and chopped wood, composing poetry and painting amidst this serene backdrop. Here, he grasped the essence of life, ultimately succumbing to solitude. Years after his tragic leap into the sea, remnants of his poetry and artworks were unexpectedly discovered within the walls of his stone dwelling. These creations brought him greater posthumous acclaim than he had enjoyed in life. Nobles and local gentry alike regarded an authentic piece of his work as a rare treasure. It was from that moment onward that countless poets, painters, philosophers, and various geniuses, often deemed madmen, pilgrimaged to this hallowed ground. At that time, with no established routes, many ventured forth with fervent enthusiasm, only to meet their fate in the frigid depths of the sea. Thousands of years ago, including the island of Parody, the Matsu archipelago lay submerged beneath the sea. It was only when the waters receded that these 64 islands, of varying sizes, gradually emerged from the depths. The largest of these islands is Mingi Island, the seat of the Matsu Kingdom's capital. Centuries have passed, and Mingi Island has transformed into a bustling metropolis with a population of 300,000. At the northern port of Mingi Island stands a colossal statue of Matsu, adorned with wide sleeves, her left hand shielding against the wind and her right hand holding a lamp. The Matsu Lighthouse proudly claims its title as the most brilliant beacon across the seas, guiding passing vessels safely on their journeys. For many years, the fishermen of the Matsu Kingdom have maintained trade relations with the Stone people of the Hippocratic Kingdom and the Tree people of the Mandela Kingdom. Following the eastern trade route, one can reach the Hippocratic capital of Kos Island in approximately 20 days from Mingi Island. North of Kos Island lies Rand Port, and continuing further north leads to the port of Cusco in the Mandela Kingdom. Finally, by traversing the Clear River westward, one may arrive at the capital of Mandela, Tenek. This ancient route bears witness to the enduring friendship among fishermen, stone people, and tree people over millennia. It was not until 30 years ago, after extensive deliberations within the parliament, that the Matsu Kingdom consented to the request of the Juke Kingdom to open the Golden Lily Channel. which directly connects Mingyi Port to the capital of Zhuge Kingdom, Rose Mountain City. From Rose Mountain City, one can reach Lingnan Port and, continuing eastward, arrive at the Eagle City of the Archimedean Kingdom, before proceeding further east to the capital of Hippocrates, Kos Island. Since the opening of the Golden Lily Channel, the fishing and tourism industries of the Matsu Kingdom have flourished as the most prosperous realm in the continent's entertainment and gambling sectors. The Zhuge Kingdom seeks the melodious and graceful fishermen, while the abundant seafood from the Matsu Kingdom finds its way into Zhuchua's markets. However, amidst this economic prosperity, some members of the Crystal Palace Council have consistently voiced their dissent. They argue that engaging with humanity only invites the degradation of our fishermen and deprives us of Matsu's divine protection. They warn that a singular focus on profit will inevitably lead to retribution. In the eyes of the enlightened officials, these dissenters are merely traditionalists, prone to alarmist rhetoric. A few years ago, emissaries from the Archimedean Kingdom arrived, requesting the Queen's approval to establish the Archimedean Channel. According to the emissaries, the combination of Archimedean currency and Matsu's seafood would elevate the prosperity of the entire continent to unprecedented heights. The Queen dispatched envoys to investigate the Archimedean Kingdom, and the emissaries were profoundly impressed by its formidable national strength. During the Crystal Palace meeting, a heated debate arose regarding the establishment of the Archimedean trade route, a level of contention rarely seen since the founding of the Matsu Kingdom. Left Chancellor Yu contended that opening the Archimedean Channel would not only expand our fishing market, but also grant access to Archimedean mineral resources, thus achieving a dual benefit. Right Chancellor Wasi pointed out that the Matsu Kingdom, being a maritime realm, should actively engage in continental affairs. Archimedes is the core of the continent's nations, and we have no reason to neglect strengthening our ties with them. However, General Lin Makuok argued vehemently, questioning why Archimedes, a powerhouse, would seek our favor. The establishment of the Archimedes route undoubtedly harbors undisclosed conspiracies. Amidst the tumultuous relations between the mainland nations, our Matsu Kingdom, situated upon the sea, ought to adopt a policy of isolation to avoid entanglement in continental affairs. Indeed, while the launching of the Archimedes route facilitates swift access to the mainland, it simultaneously eliminates our avenues of retreat. Lin Matsuan soon found himself under fierce criticism from the followers of Prime Ministers Yu and Chao Che, who condemned him for his short-sightedness and for jeopardizing the promising future of the Matsu Kingdom. General Lin, undeterred, retorted to the ministers, "It is easy to invite a deity, yet difficult to send them away. Currently, our relations with the Archimedes Kingdom are amicable, but should discord arise in the future, can we simply sever the Archimedes route at our whim?" I urged the Empress to deliberate carefully. From the Empress's perspective, both parties presented valid arguments. However, what she could not tolerate was the frequent intelligence reports from ninjas indicating that General Lin Matsuan's esteem among the populace was surging. Even if General Lin harbored no rebellious intentions, public sentiment could render him beyond control. The Queen's consort, Xiang Shan, after receiving numerous gifts from the Archimedes Kingdom, had also whispered persuasive words into her ear. Ultimately, the Empress solemnly announced in the Crystal Palace her consent to establish the Archimedes route, allowing the renown of the Matsu Kingdom to spread across the mainland. The Matsu Kingdom's open policy invited an influx of adventurers and opportunists from the Archimedes Kingdom, transforming the once tranquil lifestyle of its inhabitants. Previously, people rose with the sun and retired at dusk, engaging in daily fishing, basking in sunlight, sipping juice, and enjoying a leisurely existence. The community was united and cooperative, with little need for precaution. However, with the opening of mines and the construction of stone roads, the populace suddenly realized that diligent labor to earn silver coins was indeed the pathway of life. The leisurely pace of life was criticized by the avant-garde youth, unwittingly accelerating the rhythm of their daily lives. This new set of values and lifestyles seemingly catalyzed the prosperity of the Matsu archipelago, as people acquired an abundance of goods, vibrant clothing, and convenient, durable handicrafts. They discovered that possessing Archimedes silver coins allowed them to traverse every corner of the world. They scoffed at the previous insularity of the Matsu Kingdom, grateful for the timely establishment of the Archimedes route. These young individuals widely believed they were living in the most prosperous era in the history of the Matsu Kingdom, even asserting that their nation's strength was on par with that of the Archimedes Kingdom. The soldiers of the army also eagerly immersed themselves in the sweeping tide of Archimedes' influence. Within the extreme faction advocating for Archimedes' assimilation, speaking aloud was deemed a sign of backwardness. They sought various means to uncover the secrets of the Codex, yet repeatedly returned empty-handed. Consequently, they they began to communicate through writing, replacing the primitive act of speech. The marine products from the fish people garnered unprecedented acclaim across the mainland nations, leading to the depletion of fish and shrimp in the waters surrounding the Mazu archipelago in recent years. In pursuit of greater profits, more fishermen ventured southward. The further their ocean vessels sailed south, the more bountiful their returns. Recently, with the assistance of the fish people, stone people, and tree people, the Archimedes have commenced mining in the southern sea. As the Empress had envisioned, many years after the opening of the Archimedes Channel, the Mazu Kingdom indeed gained widespread renown. Particularly, the aquatic treasures of the southern sea became the most sought-after delicacies among royal courts and nobility across nations, fetching prices that even surpassed gold. Ministers such as Yu Yi and Cha Ji found themselves riding the wave of prosperity, emerging as the greatest beneficiaries of the Archimedes Channel's inauguration. The revenues from industries like fisheries, mining, construction, and tourism steadily increased year by year, transforming the national landscape. However, amidst the plethora of newly developed projects, numerous officials leveraged their power to enrich their private coffers more than ever before. General Lin Matsuen's prestige plummeted. In the face of such promising circumstances, his concerns proved to be mere figments of imagination. Conversely, his declining status in the eyes of the populace afforded the Empress an unprecedented sense of security. On one hand, the nation required formidable generals. On the other, if such generals remained unchecked, they could inevitably become a grave threat to the royal family. In comparison to the Eastern Route and the Golden Lily Channel, the Archimedes Channel eventually outshone them, establishing itself as the most bustling maritime passage on the planet. After attending the wedding in the Archimedes Kingdom, the Empress became even more convinced of the wisdom behind her initial decision to open this channel. When Lulu planned to recuperate on Paradise Island, Xiao Huang proposed an excellent idea. Our departure from Kos Island was intended for wandering, which later evolved into our role as assistants at the Yuanhua Medical Pavilion. While the noble mission of saving lives is commendable, prolonged stays at the medical pavilion were not a sustainable solution. Naturally, upon learning that we might accompany Lulu to Paradise Island, they eagerly welcomed the prospect. After all, Lulu was still in her recovery phase and would require our assistance in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Once the plan was finalized, we returned to the Yuanhua Medical Pavilion in Eagle City, awaiting Lulu and her companions to join us. It took half a month for Lulu and her group to arrive from Old City. We had little to pack, opting for simplicity. Aware of our impending departure from the medical pavilion, we exhibited even greater diligence. Our colleagues and patients sensed our enthusiasm, and during this period, we shared an exceptionally harmonious rapport. At times, I must confess, I genuinely admire these physicians, not solely for their remarkable skills that liberate patients from the clutches of ailments, but also for their unwavering tenacity and immense patience. Were it not for the faith in Apollo, even the stoic physicians would find it arduous to endure decades, even centuries, of living amidst bloodshed and anguished cries. Devout believers perceive the practice of medicine as a form of spiritual cultivation. After healing a patient, the compensation received, regardless of its magnitude, pales in comparison to the knowledge that the omniscient Apollo observes all. Upon a physician's passing, their contributions to humanity are meticulously recorded by Apollo's messengers. With utmost accuracy, the more patients they save and the greater the injustices they endure, the more deserving they are of entry into the all-encompassing sanctum of Apollo. Within this sanctum, every doctor devoted to healing will be transformed into an angel, accompanying Apollo in his divine realm. With the expansion of the medical institution, the officials of Eagle City conferred upon Dr. Yuanhua the distinguished title of chief physician, entrusting him with the governance of all medical establishments within the city. However, Dr. Yuanhua found himself beset by trepidation, fearing that the allure of power and fame might lead him astray from his noble calling to heal and save lives, thus jeopardizing his favor with Apollo, the deity of healing. In recent years, the proliferation of medical establishments was not a scenario he envisioned. He believed that in a truly healthy society, the doors of medical halls should remain unfrequented, with physicians barely scraping by to make a living. This, he deemed, was the rightful path. In contrast to the present chief physician, he occasionally reminisced about his time as a solitary practitioner at the medical hall in the northern part of the city. Back then, accompanied only by a modest assistant. His reputation was meager and patients were few, enabling him to focus entirely on their care. Now, following the relocation of the medical institution, a diverse array of patients had begun to flood in. Faced with the weighty expectations of those in high positions, he often found himself in a state of moral quandary. He dreaded the thought that a single thoughtless decision might deprive a desperately needy patient of their precious opportunity for healing. Oh, Apollo, this would render my existence a torment. On that day, Dr. Yuanhua unusually set aside his duties to bid us farewell at the harbor. As we parted, his assistant, Xiao Huang, unexpectedly embraced him, saying, "Uncle, your heartfelt intentions shall surely not be forgotten by the all-knowing Apollo." A small cat also came to see us off, uttering no words, merely mewling in a foolish manner, which led both Xiao Huang and me to perceive her as mute. We had chartered a sturdy merchant vessel, whose captain was recommended by Dr. Yuanhua. This captain had once been a patient of the Yuanhua Medical Hall, making him no stranger to us. With the opening of the Archimedes route, Eagle City's harbor was bustling with countless ships, a truly magnificent sight. Our sailboat gradually headed southward, the silhouette of Eagle City shrinking behind us until it vanished from view. The sun bathed the sea in golden light, surrounded by the vast, azure ocean, rife with tantalizing unknowns. Recently recovered from her illness, Lulu seldom ventured onto the deck, while the two female warriors had completely shed their menacing demeanor. Upon hearing of our journey to Parody Island, the captain expressed envy, wishing he could reside there for an extended period. Xiao Huang inquired, "Why can't you?" The bearded captain chuckled, and the display read, "You will understand once you are married." He was well acquainted with the route from Eagle City to Parody Island, yet was perpetually engaged in various matters, rarely finding time to appreciate the scenery. Days aboard the ship passed smoothly, with the bitter sea breeze billowing the sails, many ropes drawn taut in graceful arcs. One day, while dining on the deck, we heard the sound of footsteps ascending from the cabin. The steps were clean and purposeful, reflecting the decisive nature of the individual. It was Lulu, adorned with a black leather cap and a flowing black gown, resembling a widow steeped in sorrow. Thankfully, she was able to walk unaided, a considerable comfort to the two female warriors. "Thank you, doctor," she exclaimed. "You may call me Xiao Huang. This is my first voyage upon the sea," she continued. "You will gradually acclimate," I replied. "A new life." Upon hearing my words, she seemed to ponder, "A new life?" "Indeed. I have heard that the island of Parody is inhabited by lunatics. Is that true?" she inquired. "That depends on how you define normal," Xiao Huang chuckled. "If we, the stone people, are considered normal, then this tree person must certainly be mad." He poked me playfully with his finger. "I shall reiterate, I am not a tree person." "Very well, big fellow. If the tree person is deemed normal, then the fish person must be insane." I continued, "If the fish person is normal, then humanity itself is mad." "Clever," he remarked, giving me a thumbs up, which elicited laughter from Lulu and the others. The captain tapped the table, reminding us, "You see, my dear lunatics." Following the direction of the captain's finger, we beheld the legendary statue of Mazu. Viewed from the sea, she appeared as an extraordinarily benevolent woman. Her eyes half open, her smile enigmatic. Her body leaned slightly, and the enormous lantern she held resembled a slice of toast from a distance, adorned with scales. Her form seemed encased in a thick armor, imbuing the goddess with a mysterious resilience amidst her gentleness. Spotting the Mazu statue on Mingi Island indicated that we were nearing Parody Island. As our vessel arrived at the harbor of Parody Island, we were astonished to find the ships clustered in such density that they could form a formidable fleet. These vessels bore countless merchants and travelers, and we worried that their collective weight might cause the island to sink. Xiao Huang jested, "This is why I say, among true patriots, there are no portly individuals." The captain skillfully navigated the narrow channels, successfully bringing us ashore. After disembarking, he introduced us to an inn, leasing 2 independent houses, and instructed the sailors to rest before remembering to load the sea fish. Thus, we bid each other farewell. The buildings on Parody Island were predominantly wooden, with a few stone structures scattered about. The architecture was peculiar, with all exteriors painted in soft shades of red, green, and blue. Upon arriving at the inn, Xiao Huang remarked, "This place should not be called Parody Island, but rather Three-Color Island." The fish person at the inn led us to our accommodations, which comprised 3 interconnected rooms, resembling a courtyard or a series of hastily assembled yurts. Xiao Huang and I settled into the light green house, while Lulu and her companions occupied the slightly larger light red house. The light blue house appeared to be occupied, though the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the occupants' whereabouts were unknown. Upon seeing the large bed in the greenhouse, Xiao Huang immediately sprawled out upon it, exclaiming, "At last! A house devoid of the stench of blood, how delightful. Hey, big fellow, what are your plans?" "I simply wish to indulge in a long and restful slumber. It has been far too long since I have enjoyed a good night's sleep." "I knew it. You are the laziest tree person in existence," he scoffed, casting me a disdainful glance. No sooner had he uttered these words than he fell asleep on the bed, emitting thunderous snores. I cannot say how many journeys begin with a long sleep, but certainly, both Xiao Huang's and my own experiences have unfolded in this manner. The only distinction is that this time, he dozed for half the day, while next time, I shall sleep the entire day. Upon awakening, the foremost questions that often grace our minds are, who am I? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As we roused from slumber, the fish maiden presented us with a delectable array of dishes, featuring fruit nectar, an assortment of sea fish, and shrimp. We beheld Lulu, adorned in a dark crimson garment, gracefully savoring oysters. Young Huang appeared puzzled, for in his perception, the denizens of Valkyrie should indulge in beef and mutton. Indeed, they were fond of mare's milk. Yet here we found only sashimi. Lulu's 2 female warriors received permission to dine, and they partook of their meal with evident delight. As I sipped the fruit nectar, young Huang, unbeknownst to us, procured a platter of nuts and was enthusiastically shelling them, relishing each morsel. Lulu appeared to be in fine spirits, no longer resembling the ailing patient from the city of old, but rather a typical individual leading a life of 3 meals a day in her quaint abode. Despite her years of exile by Queen Freya, she radiated an air of royal elegance with every gesture. Wherever she ventured, she possessed an innate ability to instill a sense of tranquility, illuminating her surroundings like a queen, a stark contrast to the ordinary traveler. Typically, those who visit Paradise Island engage in 2 predominant activities. 1. Leaving their mark, whether by inscribing their names upon the stones of the forest or hanging name-engraved plaques upon branches, or by stacking an array of inexplicable small stones. 2. Shopping, transforming a leisurely excursion into a tiresome quest for goods. They seem indifferent to the island's breathtaking vistas and enchanting legends, forever oblivious to the profound satisfaction of meandering along an obscure path or grasping essential concepts only superficially. The essence of travel resides in experience, not possession. The common traveler often lacks both an aesthetic foundation and awareness, exhibiting an inexplicable urgency, even a sense of destruction and plunder. In stark contrast, Lulu embodies the essence of a host wherever she goes, cherishing local artifacts as tenderly as she would the golden treasures of Valhalla's palace. Her noble demeanor is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, who cannot even begin to comprehend it. Just as we were dining, a faint bitterness wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of a graceful fish maiden before our azure abode. Upon witnessing our gathering, she turned to greet us. "Hello, I am Yaoji." A smile graced her face, emanating an overwhelming sense of comfort. Her visage seemed shrouded in mist. Even at a short distance, it remained indistinct, possessing an ethereal beauty. Wherever she walked, circular droplets of water accompanied her, blooming like lotus flowers before evaporating into the atmosphere. As a matter of etiquette, we each introduced ourselves. We extended an invitation for her to join our meal, which she graciously declined, expressing her preference for the morning's clouds and the evening's raindrops, something akin to dawn's mist and twilight's dew. After Yaoji entered the room, young Huang muttered under his breath, "Humph, it seems we have encountered another eccentric." I lowered my gaze in silence. "That's not right," Xiao Huang remarked, tapping his forehead. "Dichu, don't you also enjoy the gentle breezes and the white dews? Yet you call me a tree person, not a fish person." "True enough," he conceded. Upon overhearing our conversation, Lulu and the others wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It must be said that the days that followed were among the most cherished of our lives. Here, we were surrounded by soothing hot springs and captivating landscapes. We climbed palm trees together to gaze at the stars and moon, and wandered to the pristine beach to listen to a chorus of small fish people. Occasionally, we would assist at the island's medical clinic, while Lulu showcased her exceptional swordsmanship, astonishing a group of men with her prowess. I recall a time when a few of us ventured into the bamboo grove to gather bamboo rice. On our way back, we encountered a fish philosopher. He spread his arms wide, gazing skyward, murmuring, "Why is this so? Why?" Shortly after departing from him, Xiao Huang mimicked the philosopher's manner, walking with an exaggerated gait while repeating, "Why is this so? Why?" We erupted into laughter, and in our mirth, we tossed bamboo rice upon him. On another occasion, we sought the residence of the great poet, but alas, the place was overcrowded, with people even inscribing their names at the entrance. Such a disgrace. Besides his former home, the cliff from which he had leapt had also become a sight of admiration. Various legends circulated on the island regarding the cause of his demise. Some claimed he fell in love with a maiden, and after being spurned, felt humiliated and took his own life. Others suggested he merely drank too much and, while wandering, accidentally fell from the cliff in an attempt to reach for the moon. There were whispers that his creative inspiration was aided by spirits on a dark and stormy night. He followed a mysterious woman in white to the cliff, thus ending his reckless life. Some even believed he had not perished at all, citing a narrow door discovered by local fish people on the ocean floor, through which they glimpsed his figure. When they returned to seek it again, the door had inexplicably vanished. On Paradise Island, besides its breathtaking scenery, the most comforting aspect was the unguarded manner in which locals communicated with one another. The people here embraced a leisurely pace of life, becoming enchanted by the minutiae of existence. A human painter, whose origins remained a mystery, took to adorning the rocks with various illustrations, some of people, others of fish folk, and still others of flowers and grasses. His artwork was strikingly beautiful, though the ink would only last for 9 days, after which it would either be washed away by rain or evaporate under the sun. Initially, the locals paid little heed to his work, as it was rather mediocre. However, they eventually grew accustomed to sipping afternoon tea while observing him from a distance as he painted. On one occasion, he dedicated 8 days to creating a depiction of paradise on a massive boulder. By the afternoon of the 9th day, the masterpiece had vanished. Regardless of whether people regarded it with indifference or regret, he continued to paint, day after day, year after year. There was also a tree-person singer who frequently stood beneath the camphor tree at dawn, facing the sea, singing a melody that contained but a single lyric. The utterance of the word off from her lips can metamorphose into myriad tones, conjuring an entirely distinct auditory realm. Strangely enough, despite the singularity of the syllable, one can discern all that one desires within her melodic expressions. One day, while strolling through the expansive grounds of the island with Xiao Huang, we beheld Lulu galloping towards us on a magnificent steed, flanked by 2 female warriors. It was unclear how they had procured the horses. At that moment, Lulu donned vibrant red attire, embodying the spirit of a resplendent warrior. It appeared she had made a full recovery, which filled us with joy. She casually inquired if we had seen Yao Ji, having not laid eyes on her for quite some time. We too found this peculiar and were momentarily at a loss. Uninterested in the matter, Xiao Huang insisted we head to Longtan. Longtan is a forbidden zone on Paradise Island, rumored to be inhabited by a strange beast. Officials of Paradise have repeatedly cautioned visitors against venturing into Longtan. However, such warnings only stoked the flames of curiosity. At the entrance to Longtan, numerous soldiers from the Empress's legion stood guard. Without the Empress's command, common folk were entirely barred from entry. During dinner, we encountered Yao Ji, who appeared somewhat flustered. Xiao Huang jestingly asked her if she had tasted the dew. Lulu, sensing her disquiet, led her into the Red House. We faintly overheard her mention that she had just returned from the distant mountains to the southeast, where she had heard things she ought not to have. The specifics remained shrouded in mystery. The following morning, after much pressing from us, Lulu finally spoke. Before doing so, she dispatched someone to summon Yao Ji from the Blue House. It was preferable that she articulate certain matters herself. Like us, Yao Ji had come to Paradise Island for sightseeing, albeit arriving before us. In truth, she harbored a concealed identity as a ninja of the Empress. Having been stripped of her title for incurring the Empress's wrath, no wonder she and Lulu resonated so well. Both had been exiled by a formidable queen. A few days prior, while passing by the distant mountains, Yao Ji inadvertently learned of a colossal fleet reportedly assembling in secret, poised to launch a surprise attack on Ming-E Island, with the ultimate aim of subjugating the Mazu kingdom entirely. However, due to the abruptness of the situation, she had been unable to verify the information. As we deliberated, a somewhat agitated fishman approached, bearing a vial of freshly collected cloud essence for Yao Ji. Upon witnessing the vibrant hues of the cloud essence, Yao Ji's eyes brightened as she prepared to inhale it. At that moment, Lulu snatched the vial away. Her keen perception had detected the concealed anxiety in the fishman's gaze. She promptly handed the vial to a female warrior, who extracted a reagent from a nearby chest. Gradually, the cloud essence within the vial transformed into a murky black. It was poisonous. Yao Ji and Xiao Huang exclaimed in unison. Lulu swiftly pursued the fishman. Yet he had vanished without a trace. For safety's sake, Xiao Huang and I encouraged Yao Ji to recline. After examining her with our stone probe, we discovered an unknown liquid accumulating in her lungs. Following her consumption of our plaster, Yao Ji expelled a dark liquid. It appeared that she had been poisoned since the previous day. The virus, insipid and odorless, is insidiously undetectable, though it does not cause instant death. It is inevitable that one will succumb within days. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, we departed from the inn and set sail towards the distant mountain island. Not far from our current location, we reached our destination in just a few days. However, The unpredictable currents and the myriad of whirlpools in the vicinity deter most travelers from approaching this area. Were it not for Yao Ji's exceptional sailing skills, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to navigate these waters. From a distance, Mountain Island resembled a colossal rhombus. Upon landing, we discovered that the center of this diamond was dotted with numerous lakes. If one were to conceal a warship, this would be an ideal location. We spent 3 full days on the island without catching a glimpse of any vessels. Only the lush trees and the incessant chirping of birds served to fray our nerves. Could it be that Yao Ji had been misled by rumors? If indeed a fleet lay anchored here, it would be implausible for it to leave no trace. Had Yao Ji misheard the location, or had we overlooked something significant? As we hesitated, we traversed a hill. Suddenly, glancing back, we were struck by the sight of a dark mass of ships below, sending chills down our spines. In the ensuing panic, a barrage of arrows rained down upon us. The 6 of us swiftly retreated. Almost immediately, a throng of dark-clad horsemen pursued us relentlessly. In terms of combat experience, both Yao Ji and Lulu were seasoned warriors. However, despite their efforts to fight while retreating, their arrows and thrown darts were deftly evaded by the enemy. In the midst of the fray, 2 of Lulu's female warriors fell, and Yao Ji was struck in the shoulder, lagging behind. The relentless black-clad riders pursued us like harbingers of death, intent on eliminating all witnesses. Xiao Huang, clutching a medical kit, shouted frantically at me, "Big guy, do something quickly. If this continues, we shall perish here." Injured, Lulu gazed at me with a face full of despair. Just as the warhorse of the black-clad riders was about to trample Yao Ji, I felt an uncontainable force surging within me. This force conjured vivid images in my mind. I had come from another planet. How I had unwittingly stumbled upon this silent world devoid of human speech, and how I had met Captain Martin the Treeman, Xiao Huang the Stone Man, the warrior Lulu, and the enigmatic ninja Yao Ji. I seemed to witness the entire continent ablaze, with throngs of refugees scattered everywhere, treemen, stone men, fishmen, and humans alike. Yet, at the moment when the warhorse was about to crush Yao Ji, all these visions collapsed into a singular point, yanking me back to the present. Years later, this tale would become a source of amusement for Xiao Huang, who would often mimic my actions. According to his recollections, in the critical moment of life and death, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and I summoned a vast grove of trees from the roadside to shield us, repelling the onslaught of the black-clad riders. Standing firm before conjuring the wind forest, I closed my eyes and chanted fervently, "Unremarkable wood, life endures, vast yet useless, it brings forth the wind." Chapter 8. The waterworm flag of Mazu Country Su Island is the southernmost island in the Mazu archipelago, inhabited by merely a few hundred souls. The inhabitants here lead a tranquil and serene life. The men venture out to sea for fishing, living within their means, while the women cultivate and harvest coconuts and bananas. The children delight in chasing and frolicking freely along the palm-lined avenues. During the celebration of Mazu's birthday, the island's devout followers adorn themselves and join the procession with exuberance. Some beat shells, others play flutes, while groups of men and women dance joyfully around the bonfire. Last year's festival was particularly lively, with spirited revelers singing, dancing, sipping coconut milk, and feasting on seafood until dawn. However, with the opening of the Archimedes Channel, the central island of the Mazu Kingdom has seen a gradual decline in its yield. Consequently, fishermen have begun to cast their gaze here. Su Island has become bustling, as its once simple atmosphere is diluted by commercial fishing activities. Merchants, soldiers, and opportunists have occupied the area. From Su Island, one can venture south into the uncharted waters of the South Sea, where numerous valuable marine products can be captured. Thus, Su Island has swiftly transformed from a remote outpost into a large, chaotic town. The port is teeming with activity, as fleets gather for the Grand Mazu Festival. People offer various meats and fruits, seeking the protection of the Mazu deity. Amidst the resounding music of diverse instruments, the devout fishermen kneel repeatedly, their faces solemn with reverence. This is a prominent fishing fleet, boasting 20 vessels, renowned throughout the southern kingdom. As usual, after the festival concludes, the crew members methodically board their ships. Once the engines roar to life, many family members wave goodbye from the shore, hoping for bountiful catches, but above all, for the safe return of their loved ones. A sea voyage can last anywhere from 3 to 4 months, or even 2 to 3 years. And both sailors and their families have long accustomed themselves to this life of sporadic reunions. As the value of marine products from the South Sea rises, so too has the presence of pirates. To guard against unforeseen dangers, these vessels are armed with weapons and large crossbows. The fleet gradually sails away, quickly vanishing from sight. 12 days later, sunlight filters through the palm trees, where a group of young fishermen and stone gatherers play near the port. One child picks up a heavy shell and throws it forcefully into the sea. They look up to see a ship with a broken mast struggling to return to port. The sentry atop the tower also observes this scene and promptly strikes the large bell. The tolling resonates with 3 long and 2 short rings, signaling that the crew is in peril. Upon hearing the somber chimes, the border guards swiftly assemble at the harbor, their synchronized footsteps echoing along the stone pathways. As more people gather at the port, curiosity swells regarding the unfolding events. Once the vessel docks, several onlookers immediately recognize the crew members. They are the very fishermen who had set out 5 days prior. The surviving sailors appear utterly worn out, with blood and signs of struggle evident throughout the ship, and the sturdy mast is severely fractured. The border commander brings one of the relatively coherent individuals into a building for questioning, and the governor of Sioux Island, West, arrives in a carriage. Inside the stone house, the sailor speaks incoherently, scratching at his body in distress. Leaning on a cane, West inquires about what transpired and why only one ship has returned. "They are all dead, they are all dead," the sailor exclaims, panic-stricken. "I saw ghosts. It was the devil." The meticulous scout aboard the ship discovered a tusk embedded in a wooden crate and presented it to the governor. Upon seeing the tusk, Governor West was taken aback. Based on the fragmented accounts of the crew, he pieced together a troubling scenario. 1. The fleet had encountered an unidentified armed force with formidable combat prowess. 2. The incomplete corpses on the ship indicated that this was not the work of ordinary pirates, but rather a powerful malevolent force. 3. The enemy was advancing with great ferocity, and Sioux Island might be under threat. With fewer than 600 soldiers on Sioux Island, most lacking combat experience, West's anxiety deepened. The sentinels atop the tower closely monitored the stone house, awaiting the latest directives from the governor. In the makeshift assembly hall at the port, conservative officials proposed dispatching reconnaissance vessels for confirmation. During this time, West ordered the fortifications of the city to be strengthened and prohibited fishing and pleasure boats from setting sail. 7 days passed, and the waters surrounding Sioux Island remained disturbingly tranquil. Under normal circumstances, 2 swift reconnaissance vessels should have returned by now. However, the silence on the sea suggested dire consequences. Just as the officials debated whether to send out further scouts, a fleet of warships appeared on the southern horizon, resembling a dark tsunami rushing towards Sioux Island. West commanded the entire island to prepare for battle. 2 sentinels began to strike the great bell in unison. The soldiers received the primary signal to mobilize and swiftly took their positions. Nearby fishing boats returned to port, and the populace fled into the city. According to the residents' wishes, those who desired to leave were urged to depart immediately, while those willing to remain were incorporated into the battle ranks. Urgently, they also needed to relay the intelligence to the capital. Amidst the swirling fog, the signal fires were difficult to discern, and the carrier pigeons lacked training to deliver urgent messages to the capital. West recalled an ancient method and dispatched a swift courier ship, raising the waterworm flag, setting sail northward without delay. As the courier ship sailed along, the island's officials, upon seeing the waterworm flag, were taken aback and promptly raised their own commanding flags, ringing the great bell in response. The courier ships communicated through flag signals, relaying messages tirelessly day and night, until the final ship swiftly arrived at Mingi City. Beneath the statue of Mazu, the waterworm flag, the oldest signal flag of the Mazu Kingdom, had not been seen for centuries. Many officials and soldiers had merely heard of it, but now, witnessing the waterworm flag in the capital and hearing the resounding bell, all were left in astonishment. The esteemed civil and military officials promptly set out for the Crystal Palace Assembly Hall, sensing that a grave matter was afoot. The streets filled with common folk quickly retreated to their homes, while those outside the city hurriedly streamed in. Inside the Crystal Palace Hall, the officials bustled about. Amidst the sound of conch shells, the Empress gracefully ascended to her throne and took her seat. Based on the intelligence from Sioux Island, General Lin Matsuin was the first to report an invasion by formidable foes from the south. Everyone was aware of the enemy's presence in the south, yet the nature of this adversary remained unclear. The exact strength of the enemy, their intentions, and their current whereabouts left the civil and military officials in a state of perplexity. The left Chancellor Yu and the right Chancellor Wakai also expressed deep concern. If the nation fell into peril, their own families would suffer as well. The 2 chancellors proposed that the immediate priorities should be to bolster defenses and stabilize the populace's morale. General Lin Matsuin believes that there is no time to lose and that swift requests for assistance should be made to nations such as Hippocrates and Mandela. However, His proposal faces opposition from two chancellors, who argue that seeking aid without a clear understanding of the military situation would only exacerbate public unrest and provide an opportunity for enemy nations to exploit the chaos. Governance should not solely be approached from a military perspective, but should consider the greater picture. Ultimately, the Empress rises and issues the following commands. 1. Left Chancellor Yu voluntarily travels to the southern stronghold of the kingdom, the island of Li, to command and respond to threats as they arise. 2. Right Chancellor Wuja is tasked with logistical support to ensure all weaponry and supplies are in place. 3. General Lin Matsuan is to patrol the northern islands to prevent incursions from northern states during the turmoil. 4. The Empress orders the Ninja Corps, directly under her command, to elevate the alert status of the capital and notify the kingdoms of Hippocrates and Mandela that, depending on the situation, our nation may require reinforcements. As soon as the 4 communication ninjas receive their orders, they leap into the waters of the hall and swiftly swim towards Hippocrates and Mandela. Once the arrangements are in place, the entire territory of Mazu enters a state of heightened alert. Some nobles have already purchased ships to flee to Hippocrates, Mandela, and even to nations such as Juke and Archimedes, where they have previously acquired estates. A few noble women impatiently urge the guards to hasten with their small dogs to the ships. Upon arriving at Li Island aboard a warship, Chancellor Yu is filled with ambition. The island, as a critical stronghold of the southern kingdom, is already home to the renowned Scale Armor Legion, comprising 6,000 troops, along with around 4,000 militia. To fortify against potential threats, he has personally brought 2 legions of rhinoceros armor, totaling 12,000 men, and has hired an additional 4,000 mercenaries from the hunter nation, Hippocrates, and Archimedes along the way. During the recruitment of these mercenaries, he even ordered the release of some prisoners to allow them the chance to redeem themselves through military service. With nearly 30,000 troops, boasting a force of 100,000, Chancellor Yu is confident in his ability to vanquish the formidable foes from the south. As he enters the Tower of Li Island, he receives urgent reports from Ling Island. Several days prior, Su Island fell, and numerous nearby islands were also captured. Now the enemy forces have advanced to Ling Island. General Rongbao, guarding Ling Island, urgently requests reinforcements from the Chancellor. Upon receiving General Rongbao's report, Yu Yi's expression darkens. He picks up the staff left by West and begins to pace back and forth in the tower. The defensive plans for Li Island are still incomplete, and he is reluctant to take the risk of leading the troops himself. However, Ling Island serves as the southern gateway of Li Island, and he cannot afford to ignore the call for aid. After careful consideration, he commands General Mini of the 1st Rhinoceros Armor Legion to lead 60 warships to reinforce Ling Island. Wherever General Mini goes, he attracts attention. His powerful build and dual hammers exude strength and authority. Among the generals of the Mazu Kingdom, anyone unfamiliar with Mini's name would find it difficult to remain in the military. After receiving the Chancellor's orders, General Mini leads the Rhinoceros Legion's vessels towards Ling Island. At the military conference in the Trapezoidal Palace, the ministers of the Mandela Kingdom engage in heated discussions. They deem it premature to send reinforcements to the Mazu Kingdom, as the military reports do not indicate a request for assistance. During the meeting, numerous conservative nobles clamored for the supremacy of Mandala, disregarding the council of the Mazu Kingdom. However, Generals Martin and Onda found themselves in complete accord this time, warning that any turmoil within the Mazu Kingdom would inevitably impact the eastern coast of the Mandala Kingdom. They reminded the nobles that should Mazu face disaster, the precious fishery resources, particularly those from the South Sea, would become unattainable. The allure of such appetites ultimately swayed the nobles, compelling them to swallow hard. King Curtis issued a decree. General Wadden was to coordinate the operations. General Onda was dispatched to the northwest front to implement stringent precautions, and General Takeda was to assemble 50,000 troops at Cusco Port, awaiting orders. As a rising star within the Mandala military, General Takeda held deep respect for both Martin and Onda. Yet he also felt a sense of humiliation. Was it truly the case that the Mandala Kingdom had only 2 generals? Now, entrusted with a grave mission, he was exhilarated, believing that the time had finally come to revive the Takeda family's fortunes. Upon meeting the envoy from the Mazu Kingdom, Queen Yu displayed fervent enthusiasm, as the 2 nations had long established the Stonefish Pact. According to the envoy's report, the Hippocrates had merely mentioned the peril faced by the Mazu Kingdom, yet they seemed capable of fending for themselves. Thus, even as allies, Queen Yu merely reiterated their mutual obligation for defense, without taking any substantive actions. It was not until Prime Minister Seijia's reminder that the Queen consented to repair the warships in preparation for the impending crisis and instructed the light cavalry to enhance patrols in the southeastern waters, remaining vigilant for any suspicious activity. On the ruins of the southern islands of the Mazu Kingdom, as the vanguard commander of the Dofa Demon Kingdom, Ling Yu let out a scornful laugh. With an army of 20,000, he swiftly captured over a dozen nearby islands aboard whaleshark ships. The majority of the fishmen defenders were slain, and most residents were taken captive and transported to the demonic capital of Lemit. This avaricious band of fishermen had proven utterly ineffectual, leaving Ling Yu in a rather despondent state. With all his cunning, he found himself devoid of worthy adversaries. A profound solitude enveloping him. During the long night, within the confines of his tent, he summoned the fishmen to perform songs and dances to alleviate his inner turmoil. The following day, upon witnessing the densely fortified walls of the island, Commander Ling Yu smiled. He had finally encountered a formidable opponent. On the western shore of the island, he commanded 10,000 elite soldiers to storm the beaches. Although General Mini's armored legion had arrived, bolstering the defenders to 10,000, they were no match for the ferocious onslaught of Ling Yu's forces. Mini, wielding a heavy hammer, found himself encircled and struggling in a desperate fight for survival. Unable to endure his loneliness, Ling Yu pushed aside his soldiers, ordering them to withdraw, and began a duel with Mini. He brandished his massive serrated blade. Relishing the thrill of combat against this valiant general, he shed his armor and discarded his helmet, inciting a wild cheer from the onlooking soldiers. Unyielding, General Mini also removed his armor and charged at Ling Yu. After just the body of General Mini was hoisted above the flagpole of Ling Island, serving as a grim deterrent to the fishmen. When his subordinates sought to pursue the retreating soldiers of Mazu, Ling Yu gestured for them to cease their assault, disdainfully declaring, "Let them go. Allow the remaining fishmen to witness what true despair is." After the remnants of Ling Island's forces docked, they appeared before Prime Minister Yu in a state of disarray, their faces ashen, as if they had encountered a specter. Clad in military garb, Yu personally beheaded the leading soldier and commanded the army to prepare for defense against the enemy. He fervently proclaimed, "Sons of the Mazu deity, we shall steadfastly hold this ground. If Ling Island falls, the next target will be Mingyi. Should we be defeated, every one of us will become like General Mini. And even in death, our bodies shall suffer indignity. Soldiers of the Mazu Kingdom, remember, the enemy will show no mercy, and we fishmen shall never yield. With Mazu above us, victory is assured." Upon hearing the oath from Prime Minister Yu atop the tower, the Aegis Legion, the Scale Legion, and the militia were filled with righteous indignation, brandishing their weapons and chanting the defiant mantra, "We shall never yield. Fishmen shall prevail." Perched atop the mountain, Ling Island had no chance of victory in naval combat, prompting Yu to withdraw all main forces into the city. Every inch from the beach to the city gates was lined with various traps. The sandy pits concealed beneath hay were filled with bone spikes. The seemingly flat stone path masked deep pits capable of inflicting severe damage on the enemy. The arrow slits in the city walls were already equipped with both short-range and long-range crossbows, aimed at the open areas to the south of the walls. There was only one southern gate to the city, and the walls were concave in shape. Should the city gates be breached, there was still the inner city to defend. The northern side of the city faced a steep cliff, a natural fortress. Therefore, Yu believed that even with all the soldiers he could muster, 6,000 from the Aegis Legion, 6,000 from the Scale Legion, 4,000 mercenaries, and over 4,000 militia and prisoners, totaling around 20,000. They could withstand an assault from 100,000 enemy troops. If they could hold the enemy at bay, reinforcements from Mingyi could launch a counterattack from the sea, leading to a decisive victory for Ling Island. When news of Ling Island's victory reached the command ship of the Demon King, he remained silent. Beside him, the female General Shutel let out an eerie laugh, mocking the fact that General Ling Yu had taken over 20 days to kill 10,000 enemies, while inflicting 2,000 casualties on his own forces, a shame for the kingdom of Dofu. The commander of the Sea Beast Legion, standing at attention, shot a fierce glance at Ling Yu's military officer and, with a glint of malice, requested permission from the Demon King to deploy the Sea Beast Legion. The Demon King, adorned with a lion mask, nodded in assent. Ling Yu, leading 15,000 legionnaires, encountered a hurricane before even landing on Ling Island, suffering nearly 3,000 losses. With only 12,000 soldiers remaining, every step forward for Ling Yu's forces came at a significant cost. After several days of fierce combat outside the city, only 8,000 men remained under Ling Yu's command, and it appeared he had indeed encountered a formidable foe. Observing this situation from the tower of the city, General Yu stroked his beard, contemplating how long it would take for these audacious enemies to face utter defeat. Ling Yu ordered the construction of siege ladders, but the city walls were fortified with protruding wooden stakes and stone piles, making it exceedingly difficult for the ladders to approach. Even though some ladders approached the city walls, they were immediately met with a retaliatory barrage from the fishmen, whose numbers far exceeded those of their adversaries. The fierce spears of the armored legion made it exceedingly difficult for the ferocious Ling Yu legion to close the distance, even in close combat. They struggled to gain the upper hand. The residents of the city also rallied to defend their home, and each time the Ling Yu launched a fierce assault, soldiers were bombarded by debris akin to landslides, rocks and massive logs crashing down. A sea swallow departed from the tower, soaring above layers of mist and archipelagos, heading straight for the royal city of Mingyi. As a messenger connecting the principal cities of the Mazu Kingdom, it bore the latest news regarding the defenses of the outlying islands. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Yui, the military and civilians of the islands had successfully repelled enemy attacks 7 times. Upon receiving this news of victory, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Crystal Palace. Prime Minister Was proposed that reinforcements should be dispatched immediately to strike decisively against the invading demonic forces. In the eyes of the Empress, the so-called enemy was merely a contingent of 20,000. With half of their forces depleted, an opportunity not to be missed presented itself. She concurred with Wa's suggestion, instructing her husband, Regent Wang Xiang, to lead a contingent of 10,000 ninjas to assist the outlying islands and secure a decisive victory. Accompanied by a grand band of drums, Wang Xiang donned his military attire for the rare occasion, gradually ascending the command ship with a company of several eunuchs. He set sail. In the heat of the march, eager to claim glory, he disregarded the counsel of his aide, Wang Ping, positioning the command ship at the forefront of the fleet. To Wang Xiang, the enemy was already in a state of desperation. As long as his fleet appeared in a timely manner, the enemy would surely flee in terror. Thus, he believed that the command ship ought to lead the charge. Epitomizing the might of the Empress, the advanced ninjas had previously infiltrated the demon army's camp, attempting to assassinate Ling Yu, but their efforts had failed on 2 occasions. For more than a month of conflict, Ling Yu faced a formidable opponent for the first time beneath the city. Although he commanded only a few thousand men, he could not contain his elation. For the Dofur people, dying on the battlefield was the ultimate honor, akin to the warriors of the Valkyrie kingdom on the mainland. He was merely the vanguard of the Dofur expeditionary force, supported by the Sea Beast Legion, the Siren Legion, and the Demon King's own War Demon Legion, totaling over 100,000. This intelligence had been painstakingly gathered by the ninjas from the city. After a brief respite, the Ling Yu warriors, shielded by their robust armor, launched yet another fierce assault on the city. Multiple sections of the walls were obliterated by catapults, while more warriors, shielded by archers, ascended the ladders, attacking with all their might. The battering rams pounded against the city gates, yet showed no signs of yielding. Under this relentless offensive, the outer walls were on the brink of collapse, especially as the gates were ignited by fish oil, threatening to crumble. Sensing the imminent threat, Prime Minister Yui decisively ordered the abandonment of the outer city, directing the defenders to fortify the inner city. The gates of the inner city were also engulfed in flames, prompting Yui to command the soldiers to rapidly pile stones behind the gates, sealing this sole entrance. Just as the inner city was on the verge of being breached, the Ling Yu Legion heard the retreat signal. 100 warships were approaching nearby, placing the Ling Yu Legion at risk of being flanked. The tide of battle was about to turn. As the Ling Yu Legion began to retreat, a black eagle alighted upon Ling Yu's shoulder. Upon receiving the latest command from the Demon King, Ling Yu halted the retreating remnants of his army and instead issued a general offensive order. The metallic horns of the Dof Demon Kingdom echoed through the air. And as the fleeing soldiers continued their desperate escape, Ling Yu's elite troops executed them mercilessly. The beleaguered soldiers, realizing their plight, turned to assault the outer city, recently reclaimed by the fishmen. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yui was taken aback. Were these adversaries truly insane? Reinforcements were poised to land at any moment, and soon these enemies would find themselves besieged from both flanks, leading to inevitable collapse. Did they naively believe that with such a meager remnant of troops, they could capture the outer city in a mere hour? He discerned the signals from the distant reinforcements warships, which urged the defenders to take the initiative once the reinforcements made landfall. Promptly, he ordered the banners to be waved in agreement with the coordinated assault. As the first warship, led by Xiangshan, touched the shore, Yui drew his treasured sword and commanded the sounding of war drums. Rallying 10,000 troops to launch a proactive strike, the prospect of victory lay tantalizingly close. Reinforcements continued to disembark, now exceeding half of their numbers. The morale of the defenders surged as they charged out of the city. The Lingyu Legion, however, found itself increasingly beleaguered. Despite possessing only 4,000 weary soldiers, Commander Lingyu remained composed under pressure, ordering the formation of a coconut-shaped defensive phalanx. Long shields formed the outer layer, while long spears held the center. Complemented by heavy infantry and crossbowmen, their catapult units had already been annihilated by the landing ninja battalions, and those soldiers unable to escape through the city gates were pursued relentlessly by the defenders of the outer city. To the north, the defenders' spirits soared, while to the south, the ninja battalion surged with vigor. The coconut formation of Lingyu's forces became increasingly flattened, as they appeared to be devoured piece by piece. A flock of sea swallows soared across the sky, heading north over the outer city, skimming past the northern cliffs. On the damp, black precipice, thousands of sea beasts stealthily ascended, led by General Foodie of the Sea Beast Legion. Periodically, a few sea creatures would tumble down, their cries drowned by the roaring waves below. A few fishermen guards, keenly observing the southern battle, felt the thrill of imminent victory and longed to charge down the city walls to join the fray. One fisherman soldier, weapon in hand, languidly sat facing north, where the tumultuous ocean revealed no signs of disturbance. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a dark mass of warships that had mysteriously appeared near the black rocks to the northwest. Just as he was taken aback, several crossbow bolts pierced his chest, sending him plummeting over the cliff. The soldiers' agonized screams roused the others still gathering. As they turned, they were confronted by the sudden emergence of a colossal steel-toothed sea beast. A throng of soldiers armed with spears rushed to attack, only to have their weapons seized and flung aside by the monstrous creature. Panic ensued as several soldiers scattered, one unfortunate soul losing his head in a single bite. More sea beasts surged forth, inundating the area like a flood unleashed, launching a fierce assault from north to south. The anguished cries of fishermen, soldiers, and civilians echoed as blood and gore filled the air wherever the beasts advanced. Raging fires spread throughout the city, wisps of smoke curling skyward, seemingly piercing the heavens. Faced with the enemy's cunning strategy to lure them away, Prime Minister Yu was suddenly engulfed in a wave of panic. The main forces of the defenders have already vacated the city, and their sole hope lies in annihilating the Lingyu Legion alongside reinforcements before orchestrating a counteroffensive. Although the remnants of the Lingyu Legion number less than 3,000, the northern and southern armies have persistently failed to breach their defensive formations. Outside the city, the Sea Beast Legion unleashed a ferocious onslaught, resulting in a bloodbath throughout the vicinity. Nearly 10,000 sea beasts surged southward, swiftly reaching the outer city. On open ground, they exhibited unrestrained ferocity, tearing apart the bodies of the fishermen soldiers with wild abandon. The Lingyu Legion, invigorated, transitioned from defense to offense, adopting an attacking formation as the horn sounded. Numerous fishermen soldiers suffered grievous wounds as the claws of the sea beasts shredded their chests, distorting even their shields. Despite the onslaught of longbows and crossbows that felled some of the sea beasts, it proved futile in halting their relentless assault. The defenders, besieged from all sides, fell into disarray, becoming easy prey. Within the city, the elderly, women, and children were either cast into the flames or brutally slain within their homes. The sea beasts traversed rooftops and alleys, treating the area as their hunting ground. A handful of brave scaled soldiers formed a phalanx while armored soldiers launched several spear charges, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the advancing sea beasts. The city echoed with anguished cries, and the statue of the Mazu deity in the central square was toppled, its stone head rolling far away. Some small fishmen and stone beings cowered in their rocky hideaways, covering their mouths in terror. In certain shops, a few shameless fishmen engaged in rampant looting. Others, sensing the apocalypse approaching, donned their finest attire to share a final meal with their families, raising their glasses to drink a lethal poison together. A few fortunate souls attempted to escape through a small river connected to the sewers, stealthily boarding gray boats in hopes of evading detection by the enemy. A formidable soldier, drenched in blood, suddenly appeared at home, prompting his wife and daughter to hastily clean him and offer him fruit liquor. Upon drinking, a chorus of screams erupted from within the house. Soon after, he emerged with an expression as vacant as if splattered with blood, and in a frenzy, he charged at the nearby sea beasts, only to be struck down by multiple arrows. The triumphant sea beast archers withdrew their arrows, licking the blood from their tips, and continued their assault on the fishmen. Prime Minister Yuan commanded his guards to sound the horns once more in an attempt to regroup, but alas, the tide had turned. The Heavenly Queen's Legion, arriving from Mingyi City, was already paralyzed with fear at the ferocity of the sea beasts. The ninjas who had not disembarked retracted their ropes, while those engaged in battle struggled valiantly. Particularly, Regent Xiangshan, upon hearing the horns from the city, disregarded the chaos and fled, shouting, "Retreat to the ships! Retreat to the ships!" Fudi, witnessing the retreating reinforcements, hurried toward the beach. Ultimately, Xiangshan could not escape, meeting a gruesome fate alongside several eunuchs. Deputy Commander Wang Ping rallied the remaining forces, initiating a tactical withdrawal and ordering the warships to fire crossbows in support. The ignited crossbows gradually unleashed a wall of fire, halting the advance of the sea beast assault. On the beach, over 1,000 corpses of ninjas lay amidst pools of blood. To conserve strength, Wang Ping ordered the fleet to return immediately. As the reinforcements retreated mercilessly, the defending troops in the city succumbed to profound despair. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, they cast aside their weapons and surrendered. The city of Yu bled excessively, resulting in immediate fatalities. Gazing back at the flames engulfing the city, the soldiers aboard the Ming-Yi fleet wept uncontrollably. The captured defenders, hearts shattered, watched the departing reinforcements and joined in a distant rendition of the Song of Home. Ho 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 ho! As the tides ebb and flow, the moon waxes and wanes. From the southern shores of Su Island to the northern tip of Weiji Island, this is our homeland. Ho 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 ho! Amidst the archipelago, across rivers and mountains, before Mazu, we pledge our oath to safeguard our homeland. In a mere 40 days, all 30 southern islands, including Li Island, fell into enemy hands. Upon receiving the grim news, the fishmen and foreign residents in Mazu began a frantic exodus, particularly in the capital of Hippocrates, Kos, which had become overcrowded. The usual fare of 6 silver coins for a passage ticket skyrocketed to 8, then 20, and even 60 coins, with tickets becoming exceedingly scarce. In stark contrast to the few escaping, over 400,000 people flooded into Mingyi City, left with nowhere to turn but the hope of winning this war. Upon learning of her husband's demise, the empress fell into profound grief. She urgently summoned General Lin Matsuan, who was conducting inspections in the northern islands, and sent out distress signals for assistance to any nation that could lend aid, including Archimedes, Valkyrie, the Hunter Kingdom, and Juke Kingdom. The Mazu Kingdom would forever remember their benevolence, should reinforcements arrive. Lin Matsuan, responding to the Empress's call, was still in the northern islands, a region comprising several islands such as Qian Island, Kuan Island, Jen Island, Desu Island, Shaosu Island, and the furthest, Weiji Island. Serving as a vital bastion for the human realm, this area was home to 2 tortoiseshell legions, totaling 12,000 troops. Receiving continuous military reports from the south, Lin Matsuan did not dare to delay, leading his men in rigorous training and fortifying the island's defenses. In recent decades, Juke Kingdom and Archimedes Kingdom had cultivated friendly relations with Mazu Kingdom. Prior to this, they had shown tendencies of expansion, especially Archimedes. The news of the complete rout of the scaled and armored legions on the islands left Lin Matsuan utterly astonished, causing him to collapse onto a stone bench. Currently, the capital of Ming-Yi was defended by only 20,000 ninjas from the Empress's Legion, clearly insufficient against the enemy forces. However, with the movements of the human realm still uncertain, he could not risk withdrawing all the tortoiseshell legions, despite the Empress's orders to do so. To err on the side of caution, General Lin took half of his forces to station in Mingyi City, before departing the northern islands. Leveraging his unmatched prestige and depleting his personal wealth, he recruited numerous pirates and local militia, bolstering the remaining northern island forces to approximately 10,000. Tasked with this urgent mission, these soldiers eagerly engaged in combat training. At that moment, General Lin could not have foreseen that this contingent of 10,000 from the north would one day achieve remarkable feats in an unprecedented and brutal conflict. Chapter 9: The Grand Alliance. In a mere span of 40 days, the Mazu Kingdom's coastal territories vanished into oblivion, a truly alarming development. In the capital of Archimedes, upon receiving a plea for assistance from the Mazu Kingdom, Mint and Pei Rang convened an urgent military council. During this tranquil gathering, ideas began to flow across the strategic table. The Mazu Kingdom, comprised of loquacious savages, was notoriously arrogant and unprepared for warfare. Their heavy casualties were, therefore, unsurprising. If the Mazu Kingdom were to face adversity, the Archimedes route we had opened in previous years would lose its significance. The Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, expressed his concerns. If we can provide aid to the Mazu kingdom at this juncture, it would present an excellent opportunity for expansion. General Sula was unabashed in his stance. Conducting operations across the sea is not our forte. It is prudent to exercise caution, remarked Commander Heracles of the Imperial Guard. Mint and Pei Rang turned their gaze toward Zhu Jieli, the most esteemed general among those present. Zhu Jieli surveyed his peers with a profound gaze and declared, "The nations of the continent require a grand alliance." His military intuition immediately discerned that the ability to conquer half the territory of a great nation in just 40 days indicated an extraordinary capacity for mobilization and warfare on the part of the enemy. Even the Archimedean Republic would not stand a chance against such an adversary. After deliberation, Mint and Pei Rang outlined the following strategy. 1. Zhu Jieli would lead 10,000 cavalry southward, reallocating forces from Wild Lily City and Urdi City en route, to assemble a total of 40,000 troops in Eagle City. 2. Invitations would be extended to the heads of state from Valkyrie, Hunter, Mandela, Juke, and Hippocrates nations to convene in Eagle City for a summit to discuss strategies against the enemy, with Mint personally leading 10,000 Imperial Guards to attend. 3. Pei Rang would remain in Archimedes to coordinate operations and ensure the smooth flow of logistical routes. 4. Heracles and Sula would proceed to monitor the movements of the Hunter and Mandela nations with their respective northern and eastern legions, reallocating forces to prepare for reinforcements in the south. The grand political game among great powers is often fraught with intrigue and treachery. Alliances must be forged while remaining vigilant. Heracles was tasked with heightening defenses and began recruiting new soldiers. As a former subordinate of Zhu Jieli, General Sula worked diligently, swiftly enlisting troops to serve as a reliable support for Zhu Jieli's army. In times of chaos, stringent measures must prevail. With a formidable threat looming, Pei Rang ordered local officials to expedite and intensify the handling of criminal cases while bolstering city defenses to prevent any opportunistic rebellion. The tragedy of the Wild Lily strike could not be allowed to repeat itself. Messages were dispatched and troops mobilized. Archimedes was busier than ever. Upon receiving news of the alliance, the reactions of various heads of state varied. The Hunter Nation's hyenas responded the quickest, seeking passage through Archimedes to reach Eagle City. In peacetime, such an arrangement would be akin to inviting wolves into one's home. However, in the face of the demonic army, Mint and Zhu Jieli had to compromise to realize the grand alliance promptly. Mint instructed that the accompanying forces of the hyenas should not exceed 10,000. Queen Valkyrie similarly requested passage through Archimedes and dispatched reinforcements. Mint and Pei Rang replied that the contingent led by Queen Valkyrie should not exceed 5,000. News arrived, and in response to such discriminatory treatment, the queen was incensed, threatening not to join the alliance. Alarmed, Mint reluctantly permitted her to lead an army of 10,000 into the territory, while specifically cautioning Pingqing to maintain strict vigilance against the Pingho father and son along the route. A multitude of legions was summoned to Archimedes Avenue. Although they were forming an alliance, the hunters passing through Archimedes, particularly the warriors of Valkyrie, felt as if they were on the brink of war. The Mandela Kingdom also sought permission to traverse the Pure River, then proceed southward to Eagle City via Archimedes Avenue. Mint resolutely declined, suggesting they take the waterways to reach Eagle City. When General Martin, leading 20,000 Birch-Shield warriors, appeared at Cusco port, the prepared General Takeda issued orders to set sail, with 70,000 tree men marching grandly southward. On the Hippocrates front, Queen Yu brought 3,000 light infantry from Kos, while the heavy infantry arrived by sea ahead to Eagle City. Subsequently, Puda from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and 5th Ant also reached Eagle City, accompanied by the renowned General Nanhai Shizenlang. This time, the Vermilion Bird army dispatched a vanguard of 2,000 fierce armored musketeers. Upon his arrival at Eagle City, Zhu Jieli's first order of business was to fortify the outer city. Countless artisans were summoned. Some transported bricks and stones, others constructed city gates, while many excavated trenches, all bustling with fervor. The periphery of Eagle City was outfitted with various mechanisms, as per Zhu Jieli's directives. In these extraordinary times, all individuals entering or exiting Eagle City were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. To the east, west, and south of Eagle City, Zhu Jieli delineated defensive zones for foreign troops to garrison. Before setting off, Mint had dispatched the Grey Watchers deep into Mazu territory to gather intelligence. Previously, the focus of the Grey Watchers had been the Hunter Kingdom, Valkyrie Kingdom, and Mandela Kingdom. Now, they were compelled to pay extra attention to the southern Mazu Kingdom. Upon hearing news of Mazu's invasion, Mint's initial reaction was one of disdain rather than sympathy. as the emergence of such a formidable foe could disrupt Archimedes' kingdom's grand scheme. However, upon reconsideration, he mused that perhaps this strong adversary's arrival could hasten the realization of the grand plan. Thus, when his son-in-law Zhu Jieli proposed a grand alliance, he could not help but smile knowingly, seeing that great minds think alike. At the Eagle City Conference, the leaders of various nations began with ceremonial pleasantries. This simple exchange astonishingly consumed an entire morning, and by the time the discussion shifted to the main topic of rescuing the Mazu kingdom, it was already lunchtime. During the grand welcoming banquet, the heads of state and dignitaries exhibited diverse expressions. Queen Freya and her husband Odor sipped their mare's milk with an air of elegance, while the soldiers accompanying them voraciously devoured bloody yak meat nearby. The hyenas and their generals displayed a complete disregard for decorum, nonchalantly resting their legs on the dining table during the luncheon, indifferent to the disdainful glances of the Valkyries present. General Martin savored sake, while General Takeda gnawed on eel with the enthusiasm of a child devouring a banana. Queen Yu relished dried fruits, and despite the stone general's carefulness, the sound of his stone fist striking the table resonated like an earthquake. Puda and Fifth Aunt, from Zhuge, flattered General Shizenlang, even though he was their own nephew and son-in-law. Seated at the center were the taciturn Mint and Jugali, both smiling and sipping red wine, occasionally raising their glasses in a toast to the heads of state nearby. The Fishman's Band, hidden behind the colonnades, feigned joy as they mechanically played music. This tedious yet protracted luncheon continued for over 2 hours, despite the collective awareness that, at that very moment, the soldiers of the Mazu kingdom were shedding blood. As dusk approached, discussions of forming an alliance to aid the Mazu kingdom finally commenced. Before the evening's bonfire was ignited, nations expressed their opinions, ultimately converging on the necessity of forming a grand alliance. However, there was no consensus on who would lead it, with each nation unwilling to concede. Eventually, someone reminded them that dinner was ready. During the banquet, dignitaries repeated the midday activities, indulging in copious amounts of wine. Encouraged by Puda and Fifth Aunt, the fishmen and stone men even began to perform songs and dances, eliciting frequent applause from the likes of the hyenas. Furthermore, Puda and Fifth Aunt enthusiastically showcased their treasures, which included both striking beauties and handsome youths. After the banquet, the dignitaries returned to their resting quarters. Some restless leaders, both male and female, ventured into the residence filled with Zhuge male and female courtesans. Naturally, the sound of clinking gold coins was always heard at the gate before entry. Even in the face of imminent danger, the dignitaries maintained a facade of composure, much like a wise rescuer who waits until a drowning person has exhausted their strength before offering aid. The current situation of the Mazu kingdom resembles that of the drowning individual. The issue lies in the fact that the Mazu kingdom is not merely struggling. It is on the brink of annihilation. Mingyi City, the capital of the Mazu kingdom, has never been conquered throughout its history. Unlike Liqing, Mingyi is not built upon hills, but rather around a spring, forming a square city. The city boasts 2 thick layers of defensive walls. No matter the direction of attack, defenders can deploy forces from the towering walls. Even under siege, the city's water supply remains uninterrupted, and food reserves are ample, making a 3-year defense entirely feasible. The port of Mingyi City lies to the west, adjacent to the solemn statue of Mazu. Originally, Mingyi Island was dotted with numerous rocks, many of which were quarried during the construction of houses, leaving the area surrounding Mingyi City as open flatlands. To fortify the city defenses, the Empress ordered the construction of a 50-meter-wide moat encircling the city walls, filled with seawater. Thus, any adversaries attempting to seize Mingyi City, regardless of their landing direction, found their every move under the vigilant scrutiny of the garrison. During wartime, the Empress could calmly command from her lofty shell-shaped crystal palace. For a city, the most effective weapon of defense is not provisions or walls, but rather morale. Within a mere 40 days, the kingdom had lost half of its islands, and the regent, Xiangshan, was slain in the battle for the outlying islands. This dire situation had severe repercussions, in the eyes of the military and civilians alike. The enemy was depicted as specters emerging from the depths of the ocean, seeking vengeance against the people of Mazu for their previous overfishing. In recent years, many citizens had become driven solely by profit, a blatant disrespect towards the Mazu deity. Outside Mingyi City, an eerie silence prevailed. The soldiers within anxiously gazed ahead from their posts, while the seeking refuge among the populace concealed themselves in various nooks. Some hid beneath beds, others crawled into attic crevices. Some burrowed into cellars, and a few even leaped into coffins. Others carved secret compartments behind cabinets, while some sought refuge in the openings along the well's walls. employing myriad methods of concealment. Each household diligently incorporated the training for hiding into their daily lives. General Wang Ping patrolled the island with his watch vessels until he spotted General Lin Moku. Upon entering the capital, many hidden citizens emerged to witness the spectacle, lining the streets to greet him. To them, General Lin Moku was a pillar of strength. As long as he remained, Mingyi City was assured of its safety. Days later, the watch vessels annihilated a small band of enemy scouts. Soon after, 60 to 70 warships appeared from the northeast. After the lookout confirmed their flags, the horn was sounded to welcome the visitors. It was then that reinforcements from Hippocrates arrived. The defending soldiers beheld waves of heavy infantry entering the city, followed closely by squads of stone medics. After halting, General Galen, leading the contingent, performed a gesture of respect to the Empress as she descended the steps of the Crystal Palace, and then proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the stone men have come to fulfill our alliance pledge." General Lin Moku inquired with concern, "General Galen, how many have you brought?" "My lord, we have 5,000 heavy infantry and 1,000 medics." "Not enough, still insufficient." General Lin sighed. The Empress's expression darkened, prompting the Prime Minister, Chabi, to diplomatically interject. "We are greatly appreciative of your perilous journey, General." Subsequently, the stone men were directed to the prearranged battlefield. General Lin Moku assessed the total military strength. The ninja corps numbered 18,000, 6,000 of whom had been assigned to General Wang Ping for maritime defense. The Turtle Shell Corps had 6,000. The reserves, laborers, mercenaries, and prisoners also totaled 6,000, and the stone men reinforcements amounted to 6,000. Thus, only 30,000 were available to defend the city. Initially, when Prime Minister Yu secured the outlying islands, his forces also totaled 30,000, and the brutality of the war's conclusion is well known. Now, as the Kingdom of Dufu launched an assault on our capital, their forces undoubtedly far exceeded those of the past. Based on the defensive characteristics of the city, he allocated 6,000 troops to each direction, with an additional 6,000 stationed centrally to provide support. It is particularly commendable that, shortly after the arrival of 1,000 stone soldiers, a medical facility was established within the stone houses near the 4 city gates, ever ready to tend to the wounded warriors. In order to support the stone army's medical personnel, General Lin also enlisted local physicians and mermaids as their aides. Outside the city, General Wang Ping bore a grave expression. Acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities upon his shoulders, he understood that in the face of the enemy's navy, his chances of success were nearly non-existent. However, he believed that by neutralizing more enemy vessels, they could diminish the forces attacking their capital. Since death was unavoidable, he resolved to delay its arrival for just a while longer. He declined the vice commander's suggestion to split the 60 warships into 2 groups, for their current troop strength was critically insufficient. To divide them further would be tantamount to hastening their demise. Each ship was equipped not only with long spears and colossal crossbows, but also with various flammable and explosive substances such as fish oil and resin. Should they reach the final moment, they would not hesitate to perish together. There were a few cowardly soldiers who attempted to leap into the sea to return home, but the vice commander apprehended them and dealt with them accordingly. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, the time to employ them had finally arrived. From Wang Ping down to the vice commander, everyone understood that the coastal waters near the capital were akin to their graves. At the Eagle City Conference, the dignitaries were still bargaining, each presenting differing demands. Some even suggested that rather than allowing the Doff demon to seize the Mazu Kingdom, why not entrust the northern part of the Mazu Kingdom to us for protection? This proposal was immediately met with fierce opposition, particularly from Hippocrates. However, subsequent opinions echoed this sentiment. Historically, the interventions of great powers have often been cloaked in the guise of righteousness and justice, yet in practice, they frequently devolve into the plunder of self-interest. Due to long-standing alliances, Queen Yu repeatedly asserted that saving the Mazu Kingdom was tantamount to saving ourselves. We have already dispatched 6,000 soldiers to Mingyi, currently shedding blood alongside our mermaid allies. Will you all stand idly by as the Mazu Kingdom meets its doom? Reflect upon this. Who among you has not heard the enchanting songs of the mermaids? Who among you has not savored the delectable seafood from the southern abyss? Can you bear to witness the beautiful Mazu Kingdom being devoured by the Doff demon? Queen Yu's speech in the conference hall garnered a hint of sympathy from Queen Freya. Queen Freya opined that under the gaze of Odin, participating in a just war is our solemn duty. It is our honor. Only cowards flee from battle. Yet the leaders of other kingdoms remained unconvinced, questioning whether victory in war could be achieved merely through eloquence. Men proposed that before the army moves, provisions should be prioritized. Currently, Armies from various nations have responded to the call and gathered in Eagle City. This is indeed an honor for us Archimedeans. We concur with Queen Yu and Queen Freya's assertions. We shall fight for justice. We shall fight for light. However, war must be sustained by funding. Just as war horses need forage to grow strong. Our Archimedean participation in the war comes with a stipulation. From this day forth, all nations shall conduct monetary transactions based on the Archimedean silver coin. Rest assured, this is not a matter of suspicion. It is well known that we Archimedeans possess a talent for finance, and a unified currency system is intended to bolster the strength of our alliance. Upon perusing the coded messages from Mint, Queen Freya, seated beside me, could not conceal her disdain. Indeed, in the eyes of these miserly hoarders, only silver coins hold value. Although Mint's proposals were shameless, they garnered substantial endorsement from the alliance. The currencies of various nations across the continent underwent a transformation akin to Archimedes' principles, thus laying a robust economic foundation for the subsequent rapid ascendance of the Archimedean Republic in the aftermath of the war. The hyenas, not to be outdone, asserted that although our hunter nation resides in the northeastern corner of the continent, we are eager to foster trade relations with the Hippocratic and Mazu nations. However, the Mandala kingdom obstructs this endeavor, preventing our Moni port from integrating into the eastern trade routes. Beyond merely joining these routes, we believe our hunting prowess should not be confined to the continent. The bountiful game on the large and small livestock islands in the northeastern part of the Mazu kingdom presents a lucrative opportunity. Should Mazu guarantee us the priority hunting rights on these islands, we are prepared to offer our utmost assistance. General Martin expressed profound dissatisfaction with the abrupt accusations from the hyenas, deeming it a classic case of the guilty party crying foul. For years, the Archimedean kingdom and the hunter nation have exchanged furtive glances, casting covetous eyes upon our northwestern territory, without assurances for the safety of our borders. Remaining in such a hostile alliance is untenable. At this juncture, Puta from the Zhuge kingdom rose, her coded messages flickering with diverse content, urging all to remain calm. Puta subsequently proposed that our Zhuge kingdom maintains amicable relations with the Mazu kingdom, although Mazu did not dispatch an envoy for this assembly. We are more than willing to assist them in overcoming their tribulations. Observe, we harbor no interest in silver coins or hunting. Our focus lies in the service industry, reliant on the support of mermaids. It is well known that the island of Jin in the Mazu kingdom has been the ancestral home of mermaid singers since time immemorial. If this island seeks our protection, the Zhuge kingdom shall commit wholeheartedly. The Eagle City Conference has been fraught with dissent, dragging on for several days without resolution. Near Mingyi City, the demon king of Daf has begun to mobilize his forces. The Lingyu Legion has suffered significant losses, with only a little over 3,000 remaining. Tasked with guarding the southern islands, orders were dispatched to the capital of Daf, Lemit, to issue a mobilization decree for reinforcements. Commander Fudi of the Sea Beast Legion showcased his military prowess in the Battle of the City's outskirts, earning his promotion to the commander of the assault on Mingyi City, leading an impressive 18,000 troops. Additionally, the Sea Witch Legion of 10,000 also falls under Fudi's command, while Commander Shutai and her 2,000 elite soldiers are assigned elsewhere. General Lin Matsuin has dispatched spies to glean intelligence on the movements of the Daf demonic forces, receiving reports that the central northern islands are being successively overrun, with many inhabitants taken captive. Drawing from the experiences of the Battle of the City's outskirts, the seemingly broad paths outside Mingyi City are riddled with traps. Various pitfalls, thorny plants, and poisons abound, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the advancing Daf forces. Reports indicate that the Daf army is traversing the seas aboard black-hulled ghost ships, sailing southeast towards Mingyi. In response to this intelligence, King Ping has directed the navy to maneuver southeast, ready to confront the enemy. At this moment, a hooded wizard, well-versed in astronomy and geography, arrives at the Crystal Palace's royal hall. The Empress has summoned him specifically to inquire about the outcomes of the ongoing conflict. In the grand hall of the Crystal Palace, the sorcerer began to weave his incantations, murmuring enchantments under his breath. Soon, he was seized by a violent spasm. After the ninja assisted him, the blind sorcerer revealed his blue teeth and proclaimed to the Empress, "Southeast storm, southeast storm." The Empress promptly dispatched orders to General Wang Ping to remain vigilant in the southeastern seas, for an enemy was soon to arrive, a tempest, indeed, a tempest. General Wang Ping, well-versed in the ways of the water since childhood, was acutely aware of the movements of wind, rain, and currents. However, according to his extensive experience, a storm in the southeast was improbable in the near future. He interpreted the term southeast storm as a harbinger of a fierce battle, advising that they merely prepare to confront the adversary. For precaution, he suggested relying on the garrison of Mingi City rather than taking the initiative to strike. 3 days later, 2 ninja spies emerged from the depths to witness a multitude of ghostly ships in the southeast of Mingi City. Indeed, these were the main forces of the Duchy of Dofu. Just moments ago, the skies had been clear, but suddenly they darkened. A hurricane swept through, and torrential rain fell. A tumultuous symphony erupted upon the waters. And within half a day, this vast fleet sank to the ocean floor. When the spies relayed the news to the capital of Mingi, the nation erupted in jubilation. The goddess Ma Zu had manifested, vanquishing the formidable foe with a storm. The few surviving soldiers of the enemy who washed ashore were swiftly apprehended by the nearby Ma Zu's troops. To ensure the complete obliteration of the enemy forces, the Empress ordered Chancellor Wakai to verify the authenticity of the reports. The southeastern seas were strewn with sunken vessels, undeniably a testament to Ma Zu's divine intervention. People flocked to the Ma Zu temple to offer their gratitude, the fervor surpassing that of any ordinary festival. Subsequently, the capital lifted its restrictions, and many citizens returned to the nearby islands. Mingi City resumed its usual activities, and life quickly returned to normal. Generals Lin Matsuan and Gai Luan, however, sensed an underlying anomaly. They ventured to the site of the sunken Dofu vessels for a thorough inspection and indeed discovered numerous wrecks, along with debris scattered across the surface of the sea. The nearby islands occasionally revealed remnants of the enemy ships. After arduous interrogations of several captured soldiers, they confirmed their encounter with the southeast storm. General Lin sought out spies to ascertain whether what they had seen were indeed empty vessels. The spies swore upon their lives that they had witnessed soldiers boarding the ships, asserting that it was impossible for the vessels to be devoid of crew. General Lin also inquired among the island's residents, many of whom emerged from hiding, recounting that they had seen the remaining enemy ships fleeing toward the south. Perhaps after days of vigilant defense, he had grown overly anxious. Upon returning to the city, he found numerous residents bringing gifts of consolation for the garrison. Some soldiers even flirted with the merfolk, only to restrain themselves upon noticing General Lin's arrival. 3 days later, General Gai Luan proposed that, since the crisis had been averted, he would lead his team back to Keisai Island. Just as the Empress prepared to acquiesce, General Lin interjected swiftly. General Gai Luan, your efforts have been commendable. Since you have journeyed such a distance, you ought to stay a few more days. General Wang Ping, standing nearby, immediately grasped General Lin's intentions. General Gai Luan, we have just received a fresh supply of southern marine delicacies. Would it not be a pity if you did not partake? Faced with the warm hospitality of the two generals, Gai Luan found it difficult to decline and agreed to linger a while longer. Chancellor Wakai then suggested whether they should dispatch an envoy to Eagle City to notify the various nations that the alert had been lifted. The Empress glanced at General Lin, who, out of caution, shook his head. This matter pertained to the destiny of the nation, and it was rare for the Empress to heed General Lin's counsel. She waved her hand dismissively towards Prime Minister Chaji and said, let us wait a while longer. Chapter 10. The Fall of Ma Zu. 3 days later. A dense fog enveloped the air, and the once tranquil Mingi City was abruptly shattered by an array of terrified screams. In response, the guards rang the alarm. Outside the city, the plains were filled with the frantic figures of citizens fleeing for their lives, pursued by a horde of sea beasts. The meticulously set traps, intended as defenses, had now turned against the very people they were meant to protect. Countless citizens fell into these snares, their anguished cries echoing throughout the area. Some found themselves ensnared in deep pits, their abdomens pierced. Others had their legs crushed, and some, in their desperate cries for help, were overwhelmed by the press of those behind them. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls were filled with profound agony, never anticipating that their traps would ensnare their own compatriots. Unable to bear the weight of their conscience, some soldiers ventured outside the city to assist the injured. The towering sea demon forces unleashed their crossbows, mercilessly striking down the soldiers who dared to rescue their fellow citizens. Witnessing these horrific scenes, Commander Fudi let out a jubilant roar, echoed by the sea beasts at his side. Some nimble sea beast soldiers began to dance upon the corpses of Ma Zu's people. At this sight, General Fudi made a gesture, prompting the sea demon archers to switch to their sonic arrows. These arrows soared, tracing long arcs before striking the beleaguered fishmen, eliciting more cries of despair. The sea beasts danced to the melody of these wails, some even drumming in a frenzied celebration. As the cries began to dwindle, the fog gradually lifted, and Fudi ordered the sounding of the march's horn. 30,000 sea beasts advanced from the north, east, and south of Mingi City. instilling dread within the hearts of the defending soldiers. The soldiers on rotation were summoned, hastily donning their armor and rushing towards the battlements. Many took to the streets to erect barricades, preparing for the impending breach of the city gates. In the meantime, the stone doctors, exhausted from tending to the wounded, hurriedly set up various medical instruments after just a few puffs of smoke, all while dodging enemy projectiles. Previously, the sunken ships in the southeastern seas indeed belonged to the Duchy of Devil's Magic. However, the majority of the crew were not devils but captives from Mazu, coerced into donning the garb of the demon army. The weather anomalies of the southeastern storm had long been anticipated by the Demon King, who orchestrated events to his advantage, compelling Fudi to act according to his plan. The catapults and giant crossbows atop Mingyi City retaliated, while the Sea Beast army sought refuge behind their massive shields. The Sea Demon forces launched projectiles, including giant crossbows and caltrops, into the city. Even as the drawbridges in 3 directions were raised, Fudi's army remained unperturbed, as if victory were already assured. Before long, towering figures of scavengers emerged from each direction, seemingly rising from the depths of hell. These scavengers, directly under the command of the Demon King, were responsible for transporting supplies and gathering local resources, thus sustaining their war efforts. In the southeastern storm, it was these colossal scavengers who had secretly retrieved drowning residents from the sea, leaving only a handful of demon corpses to incite the Mazu forces. Outside the city of Mingyi, they brought in the corpses, along with stones gathered from various places, accurately flung from a distance into the moat. Before long, these moats were filled to the ground. A long horn sounded, signaling the full-scale assault of 40s Sea Beast Legion and the Siren Corps. Clad in armor and wielding axes, maces, hammers, and an array of weapons, these sea beasts surged forward, supported by the ranged attacks of the Sirens and the Cleansers. Quickly scaling the walls, Prime Minister Chabi, with blood still fresh on his garments, rushed to the south with the ninja soldiers from the west, unleashing a hail of arrows and concealed weapons from the ramparts. He cursed vehemently, declaring that those loathsome creatures should descend into hell, as he shot down 6 sea beasts and sirens that were climbing the walls. 40, witnessing this from below, stood atop the siege tower, drawing his bow and striking Chabi squarely in the forehead. The Prime Minister fell from the battlements, marking the demise of both chancellors of the Mazu Kingdom. The morale of the demon army surged, igniting fervor among their ranks. Faced with the ferocity of the demonic forces, many soldiers of Mazu abandoned their posts and retreated from the walls, significantly dampening morale. "Do not panic, hold your ground," General Lin urged, charging forward on his chestnut steed, rallying everyone to unite against the enemy. The retreating soldiers found renewed courage, scaling the walls once more. Nearby residents also joined the fray, employing wooden blocks, bricks, and fish oil to inflict damage upon the demon army as much as they could. The battle raged into the night, illuminated by the fires, as the sirens and sea beasts relentlessly tore through the defenses of the fishmen and stone men. The medical tents of the stone men overflowed with injured fishmen. Many heavy hitters on the walls were killed instantly by the massive stones hurled by the sirens. The medical quarters of the stone men were in chaos, with blood staining every hand. By the stroke of midnight, the majority of the outer city had fallen to the demon army, placing Mingyi in dire peril. The Eagle City Conference had convened for several days, and after extensive deliberation, the nations finally agreed to send reinforcements to Mingyi. In light of the absence of the Mazu Kingdom, the consensus reached by the nations was as follows. 1. The currency of the Archimedean Kingdom's silver coins shall serve as the universal currency among the allied nations, with other currencies converted at varying exchange rates based on Archimedean silver. 2. The Hunter Kingdom shall have priority hunting rights over the great and little livestock islands in the northeast of the Mazu Kingdom, and the port of Moni shall join the eastern trade route, with no nation permitted to obstruct this. 3. The Valkyrie Kingdom's right to establish Valhalla temples throughout the Mazu Kingdom should be respected, and the Mazu Kingdom must not interfere with the local residents' freedom to worship Odin. 4. The island of Jin in the Mazu Kingdom shall unconditionally accept protection from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, but the latter shall not station more than 2,000 troops on the island. 5. The Mandela Kingdom agrees to dispatch over 100,000 troops, while the Archimedean Kingdom shall hold the wealth of the two nations as hostages to ensure the northwest region of the Mandela Kingdom remains unviolated. The alliance acknowledges that the Mandela Kingdom's share in the export of fish products outside the Mazu Kingdom shall not be less than 1/3, with the share from the South Seas produce not less than 2/5. 6. The Hippocratic Kingdom shall open the port of Kos, safeguarding trade among nations. and the alliance recognizes the Hippocratic kingdom's dominion over the western minor nation of Gloom. On one hand, the imminent downfall of the Mazu kingdom loomed, while on the other, dignitaries from various nations, including Mint and Hyena, seized the opportunity to forge the Eagle City system. Consequently, many years later, the remnants of Mazu would speak of the Eagle City system with deep-seated resentment. They perceived the Eagle City alliance less as adversaries of the Doffer demon army and more as accomplices to its malevolence. Soon after, discussions among the member states regarding the specifics of reinforcements for Mingyi City commenced. Zhu Jie opined that the current situation was ambiguous, suggesting that stillness was preferable to action. Queen Freya and Queen Yu asserted that immediate deployment was essential. Hyena proposed that if Freya and Yu's forces of 13,000 in Eagle City were willing to lead the charge against the Doffer demon army, he had no objections. Puda from the Zhuge kingdom reminded everyone to refrain from quarrels, emphasizing that harmony fosters prosperity. As the third day of the Mingyi defense unfolded, fierce battles for the inner city raged on. A handful of cowardly soldiers began to slip away through the west gate. Upon discovering this, the Empress Ninja imposed the death penalty, yet the results were minimal. Over 10,000 of the 40,000 defenders had perished, many of whom were elite warriors. Simultaneously, 40's Legion suffered losses of 4,000. The casualties among the Mazu defenders could have been greater were it not for the aid of the stone soldier medics, who ensured that many lightly wounded soldiers swiftly returned to the battlefield after treatment. The intensity of the inner city skirmishes escalated. Numerous civilians joined the defense. Yet their lack of combat experience rendered them little more than targets for the Siren army. In the afternoon, the battlefield fell momentarily silent, enveloping both the inner and outer city in an eerie stillness. Seizing the opportunity, the defenders leaned against the city walls, ravenously consuming the recently distributed rice balls to replenish their strength. Many able-bodied citizens assisted in transporting the wounded and disposing of the dead. At that moment, near the northern, southern, and eastern gates, 600 to 700 female fishfolk were observed moving stealthily. The defending fishfolk paused their meal to inquire about their intentions. They expressed a desire to voluntarily defend the city and contribute to their nation. The guards, grateful for their goodwill, relayed General Lin's orders that civilians, especially women, should remain within the city to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The female fishfolk smiled, indicating their understanding. However, as soon as the guards turned away, one was swiftly silenced by a curved blade. The female fishfolk revealed their true identities. They were none other than Commander Shooter and her 2,000 elite soldiers from the Siren army. These individuals had mastered the art of disguise, infiltrating the city during Mingyi's temporary reprieve, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Among the three prongs of lurking sirens, one group was entirely annihilated by Galen's heavy hitters, while another fell to the arrows of General Lin Matsuen's ninjas. Unfortunately, the eastern gate was breached by the sirens, leading to a series of throat slittings among the nearby defenders. Shooter herself ascended the eastern gate's battlements and launched a dazzling signal flare into the sky. Noticing the signal, 40 waved his hand, rallying the troops as drums thundered and over 20,000 demons surged into Mingyi City. The defenders rushed towards the eastern gate, striving to secure it. Shooter and her 500 loyal soldiers emitted various screams, causing many soldiers to clutch their ears and collapse in agony. Even as a few soldiers approached the sirens, they were swiftly struck down by crossbow bolts. Behind this wave of sirens, a multitude of sea beasts began to surge forth, marking the fall of Mingyi as an inevitable fate. In the midst of urban warfare, over 200,000 residents were either killed or captured, with more than 10,000 soldiers perishing, including Dr. Shuren. Particularly gallant was General Galen, whose enormous stature allowed him to slay dozens of sea beasts. However, outnumbered and overwhelmed, he was ensnared by the advancing creatures and brutally torn apart. Witnessing General Galen's demise, General Lin felt a profound sorrow, lamenting that his previous attempts to dissuade the valiant ally had led to this tragic fate. Yet, there was no time for mourning, as General Lin had to continue directing the battle. The Turtle Shell Legion, resolute and unyielding, formed small defensive formations. Shield bearers protected the front line, while those armed with spears and others wielding swords and heavy crossbows formed a layered defense. Each breach of these formations exacted a significant toll on the Sea Beast army. As the Sea Demon troops advanced through the main thoroughfare, they were suddenly ambushed by war chariots, suffering devastating losses. These soldiers, charged with providing cover, inflicted damage upon the enemy before their demise. Consequently, 40 and Shooter sacrificed 6,000 of their demonic forces, yet the main contingent remained intact with still 20,000 soldiers. The fallen city of Mingyi became a sea of blood, and the Crystal Palace endured unprecedented devastation. In the central square, corpses floated in a pool of water, emitting a foul stench. A legion of demons seized the Mazu temple, destroying the statue of the deity. Watching the severed head and body of Mazu plunge into the ocean, the surviving Mazu people wept inconsolably. After the city fell, under the persuasion and coercion of his subordinates, General Lin Matsuin fled through the western gate with the queen and over 10,000 battered soldiers and refugees, hastily boarding various vessels to escape northward. The fleet, a moving forest upon the sea, comprised over 1,000 warships, yet more than 800 remained despite the relentless pursuit. Upon approaching the distant island of Rhombus, the sharp sound of gongs rang out, causing the pursuers to halt abruptly. General Lin Matsuin, finally catching his breath, was bewildered as to why the Dofa demon army had chosen to spare them, just as many among the Mazu military and civilians were rejoicing in their narrow escape. A chilling wind swept across the island. 100 massive demon warships emerged from the depths of the ocean, charging towards the maritime forest. These vessels had long been a strategic pawn laid by the Demon King, commanded by the demonic warlord Ofler, and now they were unleashed. The demon warships crashed about with ferocity, transforming the confrontation into a maritime massacre rather than a mere battle. The Ninja Legion retaliated with massive crossbows, but the armor of the demon vessels proved impenetrable, rendering their projectiles ineffective. Among the valiant soldiers, a few fearless individuals leaped onto the demon ships, detonating their explosive stones, sinking several enemy vessels in the process. The civilian ships were littered with mangled corpses and anguished cries. Many vessels were mercilessly scythed down, like fragile stalks of wheat, sinking one after another into the abyss. A dozen demon ships identified the flagship of the Queen and launched a pincer attack from 2 directions. Hearing the call for rescue from the conch, numerous warships took the initiative to intercept. Some deployed catapults from their decks, while others utilized heavy crossbows to strike the masts of enemy ships, pulling with all their might. Even so, they barely managed to sink 3 or 4 enemy vessels. 2 enemy ships accelerated towards the Queen's vessel, and in an instant, her ship was shattered into pieces. Nearby vessels continued their search for the Queen's whereabouts, only to discover the enemy ships unleashing torrents of fire, laying waste to the waters with a relentless barrage. Many, including the Queen herself, were mercilessly consumed by the flames. The inferno raged, smoke billowing into the sky. Witnessing this devastation from afar, the residents of Parody Island were rendered speechless, utterly powerless to intervene. In the chaos of battle, numerous civilians and soldiers plunged into the sea, striving to reach the nearby islet. Yet, scarcely had they departed from their vessels when colossal sea monsters, the scavengers, began to prowl the waters. With gaping jaws, these creatures devoured the desperate refugees, inciting panic among the Matsu people. A few valiant members of the tortoise-shell army and ninjas, armed with poisoned crossbows, managed to slay a couple of scavengers, but were soon swallowed whole by others. After enduring immense hardships to reach the shore, the survivors found themselves captured by lurking fishmen, traders who had forsaken their homeland to pledge allegiance to the forces of Doflamingo. Their leader, a figure known as Master Yusan, established a puppet regime centered around Parody Island, loyal to the Dark Army. The maritime conflict concluded swiftly, with the Matsu forces obliterated, while the vile Doflamingo's fleet sustained only minor losses. Fortuitously, under the valiant protection of numerous soldiers, General Lin Matsuin managed to escape back to Chin Island. Following the conquest of Mingi capital, Doflamingo's forces expanded their dominion further. In the 3 months since hostilities commenced, apart from a few remaining northern isles, this kingdom of 64 islands and over 1 million inhabitants had seemingly been dragged into the abyss of the sea. Its people were now either lost souls or enslaved, transported to the unfamiliar lands of Doflamingo. Notable were the defectors who flocked to their new masters, gathering around Master Yusan to assist the Dark Lord in governance. Within Eagle City, member nations of the Alliance were embroiled in heated debates over military deployment. At this juncture, a guard, known as the Grey Whistle, discreetly approached Mont, delivering a note. With a grave expression, Mont slowly rose, striking the table with his clenched fist to garner the assembly's attention. The raucous crowd soon fell silent, drawing closer to Mont, who was poised to announce critical news. In that moment, the assembly beheld the bold inscription emblazoned on his chest emblem, "Matsu has fallen." Upon receiving the news of the Matsu kingdom's demise, dignitaries within Eagle City were taken aback. The stone man exhibited the most agitation, for this signified the demise of the reinforcements they had dispatched to Matsu. Mont then declared the urgent need to consolidate their forces and bolster Eagle City's defenses. With Matsu fallen, we are next, Only by uniting can we hope for survival. Divided, we are doomed. Since the garrison's establishment in Eagle City, Mont had served as the supreme commander of the Allied forces. Exhausted from days of military preparations, he found solace only through nightly tonics that allowed him to rest. Following the tragic incident in the attic, his young daughter, Min Junyu, had failed to send him any correspondence. Only his wife and eldest daughter, Nina, consistently reached out, with his wife even sending his cherished red wine. The swift downfall of the Matsu kingdom had imposed a tremendous psychological burden upon him. However, as a venerable figure of Archimedes, he adhered to the principles he cherished throughout his life: efficiency, ruthlessness, and decisiveness. He would never show weakness before the commanders of the various allied forces. Therefore, during numerous alliance meetings, he remained, as always, resolute and unhesitating. In light of the urgent military situation, Queen Freya dispatched a messenger on a swift steed bearing the royal seal, hurrying back to summon reinforcements. To fortify their defenses, she also persuaded her husband, Odil, to return to Wagner City. The swift steed galloped like lightning along Archimedes Avenue. Meanwhile, hyenas released falcons, directing them toward White Wolf City. Mint, Puta, Martin, and Queen Yual issued rapid orders for reinforcements from their respective nations. Upon receiving the orders, Prince Asa of Valkyrie's Black Horse City gathered 20,000 troops and requisitioned another 20,000 from Wagner City, advancing towards Eagle City. To support the army, hundreds of thousands of laborers were mobilized along the supply lines. Countless supply wagons laden with provisions, fodder, equipment, and medicine continuously made their way to Eagle City. In the capital of Archimedes, Ping Huoji led 20,000 imperial guards to assemble at Eagle City. According to prior agreements, Ping Huoji was to proceed to the capital of Mandala, Tinnock, as a hostage. However, both the Ping and Min clans could not acquiesce to this. Eventually, Ping Yin sent emissaries to the aged King Curtis, offering 50,000 silver coins, which led to the cancellation of the hostage requirement by the Tinnock Kingdom. In the capital of the Hunter Kingdom, White Wolf City, General Dasher, upon receiving the falcon, swiftly led 50,000 troops southward. The moment of the hunt had finally arrived. Larger in scale than they had anticipated, bringing immense joy to the soldiers of the Hunter Kingdom. In the capital of Mandala, Tinnock, the king dispatched General Babu to lead 80,000 reinforcements via waterways to support Martin and Takeuchi, declaring that it was time to demonstrate the formidable resolve of our people. South C-13 returned to the Rose Mountain city of the Zhuge Kingdom, where he organized a gathering of 10,000 musketeers and 10,000 crossbowmen to advance eastward. Additionally, sending Sen Yangzi to lead 7,000 musketeers to land on Jen Island to assist in the defense. Furthermore, to ensure the safety of Rose Mountain City. Upon 13's suggestion, the elderly king appointed General Nasu as the commander of the capital's garrison. The stone men of Hippocrates were equally determined, even though the majority of their previous reinforcements had perished. This time, led by General Tockley, Hippocrates reinforced their ranks with 2,000 heavy hitters, 1,000 slingers, and 2,000 medics from Coast City. Receiving intelligence about the remnants of Mazu's forces in the northern islands, Zugali held little hope, deeming it unworthy to send troops to accompany them to their demise. However, the hyenas and Queen Freya decided to take the risk, believing that at the very least, they could gauge the strength of the demonic army, and thus dispatched 10,000 allied troops to the northern islands. They comprised the formidable Hunter's Blade Legion and the Valkyrie Warrior Legion. For those who yearn for battle, conflict requires no justification. At this moment, Eagle City stood as a colossal magnet, drawing the most elite forces from across the continent. In Eagle City, defeating the demon kingdom of Doff would offer the nation's hope for survival and dignity. Failure would yield unimaginable consequences. With the mobilization of the second wave of reinforcements, logistical supplies from various nations were continuously transported to Eagle City via carts and transport ships. This battle is pivotal to the fate of the continent, necessitating unity among all nations. Whether they are reinforcements or logistical troops, everyone understands the urgency of the situation. They must race against time to reach Eagle City as swiftly as possible. Chapter 11. The Northern Isles in the Naval Battle of Far Mountain Island. General Lin Matsuin faced the darkest day of his life. Soldiers fell one after another, civilians perished unjustly, and the queen met an unfortunate demise, leading the nation to succumb to foreign dominion. As a general of the Mazu Kingdom, he was engulfed in profound anguish. He had once attempted to take his own life with his sword, only to be restrained by his guards at the last moment. To sacrifice oneself for the nation's peril. To regard death as a return home. This was the sentiment that permeated the air. In a desperate bid to cover his escape, Mazu warships were crushed by the demonic vessels. Numerous civilian fishing boats joined the ranks of those heading to their doom, fully aware of the futility, yet resolutely charging towards the pursuing monsters. In their eyes, as long as General Lin survived, the Mazu kingdom held onto its last glimmer of hope, with the skies stained crimson and the sea a deep red. Witnessing the sacrifices of soldiers and civilians alike, General Lin Matsuin found no retreat. Survival was imperative. As night fell, under the guise of darkness, his vessel finally evaded pursuit, stealthily making its way to Qian Island. The arms of the rowers bore the marks of strain, their sweat mingling with blood, yet they gritted their teeth in silence. Upon reaching Qian Island, the rowers embraced each other, grateful for their narrow escape from death. Among them was one whose head hung low. Some believed he had merely fallen asleep. When shaken, he remained unresponsive, and upon touching his nose, they discovered he had long since succumbed. In his final moments, he had clutched the ear tightly. The guards on the shore rushed forward, inquiring about the events that transpired. The survivors recounted the truth, and the tales spread from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, as the cries of thousands echoed across the island. Many fishermen instinctively sang the ancient Mazu song. Ho 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 ho, tides ebb and flow, the moon waxes and wanes. From the southern shores of Su Island to the northern tip of Weiji Island, this is our homeland. Ho 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 ho, islands converge. Through myriad rivers and mountains, before Mazu, we vow to protect our homeland. As soldiers, they felt the profound sorrow of their irreplaceable losses. The Mazu kingdom had fallen, all within the span of 3 short months. That night, General Lin Matsuin remained awake, despite his bandaged wounds and having taken the medicine prescribed by the stone man doctor. Gazing out the window, he beheld the remnants of the night at sea, the moon more luminous than ever. The gentle sea breeze caressed the waves, crashing against the rocks with a soothing sound. The night on Qian Island was eerily tranquil, as if the world had not witnessed any calamity. He rose from his cot, brushed aside the beaded curtain, and with heavy footsteps, exited the room. Amidst the mountainous terrain, he spotted a lone tortoise-shell guard, standing resolutely like a specter. "General." The guard saluted sharply. "What is your name?" "On the plains," the sentinel replied. "The grass on the plains grows and withers with the passing years." "General, my homeland is the Isle of Departure. The soldiers of the Isle of Departure are truly commendable." Lin Moku remembered the valiant deeds of Chancellor Yu leading the armored legion, fiercely resisting with their scales and shells. "Indeed, General," he affirmed. "Well," the sentinel hesitated. "Speak your mind." "General, do you believe we can hold our ground? Are you afraid?" "Not at all. General, the worst that can happen is death. Wildfires cannot consume everything. With the spring breeze, life will bloom anew. Leave this to me. You should return and rest." "General, this is an order." Lin, the general, resolutely gazed upon the plains. "Yes, General. It is not difficult to inspire others with comforting words. The challenge lies in convincing oneself." After a long while, the sentinel welcomed the sunrise. The sun rose as usual, enveloped in a rosy mist, swirling and ethereal. The entire process resembled a deity gently lifting the red sun. No matter how many times one witnesses a sunrise, it never ceases to evoke wonder. At dawn, he dispatched messengers to Kuan Island and Weiji Island to summon Generals Wu Guoxing and Dongxiang to discuss defense strategies. Wu Guoxing was the commander of the 2nd Legion of the armored troops, while Dongxiang, a leader of nearby pirates and local militia, had recently surrendered to Lin Moku. Both men were Lin's trusted allies, ready to brave any peril for him. In the afternoon, the 3 commanders conducted a thorough reconnaissance on Qian Island. By evening, they finalized their defensive strategies. 1. Evacuate the residents of Qian, Kuan, and Weiji Islands to the Kingdom of Zhuge and the Kingdom of Archimedes. Those unable to travel far should be consolidated on the western Jin Island. 2. The main battlefield would be on Qian and Kuan Islands, where they would leverage the terrain for sustained defense, digging extensive bunkers. 3. General Dongxiang's contingent of 4,000 would bolster defenses, utilizing the speed of pirate ships to launch opportunistic attacks, becoming a formidable force in the northern archipelago. Upon completing their arrangements, General Lin profoundly stated, "The crux of this operation lies in the concept of delay. We must do everything in our power to hold off the enemy. If we can stall them until the Allied forces arrive, we can turn the tide." "General Lin," Commander Dongxiang asked in a low voice, "when can we expect the reinforcements to arrive?" General Wu Guoxing also fixed his gaze on Lin Moku, as did the camp's advisors, all eyes converging on the general. "To be honest, I do not know when or even if reinforcements will arrive. However, one thing is clear. If we must face death, we shall not do so alone." With that, The three men erupted into hearty laughter. After the conquest of Mingyi, under a grand welcoming ceremony, the Dark Lord Doflamingo arrived in Mingyi City. In the newly adorned hall of the Crystal Palace, receiving the good news from Shooter and Foodie, the Dark Lord felt immense satisfaction. At this meeting, Ling Yu also arrived with his legion from the Isle of Departure. The Doflamingo Kingdom was deliberating its next offensive maneuver. Shooter proposed that while the Allied forces had yet to arrive, they should seize the opportunity to strike Eagle City and establish a foothold on the continent. The Dark Lord emitted a sinister laugh. There's no rush. I eagerly await this swarm of ants converging upon Eagle City, for it shall spare us the trouble of scouring the lands for the main forces of each nation. 40 and Ling Yu echoed with disdainful laughter. 40 remarked, My lord, it is said that Lin Matsuin from Mazu Nation is still alive. We must eradicate the root of the problem, as long as he lives. Our Mazu fishmen will not find peace. Shooter reassured, My lord need not worry. Those remnants from the northern islands are insignificant, mere small fry. Leave them to our Sea Witch Legion. After the Dark Lord nodded in agreement, Shooter withdrew to prepare for battle. 40. The Dark Lord continued, We have just seized Mazu, and certain areas remain unstable. Bring your sea beasts to patrol the vicinity. I do not wish to see any instability at our rear before the decisive battle. 40 nodded and then took his leave. Ling Yu, come here, the Dark Lord whispered into Ling Yu's ear. Upon grasping the Dark Lord's intent, Ling Yu quietly departed. The Dark Lord left the demonic fleet at Mingyi Port and issued secret instructions to Commander Ofuro. Subsequently, he returned to Lemit, believing that matters of warfare could be entrusted to these generals. Kuan Island features a unique terrain, with the north being elevated and the south lower. To the north stands a large yellow mountain resembling a yurt, while the south is covered in boundless jungle. General Wu Guoxing rejected his subordinate suggestions to divide forces at the beachhead, jungle, and Yellow Mountain for battle. We possess only 3,000 troops. To divide them would be akin to striking a rock with an egg before the fierce demon army. Some propose to lay ambushes in the jungle and at the Yellow Mountain to reduce casualties and impede the enemy's advance. Wu Guoxing glanced at the sand table and shook his head. Warriors, I do not seek to send you to your deaths, nor do I aim for excessive enemy casualties, but rather to defend Kuan Island. The general clearly articulated his battle intent. He commanded the abandonment of the beachhead and jungle, instructing all soldiers to find any usable tools to enhance the existing fortifications and passages at the Yellow Mountain, increasing the number of ambush points. Furthermore, they must dig deep beneath the center, ensuring ample ventilation and discreet air passages are established. After the spies from the Demon Kingdom landed, they discovered that many remnants of Mazu had fled, with only a few soldiers still moving toward the cave at the Yellow Mountain. Based on prior intelligence, Lin Matsuin might have escaped to Qian Island, but they had yet to ascertain his exact whereabouts. Between the three northern islands, Qian, Kuan, Weiji, vessels bearing Lin Matsuin's banner frequently traversed the waters. Not even the spies from the Demon Kingdom, nor the soldiers from Mazu, could confirm Lin Matsuin's location. In truth, since fleeing to Qian Island, Lin Matsuin had not ventured forth. Each day, he conducted secret inspections of the terrain and issued numerous orders, leaving many soldiers perplexed. After the Battle of Mingyi, Shooter realized one crucial point. She had grossly overestimated the strength of the Mazu Kingdom. Now, with the queen deceased, the Mazu Kingdom had fallen. Although Lin Matsuin's reputation was high, he lacked strategy. Otherwise, he would not have scuttled away to the northern islands. In light of this, she could not afford to grow complacent. She swiftly assembled 120 warships at the port of Mingyi, laden with 12,000 demon soldiers, setting sail for the northern islands. According to intelligence reports, the northern islands were merely defended by a meager force of 6,000 from the Turtleshell Legion. Alongside 3,000 to 4,000 pirates and local militia, such a paltry number was hardly worth mention. Before parting, General Foodie of the Sea Beast Legion lavished praise upon Shooter. Now, the Demon Lord was bestowing the glory of vanquishing the northern islands upon the general, a clear sign of immense trust. He routinely presented Shooter with a purple signal pistol, a token used by various demon legions for communication. With a scornful laugh, Shooter cast the signal gun into the sea, admonishing Foodie to remain vigilant against potential fishman rebellions. After all, that was his true duty. The Sea Serpent Legion hoisted their sails and set course for Kundi Island. This arrogant old hag spat in disdain as she watched the Sea Serpent Legion depart. Upon reaching Kundi Island, she was met with a scene of utter disarray at the port. Undoubtedly, the soldiers of Mazu had fled in a state of panic. She commanded several sea demons to disguise themselves as members of the Turtle Shell Legion to gather information. However, whether at the port or in the jungle. There was no sign of friendly forces. A dozen sea demons arrived at the Great Yellow Mountain, calling out to their comrades within the cave entrance. Password. Came the unmistakable voice of inquiry from inside. A few sea demons whispered among themselves, debating how to respond. White Moonlight, Sea Turtle, Coconut Grove, Crystal Palace, Jellyfish, Mazu. Chinquin Circle, password. The soldiers inside, evidently growing impatient, demanded, enough. Just say Chinquin Circle. This seemed the most plausible option. Having reached a consensus, they decided to take the risk. Chinquin Circle. Your mother, Chinquin. Came the response, followed by a volley of crossbow bolts. 2 sea demons fell dead, while the remaining few fled for their lives. To prevent spies from infiltrating, Wu Guoxing had marked every soldier on the left hand with a seal and code. The password changed every 2 hours, and he issued a strict order. Without his command, no one was to step outside the Great Yellow Mountain Fortress. The sea demon warriors who had once deceived their way into Mingyi City found themselves utterly ineffective on Kundi Island. With cunning plans thwarted, Shooter promptly ordered a direct assault. She commanded her legion to form a phalanx and unleash a concentrated barrage of crossbow fire at the various cave entrances. However, due to angle discrepancies, they found it difficult to gain any advantage. As they witnessed their vanguard troops being felled one by the enemy's bolts, they suffered a needless loss of 1,000 men. After withdrawing the vanguard, she directed the main force to launch fireballs into the cave. The fireballs ignited swiftly, causing explosions within. Wu Guoxing retaliated by ordering his troops to unleash gunfire upon the sea demon phalanx. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle of gunpowder, neither yielding an inch. Utilizing the fortress's advantage, Wu Guoxing maintained the upper hand, with over 1,000 more sea demon soldiers succumbing to the onslaught. The enemy's cunning incited Shooter's fury. She then commanded her soldiers to retreat and devise a long-term strategy. Some suggested that since arrows and fireballs were ineffective, they might as well dispatch a long shield phalanx as cover, then use earth and stones to seal the cave entrance. Within a day, the defending soldiers would be trapped in the Great Yellow Mountain. Shooter deployed a vanguard to attempt a flooding tactic, despite incurring some losses. The results were promising as several cave entrances at the mountain's base were effectively sealed. She was elated and promptly dispatched her main forces to form a barrage, launching an offensive while commanding the other troops to provide cover with crossbows and fire projectiles. The tactic unfolded with fervor, as the area below the slopes of Mount Dahuang was successively drenched under the protection of bows, crossbows, and long shields. The air within the cave was already thin, and the explosions of the fire projectiles consumed even more oxygen, making it increasingly difficult for the soldiers to breathe. Fortunately, following General Wu's prior guidance, they had excavated numerous concealed vents and a sufficiently deep central tunnel, barely preventing suffocation or death by asphyxiation. However, due to the lack of oxygen, many lost their combat effectiveness. Victory seemed all but assured, and Shooter's gaze shifted from Kunda Island to Qian Island. If all went well, they could seize Qian Island tonight in one swift motion. At the concealed entrance atop Mount Dahuang, Wu Guoxing fixated on the advancing enemy troops with the eyes of a ravenous wolf. When he observed the main forces of the Sea Demon Legion spread across the mountain, he finally felt a sense of relief. He gestured to the messenger beside him, and hundreds of armored warriors severed the ropes. In an instant, countless boulders and massive logs cascaded down the peak of Mount Dahuang, rolling faster and faster, mercilessly crushing the Sea Demon Legion. Caught off guard, the soldiers executing the barrage tactic were obliterated, many reduced to mere pulp. Having barely retreated to the foot of the mountain, Shooter discovered that from the 12,000 soldiers in the morning, fewer than 7,000 remained. Just as the Sea Demon Legion was still reeling from the surprise, Wu Guoxing ordered the soldiers on the western slope of Mount Dahuang to signal towards Qian Island. At that moment, a dozen warships, under the command of a trumpet, advanced toward Kunda Island. Shooter spotted a large expanse of apricot yellow flags. What a formidable Linmoku! Enraged, Shooter left 2,000 troops to garrison Kunda Island and personally led 5,000 main forces to confront the enemy. The naval battle erupted swiftly, and Lin Moka's navy proved to be no match, fleeing to Qian Island after losing several ships. Seizing the opportunity, Shooter led her legion in relentless pursuit, vowing to eliminate Lin Moku. The terrain of Qian Island was even more intricate than that of Kunda Island, and despite multiple reconnaissance efforts by the Dofu spies, blind spots still existed. Within the woods of Qian Island, Shooter's Sea Demon Legion was intermittently ambushed by small remnants of the enemy, each being dispatched with precision. Ignoring the fleeing remnants, she remained focused on her core objective of eliminating Lin Moku. The following morning, The Sea Demon Legion spotted Lin Moku leading his remaining troops fleeing up the mountain. They pursued him into a valley known as Longkong Valley. The entrance was shaped like a figure eight, and once inside, solid mountains flanked both sides, with dense woods ahead. The Sea Demon Legion believed Lin Moku was just ahead, as the remnants of the Mazu forces had left their armor and weapons in the woods. However, once the Legion fully entered the valley, the commanding officer of the vanguard discovered that the end of the woods was a sheer cliff. They had fallen into a trap. What transpired next was not difficult to imagine. Lin Moku ordered the valley entrance to be sealed, and the surrounding soldiers ignited rockets, shooting them at the Sea Demon Legion like targets. Beneath the trees, numerous caches of fish oil and potassium nitrate had long been buried, igniting upon contact with fire. Amidst the raging inferno, the Sea Monster Legion of 5,000 swiftly suffered catastrophic losses, with more than half decimated. Enveloped in a deadly encirclement, General Shuttler signaled for aid. Upon receiving his call, the 2,000 defenders of Kuan Island set forth immediately to assist General Shuttler on Qian Island. However, before their departure, Wu Guoxing commanded his soldiers to launch proactive strikes from their subterranean hideouts, incessantly harassing the beleaguered forces. At this juncture, General Dongxiang, arriving from Jiji Island, led 4,000 men in a maritime pursuit. Faced with their chief's dire predicament, the 2,000 troops, demoralized and weary, succumbed to despair after suffering over 1,000 casualties. With merely a few hundred reaching Qian Island, with the desperate reinforcements' timely arrival, Shuttler managed to escape, albeit with only a little over 1,000 of his original men. Simultaneously, Commander Fudi of the Sea Beast Legion had long received directives from the Dark Lord, prioritizing patrols around the islands of Mazu, particularly near the northern archipelagos, both to pacify the loyal subjects and to provide immediate support to the Sea Monster Legion. At Mingi Harbor, Fudi was incensed by Shuttler's arrogant demeanor. Nonetheless, for the sake of the kingdom's interests, he adhered to the orders to patrol the north. Upon Shuttler's entry into Long Valley, he received intelligence that heightened his awareness of the grave situation, yet he chose not to issue a warning. Thus, before Shuttler's desperate cries echoed in the air, Fudi led his legion of 10,000 sea beasts toward Qian Island. When his forces emerged at the southern tip of Qian Island, they beheld the remnants of the Sea Monster Legion. General Dongxiang represented the sole mobile fighting force among the northern islands. After launching their offensive, Wu Guoxing's men quickly retreated into their caves, strictly adhering to the strategic objective of holding Kuan Island until the enemy's intentions became clearer. Upon witnessing the diminished Sea Monster Legion, General Dongxiang was struck by a singular thought. He must annihilate this remnant force to significantly bolster morale. Yet, he commanded only a little over 3,000 men. The warships of Qian Island lay in ruins, and General Wu of Kuan Island would not abandon his post. He promptly directed his pirates to launch a vigorous assault against Shuttler's forces. From his vantage point atop the hill, Lin Moku, observing the unfolding chaos, was alarmed. General Dongxiang had severely crippled the reinforcements from Kuan Island, and he had issued orders for a retreat to Jiji Island. However, Dongxiang obstinately defied those commands. It was evident that his 3,000 pirates were no match for Shuttler's beleaguered soldiers. In light of this dire situation, he hastily commanded the Turtle Shell Legion to retrieve the remaining giant catapults for long-range support. Alas, their range proved insufficient. Even when several massive stones struck the sea monster ships, they failed to sink the enemy vessels. In that moment, General Dongxiang resembled a rabid dog, rapidly leading his pirate ships to ram Shuttler's command vessel upon determining its location. Support ships plummeted into the sea, and ultimately, the two command vessels engaged in close combat, with Dongxiang being the first to board the enemy ship. Fortunately, two nearby pirate skiffs hastened to join him, boarding Shuttler's warship. The battle ratio on this localized front became 3-1. Through his telescope, General Fudi had been observing the entire ordeal. When his subordinates inquired whether immediate assistance was warranted, Fudi chuckled. "Isn't Shuttler invincible?" An aide cautioned, "What if the Dark Lord learns of this? Will he not hold you accountable?" Fudi merely smiled, remaining silent while continuing to watch the unfolding drama. General Dongxiang engaged in fierce combat with Shuttler, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. Shuttler was struck by the sharp sword of Dongxiang. At that moment, she transformed into the visage of the late wife of General Dongxiang. Alluringly approaching him, enchanted and entranced, Dongxiang embraced this spectral figure of his deceased spouse, letting down his guard. In the distance, the pirates vociferously cautioned, "General, no. Be careful." Just then, Shuttler plunged a dagger into Dongxiang's right chest. Realizing the peril, Dongxiang summoned his remaining strength to clutch Shuttler tightly, then bit into her throat. releasing a mournful sigh. Amidst the chaos of battle, both fleets suffered grievous losses. With their commander gravely injured, the pirate and sea demon factions retaliated with fervor. 40 promptly commanded the sea beast ships to unleash their cannons. His subordinate, perplexed, remarked, "General, this could sink the sea demon fleet." Indeed. A sinister smile spread across 40's face. With this, no one could report to the Demon King. Under the barrage of the sea beast ships, the naval confrontation at Qian Island gradually approached its conclusion. The Sea Demon and Dongxiang fleets were the first to be vanquished. The raging flames of battle engulfed their vessels, which subsequently sank into the depths of the sea. With triumph radiating from him, 40 sounded the horn for a full assault. His sea beast forces divided, with 5,000 heading towards Qian Island and another 5,000 towards Kuan Island. Each of the island's garrisons numbered around 2,000, vastly outnumbered, signaling the impending end of the Northern Archipelago campaign. The Sea Beast Legion was poised to emerge as the ultimate victor. Upon witnessing his dear brother, General Dongxiang, fall in battle, General Lin Moku-en, for the first time, wept uncontrollably. Not even during the fall of Mingyi City nor the distant sea battles had he shed a single tear. Yet this time, tears flowed freely. He declared to his soldiers, "The motherland has perished. However, my brothers, even in death, we must show the enemies of our Mazu that we are men of iron and resolve. Leading you is the greatest honor of my life, and I would not trade it for anything. Long live the Turtle Shell Legion, long live Mazu." The cries of "Long live the Turtle Shell Legion, long live Mazu" reverberated through the air. Time was of the essence before the sea beasts arrived. They hastily set up every conceivable trap nearby: pits, caltrops, great logs, and venom, then retreated to the heights of Long Valley, the grave they had chosen for themselves. On Mount Dahuang of Kuan Island, Wu Guoxing and his soldiers witnessed pirate ships being sunk by the enemy. Dongxiang, who had lived his life as a pirate, had now become a hero. This evoked a deep sense of melancholy in Wu Guoxing, as he beheld 50 sea beast ships barreling towards them. He commanded all soldiers to retreat into the stronghold on Mount Dahuang, where they would face death together with the enemy. The two sea beast legions nearly landed simultaneously on Qian and Kuan Islands. On Qian Island, the various traps of the Turtle Shell Legion at least delayed 40's advance. The 5,000 troops slowly converged towards Long Valley. On Kuan Island, this legion progressed relatively smoothly, yet they were vexed by the defenders on Mount Dahuang. A pack of ravenous beasts seeking to hunt the turtles hiding in the rocky caves found it no easy task. Consequently, this sea beast legion sustained even greater losses than their counterparts on Qian Island, whether on Qian Island or Kuan Island. The last remnants of the Mazu kingdom continued to fight valiantly against overwhelming odds. As the formidable Fudi led the sea beast legion steadily towards the Valley of the Dragon, a resounding horn pierced the air, followed by two more clarion calls. From the direction of Jen Island, 70 warships adorned with the emblem of the vermilion bird approached Qian Island. Meanwhile, from the direction of Weiji Island, 50 vessels bearing the image of a white giant wolf and another 50 emblazoned with the figure of a black warhorse advanced toward Kuan Island. Upon receiving the alarm, the sea beast forces stationed on Qian and Kuan Islands swiftly marched to the shore to confront this new adversary. The arrival of these reinforcements took them by surprise, as prior intelligence had indicated no such support was forthcoming. The Magic Kingdom of Dofu believed that the Allied forces were wholly focused on fortifying the defenses of Eagle City. The misjudgment of their spies could be attributed to the gray whistle of Mint, despite the fact that the Archimedean Kingdom had indeed declined to dispatch aid. The coalition of the Wa and Lai swiftly sank the sea beast ships, severing their retreat, and then split into two flanking maneuvers. Facing a formidable foe, both the towering hunters of the blade and the spear-wielding shield maidens exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm. Queen Freya, mounted on her steed of blood, and the hyena riding upon a colossal wolf were particularly emboldened, as the dormant divine and beastly blood within them surged to life. The Sea Beast Legion, accustomed to slaughtering the soldiers and civilians of Mazu, found themselves somewhat disoriented against these two new enemies. Under normal circumstances, a soldier from Dofu could vanquish 5 or even 10 Mazu soldiers. However, now, one found it quite challenging to contend with 3, especially while being besieged from 2 fronts. Nevertheless, the well-trained sea beasts maintained their exceptional combat prowess. They unleashed a barrage of lethal projectiles from their crossbows and longbows, repeatedly charging the flanks of the shield maidens and hunters of the blade. Despite their numerical superiority, the sea beast forces steadily breached the lines of their adversaries, with hunters of the blade falling and the shield maidens' shields soaring into the air. With each advance, the Wa and Lai coalition paid a heavy toll in their ranks. The greater the cost, the more fervent their resolve became. As the sea beast vessels burned, Freya and the hyena resolved to annihilate these beasts without exception at all costs. The turtle shell soldiers within the Dawangshan bunker were deeply inspired by the indomitable spirit of the Wa and Lai coalition. General Wu Guoxing ordered all capable soldiers to assemble at the mountainside. With the sound of a horn, General Wu raised the banner of Mazu's bright beacon and led his 2,000 soldiers into a final charge of the fishmen. As San Yangzi and her 7,000 musketeers approached Qian Island, her officers suggested sending ships around to the port to sink the Sea Beast Legion's transport vessels. But she declined, stating that the time for scorched earth had not yet arrived. She disembarked on the western side of Qian Island, organizing her forces for an offensive with cavalry at the forefront, musketeers behind, and artillery providing long-range support. Upon seeing that the leader of the reinforcements was a frail young girl, Fudi could not help but laugh, thinking it would be easy to deal with these red-clad soldiers before turning his attention to Lin Matsuan. He personally led the charge of the Sea Beast Legion, but soon found himself under heavy fire from the artillery and muskets. A single charge resulted in the loss of hundreds, prompting Fudi to retreat immediately. Within the depths of the jungle, the Sea Beast Legion commenced a daring assault on the flanks of the musketeers. Employing a strategy of large formations combined with small-scale guerrilla tactics, inflicting maximum terror upon the enemy with minimal casualties, the Lady Commander swiftly ordered a halt to the advance. After suffering over 1,000 losses, she decisively transitioned the attack formation to a defensive stance and withdrew within the range of the gunboats. Hidden within the jungle, the Sea Beast Legion sporadically emitted chilling roars, as if their adversaries were not foes, but rather lambs awaiting slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to drizzle. The very scenario the Lady Commander dreaded unfolded. Once the rain intensified, her musketeer battalion would be rendered as vulnerable as fish on a cutting board. Panic spread like a plague among the musketeers, many trembling in fear. The Lady Commander promptly ordered the deployment of all spear and polearm soldiers to the front, and instructed the chariots to remain poised for combat. The rain steadily intensified, and the 6,000 musketeers were on the verge of becoming prey to over 3,000 sea beasts. One of her officers suggested retreating to the ships, only to be met with the Lady Commander's wrath as she drew her sword and executed him. Those who sow discord among my ranks shall be slain. She commanded all musketeers to cast aside their firearms and draw their swords. Fudi bared his fangs, urging the entire legion to charge forth. It must be said that the chariots of the Zhuge kingdom played a pivotal role. Under the assault of crossbows and massive jaws, over 500 sea beasts fell, becoming the price for breaching the chariot defenses. For Fudi, annihilating this group of reinforcements was merely a trifling task. Just as the sea beasts clashed with the spear and polearm formations of Zhuge, a horn sounded from behind, heralding the unexpected arrival of General Lin Moku, who led over 1,000 tortoise-shell soldiers into the fray. Diverging from traditional attack formations, Lin commanded his troops to form a circular formation, typically defensive in nature, repurposed for offense. As long as they could entice the enemy's assault, they could inflict severe damage with minimal losses. This formation possessed poor mobility and seldom succeeded under normal circumstances, yet for the Sea Beast Legion, desperate for victory, it was a necessary tactic. Despite Fudi's explicit order for a full frontal assault, his troops, upon hearing the horn and seeing the densely packed tortoise-shell soldiers, disregarded commands and lunged at the massive tortoise. The arrogant sea beasts fell in droves, much to Fudi's chagrin. Meanwhile, on Kunda Island, after the reckless suicide charge by the forces of Wu, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. The sea beasts stationed on the island were entirely annihilated by the united armies of the three nations, leaving no survivors. As the battlefield fell silent, the wounded remained, and 4,000 coalition soldiers quickly boarded their ships to prepare for the battle at Qian Island. Observing the movements of reinforcements from Kunda Island, 8,000 enemy soldiers advanced. After decapitating the Lady Commander, Fudi immediately retreated to his ship. The Northern Islands campaign achieved an unprecedented victory, marking a significant defeat for the Duchy of Dover, with the Sea Siren Legion of 12,000 utterly obliterated, and Commander Shutter slain, thanks in no small part to Fudi's efforts. The once invincible Sea Beast Legion's main force was decimated, and Fudi withdrew with over 1,000 remaining soldiers toward Mingi Island, having suffered more than 8,000 casualties, many of whom were captured. This battle exacted a grievous toll on the coalition forces as well. In the Mazu army, the once thriving legion of 10,000 now dwindled to fewer than 2,000. With General Dongxiang having perished in battle, the Valkyrie warriors suffered over 3,000 casualties, leaving the Hunter Kingdom with fewer than 2,000 surviving soldiers. The leader of the Zhuge army, San Yangzi, was slain, and her forces of 7,000 were reduced to approximately 1,000. Nevertheless, upon the news of the resounding victory in the Northern Isles reaching Eagle City, the coalition forces were invigorated. The Doph demon army was not invincible. They too bled, could be captured, and slain. The fierce engagement in the Northern Isles, particularly after incurring significant losses, made Queen Freya and the hyena acutely aware of the extraordinary combat capabilities of the Doph demon army. A group of encircled soldiers managed to maintain composure against the elite guards of both nations, inflicting substantial damage in return. Even more alarming was the revelation that the sea beasts of the Northern Isles were not even the most elite troops under the command of the Demon King. In addition to the great triumph in the Northern Isles, two significant and unforeseen events transpired in Eagle City. One was the sudden death of the tirelessly working coalition leader, Mont, from a heart attack. Before his demise, he appointed his son-in-law, Zhu Jieli, as the Grand Marshal, granting him supreme command over the military forces of the Archimedean Kingdom, while another son-in-law, Ping Huji, was elevated to the position of Chancellor, responsible for the selection of national officials. Thus, Zhu Jieli unequivocally ascended to the role of the new leader of the alliance. As the impending war loomed, Mont's funeral was conducted with simplicity. Ping Huji and Meng Junyu took charge of logistical military affairs, dispatching Nina to transport the remains of the esteemed Elder Mont from Eagle City back to the capital. The other event was the coalition's heart-wrenching news. The capital of Hippocrates, Coast City, had been ambushed and subsequently fell. The Lingyu Legion received orders from the Demon King to secretly amass forces and seize Coast City during its moment of weakness. With a population of around 300,000 to 400,000, Coast City's military numbered only about 20,000. Previously, 6,000 troops had been deployed to assist Mingyi. And when the Queen attended the alliance meeting in Eagle City, she took 3,000 elite soldiers with her. Not long ago, General Tockley also withdrew 5,000 troops from the royal capital to gather in Eagle City to remedy the manpower shortages in the royal capital. Prime Minister Saga had already mobilized over 10,000 soldiers from across the coast strait, but in the haste, General Lushan's forces had yet to arrive. Both Prime Minister Saga's assessment and the coalition's evaluation indicated that the primary offensive direction of the Doph Demon Kingdom would be Eagle City, rather than launching a distant assault on Coast City. Coast City, heavily fortified, was easy to defend and difficult to conquer, making it an unlikely target for ambush. After seizing the offshore islands, the Lingyu Legion continued to expand its ranks, initially a full contingent of 20,000. Now receiving the Demon King's approval to draw troops from the Demon Kingdom, enlarging to 30,000. Simultaneously, as the Sea Demon Legion attacked the Northern Isles, Lingyu led 25,000 troops through the shrouded mists toward the east, evading the coalition's reconnaissance despite taking a bit longer. On the fifth day since General Tockley had set out with 5,000 reinforcements, Lingyu's legion successfully breached what was reputed to be the strongest city in the east. Following the fall of Kos, Prime Minister Saga retreated with the remnants of his army and refugees back to the mainland, uniting forces with Lushan. Now, the former capital's citadel once again became the capital of Hippocrates. Due to the influx of a large number of civilians, the citadel became overcrowded. To accommodate the populace, Prime Minister Sagia and General Lushan undertook the ambitious expansion of the city and the fortification of its defenses. When it comes to city construction, the Stone people excel in this domain. Each of them possesses immense strength and mastery in architectural techniques, allowing them to swiftly complete the expansion of the citadel. Furthermore, Prime Minister Sagia commissioned the reconstruction of the statue of Apollo on a nearby mountain. Although it may not rival the splendor of Coast City, the enlarged citadel is sufficient to shelter the Hippocratic people from the elements. Notably, Lingyu managed to bribe numerous fishmen to serve as spies for the demonic army. These fishmen infiltrated the city in advance, masquerading as team merchants. Without their assistance, Lingyu would not have been privy to the movements within Coast City, particularly regarding the secret entrance on the eastern side, which became the breach for Lingyu's forces to launch their surprise attacks. The death of the allied leader and the fall of Coast City cast a double shadow over the alliance, causing the morale that had been painstakingly built to plummet once more. The greatest concern for the new leader, Zhujiali, was the persistent inability of both the Allies' intelligence agents and his own Grey operatives to ascertain the movements of the war demons. Where had Ufla gone? What would be the next target of the Dover demonic army? No one knew. Chapter 12. The birth of the Tao after escaping from Far Mountain Island. I, along with Xiao Huang, Lulu, and Yaoji, set sail back to Paradise Island. The sailboat glided southward with the favorable winds, Yet after 6 days and nights, we had not glimpsed even a single island. Yaoji, burdened with injuries, was fortunate that Xiao Huang and I provided timely medical attention aboard the vessel, and she was now in stable condition. Upon regaining consciousness, we inquired how we could have traveled for so many days without sighting Paradise Island. Despite her profound familiarity with the ocean, she too was taken aback. Subsequently, Yaoji struggled in bed, yet with unwavering determination in her gaze, declared, "We must urgently inform Mingi City. Someone is plotting an attack." Lulu cast a glance at her, the display indicating, "But we don't even know where we are." Supporting her head, Yaoji racked her brain, but no recollection surfaced. It appeared that the four of us had entered a completely unfamiliar maritime expanse. By referencing the North Star at night, we understood we were headed south, but to what destination remained a mystery. We were lost. I endeavored to recall the events of our arrival on this planet. From a lofty vantage point, I remembered that beneath this continent lay an expansive ocean, with another landmass situated to the south of the sea. When I expressed this thought, Xiao Wang teased, "Hey, big guy, have you short-circuited? If there were indeed another continent, it might be forgivable for us stone people not to know, but the fishmen have been at sea for ages. Surely they would be aware." Upon hearing this, Lulu nodded in agreement with Xiao Huang's conjecture. "Not quite." Yaoji interjected, "I have heard tales of Mazu people venturing to the South Sea, yet none have ever returned. Some say they perished. Others claim they may have discovered a new continent. There is a saying among the Mazu, you never know what you might encounter at sea. For instance, getting lost," Xiao Wang added. "Even if there is a continent to the south of Mazu, one would need adequate provisions for exploration. Moreover, the complexities of the sea surface are daunting. The distant waters are already enough for us to endure, let alone the South Sea. Regardless of the circumstances, we must swiftly ascertain our position. Should we encounter turbulent waves or the intricate situations you mentioned, our lives would be at stake." I added, "There is no time to dwell on such matters. The northern winds are fierce, and we must continue our journey southward. No, I must return to Mingi at once. The homeland of Mazu is in peril." Yaoji insisted on getting out of bed, but was restrained by Lulu. Adrift at sea, apart from Yaoji, the three of us could hardly withstand the absence of fresh water. The scorching sun and the capricious weather made our plight even more harrowing. Fortunately, our vessel is sufficiently spacious, allowing us some freedom of movement. We can also occasionally collect rainwater. Lulu was still mourning the loss of the two servants, and to alleviate her sorrow, she busied herself. She began to learn fishing from Yaoji, subsequently drying the fish. Xiao Huang was not idle either. He routinely inspected the cabin, fearing the day we might encounter tempestuous winds and monstrous waves. Since the peril on Yuanshan Island, Yaoji's demeanor towards me has gradually transformed. Initially, she proactively brought me fresh water, although at that moment, my desire was for dried fish rather than hydration. Later, she even presented me with dried tuna, as if to comprehend my unspoken wishes. At first, I thought little of it, for she had extended the same kindness to Xiao Huang and Lulu. Yaoji possesses an air of aloofness that requires no validation. She embodies an enigmatic allure that is utterly captivating. At times, she evokes the essence of lilacs, laden with melancholy. At others, she radiates the warmth of golden trumpet flowers. Amidst the vast ocean, clouds are commonplace, yet rain is a rare blessing. Thus, when she shared her saved fresh water with me, I felt profoundly grateful. Xiao Huang and Lulu harbored no suspicions, for my seemingly inconsequential contributions had saved Yaoji and, by extension, them as well. She is a delicate and sensitive soul, always finding an irresistible excuse to approach me. For instance, she would only deliver water or fish during meal times or after everyone had toiled and grown weary. She seldom uttered more than necessary, though a gentle smile would occasionally grace her face. After drifting at sea for an extended period, our initial anxieties gradually faded. Perhaps this is the nature of a new existence. At first, one may feel out of place, but soon, one becomes accustomed to it. Once accustomed, that life begins to slip away, and one finds oneself adapting to a new reality in an endless cycle. I am aware of Yaoji's struggles, so for several consecutive days, I was the first to awaken aboard the ship. Upon waking, I busied myself collecting cloud moisture, storing it in glass bottles, hoping she would appreciate it when she arose. I cannot recall when it began, but I found myself yearning for rain, especially the gentle showers of dusk. She has an inexplicable fondness for the rain. Once, I brought her some dew, accompanied by 2 slices of blue snake cod as a treat, and she beamed with joy, reminiscent of a plush cat wagging its tail. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as we drifted at sea. We cannot remain idle, consumed by boredom. In truth, Dispelling monotony is a rather simple endeavor. If one wishes to evade the clutches of tedium, one must actively seek something to occupy oneself with, even if it is a trivial pursuit. Recently, Xiao Huang has made several new acquaintances, a flock of passing seabirds. From their beaks, she learned of the existence of nearby islands. Though they could not recall their precise locations, nevertheless, they fervently swore that they had indeed spotted an island. The seabirds' unwavering conviction elicited laughter from Yao Ji and Lulu, as Xiao Huang offered them some crab meat before they took flight once more. We have an abundance of leisure time. And Lulu and Yao Ji shared stories with one another. A princess in exile encountered a forsaken ninja. Both were wanderers in a world of despair, and their conversations were endless. In their eyes, queens were obstinate beings, prone to emotional decisions rather than rational judgment. Under the queen's rule, laws were numerous, the most paramount being obedience to her will. Even when one recognized the absurdity of her decrees, unwavering compliance was expected. Yet, beyond their grievances, both women harbored fond memories of the queen. Lulu still vividly recalls her childhood, the arduous care and education bestowed upon her by Queen Freya. On one occasion, she accidentally shattered a vase and feared the queen's ire. Yet, the queen gently gathered the fragments, preserving them with utmost care. That crimson-glazed maple leaf vase was, in fact, a cherished heirloom from her grandmother. To the queen, true strength lay not in relentless criticism, but in the grace of forgiveness. Thanks to her mother's teachings and her own tireless efforts, Lulu earned great respect among the citizens and soldiers of Wagner City. People saw in Lulu the spirited essence of the young Queen Freya and unanimously believed her to be the rightful heir to the Valkyrie kingdom. However, when she fell in love with a lowly horseman, the townsfolk expressed their dismay. Among some of the more callous nobles, Lulu became a figure of scorn, labeled as a shameless harlot. Her experiences served as a cautionary tale for noble daughters, instructing them to uphold their pure lineage and resist moral decay. Now, Lulu feels a sense of resignation. Some freedoms can only be sought in exile. Even clad in a pink garment, her melancholic aura is palpable. We all understand that her words encompass not only Queen Freya's exile, but also her own emotional severance from the past. To extricate oneself from a relationship can oftentimes be more arduous than enduring a prison sentence. What about you? Lulu's card displayed. You have yet to tell us how you incurred the wrath of the queen. Yao Ji's cheeks flushed crimson, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Unlike Lulu's candid expression of feelings, she was reluctant to revisit her old embarrassments. Under Xiao Huang's persistent inquiries, she cast a glance at me, bit her lip, and ultimately relented. At that time, General Lin Matsuan had vehemently opposed the opening of the Archimedes Canal, inciting the queen's ire. Fearing General Lin's esteemed reputation, upon returning to her inner court after the meeting, the queen declared, "This man disregards authority. I could almost wish to see him perish." Upon hearing these words, Yaoji, the ninja queen, immediately knelt down to plead for General Lin Matsuan. The general's opposition to the opening of the Archimedes route was rooted in concern for the Mazu kingdom. Previously, certain regions had suffered from famine, and had it not been for General Lin's timely decision to open the granaries and distribute grain, many would have perished from starvation. In fact, the area plagued by famine was her own hometown, Wushan City, a fact that the empress was well aware of. Before Yaoji could finish her plea, the empress, incensed, interjected, "Without my command, you dare to act independently." She declared, "From now on, Wushan City shall bear the Lin name." Seeing this, Yaoji continued to bow her head, imploring the empress to show mercy and pardon General Lin. The furious empress, aware of her own shortcomings, could not easily apprehend Lin Matsuan. Now, witnessing the ninjas around her advocating for Lin, she felt betrayed, unable to tolerate such disloyalty. Unsurprisingly, Yaoji was expelled from the royal capital, doomed never to set foot in Mingyi City again. "Are you not being foolish?" Xiao Huang exclaimed in frustration. "She treats you this way, and yet you still run to Mingyi City to inform her? The empress is in trouble. I cannot stand idly by." Yaoji responded, her heart heavy with grievance. The bond between a master and her servant was indeed extraordinary, and even in exile, she harbored feelings of affection for the empress. "Very well. Now, even if you wish to intervene, it is beyond your reach." "Yaoji, dear sister," Lulu tilted her head, checking the displayed cards. "You wouldn't be developing feelings for General Lin, would you?" "How could that be?" Yaoji blushed, lowering her gaze. "How could it not? General Lin is already married, and besides, I am but a mere ninja. What if he were not married?" Lulu pressed on, unrelenting. "Sister, you are insufferable." Yaoji hiked up her skirt and entered the cabin. Lulu shot me a glance, and feeling embarrassed, I turned to gaze at the distant sky, remarking to Xiao Huang, Have you not noticed? The sky is remarkably blue. Big oaf, Xiao Huang retorted. You are as dense as a block of wood. I recalled an occasion on the deck when Yaoji inquired about my origins, which left me quite flustered. Yaoji revealed that she hailed from Wushan City, an orphan since childhood, later discovered and trained by ninjas. Upon maturing, she fulfilled her desire to join the ranks of the ninja corps, and upon returning home, her surviving relatives were immensely proud of her. And what of me? I rubbed my forehead, struggling to recall anything. I swore to Yaoji that I was indeed a wanderer from the skies, and I was not deceiving her. Yet, the more I insisted, the more she doubted me. The nature of women. Fortunately, Yaoji's skepticism was merely superficial, one who truly doubts you would never draw near. Women often behave this way. The more they care, the more suspicion they harbor. If one is oblivious to the fact that their curiosity, doubt, and even grievances stem from a desire to draw closer, then any defense they offer is rendered utterly meaningless from the outset. Even the most formidable ninja, being a woman, yearns for protection, a truth I gradually came to understand. On this planet, many individuals find themselves united initially due to shared experiences or serendipitous encounters, eventually transforming their bond into a quest for spiritual solace. In the realm of emotions, some seek protection while others offer it. Over time, this protective dynamic melds them into one. I recall a day when, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Yaoji sat by the boat, humming a folk song from Wushan, which seemed to be titled Wushan's Wandering Maiden. In the heavens, sorrow was absent, and on the ground, wings were non-existent. In dreams, I rendezvoused with the divine, who turned out to be a lover. As the sails unfurled, they carried me far away to tame my beloved. The tumult of the mortal world, akin to the waves of the sea, beckons. To sever it feels like tearing my own garments. Why hesitate before toppling me? I cherish your bashful visage, my divine one. Whether you love me or not, you remain my beloved. Later, Yaoji informed us that this folk song was deemed blasphemous by the orthodox officials. According to one exasperated official, it was certainly not Wushan's wandering maiden, but should rather be termed Wushan's licentious maiden. Subsequently, the court decreed that any citizen caught singing this song privately would be imprisoned for 5 years of hard labor. Those daring enough to conceal the score would see their entire family conscripted. Yet, the more the state sought to suppress certain things, the more they flourished. More than the song's content, I was entranced by Yaoji's enchanting melody. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I would never have believed such ethereal music existed in this world, resonating long after. It was only at this moment that I comprehended the significance of rescuing Yaoji from the distant island. I had saved not merely a woman, but the entirety of the world. I cannot ascertain how many sunrises and sunsets we have welcomed, nor how many storms have unexpectedly assailed us. I must declare that Yaoji is the most remarkable sailor we have encountered. Under her command, we navigated through wave after wave, never once succumbing to the ocean's fury. After the storm, our vessel lay in disarray, and it felt as though another tempest would spell our doom. Awakening on the precariously swaying boat, we discovered a small island ahead. It was dawn, the island nestled in the east, bathed in the morning glow. The forest shrouded in mist appeared as if intimate kin huddling together. They were not tree people, unable to move or speak, yet they exuded an aura of tranquility. On the water's surface, the dawn light, tree shadows, and gentle waves ebbed and flowed, as if performing a sonata. Riding the mist, our boat gradually entered the river's embrace. A white stone jutted out, atop which grew a bifurcated sapling. 2 gray robins perched upon it, startled by our presence, swiftly vanished without a trace. Among the towering, dense woods, clusters of yellow plants flourished, resembling some medicinal herb, yet I could not discern their nature. Some trees had long shed their green leaves, standing bare along the shore, defiantly displaying their resilience against death. Deep within the river's embrace, we were enveloped by a peculiar sensation. The foreboding woods and the thick mist seemed to conceal an insidious force. Yet the morning glow above bestowed upon us an inexplicable warmth and hope. The sails had long ceased to be of use, compelling me to continue rowing from the stern. Our captain, Yaoji, gazed intently ahead, while Lulu began to survey our surroundings with vigilance, and little Huang yawned languidly aboard the vessel. Throughout our journey, save for the sounds of flowing water, birdsong, and the whispering wind, there was nothing of particular note. Upon disembarking, we ventured forth on foot. After roughly an hour, we stumbled upon an expansive wheat field, within which stood a cylindrical dwelling crowned by a square chimney. Beneath the casually drifting white clouds, the trees flourished vibrantly, and the wheat swayed in the breeze like a resplendent tapestry. Along the earthen path, small dogs and deer occasionally flitted about, This scene resembled a constable painting, yet was imbued with an air of Eastern mystique. We entered the wooden cabin, only to find it deserted. Books were strewn about in disarray, piled high and densely packed, rendering movement nearly impossible. In the center of the room, a table overflowed with an array of food, pastries, dried fruits, vegetables, and various meats. As if a family gathering were imminent, little Huang, famished, could no longer restrain himself and hastily grabbed a handful of dried fruits to devour. While Yaoji and I hesitated over whether to partake in the feast, we noticed Lulu staring blankly at a painting. Despite her likely weariness from the monotonous fare aboard the vessel, yearning for fresh sustenance like the rest of us. Strictly speaking, it hardly qualified as a painting. On a scroll, someone had rendered a single horizontal stroke with a colossal brush. Even in ink, it displayed a spectrum of hues, dark, rich, heavy, pale, and clear, all represented within. This simple line was, paradoxically, exceedingly complex, leaving us bewildered. Our resolve, having been thoroughly weakened by the delectable offerings before us, led us to sip fresh water and sample a few apples. Lulu, however, maintained an air of regal restraint. She preferred to endure her hunger and thirst rather than use another's possessions without permission. Yaoji suggested that perhaps her prolonged military service had endowed her with an extraordinary capacity for endurance. Before long, we heard the sound of a clear bell tolling, approaching from a distance. Exiting to investigate, we beheld an elderly man clad in a coarse brown garment, riding a gentle blue ox as he ambled toward us. Surely, the master had returned. He dismounted from the ox with a benevolent expression. The ox, upon its master's descent, shook its head and leisurely made its way to a patch of grass, occasionally emitting low moos. When the white-haired elder greeted us, we were all taken aback. He was human and could speak. Was not speech the domain of tree folk, stone beings, and fish people? Were not humans, including those of mixed lineage, restricted to communicating through cards or gestures? Why was this human able to articulate words? Unperturbed by our astonishment, the elder stepped inside, settling beside the singular stroke of the painting. We approached and beheld a scene of utter disarray, and we offered our apologies to the old man. He replied, "No matter. The food is prepared for you." Among us, Lulu was the most astonished. Despite her semi-divine lineage, she remained human and was unable to speak. As she stood closest to the elder, her card displayed a message. Why is it that at this moment, the old man waved his sleeve at Lulu, causing her card to display a flurry of garbled text, crackling with energy, which ultimately transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. "How is it that you can speak?" To our utter amazement, Lulu found her voice. The usually composed Lulu was now flustered, nearly toppling from her chair. She steadied herself, wide-eyed, gazing at the silver-haired elder as if she were still ensnared in a dream. "Ah, dear nephew of the great Sephora," the elder addressed me, not in haste to respond to Lulu, but rather turning his attention to me. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Ah," I gasped, "how do you know me?" Beside me, Xiao Huang was equally stunned, unable to believe the unfolding events, and he inadvertently spat out the nut he had been chewing. Instinctively, he cupped his hand to catch it, his bewildered expression resembling that of a statue frozen in place. "Old man," Xiao Huang suddenly wished to inquire, yet found himself at a loss for words. As we stood in astonishment, a rustling sound emanated from outside. We followed the silver-haired elder out the door. Upon exiting, we were once again startled to see an elder, with a bundle tucked under his arm, riding atop a magnificent golden python. "Brother Mize, do not frighten them," the silver-haired elder admonished. The visitor promptly dismounted from the serpent. No sooner had he touched the ground than the large python began to transform, eventually becoming a staff in his right hand. "Clad in brown, it seems your guest has arrived," he remarked as he entered the dwelling, moving with the ease of one at home. With his staff, he tapped on a stone within the brown-clad man's abode, filling his cup with water. "It's been stifling at home. I thought I'd come here for a visit," the prophet Mice said. "Did you notice? Some of the Dofu people ventured north again yesterday." Upon hearing Dofu, we exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain how to interject. In a world devoid of conflict, it is the meddlesome who stir trouble, the brown-clad man responded as if accustomed to such discourse. "The essence of existence is unity, north and south, east and west. They do not share your sentiment. Do you recall that young man who passed through here a millennium ago? Are you referring to the heavenly pool?" "Indeed, the very same. He has risen to prominence now, having become the Demon King in the land of Dofu." "Demon King?" The brown-clad man erupted in laughter. "What audacity does he possess?" "Audacity? He leads an army of 100,000 northward." The prophet Mize continued to sip the stone water before casting a glance in my direction. "Little brother, what brings you here?" I was left speechless, at a loss for words. Since he had been awakened to his senses, he had retained no memories. The silver-haired elder interjected on my behalf. It is perhaps for the best not to remember, for some memories only serve to amplify our burdens, the prophet Mise remarked. Brother Mise, have you seen Seipert recently? It has been quite some time since I last encountered him. Are you referring to the master of the heavenly pool? Since Sargon annihilated the realm of Seipert, I have encountered him once. He fled to the land of abundance. 5 centuries ago, I ventured to this land of abundance, which appeared to host 4 nations named Spring's birth, Summer's growth, Autumn's harvest, and Winter's storage. However, much has changed since then. After Seipert seized control of the Winter's storage nation, he renamed it Jingyan and established its capital in Lemit. Subsequently, he successively conquered the nations of Spring's birth, Summer's growth, and Autumn's harvest, renaming them Fei-Xia, Zhou-Xia, and Qian-Shi, respectively. The 4 territories now consist solely of farmers and warriors. Plagued by the emergence of the formidable legions, the war demons, sea monsters, ocean beasts, and ling fish, the once flourishing land of abundance has now devolved into the demonic nation of Duofu, with Tianqi aligning with him and Seipert elevating him to the status of demon king. It seems Seipert still harbors resentment towards Sargon. After all, did not the North Sea deity punish Swentovia in the past? Upon hearing the name Swentovia, both I and Little Huang perked up, while Lulu and Yao Ji remained motionless, as if they too were familiar with the legends surrounding Swentovia. The 2 enigmatic elders continued their discourse, seemingly oblivious to our presence. There exists but one deity. The divine beings emanate from the North Sea. Although the North Sea deity dismantled the continent of Swentovia and rendered humanity mute, these arrogant humans continue their malevolent ways. They pollute the soil, devastate the oceans, corrupt the air, and annihilate all living beings. Even confined within a voiceless prison, humanity remains deluded, believing themselves the sovereigns of the universe. Consequently, Seipert has persistently lodged complaints against the North Sea deity. The Tao begets unity. The universe is but a single entity, and all things are interconnected. What need is there for contention among humans, spirits, deities, hellish beings, beasts, and asuras, whether they possess feelings or not? The vast world fundamentally originates from one source. Why must there be strife? You, the one clad in brown, have once again blasphemed. There exists but one deity. The divine beings emanate from the North Sea. Very well. Tell us what transpired thereafter, Seipert. The North Sea deity, well aware of Seipert's ambitions, discerned that his desire for vengeance outweighed his wish for the unification of the Swentovia continent, until these individuals commenced their expeditions to the South Sea for fishing and mining, posing a threat to the demonic nation of Duofu. Armed with this leverage, the North Sea deity finally acquiesced to Seipert's and Tianqi's counteroffensive. Little Huang interjected, "O venerable prophets, permit me a brief interjection. Why must Seipert's retribution against humanity ensnare us stone people as well? And the tree people, fish people? We have not provoked the demonic nation of Duofu." "Ahem," replied the one in brown. "You are not humans. At best, you are mere accomplices. In truth, they hardly qualify as accomplices." Merce took a sip of water. "When deities clash, it is the innocents who suffer." "Then what of our Mazu kingdom? The warships we sighted from distant mountain island must belong to the demonic nation of Duofu, correct? There exists but one deity. The divine beings emanate from the North Sea. Mazu, oh Mazu, your fate seems dire. It appears that Mazu was the first to provoke Seipert and Tianqi. Let it be, child." The one in brown said to Yao Ji, "Mazu's destiny is beyond your control. How do you both recognize me? Yet I have no recollection of you." I cautiously inquired. No recollection is a blessing. Unlike humans, who invariably forget what they ought to remember, yet retain an abundance of what should remain forgotten. Years ago, I left them a few solemn oaths atop the mountain, but they have long since forgotten them entirely. Upon hearing the words of the prophet Moses, we began to harbor doubts. Perhaps this Moses is indeed the incarnation of the god Apollo, yet he seems to recognize only the deity of the northern abyss. From the Tao comes one. One begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Should they acknowledge a single god, they would conjure countless deities, ultimately forgetting their origins and the significance of their supplications. Oh Moses, how could a few oaths suffice to guide them? There is but one true God, and all deities arise from the northern abyss. The prophet Moses inquired further, "So, how goes your writing, brown robe?" "Writing?" The brown robe chuckled. "The most foolish endeavor in the world is writing. When I departed from the mainland, I truly regretted leaving behind 5,000 words. To this day, many scholars have been poring over them, each offering varied interpretations, each believing they have grasped my intent. Ha ha ha. Such is the way of things, mere pretense. Moses gestured toward the parcel on the table, saying, "Ah yes, this gift is for my dear brother. Please accept it." Having said this, he in the brown robe stepped outside. The staff transformed into a great python, allowing Moses to mount its back. He swayed as he traversed the high ridge, then vanished from sight. In the distance, the azure ox continued to graze, mooing softly. Upon returning to the room, the brown robe unwrapped the gift, revealing 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. "Brown robe," I inquired, "where is the sepet you mentioned?" "You shall soon find out, dear nephew of the great tree," he replied. Lulu interjected, "Old sir, thank you for permitting me to speak. May I ask, can everyone voice their thoughts?" The knowledgeable remained silent, while those who speak often know not. Is it not preferable to know yet remain silent? Lulu appeared perplexed, but sensed that the hope of allowing more voices to be heard was rather bleak. The white-haired elder turned to Yao Ji, then back to us, saying, "It is time to return, while it is not too late. Allow me to accompany you." Seeing the host issue a dismissal, we exited the dwelling. At that moment, the azure ox awaited us outside. "Onward, my friends," the brown robe instructed. "But there is only one azure ox. It cannot accommodate all 4 of us." Observing our confusion, the brown robe smiled and mounted the ox's back first. A gentle breeze swept past, lifting us onto the azure ox. More precisely, we found ourselves perched upon its horns. Our forms instantly diminished in size. I and Yao Ji sat on the left horn, while Xiao Huang and Lulu occupied the right. We appeared as mere playthings dangling from the horns of the brown robe. Upon reaching the riverbank, the azure ox set us down, glancing at our dilapidated vessel. The brown robe remarked, "Ah, this gourd is quite nice. I shall take it. But this is clearly a boat. How can it be a gourd?" The brown robe extended his hand, and the boat transformed into a gourd, which he grasped and hung upon the ox's horns. "Old sir," Lulu questioned, "the boat is gone. How shall we return?" At that moment, a raft emerged from my possession, transforming into a grand ship, suddenly appearing before us. Before, Xiao Huang and I had embarked on my wooden raft, which at that time was merely a stump, yet it has now transformed into such an extraordinary vessel, truly astonishing. I harbor a latent strength within me, a force that begins to flow, instilling a sense of panic that is ineffable. Once we had all boarded, the figure clad in brown, riding a green ox, gradually receded into the distance. We could still faintly hear his cryptic song, uttering phrases like yin and yang, for and not for. Lulu, with her remarkable intuition, has gained the divine ability to speak, which fills her with excitement. Later, relying on her memory, she recited the brown-clad figure's song, the song of all things, prompting Yao Ji to mimic his tone. All things are but manifestations of yin and yang. The tangible forms of yin and yang are ultimately intangible. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. To diminish is to diminish, cutting away the sharpness. To enhance is to enhance, unraveling the complexities. The strong will always find their match. The great way has no door that one can enter. Chapter 13. The crimson winter aboard a sailboat adorned in white and brown. We journeyed northward. The further we traveled north, the colder the climate became. Much of the time, we sailed against the wind, employing a zigzagging course to harness the currents. Our experiences on the mysterious island were a profound shock to each of us. Whether it was the brown-clad figure or the prophet miser, they both recognized me, which truly astonished me. I finally glimpsed the dawn of understanding regarding my origins, while Xiao Huang seemed even more intrigued than I, persistently urging me to recall various memories. Among our quartet, Lulu was the most exhilarated, struggling to accept the reality of her newfound ability to speak. Currently, she was engrossed in a discussion with Yao Ji, though it was predominantly Lulu speaking while Yao Ji listened. Observing Yao Ji's awkward yet polite smile, I understood her helplessness. Yao Ji was not at ease. The brown-clad figure's words echoed in her mind. "Let it be, child. The fate of Mazu is not within your grasp." She was acutely aware that Mazu's homeland was likely facing grave dangers, with the enemy being the formidable kingdom of Dofu. She had no clarity regarding the state of her homeland. She longed to return to Mingi City at once. What had become of Mingi City? What of the Queen of Heaven? What of her ninja siblings? And what of Wushan City? Was Parody Island faring well? The prophet miser had foretold that the demon king of Dofu was advancing with an army of 100,000 towards the north, which was precisely where our Mazu homeland lay. The national standing army barely numbered 60,000, most of whom lacked combat experience. How could they withstand an onslaught of such magnitude? Even if our fishmen had overfished, aiding humanity in the development of resources in the southern abyss, surely that could not warrant such dire consequences. During our time on Far Mountain Island, we had already experienced the formidable strength of the Demon Knights, a memory that lingers with trepidation. At that time, she and Lulu had continuously unleashed arrows and darts upon their pursuers, yet all their efforts had been thwarted, leaving them grievously wounded. If the Dofu army were to emulate their prowess, or even if only a fraction did, would our Mazu kingdom not be facing annihilation? That cannot be. General Lin Mocun is still with us. In our revered homeland, the Mazu kingdom, there exist 4 formidable legions: the Ninja Corps, the Tortoise Corps, the Rhinoceros Corps, and the Scaled Corps, alongside the allies of Hippocrates. Even if the demonic forces possess unmatched combat prowess, devouring us whole remains an impossibility. Nevertheless, the dynamics of the battlefield are often shrouded in uncertainty. She must hasten her return to the Mazu kingdom. Time is of the essence. The chill in the air grows more pronounced, prompting me to offer Yaoji a cerulean blanket, which she drapes around her shoulders. I also brought a piece for Lulu, who smiled brightly and expressed her gratitude with a melodious thank you. Nearby, Xiao Huang gazed intently ahead when he spotted a seagull perched on the ship's railing. "Hey, big guy, come here quickly," he called out from a distance. "What's the matter?" I approached him briskly. "Look who it is. Greetings. It's that little seagull who fell for the duckling. What a rare treat to see you again. How did you end up here?" Xiao Huang exclaimed with delight. "The sea is my home. Why shouldn't I come here?" The seagull replied. "Have you found your little duckling?" "Ah, don't even mention it. I can't even return to Coast Island now," she lamented, her spirits visibly dampened. "What's wrong, little seagull?" I inquired. She then recounted the recent events in detail, such as the downfall of the Mazu kingdom, the triumph of the Northern Islands, the fall of Coast Island, and the situation regarding the Eagle City alliance on the continent. Upon hearing of the Mazu kingdom's demise, Yaoji, who had drawn near, suddenly froze, supported by Lulu beside her. "What did you say? Our Mazu kingdom has fallen?" Yaoji's face drained of color in panic. The little seagull, startled, leapt up. "It's absolutely true. Jiaming City has been breached. The Empress has perished. Now, the mermen are either enslaved or complicit, and many have fled to the continent." "And what of General Lin?" Yaoji's anxiety escalated. "I am not certain. It is said they won a battle in the Northern Islands, but it seems the losses were catastrophic. They may have all perished." "Really? What did you say?" Yaoji struggled to accept this harsh reality. Xiao Huang, too, was visibly distressed. "Please, don't speak such nonsense. How could Coast Island possibly be captured? The city is so fortified. I'm not fabricating stories. It has indeed been taken." A legion appeared suddenly from the east. Someone found a side entrance, charged in, and the entire city was devastated. "What of the citizens?" Xiao Huang worried for his father, De Huang. "I truly do not know. They may have escaped back to the continent, but some may very well have perished," the seagull stated solemnly. In all my years of acquaintance with Xiao Huang, this was the first time I witnessed such profound sorrow in him. He fell silent, gazing down at the deck of the ship, tears streaming down his face. I, too, felt a heavy heart and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Xiao Huang, do not despair. I believe De Huang must have fled long ago, so try not to worry excessively. I'm sorry. Perhaps I spoke too freely." The little seagull extended her wings and bowed apologetically, to divert Xiao Huang's and Yaoji's sorrow. I sought to engage in conversation, asking the seagull, "Where are you heading now?" "Me? I, too, am uncertain. I belong to the world. What about you? Where shall you go?" Lulu replied. "We initially intended to return to Mazu's homeland." "Believe me, this beautiful sister," the polite little seagull interjected. "You will surely be unable to go to Mazu's homeland unless you wish to be captured." In that moment, the 4 of us, along with the little seagull, 5 in total, seemed to transform into orphans in an instant. I was unaware of my origins. Xiao Huang and Yao Ji had just lost their home. Lulu had been exiled for many years, and the little seagull was a wanderer of the seas. The mist hung thick over the ocean, and the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, mirroring our sorrowful hearts. The sailboat continued its slow northward journey, with only the rhythmic sound of waves reminding us that the world did not cease its motion because of our grief. Yao Ji collapsed in Lulu's embrace, her face haggard. The once lively Xiao Huang now appeared transformed, engulfed in melancholy. Only the little seagull perched upon my shoulder, occasionally blinking her eyes at us. Having experienced the pain of losing her ducklings, she immediately grasped the gravity of our situation upon observing our expressions. "Everyone, let us muster our spirits," Lulu, the steadfast commander, declared. "This is not the time for sorrow. We must undertake 2 tasks. First, to combat the forces of the Dofa demon army and reclaim our homeland. Second, to find a safe haven for ourselves in the present. In matters of strategy, Lulu was always imbued with confidence. Although we knew little of the Dofu army's situation, she had already resolved to resist them, exuding an air of assurance. Of course, it was also possible that she was merely attempting to comfort us. We began to deliberate, recognizing that since returning to Mazu's kingdom was not an option, we had but a few choices ahead. Firstly, heading northeast would lead us to the Hippocratic nation, whose capital had already fallen. Going there would be akin to courting death. Secondly, we could journey to the Eagle City of Archimedes, the location of the Yuanhua Medical Center. Yet traversing enemy territory posed immense risks. Thirdly, we could navigate northwest towards the Zhuge Kingdom. According to Yao Ji, the relationship between Mazu's homeland and Zhuge had previously been amicable. Despite having three options, there was little contention among us. We collectively decided to head towards the Zhuge Kingdom, specifically to the capital city of Rose Mountain. Noticing Xiao Huang still consumed by sorrow, I suggested that the little seagull accompany us. Initially hesitant, she ultimately agreed, considering our current predicament, to evade the pursuit of the Dofu army. Yao Ji intended to steer the ship westward before veering northward. With the little seagull's assistance, our voyage became much smoother. Amidst the languid journey, the autumn breeze over the sea felt indulgent. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, with only the intermittent sounds of the wind resonating in our ears. Yao Ji recounted tales of the Zhuge Kingdom, albeit secondhand. Perhaps among the known kingdoms, Zhuge was the most uniquely reputed. Unlike other nations that relied on agriculture, fishing, pastoralism, hunting, and mining, Zhuge primarily flourished through the development of the adult entertainment and gambling industries. The nation was predominantly mountainous, with damp soil, leaving its people with little to occupy their time. The realms of the sex industry and gambling have long become a commonplace affair for them, with individuals of all ages and genders deeply immersed in these pursuits. Many locals revere the deity known as the God of Red Eyes. While such activities may be regarded as disreputable by the average person, they are perceived as a form of spiritual practice by the faithful. Under the protection of the God of Red Eyes, they believe that fostering the sex and gambling industries can usher in peace across the entire continent and ocean, rather than engaging in pillage and warfare. Since desire and conflict are inherent traits of sentient beings, why not channel these urges through lawful indulgence in carnal pleasures and games of chance? Through the flourishing of these industries, the kingdom of Zhuge has rapidly prospered. However, they adhere to a unique tradition. Neither sex work nor gambling may extend beyond the borders of Zhuge. Some assert that leaving the kingdom would result in the loss of the God of Red Eye's protection, while others believe this is merely a method for the Puta and the Five Ants to maintain control. Despite such regulations, in recent years, many male and female prostitutes from Zhuge have gradually spread across the continent in pursuit of profit. The kingdom of Zhuge boasts three pivotal cities: Rose Mountain City, Mist Valley, and the Herb Garden. The aging King Lecher, residing in the Grand Palace, holds no real power. The authority of the state has shifted to the Five Ants and Puta, who dominate the Herb Garden and Mist Valley. Both Puta and the Five Ants serve as the clandestine proprietors of the sex and gambling industries in these cities, wielding control over the nation's finances and military. Their influence extends nearly to every corner of the kingdom, with General Shizenlang of Zhuge being the nephew and son-in-law of these formidable figures. Rose Mountain City is also led by the sharpshooter General Nasu, yet he remains subordinate to Shizenlang. In terms of military strength, the forces of the kingdom of Zhuge are on par with those of the Mazu kingdom. In addition to charioteers, spear-wielders, polearm soldiers, and archers, the most distinctive feature of their military is the musketeers. The mountains of Zhuge are rich in gunpowder stones, which, after exploration, have been utilized to arm their troops. Unfortunately, the musketeers possess inadequate firepower, making them suitable for defensive operations and long-range support, yet ill-equipped to serve as the main offensive force. Thus, from the perspective of other nations, the Zhuge army is not characterized by ambitious expansionism, yet they are not easily challenged either. Their uniqueness primarily stems from the mountainous terrain of the kingdom of Zhuge. Any adversary who disregards this treacherous geography and recklessly initiates an attack would surely be deemed mad. As Yaoji shared her account, our curiosity was piqued. The sailboat swiftly approached the waters of the kingdom of Zhuge, and the little seagull departed early, expressing her willingness to gather intelligence for us before her departure. Her enthusiasm moved us deeply. Numerous patrol boats lingered nearby, indicating that preparations for battle were underway. After revealing our identities, the captain of the inspection team, armed with a musket, cast a glance at Yaoji and informed her that General Lin Matsuan had also arrived in Rose Mountain City. Is that true? Yaoji could hardly believe the insignia upon his chest. He nodded affirmatively. We followed the patrol boat into the harbor, navigating through the 3 passes of the mountain valleys, until we beheld a magnificent royal city rising majestically atop the peaks. A striking red statue of the Zhuge loomed over the grand palace, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Upon entering the city, we found the streets and alleys bustling with vibrant activity. In this realm, not only are there local courtesans, but also those from the Kingdom of Mazu, the Kingdom of Hippocrates, the Kingdom of Archimedes, the Kingdom of Hunters, the Valkyrie Kingdom, and even the Kingdom of Mandela. The carnal desires are fervent among the tree folk, fish people, stone men, and humans alike. In addition to female prostitutes, there exists a considerable number of male escorts who flaunt themselves in the streets, leaving no potential patrons unapproached. The patrolling guards have long grown accustomed to this scenario, with some soldiers even exchanging knowing glances with these individuals. The gambling houses are abuzz with excitement, as everyone attempts to test their fortunes. Beyond silver coins, these establishments also accept any valuable collateral. Essential to the ambience are various inns and eateries, predominantly serving spicy meat dishes. Whether indulging in vice or gambling, transgressions are inevitable. The laws of this kingdom are straightforward. Firstly, murder incurs the death penalty, regardless of nobility. Secondly, those who inflict harm must endure equivalent injuries. Thirdly, thieves face amputation of a hand or, in severe cases, execution. Fourthly, liars causing substantial loss to others are punished by having their tongues severed. As we approached the military camp, we observed a gathering of onlookers. A woman had been apprehended by the patrolling guards for stealing another's belongings and was in the process of having her right hand severed. Not far off, a man who had just exited a brothel was being stripped of his shirt by soldiers, who proceeded to brand his chest with a searing iron, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Later, we learned that an administrative officer from a nearby district had been arrested for his report filled with deceit, and he was soon to face public punishment by tongue removal. In the kingdom of Zhuge, the populace venerates wealth, freedom, and equality over power, taboos, and obedience. Upon hearing of the tongue severing, Xiao Huang dismissed it with indifference, remarking that such harshness would deter anyone from aspiring to hold office. We eventually found ourselves in an infantry barracks, originally part of the Zhuge Kingdom's vine-armored forces, now left vacant due to their redeployment to Eagle City for support. Not long ago, General Lin Matsuan, after a resounding victory in the Northern Islands, intended to remain. But both King Hyena and Queen Freya asserted that further defense of the Northern Islands was rendered futile. Following the crushing defeat of the Sea Demon Legion and the Sea Beast Legion, more enemies would undoubtedly launch retaliatory attacks. Ultimately, they retreated to Eagle City, while Generals Lin and Wu Guoxing led the remnants of the Tortoise Shell Legion, comprising 2,000 soldiers, to seek refuge in Rose Mountain City. Upon our arrival at the barracks, we took a brief respite, but Yao Ji immediately mingled among the soldiers to gather information. Despite being an ordinary military encampment, the lounge exuded an air of opulence. Portraits of several generals adorned the walls, and the armrests of various seating were intricately carved, while the stone flooring gleamed as if newly laid. The attendants brought us tea, snacks, hot towels, and an assortment of fresh fruits and white fish. Before long, Yao Ji entered with a somber expression. The situation was indeed grave. It was unimaginable that our kingdom of Mazu had been vanquished by the enemy within a mere 3 months. Yao Ji took a seat, her eyes still bearing traces of unshed tears. Currently, the army of the Devil Dopher continues its onslaught on the mainland, with the main forces of various nations gathering in Eagle City. The flames of vengeance within her heart blazed fiercely. At that moment, a messenger entered, announcing the presence of General Nasu and General Lin Matsuan. The 4 of us followed him into the operations room. Inside the chamber lay a vast sand table, where the tall General Nasu and the stout General Wu Guoxing stood behind a man, attentively listening to his guidance. We must not underestimate our adversary. According to our scouts, Foodie is mobilizing his forces, with 20,000 Sea Beast Legion troops advancing towards Rose Mountain City. Have the military and civilians of Gen Island retreated? They will complete their withdrawal by tomorrow at the latest, General Nasu replied. Although Rose Mountain City is easily defensible, we only possess 20,000 men. Do not worry. There are 3 checkpoints in the southeast direction of our royal capital, which have never been entirely breached. General Wu Guoxing reminded General Nasu, General, the islands of our Mazu kingdom are also fortified strongholds, having been ambushed from behind by Foodie's Sea Beast Legion. I am aware of this. I have already ordered reinforcements for the defenses at the rear of Rose Mountain City, General Nasu responded. General Lin Matsuan turned to face us, noticing the 4 of us. He glanced at Xiao Huang, saying, I have heard of the events in Coast City. Without the assistance of your medic from the Stone People, we would not have endured thus far. Xiao Huang was taken aback and immediately expressed his willingness to join the ranks of medics within the city to fight against the enemy collectively. General Lin looked at Yao Ji, who burst into tears and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, calling out, "General Lin." Although the Empress is no longer with us, General Lin helped her to her feet and resolutely declared, "As long as we draw breath, we shall seek vengeance and restore our nation." He then turned to Lulu, saying, "Your Highness, I have heard of your deeds. Last time, we were fortunate that Queen Freya intervened in time. Every citizen of the Valkyrie Kingdom is a benefactor to our Mazu Kingdom. I have a humble request, if your Highness is willing. I hope you will consider fighting alongside us." General Nasu chimed in. "Our Zhuge Army's chariot corps has always been led by the Third Lady, who has unfortunately fallen. If your Highness could command us, our chances of victory would undoubtedly increase." Seeing the sincerity in everyone's eyes, Lulu decided not to decline any further and agreed to take command of the corps. General Lin Matsuan looked at me, though I was a stranger. Anyone willing to join us at this moment was a friend. "I can stay," I said, unsure of what else to say. Despite my unfamiliarity with warfare, I could not openly express my desire to follow Yao Ji in front of everyone. Xiao Huang, perceiving my awkwardness, suggested that I could assist him with medical treatment. "Your Highness," General Lin Matsuan inquired, "do you have any suggestions for our defensive strategy?" "In our Valkyrie Kingdom, we have a saying," Lulu replied. "We do not question how many enemies there are, we only ask where they are. If possible, I intend to launch a proactive attack against Fudi's forces at the opportune moment. Indeed, this is a bold plan. However, we possess only 300 battle chariots." General Nasu harbors some concerns and suggests leveraging the long-range advantages of firearms and crossbows, along with the close-quarters combat experience of the Tortoise Legion, to establish layered defenses at the 3 checkpoints to thwart the enemy. This strategy aims to minimize casualties. General Lin Matsuan also shares some apprehensions, but is willing to attempt it. He specifically requests that Princess Yaoji be incorporated into the chariot brigade. His intention is clear. He wishes to avoid witnessing the downfall of a princess, as it would be difficult to explain to the Valkyrie Kingdom, even if she is a banished princess. Before the conclusion of the meeting, General Lin expresses his gratitude to General Nasu for the trust placed in him by appointing him to a commanding position. As General Nasu states, "I am more suited to be a general than a marshal." It is noteworthy that General Nasu commands 16,000 troops, while General Lin, including the newly reinforced Tortoise Legion, commands only around 4,000. Once all arrangements are in place, everyone disperses to prepare. Given the limited capacity for soldiers at each checkpoint, Marshal Lin Matsuan makes the necessary arrangements. General Nasua's deputy, General Yejo, leads 4,000 musketeers and 1,000 polearm soldiers to occupy the first checkpoint, which represents the largest deployment of forces. The mission at the first checkpoint is to resist the enemy as much as possible and avoid close combat. Should they falter, a swift retreat to the second checkpoint is imperative. The second checkpoint is defended by General Nasu, commanding 5,000 archers and 1,000 spearmen. The third checkpoint holds paramount importance, personally commanded by Marshal Lin Matsuan, who leads 2,000 musketeers and 4,000 Tortoise Legion soldiers, forming the final line of defense for Rose Mountain City. Furthermore, 3,000 archers and spearmen are held in reserve under the command of General Wu Guoxing, prepared to guard against rear attacks and maintain order within the city, vigilantly preventing espionage. The chariot brigade led by Lulu comprises only 300 vehicles, and Lin Matsuan hopes she can provide timely support, primarily to cover the strategic offensives and retreats at the first and second checkpoints. Shortly after the deployment of the plan, the vessels of the demonic army emerge on the horizon. General Nasu orders the alarm to be sounded, initiating the highest level of response. Upon hearing the alarm, the streets are entirely cleared. What was once a bustling city soon transforms into a desolate wasteland, with soldiers scurrying back and forth, transporting various supplies. As night falls, warning beacons are lit atop the prominent peaks of the Zhuge Kingdom. In the Eagle City Conference Hall, Zhu Jie is convening with military and political leaders from various nations. The Allied forces have received intelligence indicating that the Lingyu Legion, entrenched in Coast City, has crossed the Coast Strait and landed in the southern region of the Hippocrates Kingdom. A divine mountain runs east to west through the Hippocrates Kingdom, dividing the nation into northern and southern regions. The lifestyles of the people on either side of the mountain are starkly different. The north suffers from drought, while the south experiences flooding. Once, the northern region was the most prosperous, but after the conquest by the king of Magadha, its development has long since been incomparable to that of the southern region. Following the fall of Coast City, Prime Minister Sajia retreated to the northern stronghold to evade pursuit. In consultation with General Lushan, they have blocked 3 passages between the southern and northern regions, providing at least some degree of self-defense and buying time to prepare for a counteroffensive. In the region of Shannon, many inhabitants have either fled to the northern mountains or sought refuge in the forests and swamps. The once prosperous strongholds of Shannon have succumbed, providing ample supplies to the Lingyu Legion. His 20,000 troops relentlessly pursued the enemy. Upon the closure of the route to the north, they redirected their advance westward, with a singular objective to seize Eagle City. Currently, the allied forces of Eagle City are both intensifying their preparations for battle and awaiting the arrival of additional reinforcements. At this juncture, the military strength of Eagle City essentially mirrors that of the Alliance's inception. The Archimedes Imperial Guards, commanded by Zhu Jieli, number 50,000. General Martin and General Takeda lead 70,000 tree men. There are 2,000 musketeers from the Zhuge Kingdom, 3,000 stone men from the Hippocratic Kingdom, and 5,000 troops from the recently engaged allied forces of Ali. Previously, the heads of various nations began reallocating reinforcements. However, thus far, almost every contingent has encountered unforeseen setbacks. Prince Asa, leading 20,000 troops from Hima City to Wagner City, inexplicably fell victim to an avalanche, suffering considerable casualties. Lacking orders from Asa, the 20,000 forces stationed at Wagner City have been unable to advance. General Dashir of the Hunter Nation, commanding 50,000 reinforcements, has yet to arrive, with rumors circulating of his alleged treachery. The well-trained 20,000 Imperial Guards faced multiple collapses before reaching Wurdi City, rendering passage impossible. 4,000 troops from the Mandala Kingdom set forth from Qingbai River, while another 40,000 embarked by sea, yet neither has arrived to date. 13 Lang's 20,000 forces, after departing from Lingnan City, encountered an ambush from unidentified armed factions, severely hampering their march. Presently, only 5,000 soldiers led by General Tokli from Coast City have successfully arrived. Consequently, including the temporarily trained militia, the allied forces of Eagle City number approximately 140,000. Upon learning of Shooter's demise, the Demon King was incensed and promptly reformed the Sea Demon Legion, fully staffing it with 20,000 troops, appointing Shooter's brother, Paris, as commander. Unlike most demon generals, who are typically grotesque in appearance, Paris is not only handsome, but also bears a striking resemblance to humans. The Demon King himself is leading 30,000 demonic troops northward. More critically, his foremost warrior, Offlo, commands 20,000 elite soldiers whose whereabouts remain undisclosed, undoubtedly plotting some nefarious scheme. The 20,000 under Lingyu's command are merely the vanguard assaulting Eagle City. Should the Demon King and Paris's 2 legions converge, their combined strength would total 70,000. Based on the combat capabilities observed in the Northern Isles, even with a 3-to-1 ratio, the Allied forces would require 210,000 soldiers. If the ratio were 5-to-1, they would need 350,000. Even with the advantages of fortification, the disparate combat effectiveness and disunity of these troops pose significant challenges. Furthermore, Zhu Jieli is particularly troubled by the acute supply shortages that have arisen since the unexpected collapse of Archimedes Avenue. It appears that the Demon Army's spies have already infiltrated various nations across the continent, instigating chaos to isolate Eagle City with malicious intent. During the War Council, Zhu Jieli emphasized the necessity of establishing at least 2 defensive lines along the eastern side of Eagle City, at the border with Archimedes and Hippocrates, to impede the advance of the Lingyu Legion and, if feasible, to annihilate them. Upon hearing the term extermination, a chorus of discontent arose among the generals, clearly indicating that this exceeded the capabilities of the Allied forces. As the debate ensued, a gray whistleblower reported that the Lingyu Legion had already breached the borders of Archimedes. Gentlemen, after a moment of calm, Zhu Jieli asserted that time was of the essence. Rather than remain idle in Eagle City, we must at least establish an additional defensive line in the eastern city. Which general is willing to accompany me on this venture? General Martin interjected, stating that our initial gathering in Eagle City rather than fortifying various locations stemmed from our fear of being picked off by the demonic army. Now, with reinforcements hindered and the enemy looming large, there remains hope in holding our ground in Eagle City. If we divert our main forces to confront the enemy in the east, not only may we fail to repel the Lingyu Legion, but what if the Demon King and Paris launch an assault on Eagle City in the meantime? The Demon King and Paris forces are still en route, Zhu Jieli replied. I concur with General Martin's assertion. We should not risk splitting our forces before reinforcements arrive. Feud voiced his agreement. The Hunter Kingdom supports the establishment of defenses in the east, Yet we find ourselves powerless, the hyena bluntly remarked. Queen Freya remained silent, and Zhu Jie grasped her unspoken sentiments. I believe, General Tockley began. As he opened his mouth, the Queen of Yushur coughed twice, prompting Tockley to hesitate. However, one could indeed consider naval engagements. Naval warfare is far too perilous. The lessons from the battle at Far Mountain Island were devastating. Zhu Jie expressed his concerns. Witnessing the leaders and generals calculating their strategies, visibly intimidated by the demonic army, he felt a surge of irritation. Very well. If none of you are willing to confront the enemy in the east, I shall personally lead 50,000 Imperial Guards to meet them. 50,000? That is unwise. Queen Freya finally reacted. The hyena also deemed it inappropriate. 50,000 is equivalent to half the forces in Eagle City, should the Demon King attack. The consequences would be dire. The gathering devolved into a bargaining session, rife with disputes. Even though these were his own troops, as the leader of the allies, Marshal Zhu Jie found himself compelled to compromise. Ultimately, he could only muster 5,000 cavalry along with 15,000 infantry and archers to confront the foe. The mission's objective transformed from the ideal of annihilating the enemy to merely stalling their advance. Faced with this outcome, Zhu Jie felt a swell of indignation. Yet as the proposer of this plan, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He promptly assembled his forces and hastened to the eastern city. As the commander of the allies, he urgently required a victory to solidify his authority and bolster the morale of the coalition. Simultaneously, the Lingyu Legion advanced westward with an unstoppable momentum. To them, these allied forces were hardly worth consideration. Intelligence indicated that they were cowering within Eagle City, awaiting capture. Lingyu, mounted on horseback, felt an unsettling solitude, having not encountered worthy adversaries for an extended duration. In the capital of the Zhuge Kingdom, the sentinels at the city gate meticulously monitored the distant sea. Previously, the demonic reconnaissance vessels that had appeared on the water had inexplicably retreated, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. According to prior agreements with the patrolling naval forces, they were to report on sea activity every hour through signal flags. However, 2.5 hours had elapsed without a single sighting. Suddenly, the silhouette of an unfamiliar warship emerged on the small island in the bay, causing a wave of panic among the soldiers. One soldier jested, "What is there to fear? It is merely a ship." However, General Yejo, adorned with his mountain eagle helmet, remained silent, sensing that the situation was far more complex. In truth, behind that solitary vessel, 200 sea beast warships were advancing. The alarm bells of Rose Mountain City resounded once more, heralding the enemy's assault. General Yejo promptly commanded all soldiers to hold their positions. With the majority stationed atop the walls of the checkpoint and a smaller contingent crowding behind the gates, 50 ships lined up in formation, yet no one rushed to disembark. Just as the defenders were taken aback, the sea beast ships altered their course, now presenting their flanks toward the checkpoint. Beside 40 stood a sorcerer, intoning incantations. During this autumnal season, the north wind typically prevailed. However, under the sorcerer's influence, the wind shifted to an unusual southerly gust, growing ever stronger. Flags of various sizes fluttered violently in the southern breeze, and the standard beside Yejo was torn asunder. The halberd soldiers were gripped by terror, and the eyes of the musketeers narrowed in apprehension. At that moment, the sea beast ships unleashed their massive crossbows. Carried by the fierce southern wind, bolts rained down upon the defenders on the walls. Within moments, numerous soldiers lay lifeless, transformed into mere cadavers. With a resounding horn, the sea beasts surged from their vessels, propelled by the southern winds, launching an assault on the checkpoint. The delayed gunfire finally erupted, and the halberd soldiers gradually steadied their resolve. Yet, the wind laden with sand made it exceedingly difficult for the musketeers to aim accurately at the foe. Over 2,000 sea beasts, wielding siege ladders, swiftly ascended the walls of the checkpoint. General Yejo ordered his soldiers to lower their muskets and draw their sabers, engaging in close combat. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was glaring, leaving little hope for victory. In an effort to cover the retreat of his men, General Yejo, his leg injured by an enemy's iron hook, led the remnants into battle. After a brutal clash, he hurled himself and 2 adversaries off the parapet. The gunfire at the checkpoint dwindled, inciting anxiety in General Nasu at the second checkpoint. Soon, the first checkpoint fell eerily silent. Before long, dozens of battered soldiers fled toward the second checkpoint. In less than half a day since the conflict ignited, the first checkpoint had been overrun. The swiftness of this assault astounded General Nasu, leaving him with no time to render assistance. 40 ordered the 2,000 vanguards to rest on the spot and commanded an additional 5,000 soldiers to charge the second checkpoint. Unlike the first, the second checkpoint was situated at a bend, rendering it unaffected by the southern wind. As the 5,000 heavily armored sea beasts rounded the corner, they were met with a fierce onslaught from Nasu's archers, many of whom fell to arrows striking their necks and armpits. Shielded by their massive shields, the Sea Beast Legion approached the second checkpoint, beginning to scale the ladders. Meanwhile, several robust sea beasts battered the main gate with siege hammers, while the soldiers behind the door retaliated through shooting slits and spear ports. Some archers were struck in the eyes, crying out in agony, and were swiftly carried to the rear. My companion Xiao Huang and I hurried to tend to the wounded as casualties mounted. With numerous women answering the call to join the ranks of the nurses, the battle at Erdeaku raged with unparalleled intensity. Some spear-wielding soldiers had their lungs pierced by the enemy, bleeding profusely, only to be brought to our medical tent already lifeless. Others, trembling with fear, clutched their spears, overwhelmed to the point of losing control of their bladders. Waves of sea beasts ascended the siege ladders, while successive soldiers bore the battering ram forward. General Nas, a master archer of exceptional prowess, transformed many ferocious beasts into mere targets. Under his inspiration, the spear soldiers also entered a frenzied state, toppling one siege ladder after another in conjunction with fiery assaults. Just as cheers erupted for the imminent repulsion of the enemy, several exceptionally fierce sea beasts brandished their siege hammers, disregarding the arrows and flames that engulfed them, and struck the city gates. A thunderous crash resounded as the gates were breached. With Erdeaku lost, the sea beasts surged forth like a deluge towards Sandow Kaut. Countless soldiers were torn apart by the beasts, akin to rabbits caught in the talons of a falcon. Some musketeers and soldiers abandoned their posts, desperately fleeing towards Sandow Kaut. The spear-wielders around them fell one by one, and General Nas's guard diminished rapidly, while many sea beasts stormed up the stone steps behind the city gate. In this critical moment, a female general clad in silver armor, wielding a massive spear, mounted on a war chariot, launched a counterattack. The chariot thundered as she expertly thrust her spear at the sea beasts, each strike aimed at vital points such as their necks. Behind her, 300 chariots equipped with serrated blades began to cleave through the advancing sea beasts. Yaoji, armed with a bow, also targeted the beasts scaling the city walls. Under the intimidation of the war chariots, many sea beasts began to retreat. The Zhuge army reclaimed the city gates of Erdeaku, with the chariots in hot pursuit of the fleeing beasts. At that moment, the resounding call of a massive conch shell echoed, signaling Fudi's order for reinforcements to launch a fierce assault on the defenders. Some colossal beasts lifted heavy stones, hurling them at the chariots, causing many to either overturn or shatter into pieces. The previously retreating sea beasts found newfound courage, turning back to fiercely attack the chariots. Some beasts charged at the warhorses, toppling them as well. Under the summoning of the enemy's sorcerer, a colossal armored crocodile crawled forth, emitting a terrifying roar that scattered many warhorses. The war chariot legion, led by Lulu and Yaoji, began to retreat steadily. During the withdrawal, a chariot driven by a female soldier was struck by a beast's massive axe, causing it to tip over. The soldier was thrown from her seat, with the pursuing chariot poised to crush her. Witnessing this, Lulu leaped from her chariot, landing on the ground just in time to embrace her and roll aside. Subsequently, she lifted the soldier onto her own chariot, retreating back to Erdeaku. As the sea beasts prepared to assault the gates once more, the war drums echoed, heralding the arrival of General Lin Matsuan, accompanied by 1,000 musketeers and 2,000 tortoiseshell legionnaires to provide support. Lin Matsuan and General Nas commanded the nearby musketeers and crossbowmen to aim for the crocodile's eyes, while the tortoiseshell legion advanced with concentrated spear thrusts targeting the creature's abdomen. Some soldiers hurled incendiary bottles filled with fish oil and gunpowder at the crocodile. Under the barrage of attacks, the inferno engulfing the crocodile finally rendered it motionless, though in its last moments, it swatted away 3 sea beasts with its tail. Outside Erdeaku, the sea beasts finally ceased their assault. Under the grand banner, General Lin Matsuan stood resolute like a deity of war. Beside him, the armored warriors swiftly raised their shields to shield him, while General Nasu commanded the archers and musketeers to launch their assault, preventing the sea beasts from advancing even a single step. Before retreating, the unwillingly defeated Fudi sneered, instructing several snipers nearby to shoot cold arrows at Lin Matsuan amid the momentary disarray of the turtle shell army's shields. After the city gate was repaired, General Lin and his men withdrew within the second line of defense. The battlefield fell silent, occasionally pierced by the chirping of birds, As General Nasu approached General Lin to express his gratitude, Lin suddenly lurched forward, only to be caught in time by Nasu. He hastily summoned aides to assist Lin into a carriage, racing to the medical quarters. It was only when Xiao Huang and I removed Lin's armor that we discovered he had been struck by an enemy's poisoned arrow in the right shoulder, which had swollen alarmingly. General Lin's life hung in the balance. Before Zhu Jieli set off to intercept the enemy at the eastern city, the Allied leadership was temporarily assumed by Queen Freya. Despite General Takeda's dissatisfaction, believing that our forces should rightfully take charge, the ongoing conflicts among the Mandala Kingdom, the Hunters Nation, and the Hippocratic Kingdom made Queen Freya the most universally accepted leader. The Queen persistently dispatched messengers to inquire about the whereabouts of Shizenling and Ping Huji, urging them to send reinforcements with great urgency. She also issued orders to the garrison at Wagner, instructing them to depart immediately for Eagle City without waiting for Princesa. Given the topography of Eagle City, she continued to reinforce the defenses of both inner walls, with particular emphasis on the southern and eastern gates. The city's elevation in the center, contrasted with the lower surrounding areas, left the towering walls as the sole advantage. It was anticipated that the Demon King and Paris would launch their assault from the southern gate, while the Lingyu Legion would arrive at the eastern gate. The northern gate, connecting to Archimedes Avenue, remained a vital supply route, and the western gate, although currently less threatened due to the sea beasts besieging the Zhuge Kingdom, warranted caution. Outside Eagle City, the area had been cleared, with ground markers painted in various shades of white to denote distances for catapults and archers. A wide moat, spanning 150 meters, encircled the city, rendering ordinary ladders ineffective against the walls. Even if an enemy managed to approach the base of the walls, sharp spikes protruding from the fortifications would thwart their siege equipment. According to prior arrangements, the defense of the southern gate was entrusted to Archimedes, Valkyrie Nation, and the Hunters Nation. While Martin and Takeda guarded the eastern gate, the Zhuge Kingdom defended the western gate, and the Hippocratic Kingdom held the northern gate, with commanders coordinating within the city. With Zhu Jieli now heading to the eastern city, Martin and Takeda shifted their defenses to the southern gate, while Hyenas secured the eastern gate. The positions of Puda, Wui's musketeers, Queen Yu, and Tokli remained unchanged. In order to deceive the demon army, Eagle City continually rotated its defensive strategies, complicating the enemy's understanding of their fortifications. Notably, the command center frequently shifted locations, sometimes stationed at the highest points within Eagle City, at the medical point in the square, or at various gates of the inner and outer city. The only constant is the Hippocratic medical point, strategically situated in the central square of Eagle City, under the unified command of Dr. Yuanhua, with numerous civilian volunteers forming a stretcher team and a nursing squad at the ready. Aside from the moat and two formidable walls, every major intersection is fortified with massive boulders. In the event of the inner city's fall, these boulders will serve as a defensive measure, providing the garrison with cover for urban warfare. Meanwhile, Zhu Jieli had long since instructed the commander of Oldie City, Belinkov, to secretly prepare for battle at the McKinley Fortress outside the city. Should Eagle City succumb, McKinley would become the next retreat. Within Eagle City, various forces were either preoccupied with troop rotations or diligently reinforcing fortifications. A legend circulated that sea beasts were fond of lamb. Consequently, many soldiers cast aside substantial amounts of lamb meat outside the city. Fortunately, the onset of early winter brought a crispness to the air. Beneath the lamb, some were set with traps, while others were not. The interplay of reality and illusion rested upon the enemy's capacity to resist temptation. Zhu Jieli assembled 20,000 troops in the eastern city, poised to defend against the approaching enemy. However, he soon received alarming news from the Grey Whistle that the enemy's vanguard of 5,000 was drawing near. If he adhered to the original plan to defend the eastern city, it risked encirclement and annihilation. As a commander, Zhu Jieli made a swift decision to construct a defensive line at the nearby Dongling. Dongling resembled a mound, akin to a grave, with forests to the north and south, and frozen dirt roads stretching east and west. Upon learning that the enemy numbered only 5,000, Zhu Jieli meticulously devised a strategy reminiscent of catfish tactics. He ordered 1,000 light cavalry to advance rapidly, provoking the enemy's vanguard. They were akin to hunted rabbits, meant to incite the enemy and lure them to Dongling. Subsequently, he positioned his forces in a defensive formation on the hillside, facing southeast. 5,000 longbowmen formed 5 ranks at the forefront for ranged assault. 1,000 crossbowmen positioned themselves at the rear of the formation for support. At the center, 1,000 heavy cavalry stood in 5 ranks, proudly raising Zhu Jieli's battle flag. 5,000 spearmen took position at the front, while 4,000 heavy infantry flanked the sides. The rabbits feigned an attack on the eastern city occupied by the Lingyu vanguard, sustaining over 200 casualties before desperately retreating. The Lingyu Legion, swift in their movements, soon pursued. Members of the vanguard suggested that the commander await the arrival of General Lingyu, but this proposal was firmly dismissed. For throughout their campaign, all troops had proven ineffective. Adherence to tradition in the face of glory would only invite the wrath of the Dark Lord. As the Lingyu Legion appeared beneath Dongling, they beheld a formation composed of diminutive humans and could not suppress their laughter. The prospect of easily overwhelming over 10,000 with their 5,000 seemed entirely feasible. Shielded by the cavalry archers, their heavily armored infantry quickly launched a fierce assault. Archers of Archimedes completed their third volley before swiftly retreating to mingle with the crossbowmen. The Lingyu Legion commenced their charge against the opposing spear formation. Heavy cavalry and the rear crossbowmen retaliated with arrows. The accuracy of the heavy cavalry was remarkable, while the crossbowmen, though limited in range, possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities. The heavy infantry on either flank hurled javelins, while the former longbowmen transitioned to direct fire, engaging in free shooting. In a fleeting moment, the Lingyu Legion, tasked with the primary offensive, fell victim to a saturation assault. The enraged commander, seizing the opportunity, directed a charge against the heavy cavalry phalanx. This maneuver proved effective, as the outer arc of the Imperial Guard rapidly compressed into an inner arc. At that juncture, hidden within the southern forest, Zhu Jieli, astride a white steed and accompanied by 3,000 heavy cavalry, launched a ferocious attack from behind enemy lines. Each of these cavalrymen donned flowing white cloaks, billowing in the wind, complemented by masks adorned with grotesque features and bared fangs. As they galloped, they unleashed a barrage of arrows. Under Zhu Jieli's command, all raised their prized blades, swiftly transforming their double-column formation into a Y-shaped array, encircling the adversary with intent. To prevent the enemy's retreat, the heavy infantry on both flanks deftly maneuvered to encircle, effectively completing a pocket formation. The entire array resembled a catfish, epitomizing Zhu Jieli's catfish strategy. Though the vanguard of the Lingyu Legion fought valiantly, they were equally unable to withstand the onslaught of encirclement, particularly against the fearsome presence of General Zhu Jieli, the White Tiger, and his fierce guardians, who appeared as if unleashed from the depths of hell. This was a ferocity they had never encountered before. As snowflakes began to fall, the battle gradually approached its conclusion. The 5,000-strong vanguard began to disintegrate, with hundreds fleeing eastward. The soldiers at the Dongling position erupted in cheers, celebrating their triumph as they had nearly annihilated the 5,000 enemy troops while suffering merely 2,000 losses themselves. This marked a historic instance of the Allied forces delivering a significant blow to the enemy with minimal casualties during their confrontation with the Dofa demon army. Zhu Jieli, bolstered by his catfish strategy, instilled awe within the alliance. He declined his deputy's suggestion to pursue the remnants of the enemy forces, opting instead to order a swift cleanup of the battlefield and the severing of the left ears of the demon soldiers before returning to Eagle City. On the eve of this triumphant return, Zhu Jieli received an urgent dispatch from Queen Freya within his military tent, announcing that the king of the Hunter Kingdom, Hyena, intended to withdraw from the alliance and return to his homeland of White Wolf City. Chapter 14. The gatekeeper by the Meridian Bridge. Since the outbreak of conflict in the South Sea, the inland city of Archimedes found itself engulfed in unprecedented activity. The proprietors of various blacksmith shops received an avalanche of orders, compelling workers to toil day and night in the forging of weapons. Lines of soldiers eagerly awaited their turn to inspect and collect their armaments, all filled with anticipation to serve in the southern front and earn their accolades. The grain market had long since become a bustling hub, with transport vessels from various regions crowding the seaport, each adorned with a myriad of flags. In times of war, the profits from grain trade soared as sustenance became paramount for both men and horses. The owners of slaughterhouses were equally inundated with work, as their families joined the fray, employing numerous assistants to butcher pigs and beef, preparing supplies for the southern front line. Within the Temple of Harvest, priests clad in white robes conducted a ritual of supplication amidst melodic hymns, encircled by devout worshippers. In these uncertain times, the populace increasingly felt a lack of security, seeking solace and divine protection through collective prayer. Beyond the Meridian Bridge lay the southern gate of Archimedes, a crucial entry point of the capital, underscoring its significant geographical importance. Above the grand gates stands a bronze statue of a warrior astride a warhorse, flanked by a retinue of elite soldiers. It is said that this figure is none other than Sargon, the founder of continental civilization. Yet, some contend that the myriad legends surrounding Sargon are mere fabrications, a ruse devised by the Mont family to befuddle the common folk. History is always a tapestry woven through layers of time, which elucidates why those in later generations often possess a clearer understanding of ancient events. The mysteries of ancient civilizations are shrouded in obscurity. Who can truly unravel them? For instance, a decade ago, an old man stumbled upon a snake by the roadside. 10 years hence, people might mistakenly believe that this old man was a serpent keeper. A century later, he might be regarded as a woman transformed into a snake, and a millennium from now, he may be envisioned as a descendant of the serpent, a creature with the body of a snake and the head of a man. History perpetuates itself through the words and writings of posterity, and the true essence of events remains elusive. Thus, despite the seemingly grave nature of this bronze ensemble, Sargon could very well have been a man, a fish, a tree, or even a mere figment of imagination. The gatekeeper, known as the seventh master, holds the seventh rank in his household, and the local populace respectfully addresses him as seventh master. He has always adhered to his duties with diligence, conducting thorough inspections when necessary and maintaining decorum when the time calls for leniency. His profound understanding of governance has allowed him to thrive in the bustling city of Archimedes. Like other cities, the seventh master strictly enforces the curfew, closing the city gates at night. Recently, with military affairs demanding attention, he has been required to work the night shift. Orders from above stress the need for vigilance against the spies of the Demon Kingdom amid the ongoing conflict with the Alliance. In addition to his gatekeeping responsibilities, the seventh master possesses a remarkable skill, the transmission of intelligence. While others rely on trained pigeons, he has mastered the art of training swifts. The speed of these swifts is astonishing. Under favorable weather conditions, they can traverse the distance from Archimedes to Eagle City in a single day. It is indeed a marvel that only the seventh master can command such finesse in training swifts. Consequently, whether during the reign of the Mont family or in the present day under the rule of the Ping family, he has been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Although he has surpassed 70 years of age and should not bear the weighty duty of guarding the southern gate, his exceptional status due to his swift intelligence has earned him special privileges since the days of the Monts, evoking envy among the other generals in the capital. Moreover, the high-ranking officials and nobles of the capital harbor various nocturnal inclinations, whether smuggling goods or harboring ulterior motives, and they inevitably seek to curry favor with the seventh master. Having received their benefits, he simply turns a blind eye to their transgressions. Under the sun, there is nothing novel, merely the cycles of eating, drinking, excreting, earning, and mating. Occasionally, when leisure permits, the seventh master enjoys tea in the tea houses within and beyond the city, absorbing the flow of news from all corners. Throughout history, has there ever been a time devoid of conflict? If it is not the Duff Demon Kingdom, it is the Shoff Demon Kingdom. Humanity, be they tree folk, stone folk, or fish folk, is inherently combative, even as every nation professes that the purpose of their wars is to uphold peace. At times, he strolls in casual attire by the Meridian Bridge, taking in the scenery. The world is indeed astonishing. Years ago, this place was merely a marshland, yet it has now blossomed into the center of the world. On the bridge, he beheld a ship where a foreman was mercilessly whipping slaves burdened with cargo. The backs of the slaves bore a cruel tapestry of scars, both fresh and old, yet the foreman remained indifferent. In the distance, a cargo vessel was unloading its catch, the water tank teeming with small fish. The larger fish had long been depleted. Now, even the smallest were not spared. Truly a lamentable sin. In the days of the Mazu Kingdom, Seventh Master could still glimpse some glowing blue marine delicacies from the South Sea, now all but fading into the realm of dreams. The southern bank of the Zawuchi Bridge once boasted a vast expanse of forest, now ruthlessly decimated and transformed into a residential area. Though it was termed a residential area, it was, in truth, merely the largest slum in the nation. The inhabitants there not only lacked the ability to articulate speech, but also bore no identification tags upon their chests, living like mere animals. The last time he meandered through the outskirts of this residential area, Seventh Master could hardly forget the scene. Some squatted over latrines, defecating while greeting passers-by. Others, wielding dull knives, struggled to slit the throat of a sheep. Taking an eternity to succeed, a band of ruffians dragged a drunken girl into an alley to violate her, their raucous laughter ringing out. One of them casting a disdainful glance at Seventh Master, who chose to remain apathetic by the riverbank. A seemingly teenage mother wept as she placed her infant in a basket, allowing the current to carry it away. A sanitation official, having just inspected the populace, was on his way back to the city, vigorously wiping away the misfortunes of the day, rinsing his mouth with water offered by a servant, then spitting it out onto the ground through the carriage window. Within a dilapidated house, naked men and women engaged in audacious games. In a gambling den, half-clad individuals placed their bets in a cacophony of sounds, their grotesque visages etched in Seventh Master's memory. A drunken man stumbled forth, exposing himself to relieve himself on the road, nearly splattering Seventh Master's boots. Having served his time, he had encountered all manner of people. In the entirety of Archimedes City, he alone understood that the night held the most vivid spectacles, despite royal edicts forbidding the unauthorized sale of native grain to foreign lands. The wives of generals harbored different sentiments, ensuring the night was not devoid of contraband. Following the fall of the Mazu kingdom, some nobles clandestinely smuggled in Mazu fishermen slaves to relish exotic thrills. Out of curiosity, some sought to glimpse the soldiers of the Demon Kingdom, surreptitiously transporting a few captives from Eagle City. One night, within a certain estate, noblemen and women took turns shooting arrows at the captives, their laughter echoing in the air. All of this was observed by Seventh Master. One night, while on duty, he received several messages in quick succession. 1. The 20,000 reinforcements from Pinghuji were being forced to return to Wild Lily City. 2. The 50,000 reinforcements from the Hunter Kingdom, led by General Daxier, were nearing Archimedes City. 3. Prince Asa of Valkyrie Kingdom was rallying 30,000 troops, also on the verge of passing through Archimedes City. 4. The 40,000 reinforcements from the Mandela Kingdom, having previously faced delays, had just arrived at Archimedes City and were resting by the Zawuchi Bridge. Originally, Mandela's forces were not permitted to traverse Archimedes, but in light of the urgent circumstances following the fall of the Mazu Kingdom, Mint and others acquiesced to Mandela's requests. With the addition of 30,000 soldiers from the garrison, Archimedes City is poised to assemble a formidable force of 150,000 troops in the coming days. To the Archimedeans, the presence of such a vast army renders the annihilation of the Dover Demon Army a mere formality. In contrast to the forces stationed at Eagle City, the reinforcements from various nations seem less anxious. Along their journey, their concerns revolve more around the finest wines, the most alluring beauties, and the most delectable meats and fish. Were it not for the ongoing turmoil, they would have relished the opportunity to explore Archimedes City for a few days, perhaps even indulging in a few wagers. Upon his return to Eagle City, Juliac is met with a jubilant welcome from the populace. The alliance desperately yearns for a victory. Mounted on horseback, Juliac is filled with ambition. From the eastern outskirts of Eagle City to the central square, the streets are lined with enthusiastic soldiers and civilians. Flowers and ribbons dance in the air, and the soldiers under Juliac's command are particularly exhilarated, their joy evident. After the welcoming ceremony, Juliac's demeanor turns grave. He does not share in the elation of victory. He quickly convenes a meeting primarily to deliberate the fate of the hyena. As the commander of the Allied forces, he will not tolerate any fragmentation of their strength. The hyena states that the demonic legion from Offlo has unexpectedly appeared near his homeland, Moniport, and is about to launch an offensive. Consequently, he must lead his troops to provide support, even if Moniport cannot be held. The strategic position of White Wolf City is defensible, at least for the time being. Furthermore, he has already dispatched a messenger to inform DeHill to return to White Wolf City for defense. Although the hyena commands only 2,000 men, they are the elite of the army, each capable of fending off 10. Faced with a formidable enemy, should the hyena retreat to the Hunter Kingdom, it would not only weaken the alliance's strength, but also leave the homeland vulnerable. Hearing the opinions of those present, the hyena becomes incensed. My country, I will defend it. His guards step forward, and the atmosphere in the council chamber becomes tense, charged with anticipation. After considering the perspectives of the assembly, Juliac proposes a compromise. If the Hunter Kingdom falls, we would be besieged on all sides. Even if Eagle City manages to defend itself, it would lead to endless repercussions. He suggests that the hyena allow DeHill to allocate 40,000 reinforcements back to White Wolf City and initiate a nationwide military mobilization. Simultaneously, he proposes dispatching 10,000 reinforcements to continue supporting Eagle City under the command of General Hyena. Juliac believes that the Dover Demon King's decision to have Offlo attack Moni is merely a ploy to distract them. They must not be deceived. Juliac's council is met with agreement from the other leaders, and the hyena consents as well. Subsequently, the hyena issues a new command to DeHill, bearing his gold seal. In truth, upon learning of Offlo's surprise attack on the Hunter Kingdom from thousands of miles away, Juliac's initial response is that, regardless of the circumstances. The defense of Archimedes must be reinforced. Should the Hunter Kingdom fall, Archimedes would become the next target for the Dover Demon Kingdom. The fall of Archimedes would effectively signal the disintegration of the entire alliance. Thus, while the hyena sends forth his new orders, Juliac dispatches a swift message to Archimedes via a swift swallow. Please, esteemed elders, bolster the defenses of the capital and urgently relocate the wild Lily City guards to Archimedes. Preparing for the worst. Following the resounding victory at Dongling, the Lingyu forces cease their offensive. Lingyu orders his troops to garrison in the eastern city and calls for reinforcements from mercenaries, gradually augmenting their numbers to around 18,000. The military and civilians of East City have long responded to Zhu Jieli's scorched earth policy, destroying all materials that could be obliterated, leaving not a single grain for the Lingyu Legion. Besides requesting additional transportation from the rear, Lingyu commanded that all enemy corpses be collected. After cleansing the bodies, they would slice open the abdomens, extracting the entrails to be discarded to the side for the warhounds. Subsequently, they sprinkled salt over the corpses, hanging them in the warehouse like dried beef. Even after ceasing their offensive, Lingyu occasionally dispatched troops to harass the eastern outskirts of Eagle City, bringing captured soldiers and civilians back to East City. In the words of the Lingyu Legion, this was referred to as rabbit hunting. To Lingyu, the defeat at Dongling was merely a skirmish on the battlefield, far from inflicting significant harm on his legion. Within the military tent, clad in full armor, Lingyu scrutinized the defense map of Eagle City, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He awaited the latest orders from the Demon King, ready to encircle Eagle City alongside the forces of the Demon King, Paris. Upon receiving intelligence from Rose Mountain City, he scoffed, declaring, "Fudi is nothing but a coward." Humiliated by a band of musketeers and the remnants of Mazu's forces. According to the previous plans of the Demon King, Fudi should have already captured Rose Mountain City and advanced eastward to rendezvous with him beneath Eagle City. It seems we have underestimated Lin Moku. Chapter 15. The march to Nyosho Mountain. The first gate of Rose Mountain City lay in ruins, while the second gate had just been repaired by General Su. In the biting cold of winter, the defending soldiers shivered uncontrollably. The valley, already windy, was exacerbated by the winter chill. General Su dispatched someone to inquire about Fudi's movements, as the Sea Beast Legion had not been seen for several days. Could it be that they had retreated? General Wu Guoxing cautioned against complacency, suggesting it might be Fudi's trap to lure them into an attack. The only course of action now was to hold their ground. At the medical point, Lulu was tending to a rescued female soldier named Chi-Chi, who had originally been a courtesan but had grown weary of the flesh trade and enlisted in the military. Her decision to join the army stemmed from a divine revelation she received at the Red Eye Shrine. On that occasion, Chi-Chi had dedicated her earned silver coins to the deity, only for them to fall from the altar, frightening her into prostration. She retrieved a pair of crescent-shaped divination coins. If the Red Eye God disapproved of her continuing as a courtesan, both coins would land face up. Indeed, they did so. Yet, what was she to do next? Return home to cultivate the land? The coins forbade it. Remain in the city to engage in commerce? The coins forbade that as well. Observing the patrolling troops, she wondered if the Red Eye God wished her to enlist. The result, both coins faced up. Accepting this divine will, she surrendered all her private savings to her aunt and redeemed herself from her previous life. After enduring 6 months of rigorous training with the army, Chi-Chi joined the cavalry, tasked with driving the carts. The battle at the second gate was her first engagement, and she still felt trepidation about it. Fortunately, her injuries were merely superficial and not life-threatening. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find Princess Lulu of the Valkyrie Kingdom caring for her. Eager to express her gratitude, she attempted to rise but was gently pushed back down by Lulu. When Lulu first laid eyes on Chi-Chi, she too felt a moment of surprise. Even though Chi-Chi is a woman, her eyes bear a striking resemblance to Robin's. She believed she had long since cast aside the memories of Robin. However, upon meeting Chi-Chi, she realized that such recollections are virtually impossible to erase. Noticing Lulu's dazed expression, Chi-Chi inquired, "What is the matter, General?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lulu replied, regaining her composure. "You displayed remarkable bravery in this battle." Ecstatic at the commander's affirmation, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Really? Please take care of yourself." Lulu coldly turned away from her. I, along with Xiao Huang, was tending to General Lin Moku, who had been in a coma for several days. Upon seeing Yaoki and Lulu enter one after the other, Yaoki asked, "How is General Lin?" "It's hard to say," Xiao Huang shook his head. "I've never encountered this type of virus before. The general fluctuates between cold and hot and cannot articulate his symptoms. After administering an injection, thankfully, he is no longer in immediate danger." "When will he awaken?" Lulu inquired. That remains uncertain. May Apollo bless him. The medical station was filled with the anguished cries of soldiers. Some had their intestines protruding, others suffered severed arms or toes, while some had succumbed entirely, becoming frozen corpses. During a brief respite, I served Xiao Huang some tea to help him unwind. Since the commander fell into a coma, the morale of the garrison in Rose Mountain City had plummeted. Big guy, what do you think the Demon King seeks from the Duchy of Daf? Xiao Huang mused. Is it merely to witness the demise of others, one after another? Perhaps the Demon King harbors his own ambitions. Ambitions? Xiao Huang laughed. Is such ambition worth the lives of so many? When did you become so cynical? Everyone is taught to seek revenge, claiming national interests come first. Now, as the Demon King assaults humanity, all Treefolk, Stonefolk, and Fishfolk suffer alongside us. He paused. But you, Daju, are quite different. What do you mean? Because you belong to no nation. I could only offer a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Huang had done exceptionally well. He had steadfastly advocated for the treatment of several captured sea beasts, believing that every life deserves saving, despite his disdain for these demonic forces that had ravaged his homeland. Co-silent. At that moment, General Nasu summoned us, signaling that something significant had transpired. In the military camp near the secondary pass, General Nasu's and General Wu Guoxing wore expressions of deep concern. The atmosphere here was even colder than the storm outside. Lulu and Yaoki had already arrived, and a heavy silence enveloped the group. General Shizenlang has fallen, General Nasu's proclaimed. What exactly happened? General Wu Guoxing elaborated. We have just received intelligence from Lingnan. General Shizenlang led 20,000 troops to assist in Eagle City, but as they exited Lingnan City, they were ambushed by an unidentified army. As they passed through Nanan, Paris appeared, backed by a legion of 20,000 sea demons. The 20,000 reinforcements from the Tree Kingdom have suffered heavy casualties, with the remaining soldiers fleeing to Lingnan. General Shursan has been pierced by countless arrows. What shall we do now? General Nasik inquires for suggestions from everyone. Yaoji states, we ought to firmly defend Rose Mountain City and Lingnan City to preserve our strength. Lulu adds, consider this, if you were the Dark Lord Doflamingo. After vanquishing General Shursan's forces, what would your next move be? Would you not seize the opportunity to attack Lingnan City? General Wu Guoxing interjects. Not necessarily, Nasik cautions. As Lingnan City is built upon the mountains, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault, capturing Lingnan City would not be a simple task. If I were the Dark Lord, why would I bother attacking the Tree Kingdom? The main target should undoubtedly be the allied forces in Eagle City. Little Huang chimes in. Precisely. Lulu concurs, expressing her suspicion that not only is Paris's Sea Monster Legion advancing towards Eagle City, but 40's Legion is likely en route as well. If I am not mistaken, the Dark Lord is not far from Eagle City. What shall we do now? We cannot abandon the Tree Kingdom. Moreover, even if we wish to provide reinforcements, we are powerless. General Nasik finds himself in a difficult position. General Wu Guoxing also reminds, the path from Lingnan to Eagle City is fraught with ambushes, making our own survival uncertain. After deliberation, everyone recognizes the precarious situation, understanding the valid concerns of Generals Nasik and Wu Guoxing. Firstly, if troops are dispatched from Rose Mountain City, they may be ambushed by the Sea Beast Legion, leading to the fall of the capital. Secondly, the remaining soldiers in Lingnan City, leaderless after General Shursan's demise, are dispirited. Thirdly, the main route to Eagle City has already been seized by the demon army, rendering it impassable. Yet, they also comprehend that failing to aid Eagle City would likely result in the inevitable fall of both Lingnan and Rose Mountain City. After the meeting adjourns, everyone is left in despair. The winter northern winds howl, the landscape is bleak, and the lights on the city walls flicker uncertainly, leaving everything unresolved. The following day, the sun shines brightly, casting its rays upon the attic floor. Upon awakening, Little Huang and I observe a little seagull hurriedly landing on the balcony. Little Huang inquires about the commotion. The seagull shakes off the cold and sneezes. Something terrible has happened at Parody Island. Parody Island? Isn't it already under the control of the demon army? What could possibly happen there? You don't understand. While I was frolicking by the sea with my companions, we heard a tremendous sound from Parody Island, as if something significant had occurred. Later, we learned that something had flown out from the island, creating a noise akin to an earthquake, so terrifying. It is said that the Dark Lord has sent his fleet to investigate. Wait, I ask. Are you saying the Dark Lord is at Parody Island? That is what I heard. No wonder only Paris's Sea Monster Legion ambushed General Shursan. Could it be that the demon army has turned against itself? What do you think, big guy? Or perhaps they have angered the sea god and are facing retribution. Does this mean we might avoid battle altogether? It could also be the wrath of the god Apollo. Wouldn't you agree, big guy? I remained non-committal and casually inquired of the little seagull, do you know if there are any alternative routes from Lingnan to Eagle City, apart from the main road? Indeed. Both I and Xiao Huang exclaimed in unison. What route? Why, we could fly over the sea. Xiao Huang and I felt a pang of frustration. We were to dispatch troops, after all. Oh, let me think. The little seagull spun around and suddenly recollected, I once encountered a lark who seemed to mention that if one turns off the main road from Lingnan City towards Wordy City at Nyosho Mountain and follows the mountain trails, one could reach the northern gate of Eagle City. He nearly fell prey to a hunter near that mountain path. Where's the turning point? The turning point? I'm not quite certain. Just head towards Nyosho Mountain. We hastened to relay this information to General Nasu and the others. They listened to the little seagull with skepticism. For communication between birds and humans was fraught with challenges. However, Lulu reminded everyone that it was worth a try. After much discussion, a plan was finally devised. General Nasu decided to send Lulu, Yaoji, and me, accompanied by a mere 1,000 light cavalry, along a small path northeast of Rose Mountain City towards Lingnan City, to command the local forces and rendezvous at a designated location. Then we would proceed from Nyosho Mountain to Eagle City for support, guided by the little seagull. General Nasu and General Wu Guoxing would remain to guard Rose Mountain City, while Xiao Huang tended to General Lin Moku and the entrusted Chi-Chi from Lulu. That night, under the glow of the snow, Lulu, Yaoji, and I, under the little seagull's guidance, hastily set forth towards Lingnan City, our horses' hooves muffled. The city nestled among the mountains had already received word and, inspired by the lord of the city, 6,000 valiant musketeers, armored soldiers, and local warriors mounted their steeds, awaiting our command. Upon our arrival in Lingnan, we scarcely paused for rest. In addition to those brave 6,000 soldiers, local gentry had pooled resources to purchase 1,000 warhorses for us to ride. Among them was a magnificent Akeltech horse, and Lulu's face lit up with delight. To encounter such a treasure from her homeland was utterly unexpected. According to a wealthy local merchant, this Akeltech had been procured a few years prior in Wagner City, and its owner had been reluctant to ride it. Now, with the nation in peril, they were united in purpose. The merchant expressed his honor in presenting this horse to the Princess of Valkyrie. Winter had passed, and in the early spring, the fragrance of plum blossoms from Lingnan's gardens was intoxicating. Mounted on this Akeltech, Lulu transformed, leading the charge. Thus, the hastily assembled army of 7,000 surged northeastward. The most arduous task fell upon the little seagull, who tirelessly relayed information about the road ahead. At the juncture between the kingdom of Juke and the Archimedean lands, we successfully located the turning point and veered onto a secluded path, all entering the embrace of Nyosho Mountain. This mountain path was indeed quite concealed, resembling nothing of a thoroughfare for humans. Perhaps only ferocious beasts and skilled hunters could traverse it unhindered. The weather in the mountains is inherently more frigid than that outside, and the treacherous paths are slick with moisture, compelling us to dismount and proceed on foot along many stretches. Despite this, the chilling cries of comrades and their steeds plunging into the abyss reverberate from both the vanguard and the rear. Yaoji shivered uncontrollably, prompting me to offer her every blanket I could find. The night proved to be the most arduous, as the howling mountain wind struck our faces like blades, rendering our skin as rough as the bark of poplar trees. I endeavored to root myself in the earth, yet the ground was too formidable, littered with obstinate stones, making any anchoring impossible. Nevertheless, I did my utmost to envelop Yaoji with my robust frame. Lulu, seemingly accustomed to the harsh conditions, appeared unfazed. Indeed, she was the descendant of Valkyries. The soldiers clutched their steeds as they succumbed to slumber. Some were haunted by nightmares, muttering in their sleep, only to be teased by their comrades. Others, in a state between wakefulness and slumber, rose to relieve themselves, only to misstep and tumble into the ravine. Many were rendered pale by the cold, their beards and hair matted in clumps. The most terrifying sight was those afflicted by frostbite, as proper medical care was an impossibility under such dire circumstances. They quickly fell behind, succumbing to the elements, frozen into statues. Years later, we would all remember this experience of marching through Nyosho Mountain. The few who survived would declare that this was no mere march, but a path to death. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually, we reached a summit of Nyosho Mountain. Lulu charged ahead, leading her horse, as still as a statue, her gaze fixed intently on the horizon. Yaoji and I hastily followed, and where Lulu's eyes fell, we beheld a square city encircled by a defensive moat. The city faced relentless assaults from the enemy forces to the south, east, and north. Various siege engines thundered against the city, while those within retaliated in orderly fashion. Numerous buildings were struck by searing stones, erupting in smoke and flames. Outside, the legions launched their assaults in a methodical manner, with ladders and battering rams pressing towards the city. Fortunately, winter was waning, or else the frozen moat would have allowed the enemy to advance directly beneath the walls. Despite this, several breaches in the moat, filled with stones and debris, provided the demonic forces a gateway to attack the Eagle City. These gaps were set ablaze by the defenders using fish oil and gunpowder. Undoubtedly, the resistance from the garrison was fiercely tenacious. Time was running short for Eagle City. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Lulu commanded the entire army to quicken their pace. The northern and southern flanks of Nyosho Mountain were like two distinct worlds, one perpetually beset by wind and snow, the other basking in the perennial warmth of spring. Descending from the peak, we entered a realm transformed, lush with verdant trees, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. A stark contrast to the previous deathly chill. As we reached the foothills, the path widened significantly. Lulu ordered the entire army to mount. And under the cover of green foliage, our cohort of over 6,000 surged towards Eagle City at full speed. The little seagull, re-energized, was the first to respond to the military command, darting forth like an arrow. Chapter 16. The Inyang Fish Project. Yen journeyed northward, encountering a throng of people fleeing to the north, alongside military convoys transporting provisions to the south. Upon receiving the urgent report from Zhu Jieli, Ping Yan's expression turned grave. For the words outlining the worst-case scenario stirred within him a profound sense of melancholy, verging on despair. Leading 20,000 Imperial Guards, Ping Huji received 2 orders during the march, one from Zhu Jieli, instructing him to hold Archimedes City, and the other from his father, commanding him to defend Wild Lily City. Upon reaching the outskirts of Wild Lily City, he sought the counsel of his wife, Min Junyu. At that moment, Min Junyu appeared disheartened. Relying on her intuition, she concluded that both Eagle City and Archimedes City were no longer safe. Consequently, she had already brought her sister Nina from the capital, along with a few close friends and some precious supplies, to Wild Lily City. Determined, Ping Huji disregarded Zhu Jieli's command and ordered the entire army to proceed to Wild Lily City. Following the passing of his old friend, Mente, Ping Yan felt an acute sense of isolation. The shared memories of their rise to prominence echoed vividly. The Min and Ping families had become the pillars of the Republic, weathering numerous storms together. Years prior, the royal family, unwilling to remain dormant, conspired with a faction of youthful officers to secretly amass troops, intending to overthrow the dominion of the two families, an event now known as the Frost Moon Coup. Had it not been for their united front, their influence would have long since been dismantled. During the Frost Moon Coup, the two elders held differing views on how to punish the instigators. Mente advocated for a complete eradication, while Ping Yan proposed exile for all. Ultimately, apart from a handful of leaders who faced execution, most were spared death and exiled to the west. Following this coup, the Min and Ping families secured their power, leaving the royal family as mere puppets. Previously, during the miners' rebellion in Wild Lily City, had it not been for Mente's recommendation of Zhu Jieli to quell the unrest, the Ping family would have faced annihilation. Now, with Mente deceased and Zhu Jieli ascending to the position of alliance commander, it would be expected for him to strictly adhere to Zhu Jieli's military orders. However, being a man of cunning, he had his own calculations. To him, the direst outcome could either be Archimedes besieged by the demon army or, after a victory over them, Zhu Jieli, now bolstered in reputation, ascending as the emperor of Archimedes. Should that occur, no force could restrain his reckless ambitions. The immediate priority was to fortify the defenses of Archimedes City, not to mention the imminent threat posed by the Dofa demon army. Reinforcements from various nations would also pass through Archimedes. If Prince Asa and Dahir harbored malicious intentions, Archimedes City could easily fall into new hands. At his insistence, regardless of whether General Babu's 40,000 tree soldiers had arrived first, or Dahir's 50,000 reinforcements, or Prince Asa's 30,000 troops, all were ordered to halt outside the city, with strict penalties for any soldier attempting to enter Archimedes City. Additionally, to placate the generals, Ping Yan, along with his wife Jiang Yuan and Mente's widow Gui Shan, frequently visited the camps of the various armies, bringing gifts of pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, fruits, vegetables, grains, and beverages as tokens of goodwill. Beyond bolstering the garrison, he also clandestinely transported valuable goods to the Wild Lily estate. In both Archimedes and the Wild Lily, There exist clandestine locations known only to a select few, including the elder Ping Yin and his lady, dedicated to the safekeeping of precious items. The transportation of these valuables occurs under a veil of secrecy, masquerading as military supplies destined for the Southern Front, with even the notorious Lord Seven kept in ignorance. Being an old miner, Elder Ping Yin possesses unparalleled knowledge of the city's infrastructure to thwart any potential infiltration by enemy forces. He has recently braved the foul stench of the sewers on several inspection visits. Accompanying him are not the Imperial Guards, but rather his loyal guards clad in purple, who heed only his commands and remain tight-lipped. Recently, he apprehended a band of thieves in the sewers, suspected of colluding with the enemy. With the impending war, he cannot allow a pack of scoundrels to wreak havoc beneath his very nose. The lessons learned from the ruins of the Harvest Festival incident are still fresh and painful. Another strike or upheaval at this critical juncture would undoubtedly exacerbate the plight of Archimedes City. In recent days, Lord Seven's movements have been particularly enigmatic. Conventionally, he should be firmly stationed at the southern gate. However, the frequency of communications from the Swallow Intelligence Network has reached unprecedented levels. Observers have noted that Lord Seven has been in close association with a group of grain merchants, one of whom, a trader named Edith, commands over 200 grain transport vessels. Lord Seven and Edith share a camaraderie, reveling in each other's company. Reports received by Ping Yin indicate that the restless Lord Seven, driven by insatiable greed, seeks to exploit this opportunity for personal gain. Ping Yin has ordered close surveillance, ensuring that military supplies remain undisturbed. The Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Heracles, are actively assisting Ping Yin, ready to report any suspicious individuals. During wartime, any disruption in grain transport could severely undermine troop morale. To this end, he has strategically placed informants at each city gate and near the Meridian Bridge to enhance monitoring of all individuals, including the gatekeepers. If necessary, suspects may be apprehended without delay. In Eagle City, despite the arrival of spring, temperatures are soaring. The Demon King and Paris have launched an assault on the southern gate with an army of 50,000, following wave upon wave of attack. The 12,000-strong Sea Beast Legion, led by 40, and the 16,000 troops of Lingyu, are simultaneously assaulting the western and eastern gates. Following the Demon King's orders, 40 has stationed 5,000 soldiers in ambush in the southern region of the Tree Kingdom, closely monitoring the movements of Rose Mountain City and Lingnan City, ready to provide reinforcements to Eagle City. The reason the Demon Army has not besieged the northern gate, according to the Demon King, is to facilitate the spread of news regarding their impending defeat throughout the continent. From a strategic perspective, this is merely a tactical feint. Should the remnants of Eagle City flee through the northern gate, they would still face the relentless pursuit of the northern demon forces. Paris inquired of the Demon King. It seems the forces of Ovlo cannot swiftly penetrate the heart of Archimedes. The Demon King smiled enigmatically, offering no response as he continued to orchestrate the siege. In terms of defense, General Julie, Hyena, and Takeda each command nearly 50,000 Imperial Guards, 2,000 Hunters of the Blade, and 20,000 Trants at the southern gate, standing against the two formidable armies of the Demon King and Paris. General Martin leads 40,000 Trants in defense of the eastern gate against the Lingyu Legion. The 2,000 musketeers of the Tree Kingdom, alongside Queen Yu and General Tokli's 8,000 stone men, fortify the western gate. In a bid to fortify the defenses of Shimen, Zhu Jili allocated an additional 10,000 Trants for support and appointed Queen Freya to lead the charge. The ratio of combatants between the allied forces and the demonic army stood at 2-1. However, given the formidable strength of the Dover demonic forces, the prospects for Eagle City looked grim. On one hand, Martin anxiously awaited the arrival of 40,000 troops from the Mandala Kingdom. On the other hand, he was taken aback to learn that shortly after the deployment of the 40,000 from the capital, the eastern port of Cusco had fallen prey to an assault by the Ovlith demon ships. The 400 Trant vessels defending the city became the prey of 100 demonic warships, with nearly none surviving the encounter. It was at this moment that he finally grasped the significance of the blood mist foretold in the prophecy. The urgent report from the Bluebird also informed him that General Onda, on the king's orders, was stationed in the Tenochtitlan region. Furthermore, the Mandala Kingdom had issued a nationwide mobilization order, with recruitment taking place across the land. However, the vast territory of the Mandala Kingdom, coupled with the Trent's naturally sluggish movement, meant that mobilization would require considerable time. Fortunately, it appeared that Ovlith had temporarily lost interest in invading the Mandala Kingdom. After vanquishing the Trant fleet and incinerating the Cusco port, Their main forces had turned their attention northward to the Hunter Kingdom. Consequently, the capital of the Hunter Kingdom, White Wolf City, faced a far more pressing situation than Tenochtitlan. A relentless barrage of catapults rained down upon Eagle City, followed by a hail of poisoned bolts aimed at the defenders upon the walls. At the southern gate, Zhu Jie commanded the Imperial Guard's archers to take cover behind the outer city, while General Takeda's Treant stone throwers showcased their prowess. Paris ordered the nearby sea giant to prioritize the attack on the catapulters, while numerous Treants fell victim to the enemy's arrows, their comrades swiftly aiding in extinguishing the flames. 2 demonic battalions had already crossed the moat, preparing to scale the walls with ladders. The moat at the main entrance had been filled with stones, and a colossal Tautai siege hammer, escorted by a throng of demonic warriors, advanced towards the gate with great momentum. At that moment, Zhu Jie raised the cavalry standard, commanding 1,000 horsemen to charge forth from the city to confront the enemy. Just as the siege hammer was nearing the gate, the cavalry erupted from a side entrance, dousing the hammer in fish oil and gunpowder. The demonic siege forces were thus routed. Enraged, Paris personally led the crossbow legion to unleash a concentrated assault on the cavalry. In the distance, the Demon King commanded the Demon Knights to execute a flanking maneuver. The remaining 200 cavalrymen swiftly retreated into the city. Yet the Demon Knights were too swift. Before the gates closed, over 50 knights failed to cross the moat. For the greater good, Zhu Jie ordered the gates to be shut. These knights, prepared to fight to the last, raised their sabers and shouted, "Long live Archimedes! Long live the Alliance!" as they formed a line to launch a suicidal charge against the demonic forces. Paris's crossbowmen had long been prepared, their bows drawn taut. However, the Demon King intervened, intending to capture these men alive. As the knights transformed into a wedge formation and charged forward, they were ensnared by nets ejected by the demon army. The Demon King commanded a halt to the assault. With the sound of a rallying horn, these knights were ordered to kneel in a row. As per the Demon King's instructions, they were to be subjected to torment in full view of the guards at the southern gate. Some had their noses severed. Others had their ears removed. Some were deprived of their tongues, while others had their tracheas cut. The most tragic of all was a soldier who was stripped of his skin and subjected to the gruesome punishment of slow slicing. Despite enduring 1,000 cuts, he continued to live in agony. The soldier's anguished cries, intertwined with the triumphant cacophony of the demon army, enveloped the air above the southern gate of Eagle City in an eerie atmosphere. The demon army erupted in thunderous cheers, reveling in this fleeting victory. The Demon King aimed not merely to slay his foes, but to devastate their spirits, seeking to obliterate the enemy's morale rather than solely destroy their forces. On the city wall of the southern gate, witnessing the humiliation of his comrades, the soldier Archimedes wept bitterly, urging for battle, yet was decisively restrained by Commander Zugali. At the eastern gate, General Martin commanded the treemen catapults to hurl massive stones, while simultaneously allowing enemies to ascend the walls. Only in this manner could the Birch-Shield warriors evade the enemy's extensive fire assaults. Leveraging their numerical superiority, Martin's legion and the Lingyu army engaged in a fierce contest. Observing the soldiers and treemen embroiled in close combat, Lingyu felt a mix of urgency and exhilaration. Drawing from years of battlefield experience, the Lingyu army exhibited remarkable resilience. The more foes that climbed the outer city walls, the less formidable Martin's treemen warriors would become. Outside the western gate, the gunmen and light infantry posed a headache for Fudi. Though his sea beast legion was valiant, they struggled to make an impact against the gunfire and colossal stones. Fortunately, he had absorbed the combat strategies from Rose Mountain City. He encased the ladders and vanguard troops in heavy armor, simultaneously crafting weapons capable of launching gigantic spears. These spears could fell multiple stone warriors in one shot, while the gunpowder from the gunmen barely scratched the heavy armor. Thus, even with a mere 12,000 soldiers, the speed of Fudi's offensive was unparalleled. They had already captured the outer city of the western gate. Upon receiving the news, the anxious Zugali urgently dispatched 5,000 reserves stationed near the square to bolster the western gate. Many civilians responded to the call, voluntarily aiding at the western gate, transporting more stones and massive timbers toward the walls. The streets were littered with rubble and the bodies of soldiers slain by local crossbows, and the ground was engulfed in smoke and fire. The battle for the outer city of the western gate resembled a tug of war, with control shifting between the allied forces and the demon army. More than 10 days had passed, and the war raged on fervently. When Lulu arrived at the outskirts of Eagle City with over 6,000 cavalry, Yaoji proposed launching an assault on the Sea Beast Legion outside the western gate, capitalizing on their cavalry advantage. At that moment, Upon receiving news of reinforcements' arrival, the Demon King dispatched 4,000 demon soldiers to the western gate, preparing to counter the cavalry charge. Lulu replied to Yaoji, saying, "Had my troops been Valhalla Knights, I would have charged without hesitation. However, they are merely a hastily assembled force, and I cannot allow them to perish needlessly." Therefore, she commanded the entire army to steer clear of the demon army's might, using the mounted archers as cover to veer towards the northern gate and enter the city. Following Zugali's instructions, all warhorses were transported to the southern gate, and the gunmen dismounted to assist at the western gate. Upon reaching the west gate, Lulu could not restrain her tears upon seeing her mother, Queen Freya. The queen, now weathered by time, harbored a tinge of regret for her past decision to banish Lulu, for she was her only daughter. In the face of a formidable enemy, the rare understanding between mother and daughter flourished. After many years, they stood together once more, swords in hand, battling against their foes. The queen was overjoyed to witness Lulu's ability to speak again. The defenders of the West Gate, once teetering on the brink of collapse, were rejuvenated by the arrival of over 6,000 soldiers, akin to a parched land receiving a refreshing rain. The marksmen among the reinforcements, upon reuniting with their comrades, were filled with fervor. Through collaboration, they worked tirelessly throughout the night to enhance their firearms, increasing the bore size and tripling the volume of the projectiles. Consequently, although the amount of gunpowder was reduced, the firepower was significantly amplified. Even heavily armored sea beasts would fall before such weaponry, provided they lacked the protection of shields. The lost outer city was reclaimed by the Allied forces. What was once deemed most susceptible to invasion by the demon army, the West Gate, transformed into the most formidable bastion. On a seemingly indifferent night, the capital of the Demon Kingdom, Lamet, welcomed an unexpected guest. It was the prophet Moses, who had traversed the sea upon a serpent. Most individuals comprehend the essence of life, yet few grasp the purpose of existence or the origins thereof. Across the globe, only a scant number truly understand the intricacies of this world's genesis. However, they are often dismissed as madmen or charlatans. Unperturbed by such idle chatter, Prophet Moses devoted himself to the tasks at hand. To delve into the tale of Prophet Moses, the brown cloak, and the tranquil continent, one must journey back to ancient times. The origin of all things is termed Taiji, which gives rise to the duality of yin and yang. The male principle is known as Biming, while the female is called Nani. Biming and Nani utilized the 5 elements to create humanity. Gold birthed Moses. Fire gave rise to Seput. Earth formed Sargon. Water produced the brown cloak, and wood yielded the great Cho. Biming favored Moses, Seput, and Sargon, whereas Nani cherished the brown cloak and the great Cho. Despite the deity's creation of life, as these beings evolved and developed independent consciousness, they gradually escaped the grasp of their divine creators. Seput and Sargon, having gained strength, turned away from Biming, crafting their own creations and ultimately unifying the southern and northern realms. Throughout this tumultuous period, Moses played the role of a mediator. Yet his counsel was met with indifference from both Seput and Sargon. The conflict between the north and south raged on for a total of 49 months, culminating in victory for Sargon's faction, while Seput retreated to the farthest southern reaches. In a state of euphoria following their triumph, Sargon led the human army against Biming, provoking the divine wrath of the northern deity. After suffering defeat, Sargon was permanently imprisoned, and humanity faced the punishment of silencing. Consequently, the northern realm descended into millennia of profound division. Despite numerous nations waging war upon one another, their origins remained intertwined. Where there is righteousness, it becomes manifest. Where there is none, it remains concealed. Amidst this chaos, Nani departed the planet with the great Cho, while the brown cloak sought refuge on a mysterious island in the southern realm. Years later, the world where Nani and the great Cho resided flourished with vibrant life. Yet the great Cho often felt a haunting nostalgia for the homeland, plagued by a deep-seated longing for his roots. The obstinacy of Dechu incensed Nan-E, who imprisoned him. Eventually, she consented to allow Dechu's descendants to return to the tranquil planet, but at the cost of erasing his memories, transforming him into a being devoid of the essence of wood, yet still bearing the name Dechu. During his exile, Seput took on an apprentice, imparting to him the skills necessary to rule the world. This individual is known as Tian-Chi, now the fearsome demon king of Duofu. Seput chose Tian-Chi due to his extraordinary talents and cold-heartedness. For many years, Seput exploited Tian-Chi to unify the Duofu continent, bestowing upon him magical powers that elevated him to the status of demon king, while Seput retreated to the demon capital, serving as a shadowy spiritual leader. After the unification of the Dwafu continent, Seput instructed the Demon King to launch a counteroffensive against the Tranquil continent, seeking to avenge past humiliations. Victory would render them embodiments of justice, peace, and ultimate goodness, for history is invariably penned by the victors. Following the conquest of the Mazu kingdom, the prophet Mise advised Seput to exercise restraint, cautioning against allowing his disciple Tian Chi to continue his rampage, which would lead to widespread suffering. Yet, Seput remained resolute in his ways. After the fall of Kos Island, Mise issued a warning to Seput regarding Tian Chi, foretelling that continued warfare could bring upon the Dwafu demon kingdom a rare calamity, with locusts ravaging the land, leaving nothing to harvest. Despite this, Seput remained unfazed. On this occasion, Mise entered Jing Yen Lume Te and bluntly declared, "Seput, this must end. It is not in accordance with the will of the Northern Sea deity." And Seput scoffed. When the Godslayer Sargon marched toward the Northern Sea, did he ever consider stopping? That is all in the past. You must let go of hatred and love your enemies. Only then can animosity be resolved. If your preaching were effective, let them come and love me, their enemy. Should you remain obstinate, the towns and villages of the Dwafu demon kingdom will suffer from a bear disaster, Mise warned sternly once more. Mise, I assure you, if a bear disaster were to occur, I would hunt them down, feast on bear paws, and drink bear blood. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You have truly lost your mind. May the Northern Sea deity forgive you. With that, Mise mounted a golden serpent and departed for the cross island of the Southern Sea. Mise's words soon materialized. The Dwafu continent was besieged by swarms of locusts, leading to devastation across various regions, including Jingyan, where even the demon capital Lomete was not spared, as crops and trees were utterly consumed. The citizens of the demon kingdom attempted to fend them off with iron tools, sprays, and even summoned shamans to cast spells, all in vain. Ultimately, the locusts perished upon reaching the Northern Sea. Subsequently, the Dwafu continent nearly transformed into a realm of bears, with people confined to their homes, while various bears roamed the streets, wreaking havoc. Bears, typically solitary, began to act in unison, and even the fierce demon warriors of Jing Yen dared not make a move. After several days, these bears inexplicably vanished. There is but one deity, and all gods emerge from the Northern Sea. In order to prevent the malevolent actions of Seput, reminiscent of Sargon's god-slaying deeds, the prophet Moses convened a ritual upon the Isle of Lemit, beseeching the will of the Northern Abyss. Upon receiving the divine endorsement from the Northern Abyss, Moses wielded his sorcery to descend a celestial net, ensnaring the true form of Seput and subsequently sealing it upon the isle. Days prior, the city of Archimedes buzzed with a throng of soldiers and civilians, both within and beyond its walls. That afternoon, all reinforcements were to embark towards Eagle City. At that very moment, a multitude of whirlpools of various sizes appeared upon the surface of the clear river, drawing the curiosity of many soldiers and citizens alike, who gathered in bewilderment. Simultaneously, a fleet of supply ships from Adis disgorged 20,000 merchants, who disembarked at the shore. Upon shedding their white robes, their true natures were revealed. They were, in fact, an array of demonic warriors. From the depths of the clear river emerged terrifying aquatic beasts, some adorned with long hair, others resembling grotesque masses of flesh, and still others akin to monstrous octopuses. Following their prior strategy, they split into 3 factions, each hastening toward the encampments of Prince Asa, General Dahir, and General Babu. These aquatic monsters and warriors possessed astonishing combat prowess, and even the elite guards of Prince Asa fell like mere commoners before the slaughter. In a state of panic, soldiers from the 3 nations sought refuge within the city of Archimedes. The Meridian Bridge became a chaotic scene, teeming with individuals fleeing towards the city. Many were thrust over the edge, carried away by the swift currents of the river. A middle-aged woman, burdened with a pack, witnessed the plight of those struggling in the water and shook her head, her shanshu expressing, "What unfortunate souls," before continuing her escape into the city. After dispatching the main forces of the 3 nations, the 20,000 demonic warriors advanced methodically towards the city's base, seemingly awaiting a command. General Ping Yen urged the gatekeeper, Aki, to hastily close the city gates. Aki, flustered, nodded repeatedly in agreement, despite the lingering presence of scattered civilians outside. Suddenly, Aki slowly lifted his head, straightened his posture, and revealed an eerie smile. The mechanisms of the main gate of Archimedes City had been sabotaged, rendering it incapable of closure. While over 1 million soldiers and civilians remained within, Aki stood at the center of the southern gate, facing the 20,000 demonic troops. His actions bewildered those around him. Was he truly courting death? He then gradually turned around, his official garb shedding like autumn leaves to unveil a dark cloak. His head sprouted dragon-like horns, and his visage contorted into something grotesque. It was only then that Pinyin, Asa, and Dahir realized that Aki was, in fact, a manifestation of Seput, the spiritual leader of the demonic army. Thankfully, Seput's true form had been sealed away by the prophet Moses in a timely manner. Otherwise, the fusion of his true form and this avatar would have rendered Aki's powers unfathomable. Upon revealing his demonic visage, Aki raised his right hand and swept it forward, prompting the 20,000 demonic soldiers to surge into Archimedes city like an avalanche. This elite cadre of demonic warriors descended upon the city like ravenous wolves among a flock of sheep, slaying indiscriminately, whether they encountered civilians or warriors. In an instant, the most prosperous city on the planet was transformed into a hell's cape, replete with unspeakable atrocities. Under the vigilant guard of dozens of elite demon warriors, the Dark Lord's avatar ascended the battlements of the southern gate. Drawing forth a magnificent sword, he effortlessly cleaved the statue of a bronze warrior, then stood atop the bronze figure, gazing up at the heavens, letting out a triumphant roar. I have finally achieved it. The entire continent shall bow beneath my feet. Sargon, do you see? I have succeeded. Meanwhile, figures such as Piang, Harak, Asa, Dahir, and Babu were retreating under the protection of the royal guard, contemplating how to break free. For resistance had become utterly futile. Although the enemy was few in number, they were exceptionally formidable. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the Archimedeans felt an unprecedented despair. Whether it was the Hunter-S Blade, the Valkyries, or the Birch-Shield warriors, they fought valiantly. Often, dozens, even hundreds, struggled to topple a single foe, only to be swiftly slain by those that followed. These adversaries were no mere humans. They resembled demons unleashed from the depths of hell. Their forms were grotesque, some faceless, sniffing the air for their enemies while wielding massive axes. Others, on one leg, leaped and struck indiscriminately. A few moved like spiders, scuttling about and utilizing their formidable claws to engage. There were those with the bodies of horses and the heads of men, hurling spears at their opponents. Some charged like rhinos, using their horns to batter the tree men. Among them were colossal bat-like creatures that tore through the ranks of the Valkyrie warriors. A throng of fiery demons dodged to and fro, decimating the royal army, leaving General Harak gravely wounded. The Legion of the Dark Lord's avatar seemed to have prepared for this moment for a century, transforming all manner of monsters into human forms, hiding among mortals, and suddenly erupting at a pivotal moment. According to the prior scheming of Scepter and his apprentice, this moment coincided with the gathering of reinforcements at Archimedean City. Thus, both the Battle of Rose Mountain led by Fudi and the Battle of Moniport commanded by Offlo were mere diversions. Previously, the Duchy of Daf had taken 3 months to conquer the Kingdom of Mazu, merely allowing these foolish allies time to assemble, facilitating an all-encompassing ambush. Based on the calculations of Scepter and his apprentice, a decisive strike at 2 points across the continent would ensure swift and absolute conquest. If the tranquil continent were likened to the yin-yang symbol, then Archimedean City and Eagle City would represent its 2 eyes. All things in the world bear the yin while embracing the yang. Within the yin lies the yang, and within the yang lies the yin. By manipulating these forces, the world could be grasped within one's palm. The demon army's yin-yang strategy caught Piang, Zhujiali, and others off guard. Until now, the allies had only one defensive stronghold, that being Eagle City. Only now did they realize they had been deceived. It was unfathomable that the spiritual leader of the Duchy of Daf, Scepter's avatar, had been masquerading as an ordinary gatekeeper in Archimedean City, remaining concealed for such an extended period. No wonder he possessed such comprehensive awareness of the movements of various nations, coupled with the intelligence network of the Swift Swallows. It was effortless for him to issue commands to the demon army. Now, Archimedean City stood on the brink of catastrophe, and before dawn could even arrive, the entire city was poised to fall. Now, Pinyin, Asar, Dahir, and others are engaged in a relentless battle, retreating until they reach the Platinum Palace. Chapter 17, The Conclusion of the Final Battle. The onslaught outside Eagle City grows increasingly fierce, tremors reverberating day and night. The elite armies of the entire continent have converged here for a decisive counteroffensive. Commander Zugali, with unwavering determination, directs the various forces, reclaiming lost sections of the city walls time and again. In the central square, Dr. Yuanhua appears even more aged than before. Despite having recruited 500 medical personnel, he remains overwhelmed with work. Every minute, Someone suffers a painful death, and haunting cries echo throughout. The sewers have turned crimson, blood flowing into the moat beyond the city. Disordered corpses and shields float atop the sanguine waters, while the smoke of battle rises from both within and outside the walls, painting a grim tableau of war. To intensify the assault, the Demon King Tianchi alters the formation. At times, he shifts the main attacking force to the east gate, imposing unprecedented pressure on Martin. At other moments, his main troops unexpectedly appear outside the west gate, startling Freya and Lulu. Zugali once personally led 3,000 cavalry to repel the enemy's advance. Yet only 1,000 returned to the city. Since then, no general has dared to risk venturing outside the walls to confront the foe. Fudi has commanded the sorcerers to manipulate the weather, leaving the defenders at the west gate utterly fatigued. Just as they donned thick battle cloaks, they were met with an unusual heatwave. When everyone switched to lighter garments, the enemy surged forth, and the weather turned frigid. Hence, the defenders at the west gate prepared a set of clothing beneath their feet, which, while labeled as garments, were merely makeshift coverings of tattered cotton and woven straw. Outside the east gate, the Lingyu Legion has dispatched slaves to construct a mound of earth taller than the city walls, launching burning boulders into the city. Martin's defensive forces have dwindled from 40,000 to just over 10,000, while the Lingyu Legion continues to press forward with 8,000 troops. The defenders within the city retaliate with catapults, destroying the demon army's siege engines. In the intervals of battle, the Allied forces hastily repair the damaged walls. General Tockley, stationed at the west gate, has rallied the Stone Legion to form a suicide squad, specifically to support the east gate by excavating tunnels and planting explosives to obliterate the demon's mound. Outside the south gate, the Demon King and Paris command an army that has dwindled from 50,000 to just over 20,000, while Zugali and Takeda's forces have fallen below 20,000. The legion under the hyena has been nearly annihilated, leaving him as a solitary commander. At the west gate, after days of grueling combat, the Allied forces have reduced from over 30,000 to approximately 10,000, whereas Fudi's legion still numbers over 6,000. Recently, the demon army has received a fresh contingent of defectors from the Kingdom of Mazu and newly recruited pirate mercenaries. The addition of these troops has significantly heightened the pressure on the defenders at all gates of Eagle City. On a clear afternoon, with gentle winds and radiant sunshine, the battlefield exudes the fetid odor of decaying corpses, and the scene is one of utter devastation. Suddenly, a mighty horn sounds, signaling the Demon King's order for a full-scale assault, having just received news of his master Sepid's successful ambush on Archimedes City. Upon hearing the horn, all demon soldiers, driven by frenzy, charge towards the city walls, for success or failure hinges upon this moment. Dozens of colossal scavengers were summoned, swiftly filling the moat beneath the city. The Legion of Lingyu led the charge, breaching the outer wall of the eastern gate first. Amidst the fierce battle, General Martin lost his legs and was transported to the inner city on a cart by his guards, thus becoming the incapacitated Martin. Outside the western gate, the Sea Beast Legion roared in fury as they assaulted the outer city. Puto was struck by a cold arrow to the forehead and perished instantly. Queen Freya was gravely injured and urgently escorted to Dr. Yuanhua for treatment. General Tockley was crushed by a flying stone, heroically sacrificing himself for the nation. Lulu and Fifth Ant hastily ordered a retreat from the outer city back to the inner city. I escorted Yaoji as we retreated, hastily constructing a defensive line with soldiers from various nations in the inner city. The Eagle City was besieged, with battles erupting everywhere, the fiercest of which took place at the southern gate. Upon hearing the horn, Paris led the Siren Legion in a fierce attack, quickly scaling the outer city. The hyenas, following Zhu Jieli's command, retreated to the inner city first, while General Takeda of the Mandala Kingdom held the rear. Born with innate bravery, General Takeda clashed fiercely upon the walls, sweeping many demon warriors and sirens down to the ground below. Observing this scene, Paris on the battlements loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. Flames soon engulfed General Takeda. Paris, filled with triumph, approached him, intending to sever his head with his long sword. At that moment, the inferno-ridden General Takeda suddenly opened his eyes, bellowing that the tree man was immortal, before tightly embracing Paris, both turning to ash. Witnessing this, the Demon King, watching from afar, rose angrily from his war chariot. He seized a nearby giant conch and sounded the battle hymn of Nanjing. The melody soared with a haunting resonance, reminiscent of a grieving woman's lament and a cornered beast's roar. As the tune echoed, countless demon soldiers and allied forces fought valiantly, akin to pieces on a chessboard. When the song concluded, he abruptly commanded the retreat. The soldiers, poised to capture the inner city. Were taken aback by the order, but were compelled to obey the Demon King's command without hesitation. The enemy retreated from both the inner and outer cities, withdrawing to a considerable distance, leaving behind a multitude of corpses. This unexpected maneuver by the demon army bewildered the defenders, concealing within it a profound terror. Before long, the clouds above churned as if boiled by scalding water, and a powerful tornado approached from the sea. The tornado swept in, clearing the corpses outside Eagle City, then clashed against the city walls, inflicting immense casualties upon the defenders. After the storm passed, the sky cleared, just as the people recovered from their shock. A thunderous roar echoed through the clear skies, and a fearsome black dragon coiled above Eagle City. If there were a personification of death, this black dragon, oppressive like Mount Tai, would embody it. After conquering Parody Island, the Demon King discovered this dormant black dragon, summoning the greatest sorcerers to tame it, turning it into the demon army's ultimate weapon. At the pivotal moment of the grand battle for Eagle City, this black dragon arrived fashionably late. Its eyes set solely on annihilating Eagle City, swayed by the demon army's enchantments. Witnessing the despair of the military and civilians of Eagle City, the Dark Lord produced a magical bamboo flute and played a haunting melody titled The Great Harmony. Nearby, male and female guards accompanied him with war drums, bamboo flutes, and conch shells. As the performance concluded, the sound grew increasingly jarring. The black dragon coalesced a fiery orb and unleashed it upon Eagle City. This grand fortress seemed as though it could be obliterated with but a few breaths of dragon flame. This was the Dark Lord's ultimate artifact, a means to collaborate with his master in executing the Inyang fish plan. As the dragon's fire continued to spew forth, the inhabitants felt the futility of their previous resistance. Had they known this fate awaited them, surrender would have seemed preferable. No one wished for death, yet the specter of mortality loomed ominously. In an instant, everything would be reduced to ashes. For millennia, perhaps only in the face of death does true equality exist among all. Many soldiers had already laid down their arms, while the citizens of the inner city began to kneel in prayer. Regardless of their deities, be it Odin, Ahura, Rusio, Geb, Chimu, or Apollo, none could escape the clutches of death. Even though this land had been forsaken by the gods, devout believers clung to the last vestige of hope before their demise. Even without miracles, they prayed to enter another realm promised by the divine. The wounded Yaoji, serene in acceptance, nestled against my shoulder. Lulu hurried to her mother Freya for a final farewell. Many parents caressed their children, tears streaming down their faces before they could utter a word of comfort. Countless warriors wept together. Generals like Zhu Jieli and Hyena exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with reluctance, yet powerless to change their fate. Instinctively, they continued to command the giant crossbows and catapults for one last stand. As the end approached, everyone accepted their destinies in their own unique ways. Emboldened by the Black Dragon, the demonic army surged forward, ruthlessly seizing the gates and mercilessly slaying the allied forces. Some trod upon the crumbled stone walls, while others infiltrated the outer city's chambers, hunting down allies for slaughter. In a medical station, an injured stone soldier remarked to a nearby tree man, "Brother, perhaps this is for the best. At least we no longer have to speculate on the outcome of this battle." They exchanged knowing smiles. "May Geb bless us." "Apollo above," came the cheerful reply from the stone man. In the heavens, the black dragon hovered, its flames a sinister hue. On the ground, the demonic forces rampaged, while the allied warriors fell one after another. As the dragon's flames ravaged the city, I helped Yaoji to her feet and leaned her against the wall. Then, slowly rising, I summoned every ounce of divine power within me to call forth the wind forest, unrefined wood, life everlasting, vast and ineffectual, yet it stirs the winds upon impact. In that fleeting moment, countless towering trees erupted from the ground, forming an arching canopy in the air, shielding this beleaguered city from the dragon's onslaught and delaying the demonic army's advance. Many mighty trees launched their assaults against the Black Dragon, but striking wood against fire proved futile. They could only postpone the inevitable assault on Eagle City. At this juncture, the Dark Lord suddenly descended from his chariot. He continued to fervently play the magical flute, while the furious Black Dragon unleashed torrents of dragon fire. By the second, third, and fourth instances, I could no longer withstand the onslaught. The celestial dome gradually dissipated, the might of the dragon flames proving overwhelmingly formidable. At that moment, a familiar chime resonated through the air. I vaguely discerned an elder on a green ox approaching from the west gate. Indeed, it was the brown-robed one. He leisurely unwrapped a bundle, revealing 5 loaves and 2 fish, gifts from the prophet Moses. One by one, he fed the loaves and fish to the green ox. The dome above my head had all but vanished, and the dragon fire was piercing through the remnants of it. My capabilities had reached their zenith, and I could no longer sustain myself. Unbeknownst to me, I collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, I found Yao Ji still by my side, which filled me with immense joy. I had thought I was dead, perhaps now merely dreaming. Yao Ji smiled gently. You have finally awakened. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she spoke. Little Huang, unbeknownst to me, had hurried over from Rose Mountain City. What has transpired? Where am I? I inquired. You are in Wei City, Little Huang replied with unwavering certainty. Why am I in Wei City? It was only through the explanations of Yao Ji and Little Huang that I came to understand the events that had unfolded over the past month. After I had exhausted all my strength to resist the dragon flames and subsequently fell, the brown-robed one's green ox consumed the 5 loaves and 2 fish, soaring into the sky and transforming into a fully armored green dragon, engaging in a fierce struggle with the black dragon above Eagle City. At that moment, all present, whether allies or foes, bore witness to this epic battle of dragons. The black dragon belched fire, while the green dragon expelled water, each taking turns to attack and defend, with victories shifting between them. Gradually, the water jets emitted by the green dragon morphed into razor-sharp ice spikes, piercing into the black dragon's body. After an extended clash, the black dragon ultimately succumbed, slain by the green dragon's jaws, plummeting into the sea. It was later revealed that the place where the black dragon fell was Mingi Island, which, along with nearby isles, sank into the depths. At the time of the submersion, the treacherous traitor Yu San was seated upon the newly crafted dragon throne on a nearby isle. Thus, this villain and his henchmen were abruptly annihilated. The fully armored green dragon then swept through the demon army, vanquishing the demon king's 4 grand legions, the demons, sea monsters, aquatic beasts, and the flying fish, all of whom were obliterated. It is said that only the commander of the aquatic beast legion, Fudi, narrowly escaped to the southern region. Subsequently, he fled by ship back to the demon kingdom with his remaining troops. Under the brown-robed one's guidance, the demon king Tianxi initially resisted surrender, clinging to a feudal defense. However, he soon received an urgent message from Archimedes. In the Platinum Palace, Ping Yan, along with royal members, Prince Asa, General Dasher, General Babu, and the Minister of Finance Kong Fong, as well as the wounded General Heracles, escaped through a secret tunnel from the Platinum Palace, fleeing over 1,000 miles to Wild Lily City. As they fled the imperial capital, Ping Yin ordered the ambushed purple-clad guards to ignite torches in the sewers. The entire city transformed into a powder keg, resulting in a series of explosions, which became known as the Great Explosion of the imperial capital. Ping Yin, whose fortune was originally built upon mining, had contemplated the worst-case scenario upon receiving news from Zhu Jieli regarding the potential fall of Archimedes City. He dispatched individuals to bury explosives within the sewers, installing conduits to conceal his intentions, all under the guise of apprehending thieves and dissidents. Thus, shortly after departing from Archimedes City, he ordered the detonation of this magnificent metropolis. This drastic measure was a final design, resulting in an exceedingly heavy toll, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. Yet it obliterated the invading avatar of Seput and his invincible legion. With the demise of the avatar and the sealing of his true form, Seput was stripped of all magical powers. Following the disappearance of Archimedes City, the usually composed Ping Yin appeared disoriented, plagued by nightmares. He viewed himself as an unforgivable sinner, having sold his soul to the devil. Despite the leaders of various nations recognizing Ping Yin's crucial contributions as the foremost savior of the alliance, from that moment onward, Ping Yin remained lost in thought, never again stepping beyond the confines of the Wild Lily Manor. The internal affairs of Archimedes were managed by the Chancellor Ping Huji, focusing entirely on the restoration of the post-war economy. The Demon King quickly lost his legion, and the Yin-Yang fish plan was declared a failure. All prior dreams of vengeance turned to ashes, leaving no remnant. In utter despair, he drifted between dreams and reality. The Demon King was no more. Reverting to his original form, the heavenly pool, and followed the brown-robed one to the southern sea for asceticism. As a peculiar force, Offlo continued to engage in mobile warfare against the nations of Hunt and Man. Upon receiving news, he led the remnants of his army in a hasty retreat to the demonic metropolis of Lemit, quickly ascending to the position of new monarch. 40 returned to Zoxia with the remnants of the sea beasts, submitting to Offlo as a temporary measure. The continent of Dover, having endured locust plagues, bear disasters, and war casualties, would find it exceedingly challenging to regain vitality for a prolonged period, let alone compete with the allies for victory. And what of Lulu and her companions? I inquired. Xiao Huang informed me that since the great victory in Eagle City, the Zhuge kingdom had also returned to tranquility. Initially, Queen Freya invited Lulu to return to Wagner, but Lulu graciously declined. Lulu and her aunts had now presumably returned with their forces to Rose Mountain City. Following Puta's death in battle, one of her aunts assumed control of the Mist Valley trade, becoming the de facto sovereign. General Lin Matsuan's condition finally improved, and he regained consciousness. Regrettably, his meridians were severely damaged, preventing him from wielding a sword again. He also requested Xiao Haoyu to investigate the situation in Mazu's homeland, never forgetting the matter of restoration. Currently, Queen Yu of Hippocrates and the nobles have returned to the citadel, still debating whether to reconstruct the city of Kos. Prime Minister Sejia leans towards abandoning the island to prevent a resurgence of demonic forces. General Lu Shan has just quelled the rebellion in the Grum region, strengthening the Hippocrates' control over this territory. As for the allied commander Zhu Jili, oh no, we should now refer to him as Zhu Jili, the first emperor of the Archimedean Empire. Chapter 18. The Spoken Evil, the Silent Good amidst the brown-robed 1's campaign against the demon army. Zhu Jili led 4,000 Archimedean cavalrymen through the southern gate, launching a final assault against the enemy. After the Demon Legion and the Sea Monster Army were driven into the ocean, Zhu Jili's cavalry commenced a hunt against the remnants of the Lingyu army outside the eastern gate. Subsequently, he commanded 2,000 cavalry to synchronize with the infantry and continue their pursuit to the east, eliciting a responsive fervor among the military and civilians alike. With the advantage of elite cavalry, Zhu Jili's legion exhibited formidable power, thereby sealing the fate of the alliance's decisive battle against the demon kingdom of Doph. Years later, historical records of the Archimedes Empire would reveal that the pivotal factors in the victory at Eagle City were neither the prophet Misi sealing the true form of CYPT, nor the elder Ping Yan destroying CYPT's avatar, nor the triumph of the Brown Cloak's Azure Dragon over the Black Dragon, but rather the final, desperate assault led by Commander Zhu Jili. It was under the commander's sagacious leadership that the coalition forces vanquished the seemingly invincible demon army. The children of the empire held this belief unwaveringly, convinced that it was Zhu Jili's astute guidance that allowed them to thrive in an unprecedented era of greatness. After the climactic battle, the allied forces tended to the battlefield, gathering the bodies of soldiers and civilians for burial, dusting them with white powder to prevent the spread of disease. On the third night, outside the southern gate of Eagle City, countless bonfires blazed as the remains of fallen officers were cremated. Laments from fishmen, treemen, stone beings, and humans echoed throughout and beyond the city. Although the conflict had lasted for months, it felt as though years had passed. Women lost their husbands, children lost their fathers, and the elderly lost their sons. In times of war, everything seemed ephemeral. Only the act of survival felt truly tangible. Following the grand funeral, the leaders of various nations were still recuperating and reorganizing their troops. 5 days later, a force of over 30,000, commanded by General Belinka from the McKinley Fortress, marched through the northern gate to garrison Eagle City. With the decisive battle concluded, reinforcements from Old City arrived, instilling a sense of unease among the heads of state within the city. During the alliance meeting, Zhu Jili emphasized the necessity for the nations to unify their efforts. The demon army's retreat did not guarantee that they would not return in the future, particularly with commanders like Uflu and Fudi still posing significant threats. Now, with the Mazu archipelago reduced to ruins, it could no longer serve as a formidable barrier for the coalition. Thus, the alliance needed to establish a new defense. According to Zhu Jili's proposal, the southern region of the mountains in the Hippocratic Kingdom's west and the southern area of the Zhuge Kingdom's east should be jointly garrisoned by the allies, serving as wings to protect Eagle City. Queen Yu and the Fifth Aunt vehemently protested, asserting that Zhu Jili's intention was not merely to station troops, but rather a blatant act of annexation. General Belinka reminded both nations that if they possessed the strength to safeguard the flanks of Eagle City, it would not have found itself in such a vulnerable position. The attitudes of the Valkyrie Kingdom, Hunter Kingdom, and Mandela Kingdom were now of utmost importance. For Queen Freya, burdened with serious injuries and with her son Asa still under the protection of Ping Yan in Wild Lily City, opposing Zhu Jili's annexation plan seemed unwise, especially without any military strength at her disposal. She vaguely indicated during the meeting that ensuring the unity of the alliance was of paramount importance. As for the hyena, he found himself with no alternative. At last night's banquet, Zhu Jili had inadvertently mentioned the issue of the Gambulan district, leaving him in a state of unease. Zhu Jieli seemed to be reminding him that without the assistance of the Archimedes kingdom, he would have never secured a share of the spoils from the Mandela kingdom. Moreover, Zhu Jieli reminded him that General Dahir had long harbored ulterior motives, and not long ago, he had suggested a swift return to the White Wolf City. Had it not been for Zhu Jieli's counsel, the elders would have already acquiesced. At this juncture, he was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Therefore, during the meeting, he spoke candidly. The safety of Eagle City is synonymous with the safety of the Alliance. The regions of Nannan and Shannon ought to consider the broader interests of the coalition. The fifth ant and Queen Yu scoffed at the hyena's remarks, and the generals behind them banged their fists upon the table in protest. General Martin, seated in his wheelchair, expressed his indignation at Zhu Jieli's assertions. The unity of the Alliance must be preserved, yet our true adversary lies in the Dove Demon Kingdom, not among the Alliance members. His statements earned him the gratitude of the fifth ant and Queen Yu. Subsequently, a cacophony of disputes ensued, necessitating a suspension of the meeting. During the recess, Martin received news from the Bluebird Scout that General Babu, who had sought refuge in Wild Lily City, had been assassinated. The circumstances were exceedingly suspicious. Following the retreat from Archimedes City, Prince Asa, General Dahir, and General Babu had all sought shelter in Wild Lily City, temporarily housed at the outskirts Furnace Station. En route back from Wild Lily City to Furnace Station, General Babu's carriage was struck by a flying stone, resulting in his immediate demise. The sole piece of good news was that the young Prince Robin had recently completed his coming-of-age ceremony and began assisting King Curtis with state affairs. The elders strongly condemned the assassination, vowing to apprehend the perpetrator at any cost. Current indications suggest that the assassin was likely a remnant of the Dove Demon Army. Following the assassination of General Babu at the Furna incident, numerous assassination attempts were attributed to the Dove Demon Army, and any dissenters opposing Zhu Jieli's regime were arrested on charges of collusion with the Demon Army, some even facing execution. More alarming for the incapacitated Martin was the troubling news from his homeland. King Curtis had been swayed by slanderous whispers and intended to depose him. 5 days later, the Allied forces convened once more, regarding the proposal for the coalition to station troops in the regions of Nannan and Shannon. Representatives from the 6 major nations utilized tortoiseshells for anonymous voting, yielding the following results. For votes in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 vote against. Although the voting was anonymous, discerning the identity of the voters was not particularly challenging. Previously, in the military camp, General Martin had been deeply troubled upon learning of Tenika's intelligence. His impending vote was critical, both for himself and for the Mandala Kingdom. To err on the side of caution, he exercised his limited authority to cast an abstention on behalf of the Mandala Kingdom. In these perilous times, the Mandala Kingdom could only hope to evade the malevolent wolves and retreat unscathed. Martin's abstention effectively amounted to tacit approval of Archimedes' annexation of the Hippocratic Kingdom, much to Queen Yu's chagrin. Even more infuriating for her was the fact that the fifth ant of the Zhuge Kingdom had also cast a vote in favor. On the eve of the meeting, Zhu Jieli clandestinely met with the fifth ant, presenting her with a confidential report. The report contained a secret letter from General Wilson, an aide to Puta, imploring Zhu Jieli's support for him to assume control of Mist Valley in Puta's stead. Upon reading the letter, the fifth ant's expression turned to one of fury. At that moment, Zhu Jieli also informed her that a group of fishmen from Gen Island had sought assistance from him. On Gen Island, fifth ant was taken aback. This was a newly acquired territory recently seized by the Kingdom of Zhuge from the Kingdom of Mazu. Indeed, I too found it somewhat astonishing that they had managed to locate me, as Zhu Jieli leisurely poured wine. What do you intend to do? Fifth ant was indeed forthright. In comparison to the Misty Valley, the insignificance of the southern region and Gen Island is a matter you are surely well aware of. How many troops do you wish to station? Both Nannan and Shannan are equally vital as the two wings of Eagle City. The station troops should not be less than 20,000. 20,000, given the mountainous terrain of Nannan, a reduction in troops could be considered. A maximum of 6,000. Zhu Jieli chuckled and drank from his glass of red wine. Fifth ant sacrificed the region of Nannan in exchange for Zhu Jieli's temporary support. After the alliance meeting, Queen Freya journeyed to Wild Lily City. Subsequently, under the escort of Prince Asa, she traveled north to the ruins of Archimedes, and then took a boat along the Qingbai River back to Wagner City. Oder held a grand welcome ceremony, bestowing blessings upon the triumphant queen and prince. In the Valhalla Tower, the archbishop blessed the queen and prince, affirming the worth of the sacrifices made by tens of thousands of warriors. The Valkyrie's motto, "To die in battle is glory," resonated throughout the tower, displayed proudly on the chests of both military and civilians. The Valkyries believed that it was the protection of Odin and the sacrifices of these warriors that had yielded immense rewards. The kingdom of Valkyrie was the only land among all the continents that remained unscathed by the demonic army. Riding upon the magnificent steed gifted by Zhu Jieli, the Wolf Rider, under the escort of 3,000, made their way north to Wild Lily City to meet General Dashir. Dashir expressed remorse to the king for the previous loss of tens of thousands of elite soldiers and received forgiveness. Along Yangmei Avenue, the two returned to White Wolf City. Upon seeing Archimedes' imperial guards, the officials of White Wolf City were somewhat astonished. Yet, at the banquet welcoming the king's triumphant return, they expressed genuine admiration and celebration as usual. Fifth Ant and Lulu returned to Lingnan. After a brief rest, Lulu returned to Rose Mountain City, while Fifth Ant headed directly to the Misty Valley. Upon arriving at the Hall of the Misty Valley, Fifth Ant executed Wilson and dispatched troops to take control of the critical facilities throughout the valley. Queen Yu returned to the garrison city, filled with humiliation, stating that the alliance meeting was rife with deception and betrayal. The Eagle City system was a plunder of humanity against the stone men and fish men. Regrettably, the Hippocratic kingdom could only choose to endure at this moment. The incapacitated Martin experienced a whirlwind of emotions as he boarded the carriage back home, awaiting an uncertain fate. Zhu Jieli, brimming with vigor, swiftly dispatched troops to the Shannan and Nannan regions. To defeat the demonic army, Archimedes also paid a heavy price. The capital had become a wasteland, with hundreds of thousands of civilians perishing. After the catastrophic explosion in the royal city, the sentiments of Archimedes' citizens were profoundly complex. While they felt pride in vanquishing the Dover demonic army, they also harbored animosity, even resentment, towards the citizens of other nations. For many, it seemed as if it was not the demonic army that had obliterated the royal capital, but rather the allied forces. Thus, they possess a greater sense of justice and qualifications to partition the continent than any other nation upon this land. Under the deliberate propaganda of Zhu Jieli, a profound sentiment of aversion towards non-human entities such as the stone people and the fish people permeated the entirety of Archimedean society. Had they been able to slightly hinder the demonic army, they would not have permitted the enemy any opportunity to penetrate the heart of the continent. It was due to the incompetence of their allies, allowing the demonic forces to advance northward, that they were granted the chance to besiege Eagle City and even conquer the royal capital. Now, these non-human allies continue to defame humanity, exhibiting a truly ingrateful nature. The rhetoric of the Archimedeans also resonated with the citizens and military of the Hunter Nation. The nightmare of the demonic army's surprise attack on Moniport has lingered for years, with some even believing that the stone people serve as the hounds of the kingdom of Dophus. The tree people of the Mandala kingdom are scarcely in a better position. In summary, within this continent, speaking ill is a sin, while silence is virtuous. Uttering words is a transgression, whereas nonverbal communication is esteemed. 15 years since the Battle of Eagle City, the entire landscape of the continent has undergone a dramatic transformation. Following Zhu Jieli's ascension to the throne in Eagle City, the Archimedean Empire gradually annexed the southern regions of the Hippocratic Kingdom, as well as the southern areas of the Zhuge Kingdom, renaming them the Southern Mountains Province and the Southern Province. Over the past decade, in addition to external expansion, he has ordered the reconstruction of Archimedean City. After 10 years of rebuilding, Archimedean City stands magnificent and awe-inspiring once more, its former glory revived, and its populace enjoying a prosperous life. Citizens from various regions incessantly migrate to the new Archimedean City, while the population of the old capital approaches around 800,000, restoring the prosperity that existed prior to the explosion. Eagle City has become the second capital of the Archimedean Empire, guarded by Prince Dios, the 13-year-old son of Zhu Jieli, who directly governs the Southern Province, Southern Mountains Province, and the Southern Sea Province, the former northern islands of the Mazu Kingdom. The former commander of Old City, General Belenkov, has been appointed as the governor of the Southern Mountains Province, and although his youngest daughter, Jenna, is merely 10 years old, she has already been betrothed to Prince Dios, with plans for a formal wedding once they reach adulthood. Years ago, the situation on Jen Island, which Fifth Ant obtained from Zhu Jieli, was not promising, as the northern three islands had already become part of the Southern Sea Province of the Archimedean Empire, posing a constant threat to Jen Island. Jen Island has become a mere appendage, lacking in value, yet too precious to abandon. After losing the Southern Mountains region, the Hippocratic Kingdom has focused on consolidating the Northern Mountains area and fortifying the defenses of the citadel. Additionally, thanks to General Lushan, the kingdom has regained control of Kos Island and appointed him as its governor. Lushan's accomplishments have sparked discontent in Prime Minister Sokka, leading to an open secret of discord between the two. Now, distanced from the court's intrigues, General Lushan finds solace in the reconstruction of Coast City, where he feels a rejuvenation of spirit. The Archimedeans uphold the motto of never being satisfied. Zhu Jieli I dispatched Grey Whistle to incite rebellion in the Gloom region, ultimately integrating it into the Archimedean Empire as a vassal state. The leader of the Gloom province is the pro-Archimedean Governor Spoon, who excels in governing the populace through rigorous means. Under his reign, the Stone Men regarded the ability to speak as a symbol of barbarism, preferring to communicate through coded tokens akin to the Archimedeans. Lacking such tokens, they resorted to using stone slabs of their own. Consequently, on the bustling streets of Gloom, one could observe clusters of stone men, while noble women elegantly sat in tea houses, gracefully producing stone tablets to inscribe their communications with a white pen. This practice was rapidly becoming the latest fashion. For 15 years, nations had been fervently restoring their strength. Following the Battle of Eagle City, due to the exclusion by Lady Wu, Generals Lin Matsuan and Wu Guoxing led the Mazu descendants westward, discovering new refuge in the Xinpu region, where they embarked on the arduous task of nation-building. General Nasu, having vehemently advised against Lady Wu's expulsion of the Fish People, was accused of treachery, stripped of his military rank, and returned to his homeland in Lingnan to live in leisure. Upon receiving news of the Fish People's restoration efforts in the citadel, Yaoji extended an invitation for me to accompany her to Xinpu. However, I had already pledged my service to General Martin in the Kingdom of Mandela. Thus, Yaoji and I parted ways as if we had never known each other. Lulu and Chi-Chi remained in Rose Mountain City, where all forms of romance were encouraged. Lady Wu endeavored to assert control over her new kingdom, yet she could not evade the assaults from the remnants of the Puta faction. Recently, Lady Wu discovered that the Wilson she had slain years ago was merely a decoy. The Zhuge kingdom was engulfed in a series of internal conflicts. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, the source of Lady Wu's ire was the revelation that Wilson's benefactor was a wealthy merchant from the Archimedean Empire. Undoubtedly, this was yet another scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel Zhu Jieli. Lady Wu realized that the most unreliable of all was the deceitful rhetoric of Zhu Jieli I. She should never have consented to the Allied forces' garrison in Nannan. The Valkyrie kingdom was zealous in propagating the worship of Odin to every corner of the realm. To this end, they constructed Valhalla temples and cultivated a significant number of followers. While their efforts to spread the faith in the Zhuge kingdom, the Hippocratic kingdom, and the Kingdom of Mandela faced limited resistance, their missionary endeavors in the Hunter Kingdom encountered vehement opposition from the Hyena King. In a bid to reinforce his people's faith in Ahura, King Hyena decreed the execution of 203 Odin worshippers and ordered the incineration of the Valhalla Temple. As the executions took place in the rugged region northeast of Ghost Red City, this incident became known among Odin's followers as the Chishio persecution. News of the Chishio persecution reached the Valkyrie kingdom, inciting profound discontent among the faithful. The clash between different civilizations escalated, and a holy war was imminent. Queen Freya, accompanied by 30,000 elite soldiers, arrived in the northeastern city of Ragnar, where she joined forces with Prince Asa, who had hastened from Black Horse City with 20,000 troops. Together, they advanced eastward into the North Sea buffer zone. The Hunter Kingdom's King Hyena commanded the armies of various states to converge at the capital of Ijo, Zinki City. From Zinki, he led 70,000 troops westward into the North Sea buffer zone. In the name of their respective deities, both nations launched their holy wars simultaneously. The battle raged for several days, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. As a mediator, Zhu Jieli I personally gathered 50,000 troops to convene an allied conference in the North Sea buffer zone. The conference acknowledged the Valkyrie kingdom's rights to propagate their faith across nations, provided they did not interfere with local military and political affairs. Simultaneously, the Valkyrie kingdom must permit the influx of other religions, such as those of Apollo, the Red-Eyed God, and Geb. In light of the Ahura faith, which has been passed down for millennia in the Hunter Kingdom, the Valkyrie nation should cease the propagation of the Odin faith within its borders. The cunning of Jagali lies in his complete omission of whether the Archimedean Empire would accept the Valkyrie kingdom's missionary endeavors. Now, he steps forward to mediate the tumultuous relations between the Valkyrie and Hunter nations, at the cost of sacrificing the three realms of Man, Shi, and Zhu. Although the Alliance Conference stated that these three nations could disseminate their beliefs within the Valkyrie kingdom, they inherently lack the capacity for such evangelism. The realms of Man and Shi have become the epicenters for the spread of the Odin faith, resulting in chaos in already underdeveloped areas as aggressive doctrines are introduced. The Treefolk, who depend on the land, have begun to interpret the consumption of meat as a divine command, leading to dire consequences for the forest's creatures. The Stonefolk, accustomed to a tranquil existence, have adopted the Odin faith, turning dueling into a new trend. Even worse, spurred by the Valhalla faith, the tree and stone believers have inexplicably come to believe they possess unprecedented strength to vanquish any adversary. These militant devotees instigate unrest, repeatedly concocting excuses for the Hunter and Archimedean nations to annex the realms of Man and She. Over the years, the area north of Tennek has been progressively divided between the Hunter and Archimedean nations, following the establishment of the Gangbu province. Jagali I founded the Kaka province centered around Mount Kaka, positioning the Gang and Kaka provinces as vital bastions in the northeastern region of the Archimedean Empire. Centered around the Ghost Red City, the Hunter Kingdom set up the Eminu State, a southern military stronghold that continues to expand southward. The primitive forests here have been ravaged by rampant deforestation, now transformed into pastures or farmland. The Treefolk's retreat southward is inevitable, and the loss of the royal capital Tennek is merely a matter of time. General Wenda proposed an alliance with the Stonefolk to resist the annexation by the Hunter and Archimedean coalition, but was met with a resolute refusal from Queen Yu. Queen Yu remains haunted by the betrayal of the incapacitated Martin. General Martin had long been dismissed from military service and returned to his hometown, Val City. In the trapezoidal palace, he made one last impassioned plea, warning of the existential threat facing the Mandala kingdom, but the old king and many nobles remained indifferent. Fortunately, the young Prince Robin, who had been mentored by General Martin in his youth, held the general in high regard. Alas, he too could not prevent the old king from relieving General Martin of his duties. As per our agreement, I journeyed north from the citadel, passing through the Salt Lake region, and eventually reached the hometown of my old friend, General Martin. Val City is a wooden settlement, where the Treefolk no longer change color at the sight of fire, but have transitioned from fear to adaptation. Consequently, many wooden houses are adorned with chimneys of various sizes, as these Treefolk have begun to learn the art of cooking with fire. It must be said, this is indeed an astonishing advancement. As for little Huang, after the passing of his father, he aimlessly traveled north from the citadel and arrived at Val City. Reuniting with us, life seems to have returned to its starting point. Despite the storms we have weathered, we currently find ourselves in a state of tranquility. Regrettably, Little Seagull has passed away, and Lulu and Yaoji are separated by vast distances. Recently, Zhu Jieli dispatched a new batch of gray whistleblowers. They spared no expense to incite General L.V. Shan to advocate for the independence of the island in Coast City. Those generals who fervently supported adherence to the edicts of the Acropolis became prime targets for assassination by the gray whistleblowers, while those advocating for independence or allegiance to the Archimedean Empire were actively courted. Public sentiment has shifted, with the inclination towards independence in Coast growing increasingly apparent. Within the Archimedean Empire, the governance of Zhu Jieli has become more stringent than ever. Years ago, the Ping family, comprised of Ping Yen and his son Ping Huji, disregarded his orders, fortifying themselves in Wild Lily City instead of aiding Archimedean City, which has lingered in his mind. Given the entrenched status of the Ping family and their familial ties to him, he could only afford to be lenient. Elder Ping Yen, now frail and aged, has lost the vigor of his youth. However, he found joy in the fact that the year following the decisive Battle of Eagle City, Ping Huji and his wife Min Junyu welcomed a pair of twins. To commemorate those glorious times, he named his granddaughter Ping Zheng and his grandson Ping Rong. Meanwhile, Empress Nina grew weary of the mundane life in the Archimedean Palace and would occasionally visit the Wild Lily Manor to see her sister Junyu. Upon hearing of her sister's twins, she hurried over to present gifts such as luminous pearls and green agate. At Wild Lily Manor, the seasons changed, flowers drifted, and waters flowed freely. Time passed peacefully, restoring everything to its former state. With the birth of her grandchildren, Zhang Yuan found herself exceedingly busy. Since the catastrophic explosion in the royal capital, Elder Ping has remained reclusive, and Zhang Yuan would sometimes accompany him on leisurely strolls, tending to flowers and nurturing their spirits. Recently, Elder Ping has developed a deep interest in oil painting, often immersing himself alone in his study or garden. One of his recent creations, titled The Swarm of Locusts, depicts a multitude of locusts in hues of green, yellow, brown, black, red, and white. Some locusts soar through the air, their wings fluttering. Others settle upon fields, devouring grains. And some crowd together in a frenzied attempt to lay eggs. The backdrop of the locusts features a pallid populace, trudging along with weary steps. They are emaciated, their bones protruding and their expressions vacant. Some have collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, allowing several locusts to linger upon their faces and bodies. Chapter 19. The Lament of Tenochtitlan. The concerns of the incapacitated Martin have unfortunately materialized. Zhu Jie, I dispatched his confidant, Commander Sulla of the Eastern Legion, leading an army of 50,000 on an expedition to Tenochtitlan, claiming they were secretly colluding with the demonic forces. Thus, when the demonic army, led by Offlo, defeated the Mandala fleet at the port of Cusco, they refrained from seizing the territories of the Mandala kingdom. Meanwhile, the hyenas dispatched General Dahir from Ghost Red City, commanding an army of 60,000, marching directly towards Tenochtitlan. The port of Moni, located in the eastern region of the Hunter Kingdom, stands as a vital harbor and the largest in the nation. The Hunter Kingdom believes that the temporary occupation of Moni port by the demonic forces was due to the collusion between the Mandala Kingdom and the demons or their diversion of troubles northward. To fabricate a charge, one need not search for justification. Beneath the walls of Tenochtitlan, the aged King Curtis assembled an army of 300,000, placing it under the unified command of General Wenda. Following the counsel of his ministers, he dispatched the young Prince Robin southward to guard the town of Val, gathering troops for a robust defense. The journey of Prince Robin has faced considerable opposition from numerous officials, leading the populace to question the royal family's capability and confidence in defending the capital. Outside the city of Tenochtitlan, Sulla commanded the Northern Legion to hurl blazing boulders into the city. General Dahir, equally resolute, ordered the warriors of the Hunter Kingdom to scale the city walls under the cover of crossbows. Although Wenda's forces were numerous, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed against the fiercely combative coalition of Ali. What troubled Wenda even more was the severance of the city's supply lines, rendering the capital a solitary fortress. Despite the falling soldiers around him, General Wenda maintained his composure, directing operations from the city ramparts. A message arrived on the wings of a bluebird. Prince Robin had amassed 30,000 troops in Val City, poised to offer reinforcements. However, the elderly king refused his assistance. According to Curtis, the deity Geb had forsaken Tenochtitlan, and only by keeping Prince Robin in Val City could the Mandala kingdom hope for resurgence. Curtis's erratic proclamations cast a profoundly negative shadow over the morale of the capital's soldiers, leading many to abandon their posts, with some even stealthily descending from the walls to join the enemy ranks. In truth, Prince Robin was unable to depart Val City, as news from the southern border indicated that Prime Minister Saga of the Hippocratic Kingdom had rallied 30,000 troops, ready to strike. The incapacitated Martin also advised that, for the time being, Prince Robin should firmly hold Val City. General Wenda could only place his hopes on the support from Cusco. As long as the newly formed fleet from Cusco arrived and vanquished Ali's navy, a turning point for Tenochtitlan would be at hand. Beneath the walls of Cusco, an impeccably equipped Treeman fleet raced along the clear river, striving against the clock to reach the capital. Upon arriving at the port of Tenochtitlan, after a fierce engagement, they sank enemy vessels with their boulders. Shouting the battle cry of the Treemen never die, they disembarked and formed a phalanx to launch a vigorous assault against the coalition of Ali. Witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of Wenda's defenders surged. They opened the city gates and launched a counterattack. In the face of the Treemen's retaliation, Sulla and Dahir ordered their troops to form a defensive formation. After days of conflict, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. At that moment, an astonishing cacophony erupted from the northwest of Tenochtitlan as a dark cloud rolled in. The soldiers on the battlefield paused their advance, adopting defensive stances. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up dust and debris, while the piercing cries drew nearer. 5,000 wind riders from Kaka Peak, mounted upon serpentine creatures, joined the fray. These serpents boasted enormous wings, their eyes emanating a crimson glow, and they unleashed blue flames upon the Treeman Legion. Over a decade prior, Zhu Jie, then the commander of the Eastern Legion, had proposed the formation of a special corps of wind riders to Mint, only to be rebuffed. Resentful, he secretly mobilized 1,000 soldiers to train at Kaka Peak. When the demon army invaded, this corps was just beginning to take shape and lacked the capability for ultra-long-range assaults. After years of rigorous experimentation, they finally trained a legion of nearly 10,000 wind riders. The colossal birds were replaced by the mightier serpents, and the red flames transformed into blue fire. This legion became a remarkable force directly governed by Zhu Jie. Upon the arrival of the Wind Knight to the battlefield, the tide of war dramatically shifted. The grand counteroffensive of the Treants was swiftly crushed, and under the strategic collaboration with the Wind Knight, the allied forces of the Hunters overwhelmed the Treant Legion. They succeeded in capturing General Wenda and stormed into the trapezoidal royal palace. In the cataclysm of the Tennic battle, a staggering 100,000 Treant soldiers perished, with 200,000 taken captive. Furthermore, the 1 million inhabitants of the city were reduced to slavery. The aged King Curtis, alongside his civil and military officials, was placed under house arrest by Sulla. The conclusion of each battle inevitably led to disputes over spoils among the victors. According to prior agreements, the riches of Tennic City were to belong to the Kingdom of Hunters, while its populace and territory were ceded to the Archimedean Empire. By the arrangements of Emperor Jagali I, the governorship of the Tennic region was entrusted to Governor Herak of the Kakaka province. Following the fall of Tennic, news arrived from the port of Cusco, indicating that they had been besieged by the Stone Men fleet. Consequently, Cusco port had become a new territory of the Hippocratean kingdom. Simultaneously, Prime Minister Saja dispatched troops from the citadel to the north, swiftly seizing the Saline Lake region in the southern Mandala kingdom, a coveted territory for the stone nobility. The northern advance of the Stone Men was codenamed Apollo. Initially, General Lushan vehemently opposed Operation Apollo, deeming it akin to courting disaster, which would only plunge the Hippocratean kingdom into an abyss of ruin. However, Prime Minister Saja remained undeterred, accusing the governor of Kos Island of harboring separatist tendencies, questioning why he would otherwise impede the kingdom's expansion. In the face of victory, Queen Yu increasingly distanced herself from this governor, even selecting a suitable candidate to replace the arrogant governor of Kos Island post-Operation Apollo. Previously, Queen Yu's Operation Apollo had garnered the staunch support of Emperor Jagali I and the Hyenas. According to the secret accord of the Three Kingdoms, 1. Tennic City belongs to the Archimedean Empire, with its wealth allocated to the Kingdom of Hunters. 2. Concurrently, while capturing Tennic, the Hippocratean kingdom would seize Cusco port and the Saline Lake region. 3. The north-south thoroughfare from Tennic City to the Saline Lake region would be under the protection of the Kingdom of Hunters in the east, and the Archimedean Empire in the west. Subsequent developments became increasingly intricate as Sulla and Dahir's forces advanced southward, occupying the western and eastern regions respectively, renaming them the Western Province and Eastern State. At this juncture, the Hippocratean kingdom felt an unprecedented threat. Consequently, Queen Yu dispatched Prime Minister Saja to secretly journey by sea to the capital of the Kingdom of Hunters, White Wolf City. The Kingdom of Hunters consists of one capital and 4 provinces. To the east lies Moni Province, home to the nation's largest port, Moni Port. To the southeast is Immune Province, with its capital being the second largest city, Ghost Red City. To the southwest is Naiman Province, whose capital is Hellion City, with the renowned fortress of Tiger's Fury marking its southern border. To the northwest is Al Province, with its capital in Shinchi City. Due to the frigid climate and vast expanses of wilderness, Al Province has the fewest inhabitants, with 80% of the population concentrated in Shinchi City. White Wolf City is situated amid the 4 provinces, encircled by the Black Forest, and linked to the outside world by 4 distinct pathways. The western route leads to the city of Zinki, which connects to Alzhu and the northern sea buffer zone, while the southwest direction leads to Huliang City in Naiman Prefecture, as well as the Yangmei Avenue of the Archimedean Empire and the Zhuke Kingdom. To the east lies the port of Monazu. The southeastern passage is the longest, linking the city of the White Wolf, the capital of Immune Prefecture, Goichi City, and the capital of Daodong Prefecture, Yiming City, in succession from north to south. The Black Forest is riddled with traps and hidden fortresses, constructed in ancient times to thwart the invasion of demonic forces. The entirety of White Wolf City is comprised of white edifices, with the king residing in the central black undead fortress. Within the fortress, Saga extends the greetings of Queen Yu. After exchanging pleasantries, Saga congratulates the Hunter Kingdom on its remarkable achievements in the Mandala Kingdom. The flattery is well received by the Hyena King. You did not come to White Wolf City merely to celebrate, did you? He inquires. Your Majesty is wise. I have also come to bring tidings of concern for your kingdom, Saga replies. Concern? What do I have to worry about? It is you who should be worried. The Hyena King responds disdainfully. With a smile, Saga continues, we of Hippocrates indeed harbor worries. If things go awry, we may become the next Mandala Kingdom. However, should the citadel fall, pray tell, your Majesty, who do you think would be next? Hold. Do not incite discord between us and our ally, Archimedes. The king retorts. Ally? Saga bursts into laughter. In the past, to resist the demonic realm, the Zhuke Kingdom allied with Archimedes, only to lose the southern region. We Hippocrates also allied with Archimedes, resulting in the loss of the southern mountains. Your Majesty, surely you are aware of the fate that befalls those who ally with Archimedes? Our Hunter Kingdom is different. We have been allies for a long time. Zhu Jili personally sent troops to escort me back to White Wolf City. We fought side by side. Can you truly comprehend that? Side by side, you say? That does imply a close relationship. However, if I recall correctly, General Takeda of the Mandala Kingdom also fought alongside you back then. Upon hearing this, the Hyena King's gaze becomes somewhat erratic. The military and civilian populace of the Hunter Kingdom are known for repaying debts of gratitude and vengeance. He recalls the harrowing scene of General Takeda perishing alongside the commander of the Sea Demon Legion, Paris. Indeed, Takeda was a hero. Were it not for him, we might not have endured for so long. Such loyal and sentimental individuals as your majesty are a rarity. Zhu Jili has long since cast the hero Takeda aside. Now he fixates on a new champion. A new hero? Who might that be? The Hyena King gestures, and the others in the undead fortress withdraw. Saga steps forward, presenting a letter to the Hyena King. Val City lies at the heart of the North-South Avenue, embraced by the Great Green Mountain to the north, east, and south, with only the west providing access to the avenue. Although the garrison is modest, numbering nearly 30,000, the terrain is formidable. It was not without reason that the old king dispatched the prince to guard Val City. The weather here is capricious, with winds that change erratically. Moments ago, a strong west wind transformed into a south, and then a north wind. A local proverb states, "The winds of Val City are like a woman's heart. You can never truly understand them." Facing the united forces of Sula and Dahir, the garrison, under the leadership of Prince Robin, fights valiantly to resist. Due to the repeated invitations from Prince Robin, General Martin also entered the city for consultation, and I accompanied Little Huang. The allied forces were poised for victory, preparing to divide into eastern and western regions upon capturing Val City. The 50,000 troops of the allied forces had already besieged Val City, leaving no room for escape. Under the command of Prince Robin and General Martin, we repelled the enemy's assaults time and again. Following a consultation with Emperor Jugarii, Sula dispatched the Wind Knights for reinforcement. Learning from the previous experiences with Tinnock, Val City had also prepared for the Wind Knights' arrival. Many tree men on the city walls brought forth fire-spitting machines and heavy crossbows, unleashing long tongues of flame and various bolts and nets into the sky. The searing flames ignited the wings of the serpentine creature, and coupled with the peculiar winds of Val Mountain, it wreaked havoc, disrupting the enemy formation and igniting their ranks, illuminating the dusk sky above Val City. Some Wind Knights were pierced by the crossbows, while others were ensnared by the nets. Furious, Sula contemplated continuing the assault, but was halted by General Dahir. "The morale is flagging. We should retreat." Faced with this reality, Sula, with a grunt of frustration, severed the head of a nearby captive and strode towards the military tent. That night, an eerie silence enveloped the outskirts of Val City. A pack of audacious hyenas stealthily feasted on the unburied corpses in a nearby graveyard. Numerous fireflies flitted about, seemingly unaffected by the stench of carnage on the battlefield. Within the battlements, Little Huang jested, "Big fellow, if we falter in tomorrow's decisive battle, will you resort to your ultimate technique?" He referred to the summoning of the Wind Forest. I remained uncertain. Little Huang, you see. It's less about me employing the summoning of the Wind Forest and more about it employing me. What? He exclaimed. Be it at Far Mountain Island or Eagle City. It wasn't a deliberate application of the technique. Rather, it felt as though a force flowed within me, and then the thought arose in my mind. Are you suggesting it's instinct? I couldn't articulate it precisely. In any case, it isn't something one can simply invoke at will. In the military operations room, the elderly General Martin sat in a wheelchair, discussing the defensive strategies for the following day with the young Prince Robin. "General Martin, can we hold our ground?" Prince Robin inquired. "Your Highness, we have no retreat." Martin responded resolutely. His demeanor indisputably conveyed a message to those around him. If death were to come, he would unhesitatingly meet it on this battleground. Many citizens within the city were praying fervently to the clay statue of the goddess Gabu, beseeching for a miracle. Should Val City fall, our Mandala Kingdom would indeed face annihilation. At dawn the next day, all Treemen soldiers stood ready for the final battle. Many elders, women, and children took up arms, preparing to fight with all their might. Besides his longsword, General Martin donned an additional dagger. He was unwilling to suffer the fate of his old friend, General Unda, and become a prisoner of the enemy. This ancestral dagger was his chosen weapon. As the morning mist gradually lifted and the sun ascended, the area outside the city remained deserted. Prince Robin dispatched cavalry from the city to gather intelligence. And soon a bluebird returned to General Martin's hands with the news. The allied forces of the hunters had retreated. The veracity of this information was uncertain, and Prince Robin insisted on waiting for confirmation from the patrols themselves. Shortly thereafter, the The patrol returned on horseback, validating the report. The army of the Hunter Kingdom had withdrawn to the north, while the forces of the Archimedean Empire had retreated to the western provinces. It was only during the convening of the assembly in Tennek City that all became clear. This assembly was the most grandiose since the formation of the alliance. Emperor Jagali I, the Hyena, Queen Freya, Queen Yu, and Ant 5 all attended, along with General Lushan, the governor of Kos Island, and General Balankov, the governor of the Southern Mountain Province. Although Prince Robin received an invitation, he chose to send General Martin in his stead for safety, while I accompanied Xiao Huan. In the ancient capital Tennek, the buildings remained the same, yet their hues had transformed into a blinding golden yellow. Everywhere, the white tiger banner of Emperor Jagali I fluttered, a reminder of the Archimedean Empire's dominion. During the assembly, we even beheld General Lin Matsuan, who had also received an invitation. Despite the fall of the Mazu Kingdom, the deeds of General Lin Matsuan had become legendary. Even within the Archimedean Empire, Valkyrie Kingdom, and Hunter Kingdom, he garnered sympathy and support, becoming a symbol of resistance against the demonic forces. Over the course of the alliance's existence, which spanned more than a decade, the geopolitical landscape of the continent had undergone significant transformation. Regardless, nations were inclined to cease hostilities. The initiator of this assembly was not Emperor Jagali I, but rather the Hyena. Within the Undying Fortress, the Hyena received a letter from Prime Minister Sagia intended for General Dasher, the content of which was of little importance. What mattered was the certainty of covert dealings having occurred more than once. This confidential missive bred profound distrust towards General Dasher, particularly in light of how Emperor Jagali became aware of Dasher's treacherous intentions during the events in Eagle City. Upon returning to White Wolf City, General Dasher, in a bid to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, brought his family to the city, alleviating the Hyena's suspicions. However, during the expedition to the Mandala Kingdom, Dasher grew increasingly avaricious, persistently demanding more land and beautiful women from King Hyena, which only further assured the Hyena's confidence. Yet, the emergence of this letter reverted everything to its former state. Thus, on the eve of the decisive battle in Val City, General Dasher received military orders from the Hyena, commanding him to return and informing him of his impending journey to Tennek. The unexpected withdrawal of allies left Sula in a precarious position. For safety, he too retreated his forces to the Dao West region, awaiting further directives from Emperor Jagali I. During this assembly, General Martin condemned the aggressive actions of the Hunter nations, demanding the return of the Dao West and Dao East territories and the withdrawal of troops from Tennek City, warning that the alliance would cease to exist otherwise. Maintaining a strict neutrality, Queen Freya also voiced her opinion, asserting that should Emperor Jagali I persist in his ambitions to annex the Mandala Kingdom, the Valkyrie Kingdom would rise to fight for justice. The Hyena, a steadfast follower of Emperor Jagali I, now approached with caution, remarking that trust is the essence of alliance, and announced a cessation of hostilities against Val City. The treachery of the Hyena and the aggressive stance of Queen Freya incited great fury within Emperor Jagali I. Yet he refrained from expressing his wrath. The previously wronged kingdoms of Juke and Hippocrates rallied in support of Queen Freya, demanding that Jagali I immediately halt his annexation of the Mandala Kingdom. General Lin Moku was deeply impressed by General Martin's resistance. However, he approached the alliance meeting with a more pragmatic mindset. Rather than unrealistically demanding the return of annexed territories, he sought recognition for the establishment of the new Pu Kingdom, thereby averting the continuous oppression from the Juke Kingdom. Lin Moku recalled that it was the self-serving intentions of the alliance nations that had led to the isolation and eventual downfall of the Mazu Kingdom. As they hesitated to send aid, he understood that, despite the passage of over a decade, the inherently profit-driven nature of the alliance nations remained unchanged. Regardless of the outcome of the Tennek Conference, it was destined to be unsatisfactory. He felt compelled to voice a defense for Queen Yu, considering the close alliance between the Stone and Fish people. However, upon learning that the Stone people had proactively invaded the Tree people's port of Cusco and the Saline regions, he was taken aback. As with previous gatherings, disputes ensued for many days. Since their victory over the demon army, Queen Freya and her generals had engaged in profound reflection, concluding that strict neutrality best aligned with the will of Odin. Thus, as long as they did not contravene Odin's beliefs, all other matters could be negotiated, especially those pertaining to foreign affairs. Lady Yu was still preoccupied with the issue of Wilson's rebellion, as military expenditures in the Juke Kingdom had soared in recent years. If this continued, both the Baichao Garden and Mist Valley would soon face a strike from the courtesans due to the relentless taxation. The southern region, initially a defensive deployment, had now effectively become part of the Archimedean Empire's territory, a situation intolerable and unbearable. Queen Yu, who had previously lamented the loss of the southern mountains, now found a semblance of psychological balance in the acquisition of Cusco and the Salt Lakes. After several days of arduous negotiation, the alliance nations finally reached a consensus, which would be historically recognized as the Tennock Accord. 1. The region north of Tennock is divided between the two nations of Alat, and there shall be no disputes regarding this division. 2. The Alat coalition shall cease its offensive against the Kingdom of Mandela and release King Curtis, allowing him to continue governing the Tennock region, also known as the Northern Mandala Kingdom, while its military, political, and diplomatic affairs shall be subject to the special guidance of the Archimedean Empire. 3. North of Tennock and south of Val City, the western and eastern areas along the north-south thoroughfare shall be protected by the stationed troops of the two Alat nations. 4. The New Mandala Kingdom, centered around Val City, also referred to as the Southern Mandala Kingdom, shall have Prince Robin as its monarch, who shall not seek vengeance or engage in any acts of aggression to expand existing territories. 5. The port of Cusco in the Salt Lake region, formerly part of the Mandala Kingdom, shall belong to the Hippocratic Kingdom. 6. The Valkyrie Kingdom shall enjoy the right to propagate the faith of Odin within the former Mandala Kingdom, including the establishment of Valhalla temples and cemeteries, which all nations must duly respect. 7. No nation shall provide assistance to the rebellious forces led by Wilson within the territory of the Juke Kingdom under any pretext. 8. The alliance acknowledges the establishment of General Lin Matsuin's New Pu Kingdom, also known as the New Mazu Kingdom. Yet the New Pu Kingdom shall not undertake any military actions to expand eastward. Regarding the proposals from Lady Yu for the Southern region, Queen Yu for the South Mountain region, and the Mandala Kingdom's request for the release of General Wang Da, Emperor Jugal, I shall not entertain discussions. The Queen Freya and the Hyena also refrained from expressing opinions on this matter. To the Mandalans, this agreement is referred to as the Tennock Tragedy, a disgrace marking the partition of the Mandala Kingdom. Upon Martin's return to Val City, he was met with a barrage of stones and insults from the furious tree men, who called him inept, traitor, disgrace, and a sellout. Back in the Val City Assembly Hall, King Robin received Martin, exclaiming, "You have borne my burden." The king, deeply pained, descended the steps and embraced General Martin in his wheelchair tightly. The usually stoic General Martin felt his tense demeanor relax, and upon hearing the new king's comforting words, tears streamed down his alabaster cheeks. For the Mandala Kingdom, the absence of diplomatic relations for a weak nation and not facing annihilation was considered the least unfavorable outcome. After his mission, General Martin declined King Robin's invitation to stay and returned to the Peu farm left by his grandfather, thereafter abstaining from political affairs. Many nations viewed the emergence of the Tennock Agreement as a significant loss. Particularly, Emperor Jugal I felt aggrieved, as he could have directly annexed the Mandala Kingdom but was betrayed by the Hyena behind his back. The discord within the Alat alliance began to widen. Most irksome to Emperor Jugal I was Queen Yu, for a third-rate nation managed to seize two substantial territories from Mandala, the port of Cusco and the Salt Lake region. Indeed, Prime Minister Saga proved to be cunning and shrewd. In a bid for vengeance against the Hippocratic Kingdom, he allied with the Hyenas and sought out General Lushan, secretly signing supplementary terms to the Tennock Agreement. 9. The Archimedean Empire, the Hunter Kingdom, and the Northern Mandala Kingdom recognized the establishment of the Coast Kingdom, and any assault on the Coast Kingdom shall be deemed a declaration of war against the other three nations. General Lushan's acquiescence to the supplementary terms stemmed not only from his discord with Prime Minister Saja, but also from the instigation of his subordinates. The military and civilians of Kos Island had long yearned to extricate themselves from the yoke of the citadel. Initially, when Prime Minister Saja fled, it was tantamount to relinquishing Kos City. The reclamation of Kos City was solely the result of the combined efforts of General Lushan and the island's populace. However, the citadel continued to impose heavy taxes and flood the market with its goods. The residents of Kos Island, finally pushed to their limits, disposed of the citadel St into the sea one fateful night, inciting the wrath of Queen Yu, who threatened severe retribution against these traitors who had forgotten their roots. The arrogance and threats from the citadel only fueled the desire for independence among the people of Kos. In his 50s, General Lushan still harbored deep feelings for the citadel. Yet he found himself powerless to reverse the course of events. It was akin to parents abandoning their own daughter, failing to fulfill their nurturing obligations, only to demand various forms of support once she found her footing. Even the longest umbilical cord must eventually be severed. It was time to reach a resolution. To express his lingering affection for his homeland, King Lushan included an additional clause in the supplementary terms. 10. In the next 20 years, the Archimedean Empire, the Hunter Kingdom, and the Northern Mandala Kingdom shall not initiate attacks or seek to subvert the Hippocratic Kingdom. Otherwise, it shall be considered tantamount to declaring war on the Coast Kingdom. Emperor Zugali I, the hyena, consented to this clause, yet shortly after the signing of the supplementary terms, he proclaimed the establishment of the Coast Kingdom, astonishing the entire continent. The intention of Emperor Zugali I was evident, to incite chaos between the Hippocratic and Coast Kingdoms, reaping the benefits while they clashed. Once a vast entity, the Mandala Kingdom, along with the Hippocratic Kingdom, was fragmented and disassembled, leaving the remnants of their power to engage in internecine strife, unleashing their fury upon their kin. Continuous border skirmishes persisted between the northern and southern Mandala kingdoms, with northern Mandalans accusing their southern counterparts of treachery and self-assertion, while southern Mandalans labeled the northerners as mere lackeys of the Archimedean and Hunter nations. Similar conflicts existed between the Hippocratic and Coast kingdoms. Fortunately, the Coast Strait provided a buffer against direct military confrontation. Additionally, King Lushan ordered the Coast naval forces to adopt a strategy of restraint, thus limiting the extent of hostilities between the Hippocratic and Coast kingdoms. Over the course of more than a decade since its inception, Emperor Zugali I witnessed the empire progressively seize the southern region, now known as Southern Province, the Mountain South region, now known as Mountain South Province, the Northern Isles, now known as Southern Sea Province, the Grum Kingdom, now known as Grum Province, the Northwestern Tennik region, now known as Kaka Province, and the Southern Daoshi region, Daoshi Province, while also possessing the Northern Mandala Kingdom as a vassal state, thereby nearly doubling the territory of the Archimedean Empire. The nations of Zhu, Shi, and Man, which had been devoured and consumed, were either fractured or preoccupied with internal strife, rendering them negligible threats. The Archimedeans remained ever unsatisfied, continuously refining the 8 directions plan with remarkable efficacy. Only through the acquisition of more land, a burgeoning population, and an increase in wealth can the insatiable spirit of the Archimedean Empire find solace. With the conflicts in the southern and eastern regions now at a pause, Emperor Zugali I finds himself in urgent need of new territories to assert his power. Within the recently refurbished palace of Archimedes, he gazes upon the vast expanse of the continent, his Drubong resting on a specific location in the west. Accompanying him are Chancellor Kong Fong and the newly appointed Minister of Works, Raphael, who discern the Emperor's focus on the region of Swentovia. Chapter 20. The Promise of Slade. Once upon a time, Swentovia was regarded as a desolate wasteland. It suffered from perennial drought, with numerous lakes long since dried up, only occasionally revealing a verdant oasis, now occupied by various rare beasts. It is precisely due to its abandonment and remoteness that it became a haven for exiles, bandits, and adventurers. When the demonic forces invaded the continent, many families migrated here. Since the establishment of the Eagle City Alliance, military expenditures across nations have risen relentlessly, placing the burden squarely upon the shoulders of the common folk. Tyranny is harsher than a tiger. They sought either to escape the demonic incursions or to evade local taxes. The people toiled at dawn and rested at dusk, leading self-sufficient lives, free from taxation, reveling in their carefree existence. In the central eastern part of Swentovia lies a lake, reminiscent of a woman's breast, with a peak standing prominently at its nipple. The locals once referred to it as Nipple Lake and Nipple Mountain. However, after the arrival of the followers of the deity of harvest from Archimedes, they began to rename it Goddess Lake and Goddess Mountain. Goddess Mountain, facing east, offers a panoramic view of the entire Goddess Lake. Here, tribes exiled or fleeing from the kingdom of the Vermilion Bird and the Valkyrie Kingdom coexist alongside impoverished migrants and devotees from Archimedes, as well as a handful of tree men, stone men, and fish people. Over the years, numerous tribes have intermingled around Goddess Lake, resulting in several thousand households of varying sizes. The dawn breaks with flowers blooming like flames, and with spring, the waters turn a deep azure. The depths of Goddess Lake are unfathomable, its surface rippling with the wind, while beneath, fish and shrimp thrive, and lush greenery flourishes along the shores. Surrounding the lake are flatlands, and in recent years, due to increased precipitation, the vegetation has flourished. Some venture into the forests to hunt, while others cultivate various crops in open fields. In this forsaken land, there are no governing laws, making the inhabitants vulnerable to attacks from bandits and wild beasts. Fortunately, the community fosters a spirit of mutual aid and support. As more individuals gather, they form relatively concentrated communities, each with its own set of rules. The residents, no longer living in constant fear as they once did upon arrival, have learned to coexist, striving to avoid violent conflicts. Raphael's appointment as Minister of Works is not solely attributed to his exceptional abilities, but also to the patronage of his family. The Raphael lineage has served the Archimedean kingdom for generations, undertaking various large-scale projects. During the reconstruction of Archimedia City, Raphael was a capable assistant to his uncle. Not only is Raphael an architect, but he is also an aesthete, endeavoring to imbue the structures he oversees with an aesthetic essence. In his architectural creations, one can observe the upward thrust of Gothic architecture, alongside the opulence and grandeur characteristic of Baroque style. Time spares no one, as age takes its toll. Raphael's uncle tendered his resignation and recommended a successor to His Majesty Juliac. Juliac I, possessing unparalleled resolve, commanded the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guards, Slade, to lead an army of 20,000 westward to conquer the region of Swantovia. This contingent was additionally accompanied by 2,000 civil officials and countless imperial banners. With the allure of wealth in the west, many bold merchants and common folk trailed behind the expedition. Following Juliac I's directives, General Slade was tasked with ensuring that every peak, every lake, and every plain in Swantovia would fly the imperial white tiger flag. Raphael understood that it would not be long before General Slade would clear this untamed land. What was touted as a comprehensive conquest was, in reality, merely the appropriation of various oases. As the Minister of Public Works, he needed to devise plans for the future province of Swantovia, which could potentially become the largest province in the empire. Based on intelligence gathered from his subordinates, he set forth to inspect the site for the capital near the Lake of the Goddess. Upon reaching the summit of the Goddess Mountain and surveying the surroundings, the distant peaks, no matter how majestic, appeared to bow before this mountain. Indeed, this was a rare fount of auspicious fortune. The future capital of the Swantovia province would be established here. To construct the metropolis, he first needed to build roads. Expanding upon General Slade's military infrastructure, Raphael widened the road and renamed it the Westward Avenue. Concurrently, to facilitate the quarrying of stones, he constructed the Gold Lily Avenue, which would extend northward to Wagner City and Valkyrie and southward to the northern reaches of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, intersecting with the Yumberry Avenue. The new capital would be situated at the junction of Gold Lily Avenue and Westward Avenue, emerging as the most significant city on the western frontier of the continent. Whether in city building or road construction, he found himself in dire need of funds and labor. However, imposing additional taxes on the soldiers, farmers, laborers, and merchants of the empire would only augment their burdens. The powerful aristocratic families were difficult to offend. The wealthier they grew, the more reluctant they became to contribute to the state. The impoverished masses struggled to make ends meet, and even taxing them would yield little. Excessive pressure might provoke them to fight back with their lives. To this end, he conceived a strategy that would sacrifice the interests of a few to enhance the wealth of the state, the Wine Monopoly Act. It had come to light that a select few merchants in the empire were permitted to brew red and white wines independently. Given the disparate tax rates across provinces, there existed a significant profit margin. If the empire could monopolize the brewing and trade of alcohol, it could undermine these merchants and amass considerable wealth. His proposal swiftly gained the approval of Juliac I, and the Wine Monopoly Act began to be implemented across the provinces. However, local officials, in the execution of this act, conspicuously chose to turn a blind eye and deaf ear to the smuggling activities of prominent families such as the Ping, Raphael, and Sula clans. Recently, the steward of the Sula family became embroiled in a smuggling incident, prompting an investigation by the authorities. Shortly after the case was initiated, the steward was released, and the Sula family merely surrendered a token amount of their illicit stock. To address the labor shortage, Emperor Zhu I decisively allocated hundreds of thousands of tree-men slaves from the vassal state of North Mandela for the use of Raphael. Originally, the construction of the capital was slated to take 10 years, but under pressure, Zhu I insisted that it be completed within 3. Raphael did not falter. He devoted himself entirely to the task, averaging only 4 hours of sleep each night. The thoroughfare to the west was bustling with soldiers, merchants, laborers, slaves, and adventurers. Along the Golden Lily Avenue, numerous public and private mining enterprises sprang up like mushrooms after rain, transporting polished building stones to the construction site of the new capital. General Slade was never lenient. Wherever his army ventured, he demanded that the local barbarians provide water and soil. Should they refuse, he would sever a hand and a foot, ensuring they remembered the lesson of opposing the empire. His brutal policies incited fierce resistance among the indigenous people, yet these uprisings were swiftly quelled. The suppression was effective due to Slade's favored strategy of divide and conquer. He incited discord among various tribes, promising one chieftain a reward of gold, silver, and land in exchange for an attack on another tribe. One tribe, known as the Jingman, upon receiving Slade's promise, fervently annihilated 6 smaller tribes, far exceeding Slade's expectations of a single conquest. When their chieftain demanded the promised 600 gold coins, Slade feigned innocence, claiming he had only promised 6. Enraged, the chieftain launched an attack, only to be defeated and subsequently placed under house arrest by Slade. At this juncture, Slade instigated other tribes to besiege the Jingman, effectively erasing them from the map. Years later, Slade's promises would become synonymous with political deceit. When Slade's promises are mentioned, one cannot help but wonder why the Jingman chieftain felt compelled to attack 6 tribes at once. Perhaps, apart from a single term, there is no better explanation than folly. Within the tumultuous Archimedes palace, an agitated Zhu Jieli I dispatched an additional 10,000 soldiers to Slade. Recently, he also sent General Moore, commanding 30,000, to expedite the conquest of the entire region of Swentovia. The empire had received word that the Valkyrie Kingdom and the Zhuke Kingdom were also preparing to stake their claim in Swentovia. The development campaign in Swentovia had devolved into a race for expansion among the 3 nations, A, Wa, and Zhu. Over 1 million tree slaves were gathered in batches at Eastern Tinnock, then transported along the Clear River, one boat after another, to Archimedes, subsequently making their way along the westward avenue to Swentovia. The westward avenue was akin to a path paved with blood and tears for the treemen, with thousands perishing by the roadside. As countless vessels traversed the bustling Clear River, which stretched 7,000 kilometers, accidents became commonplace. Many ships met their demise, sinking along with entire cargoes of shackled tree slaves. Many merchants from the Hunter Kingdom have recklessly engaged in the trade of tree slaves within the borders of the Kingdom of North Mandela, capturing the Treefolk without restraint. An increasing number of Treefolk are being enslaved, and many forests have suffered as a consequence, enduring rampant deforestation. The Treefolk are merely a part of the forest, and at times, in a bid to evade capture, they disguise themselves as trees. In such instances, hunters resort to arson. The Treefolk either perish in the flames or flee in desperation, only to be captured by hunters and loaded onto ships heading westward. Once a lucrative profit chain is established, it becomes nearly impossible to sever. Some leaders among the Treefolk have also become complicit in the trade of tree slaves, actively cooperating with the Archimedean Empire and the Hunter Kingdom in their hunts, often driven by self-preservation, but more frequently, by the desire for profit. Within the Archimedean Empire, an increasing number of commoners have plunged into the trade of tree slaves. In any large-scale persecution, no one can remain uninvolved. The noblewomen of the southern province of the South Sea adorn themselves with turquoise and sandalwood, both commodities sourced from slave traders, while the aristocrats of the northern province of Norton don furs that also originate from these traffickers. Even ordinary workers and farmers find themselves feeling more prosperous than before, with increased incomes and improved living conditions. In truth, a significant portion of the revenue from municipal projects stems from the trade of tree slaves. Initially, there were those who sympathized with the tree slaves, decrying the empire's inhumanity. However, over time, apathy set in. The discourse around tree slaves shifted from expressions of pity to a sense of relief that it was not their plight, ultimately culminating in an automatic disregard. Some devout followers believe that all of this is the arrangement of the goddess of harvest. Since the Treefolk are deemed heathens, they deserve their subjugation. They even argue that their prior collusion with the demon army warrants punishment akin to that of livestock. In recent years, many households in Archimedean City have also acquired tree slaves. To the Archimedeans, if this is the divine will, then is it not entirely reasonable to employ these tree slaves? Chapter 21. Utopia. In naming the capital of Swentovia, Emperor Jugal I sought the counsel of Raphael, Moore, and others, ultimately selecting General Moore's proposal of Utopia. Utopia lies at the foot of the Goddess Mountain, transforming the Goddess Lake into the inner lake of the provincial capital, surrounded by fortified walls. The restless indigenous inhabitants of Utopia contemplated rebellion during the impending conflict between General Slade and the Valkyrie Kingdom's forces. However, upon witnessing the 30,000 troops newly stationed by General Moore, they realized it was too late. To placate the populace, Moore and Raphael promised that, barring a few obstinate dissenters, the residents near Goddess Lake could attain citizenship of the Archimedean Empire, which led to their acquiescence. Reality is often harsh. Many people's sense of happiness derives from the misfortunes of others. The indigenous people of Utopia frequently harbored grievances against Moore and Raphael, believing that they were the impediments to their happiness. Yet, Upon witnessing the ceaseless influx of tree slaves and the various abuses they endured, these indigenous people found themselves feeling considerably happier, becoming fervent adherents of the empire. Many individuals have even transitioned into roles as overseers, subjecting the tree slaves to abuses that rival, if not exceed, those inflicted by General Moore's subordinates. Accompanying the tree slaves are the impoverished citizens of the Archimedean Empire, who are either destitute or deeply dissatisfied with their local society. In a bid to stimulate population growth in Swantovia, Julius I encouraged the migration of citizens from other provinces, offering them tax incentives. Within merely a year of commencement, the population of Utopia surged from 3,000 to over 20,000. At this rate, according to Raphael's conservative estimates, by the time Utopia is completed, the number of residents enjoying citizenship rights will reach at least 100,000. The first structure to be completed was the Temple of Harvest at the summit of Goddess Mountain, dedicated to praying for abundant crops and prosperity for the people of Swantovia. Following this was the governor's residence, situated at the foot of Goddess Mountain. As the locals jest, this arrangement ensures that the governor is the first to partake of the goddess's bounty. Raphael commissioned the construction of a rectangular Utopia square on the northern shore of Goddess Lake, capable of accommodating 300,000 congregants. Surrounding the square are meticulously crafted libraries, art galleries, combat arenas, fencing halls, and an exquisitely designed noble district. At the southern shore of Goddess Lake stands a grand arched Parliament Hall, designated for significant meetings and feasts for esteemed guests from afar. The vicinity of the Parliament Hall is primarily residential, featuring a farmer's market, commercial street, medical clinics, granaries, brothels, and gambling houses. The eastern shore of Goddess Lake is largely occupied by cavalry and infantry camps, blacksmith shops, relay stations, and a slave trading post, alongside a magnificent triumphal arch. The outer city is reserved for newly affiliated citizens, while the southern and northern sectors are designated for areas inhabited by slaves, characterized by low stone houses and thatched cottages. On the island at the heart of the lake, Raphael erected a monumental Archimedean column, inscribed with the names of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the empire since the Battle of Eagle City. The Triumphal Arch, the Archimedean Column, the governor's residence, and the Temple of Harvest are aligned along the east-west axis, while Utopia Square, the Archimedean Column, and the Parliament Hall are aligned along the north-south axis. Raphael also allocated ample space outside Utopia for the city's future expansion. He established hundreds of parks, large and small, throughout the city, ensuring it remains lush with greenery and blooms throughout the seasons. If the landmark structures and main thoroughfares represent the facade of a city, then the sewage system embodies its essence. Raphael prioritized the management of the city's drainage system, although current rainfall is limited. Utopia's intricate and grand drainage system possesses the capacity to withstand any significant rainfall humanity has encountered thus far. To maintain a pristine and tidy environment, he constructed a large sewage treatment facility to process various waste, which is then used to irrigate the farmlands beyond the city. In summary, as per Julius I's vision, Utopia is to be fashioned into a magnificent city that no visitor would wish to leave. The construction of Utopia coincided almost simultaneously with the Civil War. As new territories were being developed, a legion from the Tree Kingdom advanced northward, while the Valkyrie Kingdom's forces moved southward. Julius I generously supported Wilson's rebels, assisting them in seizing the Long Bay region in the northeast of the Tree Kingdom. After the fall of Longwan, the military operations of Ant 5 in Swantovia significantly diminished. Consequently, the Archimedean Empire need only station a legion in the southern Ukapa region of the Swantovia province. The greatest threat to Swantovia arises from the north, where the Valkyrie Kingdom boasts formidable military strength, necessitating vigilance. Thus, General Slade concentrated his forces in the northern frontier. The soldiers under Slade's command, clad in black armor and donning grotesque masks, are known as the Black Armor Army. Through the tireless efforts of the tree serfs, they constructed the most magnificent permanent military camp in the Western world, the Black Armor Camp. In the rush to complete the construction, over 3,000 tree serfs perished from exhaustion, their bodies repurposed as firewood in preparation for the impending winter. The road from Utopia to the Black Armor Camp was entirely paved with stone, effectively mitigating the adverse effects of inclement weather, thereby facilitating the rapid transit of troops between the two locations. Originally housing just 12,000 soldiers, the camp's numbers have now surged to over 20,000. The quantity and scale of the camps have escalated, gradually surpassing the requirements for defense. Within the various provinces of the empire, the enactment of the Liquor Monopoly Act has led to a meteoric rise in smuggling crimes across the land. Many provincial jails are overcrowded, and new criminal activities continue to proliferate. Behind each scandal that shakes the empire, the shadow of noble families looms large. According to recent investigations, smuggling in the Uldii and Shannon provinces is linked to the Berlinkov family, with Governor Sergei of Uldii even directly condoning his family's smuggling of spirits. Sergei, once merely a servant of the Berlinkovs, rose to prominence through a series of remarkable achievements, and despite his illiteracy, was appointed governor due to his exceptional tax contributions to the capital, earning the admiration of Emperor Jugalai. In the southern province, the smuggling of red wine is closely associated with the family of Governor Zhao Yuanlang, who has even formed clandestine alliances with the Kingdom of Zhuge. Governor Nelson of the Nanhai province stands as the sole strict enforcer of the law, primarily due to his personal aversion to alcohol, disliking individuals reeking of spirits. Even in the Wild Lily province, the Ping family's servants are embroiled in liquor smuggling. I ought to eradicate these noble families, Emperor Jugalai bellowed. Striking the table with his fist in the palace, they dare to lead the rebellion against my edict. I should capture and hang them all, these wretched scoundrels. They are like pests, gnawing at the very foundation of the empire. I knew they were untrustworthy. Not a single one can be relied upon, only dragging me down. Yet, deep down, he understood that eliminating these families would equate to severing the roots of the Archimedean Empire. Ultimately, the empire was not built upon the backs of commoners and slaves, but rather through the collaborative efforts of its noble families. Nevertheless, he found it intolerable. At that moment, the squint-eyed Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, approached with a proposal. During the annual harvest festival, as per tradition, each noble family was required to send a representative to present tribute to Archimedes. When receiving the tributes, Minister Kong Fong, with a grave expression, unprecedentedly summoned a scale to weigh the offerings. At last, he reported to the emperor, "The tribute from these families is insufficient, a sacrilege against the goddess of harvest." Once again, Emperor Zhujiali, I was enraged, threatening to execute the representatives of these noble families to quell the goddess's wrath. Upon hearing the news, many citizens flocked to Archimedes Square, demanding the emperor impose severe punishment upon these aristocrats. The gathering of people swelled, with some surrounding the residences of these families in the imperial capital, creating a blockade. The intertwining of the reverence for the goddess of harvest and the resentment towards the affluent incited a fervor among the populace, leading some to hurl incendiary bottles into the courtyards of these families. The moment was ripe. Zhujiali, I seized the opportunity to issue exorbitant fines to these noble families before commanding the Imperial Guard to disperse the crowd. Thus, the profits from recent liquor smuggling by these aristocrats flowed into the coffers of Zhujiali I. They were compelled to express gratitude to the emperor for dispersing the irrational mob, ensuring their own safety. Just as the tribute incident in the capital concluded, intelligence from Swentovia emerged, the Tree Slave Rebellion. This insurrection first erupted near the Black Armor camp of Slad, where the mortality rate among tree slaves was the highest. Nearly 30% of lives were sacrificed with the completion of each military facility. Unable to endure any longer, the tree slaves, under the leadership of Kruger, ignited the outer structures of the military camp and marched southward, wreaking havoc on roads and estates, with their numbers swiftly escalating to 100,000. Their aim was to liberate the millions of slaves at the utopian construction site, thereby challenging the entire Archimedes Empire. Kruger dispatched operatives to Tenochtitlan and Val City, urging the northern and southern Mandela kingdoms to seize the opportunity to strike against the Archimedes and reclaim the dignity of the tree people. However, King Curtis had long since lost his fighting spirit, and King Robin could not persuade his commanders to embark on such a perilous venture. The uprising surged southward, swelling to 300,000. Slad allocated half of its black armor troops to advance south, while General Moore dispatched reinforcements to fortify Utopia and seal off communications. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Archimedes, reinforcements from the Wild Lily province and the Marrow province along the western frontier of the empire rushed to aid Swentovia, determined to prevent Kruger's rebels from joining forces with the tree slaves of Utopia. Zhujiali, I also commanded Governor Sula of the western province to closely monitor any movements from the southern Mandela kingdom, while Governor Berlinkov of the southern province was to keep a vigilant eye on the activities of the Hippocratic kingdom. Upon receiving intelligence from the capital, Prince Dios of Eagle City began to recruit soldiers, and the Zhao Yuanlang family of the southern province readied themselves against a potential assault from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. It is commonly believed that the mightiest empires are the most self-assured. In truth, the opposite is often the case. Excessive confidence breeds profound insecurity. The larger the territory, the greater the likelihood of being attacked, necessitating more garrisons. The empire's expansion inevitably cultivates numerous adversaries. In solitary combat, no individual can challenge themselves. Yet, when a particular opportunity arises, these weaker nations may unite to strike back. Even if the empire manages to thwart their assault, it will inevitably incur a steep price. Since the establishment of the empire, the foremost task of its diplomacy has been to sow discord and dismantle its adversaries. Only by entangling opponents in internal strife can they be prevented from uniting against the empire. Dissenters within the empire who dare to oppose the emperor and the central authority are swiftly accused of colluding with the demonic forces. Initially, Emperor Zugali I would issue edicts of self-accusation, but over time, any individual who dared to voice criticism was branded a traitor and faced retribution. In recent years, the empire has become devoid of dissenting voices, rendering the edicts of self-accusation superfluous. Zugali I is not a deity, for even deities may err, yet he is impervious to such fallibility. Raphael, the chief architect of the Utopian project, is deeply troubled. Unable to bear the thought of witnessing the capital he has meticulously planned for years obliterated. He harbors sympathy for the tree slaves, but is even more unwilling to see the project he oversees come to a halt. Unlike General Slade's oppressive policies, Raphael possesses a unique philosophy regarding the management of tree slaves. They must be allowed to experience a taste of indulgence as a means to alleviate their burdens of servitude. In his view, only a second-rate ruler would blindly rely on military force, guards, and spies. A first-rate ruler seeks to penetrate the hearts of the enslaved, comprehending their thoughts and dominating their minds. For the slave masters, order equates to virtue. For the enslaved, rebellion represents a path to freedom. Raphael endeavors to convince the slaves that, despite their bondage, their quality of life is steadily improving. Although it is Zugali I and his ilk who govern Utopia, Raphael skillfully instills the belief among the tree slaves that the achievements of Utopia are also their own. Within this hierarchically rigid society, the slaves of officials perceive themselves as inherently superior to those of commoners, while the servants of administrative residences regard themselves as half-masters. Ultimately, Raphael's meticulously crafted Utopia is but a society where a slave has secured their position. To further win the allegiance of the populace, he distributes copper coins to all slaves as remuneration, averaging 6 coins per person each month. For the previously destitute tree slaves, this sum is significant, especially when they observe their peers receiving merely 1 or 2 coins monthly. Thus, they perceive themselves as fortunate. He also shows profound respect for the religious beliefs of the tree slaves. On one occasion, he discovered a family of tree slaves clandestinely worshipping the goddess Geb. Rather than punishing them, he publicly declared that from that day forth, open veneration of the goddess Geb would be legal in Utopia. Furthermore, every 10 days, the tree people would enjoy a day of respite. Upon hearing this joyful news, many tree people looked skyward, expressing gratitude for the protection of the goddess Geb, as well as for the benevolence of Zugali I and Raphael. As the autumn harvest festival approached, Utopia granted 5 consecutive days of holiday and additionally awarded tree slaves 10 copper coins. Consequently, many tree slaves, though they may not voice it, secretly look forward to the arrival of the harvest festival more than any other time of the year. An increasing number of young tree slaves have begun to shift their faith, opting to worship at the temple of the harvest goddess. In the beginning, the old tree folk expressed their discontent, but eventually, they grew apathetic and ceased to voice their grievances. During their moments of respite, the tree slaves would remark that the current Utopia far surpassed Tennek by several folds. Back in Tennek City, many were owed the hard-earned copper coins for their labor. Yet they were coerced into chanting loyalty to the crown and patriotism. Times have changed. They now enjoy tangible incomes and need only to diligently perform their assigned duties. Recently, the astute Raphael has imported copious amounts of liquor from Archimedes City. The tree slaves have begun to indulge in inexpensive wine, with many ungrateful souls immediately sending their freshly acquired wages to the taverns. After a brief circuit, their copper coins swiftly returned to Raphael's hands. Some have claimed this is merely the deceitful scheme of the hypocritical Raphael. However, others jestingly retorted, Raphael has not compelled you to drink to excess, nearly forgetting your wives. This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Of course, the vast majority of tree slaves may remain oblivious to the fact that while they yearn for an annual salary of 100 copper coins, the workers in Archimedes City already enjoy an average annual income of 100 silver coins, 100 times their own. Curiously, many devout tree slaves remember the goddess Gabel's admonition to be grateful. Thus, during various seasons throughout the year, they do not forget to express their gratitude towards Emperor Jugal I and Raphael for their great benevolence. with some even beginning to venerate their statues. Without them, they cannot fathom the existence of a life free from oppression and servitude. Utopia forbids unrestricted entry to ensure the sanctity and purity of this magnificent city. Raphael firmly believes that by controlling the flow of information, there is no cause for concern that the tree slaves will conspire with the Valkyries or heed Kruger's rebellion. Previously, a few audacious Valkyries stealthily infiltrated Utopia, conveying the truth about the outside world, only to be apprehended by the tree slaves. According to Raphael's explanation, these Valkyries intended to use the faith in Odin to subvert the belief in Utopia. Indeed, the tree slaves discovered numerous offerings to Odin among the belongings of these individuals. Undoubtedly, the Valkyries are demons and lackeys of the demonic army, thus their words are utterly untrustworthy. One night, the rebel leader Kruger dispatched emissaries to infiltrate Utopia, urging the tree slaves to rise against their oppressors and attain freedom, but they were met with a barrage of inquiries. "Who is Kruger?" they asked. "He is the leader of our rebellion. You should join our ranks and reclaim your freedom. Why do you not resist?" But the tree slaves retorted, "Why should we resist? You are oppressed and enslaved. Should you not fight back?" An elderly tree slave inquired, "How much does Kruger pay you each month in copper coins?" "Copper coins? Ah, we fight for freedom, not for copper." "You mean to say you do not even have a single copper coin?" Consequently, sympathetic murmurs of pity echoed among the tree slaves, lamenting their unfortunate plight. The envoy, filled with indignation, declared, "You are truly obstinate and deserve your servitude." After deliberation, the tree slaves reached a conclusion. They were still mere children, and it was best not to hold them accountable. Each individual contributed a copper coin, invoking the blessing of the god of cloth to ensure these children could return with provisions to satiate their hunger, for they appeared so emaciated. Among the tree slaves, there were dissenters, yet most were inherently indolent. Some, having lingered too long, yearned to venture beyond their confines. They stealthily escaped Utopia to join the ranks of the rebel army. As they grew familiar with one another, a rebel jested, "We shall not pay you in copper coins." "No matter, the air outside the city is more precious than anything," he retorted, eliciting hearty laughter from the armed tree soldiers. In the mountains and fields, after enduring numerous skirmishes, the battle-scarred Kruger pondered the purpose of their struggle. Initially, he and his comrades resisted the tyranny of Slad, but as the rebel forces expanded, their aim shifted towards liberating the tree slaves and establishing a free nation. However, faced with a formidable enemy, the rebel ranks began to fracture. Someone questioned him. What difference does it make if a new tree kingdom is established? Isn't T. Curtis's northern Mandala and Robin's southern Mandala merely retreating, like turtles, too fearful to confront humanity? The objective of the rebels became increasingly nebulous. What once was a quest for victory and nation-building devolved into a desire for vengeance, and ultimately, a mere inclination to fight for the sake of fighting. Compounding their woes, while Swentovia was vast, much of it was barren wasteland and desert. With only a few oases under the control of the imperial forces, supplies dwindled and injuries mounted, making Kruger's struggle increasingly arduous. Many soldiers deserted the ranks, some even defecting to the Archimedean Empire. General Slad, known for his brutal policies, scoffed at Raphael's conciliatory approach. Believing that slaves should be treated like beasts, they must submit or face severe punishment. During the conflict with Kruger's insurgents, he became notorious for his ruthlessness. In his last engagement on the plains, rather than incinerate the tree people as was customary, he decapitated them, invoking dark sorcery to ensnare their bodies and souls eternally within the headless forest. Under the onslaught of reinforcements, Kruger's army of 300,000 was swiftly vanquished. Slad dispatched the majority of the prisoners to various mining and lumber mills across Swentovia, condemning them to the lowest form of slavery. He also intended to escort the captured rebel leader Kruger along with 2,000 recalcitrant followers to Utopia Square for execution. Despite Raphael and Moore's objections against provoking the tree slaves, Slad received a signed decree from Emperor Ziliali I, adorned with his vigorous endorsement, "Order is faith, and faith is order." 3 years passed, and Utopia was finally completed. Raphael savored the joy of realizing his dreams. When General Moore inquired about his thoughts, he jokingly replied, "At last, I can indulge in a leisurely slumber." The grand Utopia heralded the dawn of a new era, a testament not only to the glory of the Archimedean Empire, but also to Raphael and all the builders' triumphs. On this day, even the tree slaves felt an authentic sense of solace. Their comfort did not stem from the special reward of 30 copper coins each, but rather from the gratifying culmination of 3 years of toil. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of universal celebration, General Slade led the Black Armored Legion, escorting the rebel leader Krug and 2,000 captives, with an air of arrogance as they traversed the Arc de Triomphe, proceeding towards Utopia Square. Under the gaze of over 200,000 tree slaves, Slade commanded his soldiers to ignite the 2,000 captives, and a fierce blaze erupted. Just as a newborn cannot help but cry, the anguished screams of the captives heralded the official birth of Utopia. In his final moments, the rebel leader Krug uttered some perplexing words. Suffering begets glory. The state is the source of all misfortune. Compared to the pyre, Krug's mad utterances pricked at Raphael's conscience. Furthermore, Raphael was deeply saddened, for he could never have dreamed, even in nightmares, that the grand inauguration of Utopia would unfold through such a brutal ceremony. Subsequently, the decree of Emperor Juliac I was formally announced, dividing the vast region of Swentovia into four: the northeastern province of Swentovia, the western province of Dauphin, the southern province of Yucapa, and the central Utopia. General Slade was appointed as the governor of Swentovia, temporarily overseeing the western province of Dauphin. General Moore became the governor of the southern Yucapa province, and Utopia was directly governed by the emperor, with Minister of Public Works Raphael serving as the administrator. Faced with this decree, General Slade felt considerable dissatisfaction, as he had fancied himself the uncrowned monarch of Swentovia. However, the astute Juliac I was acutely aware that the greater the general's achievements, the more cautious he must be. He deliberately divided Swentovia into four parts, utilizing Raphael and Moore as a counterbalance to Slade. Originally, Juliac I intended to tour Swentovia, but a recent intelligence report from the Grey Whistle altered his plans. After suppressing the Tree Slave Uprising, Governor Slade had barely rested for 10 days in Utopia when he received orders from Juliac I to swiftly lead his forces to the province of Malio. The day after Governor Moore bid farewell to Governor Slade, he too received a directive, instructing him to march south, not to the Yucapa province, but to the distant province of Nanan. The newly established Utopia thus entered a state of secondary alert. Chapter 22. Siege. In the northernmost province of the Archimedean Empire, two snake catchers were searching through the jungle. A gentle breeze swept by, and one of them crouched down, signaling to the other. Ahead in the grass, a gray snake and a white snake were locked in combat. The smaller brown snake, though diminutive, appeared exceedingly fierce, striking with its forked tongue in an aggressive advance. After several rounds, the two snakes became entangled, with the white snake glaring menacingly, seeking to swallow the provoked brown snake whole. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush, revealing a silver snake slithering forth. The white snake immediately released the brown snake and coiled up, assuming a defensive posture. It seemed the silver snake was an ally of the brown snake, come to lend assistance. Leveraging her physical prowess, the white serpent initiated an aggressive assault, entwining herself with two other serpents. On their way home, two snake catchers began to converse. Why are snakes so combative these days? They seem to be constantly fighting. Just the other day, I captured a small serpent, and lo and behold, it was pregnant with another. Aren't they supposed to prey on mice? Or have all the mice vanished? Stop fretting over trivial matters. Regardless, there will be meat on the table tonight, haha. The two men chuckled as they strolled homeward, carrying a bag filled with their recent catch. As early autumn descended upon the Valkyrie Kingdom, the capital of Wagner City saw the nearby meadows transition from lush green to a parched yellow. The warhorses of Valhalla Ranch had never appeared as robust as they did now, their physiques plump and spirits high. They yearned for the baptism of battle, eagerly anticipating the next conflict. While General Slade of the Archimedean Empire was seizing Swentovia, a number of legislators, including Prince Asa, who had hurried from Black Horse City, proposed that we should secure a foothold in the region. In truth, Queen Freya had already dispatched troops southward, capturing a few territories such as Nap and Baidao, establishing corresponding small towns. The Vanguard Legion had engaged in skirmishes with Slade's forces, though these were merely sporadic clashes. The establishment of the Archimedean Black Armored Battalion instilled an unprecedented sense of threat among the Valkyries. Prince Asa requested to lead an army of 40,000 to confront the Black Armored Battalion in the province of Swentovia, followed by an eastern campaign against the province of Malaya, ultimately aiming to seize the heart of the enemy, Archimedean City. His request garnered considerable support from many legislators, who cheered enthusiastically. However, the Queen remained unimpressed. She believed that since we had joined the alliance, we should maintain amicable relations with the Archimedean Empire. It was disheartening that Prince Asa, forgetting the past gratitude owed to the elder statesmen for their rescue, advocated for war against the Archimedean Empire. Enraged, the Queen imprisoned both Prince Asa and his attendants in the dungeon. Following the outbreak of the Kruger Uprising, Commander Lakshmi of the Valhalla Legion suggested to the Queen that they should contact Kruger to mount a pincer attack against Slade's Black Armored Legion. Yet, the Queen, still fixated on preserving the unity of the alliance, demoted her favored general. It appeared that the Queen had aged, lacking the vigor that once allowed her to sweep away the demonic forces. Many generals expressed deep disappointment in her performance. As Slade's forces advanced south to eradicate the Kruger insurgents, the Valkyrie warriors remained apathetic, missing a golden opportunity. Initially, upon receiving intelligence about Prince Ace's imprisonment, Emperor Jagali I suspected it was Freya's ruse to deceive him. However, upon learning that Freya had severely punished Lakshmi, he saw through the facade of this aging sorceress. Subsequently, he ordered the main force of Slade's Black Armored Legion to march south and commanded governors Ping and Guda of the provinces of Wild Lily and Malia, respectively, to each lead 30,000 troops to provide support. Just as the Western Front was being organized, Jagali I's fears materialized. His former comrade, Hyena, personally led 50,000 troops to invade the northeastern province of Gangbu. Governor Collins, in his folly, stationed the bulk of his forces along the untroubled border, a vast expanse ideally suited for the Hunter Kingdom soldiers to launch a surprise assault. Unsurprisingly, the newly deployed troops were swiftly obliterated by the ferocious Hyena army. Having fought innumerable battles, the Hyena's commander was not to be trifled with by a mere general. Enraged, Emperor Jagari I personally led an army of 40,000, commanding Governor Harak of Kaka province to rally 15,000 troops to join him at Gambu. Meanwhile, the commander of the eastern province of the Hunter Kingdom, Emperor Shirtian, completed troop mobilization in the capital, Yiming City, and commenced an offensive against the empire's western province, with Governor Sula preparing for an active defense. Sula's extensive combat experience provided Jagari I with considerable reassurance. As Jagari I's legion advanced from Archimedes, he received a stream of reports from the southern regions of the empire. The fifth aunt of the Juke kingdom led 30,000 troops to assault the southern province, while the prime minister of the Hippocrates kingdom, Saga, commanded 20,000 against the southern mountain province. A band of insipid jesters. Jagari I scoffed at the thought. He grasped a quill, resting the parchment upon his steed, and promptly drafted the following military orders. 1. Governor Zhao Yuanlang of Southern Province was to confront the Juke forces, focusing on defensive maneuvers. 2. Governor Nelson of Southern Sea Province was to immediately dispatch troops to attack the islands of Jen in the Juke Kingdom to support the southern forces. 3. Governor Belinkov of Southern Mountain Province was to engage the Stone Army with full aggression. 4. Prince Deus of Eagle City was to consolidate forces and coordinate centrally. 5. An envoy was to be dispatched to implore King Lushan of Coast to strike against Hippocrates. Southern Sea Province was primarily established in the northern islands of the former Mazu Kingdom, with its capital on Qian Island. Subsequently, Jagari I acquired Daksu Island and Xiashu Island from the Hunter Kingdom at a great expense, incorporating them into Southern Sea Province and appointing General Nelson, skilled in naval warfare, as governor. The military orders were issued, and messengers galloped forth to their respective provinces. Aide-de-camp inquired, "Your Majesty, will Lushan consent to strike?" "Certainly not." "Then why command him to do so? At the very least, he shall not assist the Stone Army." Jagari I replied, riding forth, convinced that Lushan would seek a diplomatic resolution. Previous agreements were naught but scrap paper. "Prepare Sergei of Wurdi province," he instructed another messenger after negotiations. "Let him penetrate into Hippocrates' territory. This band of miscreants must learn a lesson." The messenger promptly turned southward. Even as the empire faced siege, Jagari I remained unperturbed. To him, everything was under control. A remarkable ruler finds advantageous elements even amidst the gravest adversity, transforming peril into safety and seizing the initiative to realize his ambitions. Each nation defines victory differently. Some deem it a grand triumph merely to repel invaders and reclaim lost ground, while others insist on not only defeating the enemy, but also extracting land and reparations before they relent. For Emperor Zugali I, true victory is singular, the complete annihilation of enemy nations from this world. His aspirations extend beyond mere localized triumphs. He seeks the conquest of Tenochtitlan, the capture of the citadel, the seizure of Coast City, and the acquisition of Rose Hill. Moreover, he desires to lay waste to White Wolf City, quaffing wine from the skulls of hyenas, to obliterate Wagner City, and to sell the old witch Freya into the military camps as a harlot. Even if the grand strategy of the 8 directions is fully realized, his ambition remains unquenched, for the Archimedeans are insatiable. He aims to lead 1,000,000 elite troops to locate the demon kingdom of Dover and utterly destroy it. In essence, whether on land or sea. Whether visible or merely spoken of, any place teeming with life ought to become the territory of the Archimedean Empire. The army marches forth with great momentum, their ranks impeccably ordered. Beneath the sun's radiance, the white armor glistens conspicuously, comprising not only the heavy cavalry favored by Emperor Zugali I, but also elite infantry, alongside skilled archers, crossbowmen, and light cavalry, all advancing in disciplined formation. Audacious merchants, accompanied by their servants, trail the army, establishing military markets in proximity during the soldiers' rest periods. Within these markets, ample silver coins can procure anything desired: tungsten daggers, gold wound ointments, rattan shields, hand crossbows, cloaks, military socks, fine spirits, and the ever-popular harlots. These wares fill the coffers of tavern and brothel owners alike. Zugali I has never opposed these bold merchants. Rather, he believes that allowing soldiers to taste the pleasures of indulgence fosters greater adherence to military discipline, rather than disrupting the common folk. On a clear afternoon, the aide-de-camp, following directives, discreetly disguised 2 selected harlots as soldiers and brought them into the imperial tent, expertly arranging an hourglass, their every move reminiscent of acolytes performing a sacred ritual. Outside the tent, the imperial guard, accustomed to the peculiarities of court life, remained steadfast in their posts, resembling wooden sentinels. Several patrolling warhounds prowled menacingly, ever vigilant for any suspicious approach to the imperial tent. The grains of sand within the hourglass flowed languidly when an oblivious intelligence officer intruded, swiftly lowering his gaze upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The emperor rapped on the military desk, casting a glance, prompting the intelligence officer and aide-de-camp to unveil the report. Once the emperor had perused it, the officer skillfully cast the document into a nearby brazier. Following this, the aide-de-camp draped a silk robe over Zugali I, while the 2 disguised soldiers withdrew. Unbeknownst to them, the old witch Freya had been engaging in deceptions. At the very moment when Governor Gouda was leading his troops towards Swantovia, the old sorceress had personally led 40,000 soldiers into the territory of Mero province. Consequently, he pinned a command for the aide-de-camp to relay to General Slade, urging him to urgently support Mero province. Life often unfolds in the most astonishing ways. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Zugali I nearly lost an entire province. General Slade, commanding 20,000 black-armored troops, swiftly arrived at Mero province. Converging with Gouda's 30,000 legions on the Andromedo, the soldiers under Gouda appeared disheveled and ragged, their brown uniforms rendering them akin to beggars. Observing this dismal state of affairs, Slade could readily comprehend why Gouda had retreated in such a disheartened manner. Queen Freya, astride her magnificent steed, the blood-sweat horse, is flanked by a formidable legion of 10,000 silver-armored female knights, each wielding a lance with precision. Additionally, there stands another 10,000 towering axe-wielders, clad in heavy armor and adorned with eagle-feathered helmets. Behind them, 1,000 ghostly archers, though their bows are light, possess an astonishing accuracy. Furthermore, a legion of 10,000 spearmen forms an impenetrable wall, with female warriors brandishing short spears at the front, while their male counterparts wield longer ones at the rear. As General Slade gazed upon the impeccably organized Valkyrie Legion, he felt an unfamiliar sense of anxiety. If not for the ghastly mask he wore, his troops would have easily discerned his unease. The detestable Governor Gouda, whether out of folly or arrogance, had chosen a barren field as the battleground, devoid of any cover. Had he felled all the trees? Or perhaps he had concealed them within himself. At this juncture, Slade had no choice but to confront the impending battle head-on. He and Governor Gouda swiftly delineated their roles, instructing Gouda's heavy infantry to assault the spear phalanx, while the javelin throwers provided cover. The light cavalry lay in wait to annihilate the opposing archers, and the mounted archers were tasked with harassment and surprise attacks. Slade himself led the elite cavalry of the Black Armor Legion to engage Freya's silver-armored knights and axe-wielders. The earth trembled beneath the iron hooves. Sparse arrows sliced through the morning mist, heralding the arrival of a tempest of steel. Bolstered by reinforcements, Gouda's light cavalry and mounted archers roamed the battlefield like wolves, their curved blades and bows tracing silver arcs in the sunlight, each charge disarraying the enemy's archers. The rain of arrows became chaotic, with several stray shots inadvertently striking their own advancing infantry. Dying in battle is a mark of honor, accompanied by thunderous war cries. The axe warriors surged against the Black Armor Legion's shield wall. The axe blades clashed against steel shields, sending forth blinding sparks. Just as a Black Armor soldier's longsword pierced the axe wielder's leather armor, he was cleaved in two by another battle axe. The scent of blood surged forth, mingling with the earthy aroma of mud and rust. A symphony of iron and blood resonated across the field. Governor Guta's gilded armor shimmered under the sun as he personally led his cavalry from the right flank, while General Slade's black armor cavalry pressed forward from the left. The two torrents of steel stirred up clouds of dust, akin to twin hammers striking Freya's formation, as the axe-wielders began to breach the black armor legion. Slade urgently commanded Guta's cavalry to hold back the silver-armored legion, intending to leverage his elite cavalry's advantage to shatter the enemy's axe-wielders and secure dominance. Both sides raced against time. Would Slade's elite cavalry prevail in vanquishing the axe-wielders first? Could Guta's cavalry successfully restrain the silver-armored legion? What strategy would Freya employ next? Suddenly, the battle standard of the female general, Freya, split into two. The silver-armored cavalry dispersed like flowing water, executing a formation change mid-charge, transforming into two sharp wedge formations. Guta's cavalry, unable to adjust in time, was cleaved apart by the silver tide. Freya's tactical maneuver concealed a cunning ploy. The right wedge intentionally slowed its advance, luring Guta's cavalry too deep, ultimately surrounding them for a devastating strike. This exquisite trap became the pivotal moment that determined the course of the Battle of Guta. A warhorse clad in golden armor was pierced by a lance, yet gallantly charged forward for 30 paces, only to collapse with a thunderous crash. The silver-armored knight's lance skewered 3 Guta cavalrymen, resembling a grotesque display of meat skewers. The fleeing Guta cavalrymen collided with their own infantry lines, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. In the midst of the chaos, Slade suddenly reined in his steed, observing the enemy's axe-wielding phalanx, steadfast as granite, while the Guta banner fell in the distance, and the silver-armored legion encircled like a relentless tide. The Guta general fought desperately to break through, his fate hanging by a thread. Now, with the Guta legion on the brink of annihilation, it would soon be the turn of his black-armored troops. Retreat. He severed the broken arrow lodged in his shoulder plate and signaled his black-armored guard to cover their retreat using flag signals. Upon receiving the protective signals, the black-armored infantry swiftly formed a crescent-shaped shield wall. Crossbowmen were stationed within, while spearmen and shield-bearers formed the outer layer, each face etched with grave determination. Gripping their weapons tightly, intently focused on the front line. In the face of the silver-armored legion's charge, they first unleashed their heavy crossbows, followed by a volley of fire arrows. As the enemy cavalry approached, they released fire chains and fireworks. When the enemy's steeds were startled, javelins and crossbows were discharged simultaneously, with lances piercing equine chests and glaives severing legs, creating a three-dimensional defense. Although this formation momentarily staved off the cavalry's onslaught, they were soon overwhelmed from the sides and rear by the silver-armored legion, leaving no survivors among the infantry tasked with covering the retreat. As night fell, the calls of carrion birds echoed ominously. The silver-armored legion swept the battlefield, collecting the fallen's weapons and piling them into small mounds, illuminated by the flickering flames. These blood-stained weapons refracted an eerie light, as if narrating the brutality of this conflict. On a hill 10 miles away, the fortunate Slade turned back to gaze at the rising smoke from the battlefield, his broken sword driven deep into the earth. Following the conclusion of the battle at Andar Grasslands, the situation underwent a decisive transformation. General Slade retreated to the black-armored camp with the remnants of his forces and discovered that losses exceeded 70%. The seasoned commander, gazing at the few soldiers that remained, silently removed his helmet. Meanwhile, the defeated Guta governor arrived alone at a manor on the outskirts, ending his life beneath the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. Due to political considerations, Emperor Jagali I designated the cause of death for the Guta leader as battle-related. Consequently, the Guta family was spared accountability for the defeat, but was compelled to cede part of their territory. With no time to mourn, General Slade reorganized the remaining troops and commenced the reconstruction of their defenses. Queen Freya, following her resounding victory at Andar, did not rush to celebrate. She ordered the main forces to rest while dispatching Lakshmi to lead the vanguard on both land and water, advancing towards Archimedes. The vanguard carried light siege equipment for rapid movement, while naval vessels were laden with supplies to pave the way for the main forces. General Lakshmi sent out scouts to investigate the defensive fortifications surrounding Archimedes. The queen stood before the military map, her finger gently tapping the location of Archimedes. This once mighty capital now lay within reach. Chapter 23. The Trident of Poseidon in the midst of the empire's peril. Governor Ping Huji of the Wild Lily province had not yet received his orders when he led the purple armored legion to garrison at Archimedes. For Ping Huji, The memory of his father's command to burn down the city of Archimedes weighed heavily on his conscience. Among the elder residents of Archimedes, the Ping family was loathed. Although the demonic army had been vanquished, the number of innocent lives lost was tragically high. Ping Huji felt compelled, no matter the cost, to defend Archimedes and restore the reputation of the Ping family. Before his departure, he entrusted his daughter, Ping Zhong, with the command of the blue-armored archers, enlisting the help of the steward, Fei Xiong, to fortify the city's defenses as a precaution. Curiously, the twin siblings, Ping Zhong and Ping Rong, were quite different in disposition. The daughter, Ping Zhong, was spirited and had a penchant for wielding weapons from a young age, particularly excelling in archery, while her brother, Ping Rong, was inclined towards the arts, embodying a serene demeanor akin to a refined lady, often mingling with the stewardess' daughter and others. At this juncture, both Ping Zhong and Ping Rong had reached adulthood. Upon receiving her father's appointment, Ping Zhong took charge without hesitation, training the troops meticulously and earning renown as a distinguished female general in the Wild Lily region. As the battlefield was set, the Hyena Legion appeared formidable and menacing. In addition to the intimidating Hunter-S Blade Legion and the agile Divine Archers, they had also formed the Angola Legion, led by a robed sorcerer, with each soldier mounted on a fearsome beast. Emperor Zugali, I suspected that the hyenas had captured the demon warlord of Moniport in the past, subsequently crossbreeding these captives with various ferocious creatures to produce these fearsome beasts. On the first day of battle, Emperor Zugali I commanded his elite infantry and crossbowmen to attack. Despite the imposing stature of the Hunter-S Blade, they could not gain the upper hand against the well-trained Imperial Guards. The Hyena-S Divine Archers suffered heavy losses from the assaults of Archimedes' colossal crossbows and catapults. Both sides held back their elite heavy cavalry and the Angola Legion, awaiting the opportune moment for a decisive confrontation. The longer the war dragged on, the more advantageous it became for Emperor Zugali I, engaged in native operations. He was untroubled by supply issues. Although Governor Collins was inept in warfare, he excelled in logistical support. In addition to the steady delivery of food, fruits, and meat, he had also recruited over 10,000 new soldiers who were being dispatched to the front lines. Moreover, the arrival of 15,000 troops from Governor Herak of the Kaka province was imminent. What brought comfort to Emperor Zugali I was the relatively smooth progression of the conflict in the southern territories. The Zhao Yuanling family of the southern province had successfully stalled the advance of the Zhuge kingdom. In the southern mountain province, Governor Belenkov had just secured a victory, forcing Prime Minister Sajia to retreat by 60 miles. Reports indicated that envoys from the coast kingdom had arrived at the walled city, precisely as Emperor Zugali I had surmised, striving to persuade Queen Yu to withdraw her forces. Upon receiving news of the defeat at Anda, he remained composed, ordering Governor Sergei of the Old Province to lead 20,000 troops to reinforce Archimedes. As for the vanquished Slade, Emperor Zugali I decreed that he must redeem himself through valorous deeds. His black-armored legion employed agile tactics to assault the rear guard of Freya, disrupting their supply lines and delaying the advance of the Valkyrie army. This strategy afforded reinforcements ample time to reach the capital of Archimedes. In the northern sea buffer zone, the north wind howled, with temperatures averaging 7 to 8 degrees lower than those in the southern continent. While the south basked in late autumn, the north had already entered early winter. Prince Asa had long since escaped from Wagner's prison and arrived at Black Horse City with 30,000 cavalry. Opposing him was General Dahir of the Hunter Kingdom, renowned for commanding archer cavalry regiments. Having clashed multiple times over the years due to ongoing conflicts, the two were well acquainted with one another. At the sound of a horn, the two armies charged forth. The cavalry's speed intensified, and as they were about to converge, a command was issued to slow down, allowing their weapons to clash in a gesture of camaraderie towards their allies. For over a decade, the Archimedes Empire had relentlessly expanded. Freya and the hyenas could no longer bear it, deciding to bury the hatchet and secretly ally, formulating a battle plan codenamed Poseidon. Prince Asa, who had fervently advocated for an assault on the Archimedes Empire, was imprisoned, marking merely the first step of the plan. Subsequently, Queen Freya and General Lakshmi were designated as the right spear of Poseidon, targeting the Malio province, while the hyenas led their legions as the left spear, attacking the Gangbu province. Following that, Prince Asa and General Dahir would lead an elite cavalry of 60,000 as the central spear, executing a lightning-fast raid on the Norton province. Ultimately, the spears of Poseidon would converge before the city of Archimedes, compelling the arrogant Archimedeans to pay the price for their previous expansion. The 60,000 wolf hunters swiftly crushed the border garrison of Norton Province. Heavily armored archers, adorned with great wolf helmets, unleashed a torrential barrage of armor-piercing arrows, disrupting the formation of the garrison. Then, the cavalry led by Prince Asa, donning skull masks, executed flanking maneuvers. Thus, these battles unfolded with little suspense. The soldiers of the Norton Legion fled in disarray, carrying the dread of defeat back to the city of Archimedes, as if the forces of darkness had descended once more. It was only after the loss of Norton Province that Emperor Jugal I felt fear, a sensation he had not experienced since the Black Dragon circled above Eagle City. Now, the master of political maneuvering found himself manipulated by that old witch and her former lackey. Before the campaign map, he closed his eyes, plunging into deep contemplation. In the southern sea, Governor Nelson set sail from Chien Island, landing on Jen Island and surrounding it without attack. Ultimately, the impatient Lady Wu began dispatching reinforcements from the battlefield of South into support Jen Island. As the invincible fleet led by Lady Wu arrived at the waters off Jen Island, they were besieged from all sides by Nelson's fleet. Originally, with a numerical advantage of 30,000 against Nelson's 15,000, victory seemed assured. However, Lady Wu miscalculated. The 30,000 naval forces were fiercely assaulted by Nelson's fleet. During the battle, Nelson was struck in the left arm by a heavy musket. He tore off his left hand with his right, then assumed an aggressive stance. The morale of the Southern Sea Fleet soared, leading them to defeat the invincible fleet of the Tree Kingdom. Seeing the tide turn against her, Lady Wu commanded a retreat, allowing Nelson to seize Jin Island in the wake of his victory. The military faction of the Zhao Yuanlang family from the province of Nannan has commenced a counterattack against the Zhuge army. However, upon reaching the outskirts of Lingnan City, they retreated. This decision was prompted by the news of a new general, Nas, appointed to Lingnan City. Years ago, General Nas had successfully repelled the invasion of the Foodie Sea Beast Legion at the second pass of Rose Mountain City, earning him considerable renown. The Zhao Yuanlang family, recognizing their military capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Sea Beast Legion, prudently chose to withdraw to the province of Nannan for defensive purposes. The Moer Legion, dispatched to the northern borders of Nannan, was already exhausted and sought to regroup. Following Zhao Yuanlang's retreat from Lingnan City, Moer, eager for achievement, recklessly launched an assault on the northern region of the Zhuge Kingdom, only to fall victim to an ambush orchestrated by Prince Yoji and General Takasuji, resulting in significant losses. He has now returned to the province of Yakapa with his remaining troops. Prince Yoji has repeatedly urged King Recher to reclaim power from his aunt, who has been consumed by jealousy, leading to his exile to the border town of Shangfan. General Takasuji, a loyal subordinate of the late King Recher, was marginalized to the frontier town due to his unwavering fidelity. Shangfan is notably distinct from the majority of cities in the Zhuge Kingdom, as it is not fortified by mountains and lacks natural defenses. Isolated on the plains, the aunt harbored hopes that the Moer Legion would conquer Shangfan, thus enabling her to orchestrate the demise of both Prince Yoji and General Takasuji under the guise of leveraging others. However, the soldiers of Shangfan displayed remarkable courage and resilience in the face of adversity, steadfastly defending the city against attempts to breach its walls. The smoke of battle on the southwestern front has gradually dissipated. After 3 months of grueling stalemate, both sides have reverted to their original defensive lines. The Zhuge Kingdom's forces, having endured several brutal sieges, have exhausted their supplies and can no longer mount an effective offensive. Meanwhile, although Archimedes' side has managed to hold their line, the heavy casualties have rendered them incapable of expanding their gains. Just as the situation reached an impasse, news of a naval victory from Jen Island reverberated through the capital like thunder. Emperor Zhu Jieli, filled with immense satisfaction, promptly issued an urgent military order for Prince Diu, the commander of Eagle City, to lead an elite cavalry of 10,000 and 5,000 charioteers without delay to assist Archimedes. All relay stations along the route must be stocked with provisions and horses. Failure to comply will result in execution. Simultaneously, General Slade, who was patrolling the northern borders, received a secret decree. Renowned for his iron will, he swiftly mobilized his rested black armored legion to launch a relentless assault on Valkyrie's supply lines. They suffered significant casualties but successfully restrained the enemy, buying precious time for the prince's reinforcements to reach the capital. On the city walls, the defenders began to see the distant billowing clouds of dust, heralding the approach of Prince Diu's vanguard cavalry. Exhausted soldiers supported one another to rise, their murky eyes rekindling with the flames of hope. The Hyena Legion held firm, and for the time being, Emperor Zhu Jieli could not gain the upper hand. However, the situation in Archimedes was dire. While armies are easily amassed, a capable commander is a rare find. At this moment, Emperor Zhu I desperately needed a leader who could rise to the occasion and command the capital in times of crisis. He commanded the governor of Kakaka province, Herak, to secretly proceed to Daoshi province with his elite troops, continuing to operate under Sulla's banner. Meanwhile, he ordered the governor of Daoshi province, Sulla, to make his way to Archimedes city with his loyal soldiers, to assume the position of Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal, a title that surpasses that of governor, was once held by Jagali I before he ascended to the throne, only to be discarded thereafter. Governor Sulla, having surpassed his 50th year, with hair turned gray, opted to shave his head, earning him the moniker of the Bald General. He was known for his disregard for trivialities, engaging in arm wrestling with soldiers and competing with captains to see who could urinate the farthest. On one occasion, when his aide casually expressed a desire for chicken, he donned civilian attire and, under the cover of night, ventured with his aide to a nearby farm to procure a few chickens, which they roasted and enjoyed with wine. The history of the Sulla family was nearly as ancient as that of Archimedes itself, boasting ancestors who were renowned generals. However, in recent years, the family had primarily engaged in commerce. In Sulla's generation, he displayed a unique interest in military and political affairs. According to the family elders, it was suggested to place him in a position as a tax officer. After Jagali ascended the throne and planned to conquer the Mandala kingdom, Sulla found himself with an opportunity to wield his skills. Upon arriving in Archimedes city, Sulla assessed the situation. The emperor had taken the main force of the city, leaving merely 10,000 to defend it. Such arrogance and carelessness would hardly suffice to manage even the slightest rebellion. Governor Ping Huji of Wild Lily brought along 10,000 soldiers of the Purple Legion, touted as elite, yet Sulla held a low opinion of him. He was better suited for managing granaries than leading troops. Sergei arrived from Wurdi province with 5,000 men, their combat effectiveness limited, particularly given Sergei's corpulent frame, which elicited Sulla's sympathy for his warhorse. Prince Jios finally brought along 15,000 respectable cavalry and charioteers, well equipped, but unfortunately, this newlywed prince was too inexperienced. Had he not been a prince and the son-in-law of Governor Belinkov, few generals would regard this youth with any seriousness. In addition, with some militia, the total forces in the imperial capital amounted to just over 40,000. Meanwhile, over 50,000 elite cavalry from Wallai roamed the northern and eastern suburbs. And Freya's 40,000 troops, after completing their rest, had already approached the western outskirts, with enemy reinforcements also en route to Archimedes. Fortunately, the old emperor was still capable of managing the situation. Otherwise, the arrival of the 50,000 hyenas from the east would have led to Archimedes' surrender. During the military meeting, Prince Jios and Sergei aggressively insisted on taking the offensive. Take the initiative? Sulla scoffed. Who shall we strike first, Freya or Daxier? I am willing to lead the Wurdi Knights against the Wallai cavalry. I can command the Iron Cavalry of Eagle City to confront Freya's Silver Legion. Since the Emperor has appointed me as Grand Marshal, you are all to heed my orders. No soldier shall step beyond the walls of Archimedes. Sulla declared resolutely. Everyone had anticipated that this newly appointed Grand Marshal would possess some ingenious strategy, only to realize he was merely a timid turtle, a true disappointment beneath his famed reputation. The proud Prince Jios regarded the bald general with utter disdain. Sergei urged him to take the initiative and establish merit, for only through such endeavors could he earn the emperor's favor. However, Ping Huji cautioned them against playing with fire, emphasizing that the enemy's intentions remained unclear, and it would be prudent to adhere to the commands of the Grand Marshal. Yet, this veterans' counsel was similarly cast aside. At the Valkyrie camp, Queen Freya and General Lakshmi were constructing siege ladders and catapults on the western outskirts of Archimedes city. The tortoise ships of the Valkyrie kingdom incessantly transported supplies and fresh troops from the upper reaches of the Clear River, while captives from the Marlio province were forced into slavery to erect fortifications. Prince Asa and General Dahir's cavalry commenced a sweeping operation on the eastern outskirts of Archimedes city, preparing to unite with Queen Freya. During lunch, the soldiers in the Valkyrie encampment were busy preparing their meals. Suddenly, a rustling from the nearby jungle hinted at the presence of some creature. With two resounding blasts of a horn, Prince Deus and Sergei led 2 cavalry units in a surprise assault, scattering the Valkyrie infantry and craftsmen in an instant. Faced with the sudden onslaught from Archimedes, chaos erupted within the Valkyrie positions, with the lifeless bodies of thousands of militia, craftsmen, and slaves strewn across the ground. Just as Prince Deus severed the head of the enemy commander, the bloody battle standard danced wildly in the wind, and the victorious cheers seemed poised to pierce the heavens, sending tremors through the earth. From what had been an empty wasteland behind them, a dense forest of spears suddenly emerged like phantoms, the glinting tips forming a deadly arc that sealed their retreat. In the following moment, the western horizon blazed with a blinding silver light. Queen Freya's armored cavalry thundered forth, their hooves echoing like rolling thunder. The pure white heavenly steeds unfurled their luminous wings, casting elongated shadows under the slanting rays of the sun, resembling mythical beasts of war descending upon the mortal realm. The brilliance of the silver armor merged into a blinding sea of death, as if the very sky were pressing down upon the prince's army. They had fallen into a trap. Retreat! Hurry back! Governor Sergei commanded the retreat, horn to sound. Yet, it was already too late. The spear phalanx tightened like a noose, the cacophony of clashing steel, the wailing of war horses, and the sound of shattering bones swiftly engulfed the battlefield. The silver-clad cavalry surged like an avalanche, leaving a path of carnage in their wake. Sergei's scimitar cleaved through 3 cavalrymen, but he himself was pierced through the left rib by an enemy spear. He gazed at Prince Deus, who was fighting and retreating amidst the pile of fallen guards, and suddenly laughed maniacally as he charged into the enemy ranks, buying precious time for the prince's escape. Just as the remaining hundreds of cavalry were on the verge of annihilation, a thunderous rumble shook the ground once more, this time emanating from behind the enemy's spear-wielders. The heavy chariot forces led by Grand Marshal Sura surged onto the battlefield like an iron tide, their sharp outer wheels shredding the spear phalanx into fragments. The unprepared spearmen barely had time to react before they were crushed into mangled remains. Incompetent fools! Sura glared fiercely at Deus from his speeding chariot. You better hurry back to the city. As the remnants of the troops began their retreat towards the city, a new cloud of dust rose in the east, heralding the approach of General Dahir's cavalry archers from the Hunter Kingdom, charging at full speed. Prince Dios gazed back at the tumultuous battlefield from the back of his steed, and the final sight he beheld plunged him into despair. Governor Sergei, his body riddled with arrows, was hoisted aloft by General Lakshmi's lance, resembling a tattered banner suspended in midair. With a malevolent chuckle, the general hurled him violently to the ground, as the silver-armored cavalry trampled over him, quickly transforming his corpulent form into a blurred mass of flesh and blood amidst the mire. General Sula's armor clanged rhythmically as he fiercely shielded Prince Dios, galloping towards the capital. To the east of the city, the archers of Dahir emitted piercing shrieks, like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. The soldiers atop the walls of Archimedes appeared ashen. The advancing enemy cavalry stirred a tempest of dust, reminiscent of the gates of hell swinging wide, with death looming ever closer. Chapter 24. The fortress of Fuching before the great siege erupted, within the sanctum of Ahura in the White Wolf Kingdom. A group of disheveled sorcerers swayed to the rhythm of drums, moving in eerie synchrony. Occasionally, they would emit shrill cries, their eyes rolling back in ecstasy. Nearby, a cadre of disabled musicians accompanied them, some missing a left arm, others a right leg, some blind, and others afflicted with sores upon their heads. Several slender dancers, serpentine in their grace, crawled along the ground in time with the drumming and the accompaniment of the musicians. The music crescendoed, and outside the hall, a yak, an antelope, and a black dog had their throats slit, their blood filling golden, silver, and stone vessels. 6 strong men, paired, carried the vessels brimming with the blood of cattle, sheep, and dogs into the sanctum. A towering sorcerer advanced, shedding his wolf cloak, and proceeded to wash his face with bull's blood, anoint his body with sheep's blood, and pour dog's blood over his bare feet. His gray hair framed a visage stained crimson, with eyes as pale as death itself. The tempo of the musicians and dancers quickened, and the high priest succumbed to a frenzied state, moving to the center of the circle formed by the sorcerers and witches, who had shed their garments, their half-naked bodies continuing the dance. The high priest brandished a colossal scythe, twirling in a wild dance, the blade slicing through the flesh of the assembled sorcerers, intensifying their fervor. A drummer scraped the serrated edge of a wooden tiger thrice, causing the circle of sorcerers to freeze, while the high priest collapsed to the ground. The king's hyena approached, inquiring about the outcome of the war with Emperor Zugalii. After a fervent prayer, the high priest suddenly proclaimed, "The white tiger has lost its wings. The great wolf has found a new den. Those who retreat shall perish first." An assisting sorcerer swiftly recorded the high priest's utterance on a piece of white cloth and presented it to the hyena. The phrase "the white tiger has lost its wings" likely indicated that Emperor Zugalii had suffered a grievous blow. The metaphor of the great wolf finding a new den suggested their intent to seize Archimedes, acquiring a grander stronghold. With the ominous warning that those who retreat shall perish first, he immediately commanded the construction of the fortress of Fuching in the southwestern region of the kingdom. In Neiman Prefecture, with this impregnable stronghold, the soldiers of the kingdom would not retreat. Consequently, to execute the Poseidon plan, the Hunter Kingdom preemptively dispatched hundreds of thousands of tree slaves to Neiman Prefecture to erect the fortress, while also sending laborers to transport supplies. The fortress of Fuching, situated at the southern border of Neiman Prefecture, nestled among towering mountains, bordered the provinces of Gongbu and Kako of Archimedes, becoming the foremost stronghold of the Hunter Kingdom. Regardless of whether the Kingdom of Hunters assaults Archimedes or vice versa, passage through the Tiger Fortress is inevitable. Since the siege of Archimedes commenced, the entire continent has been mobilizing troops and supplies. The Valkyrie Kingdom is equally in disarray, with some seasick soldiers and laborers retching while embarking on vessels to support the battlefield at Archimedes. Regent Odal encourages the subjects of the kingdom, proclaiming that the fall of Archimedes is imminent, and now is the time to pledge loyalty to the deity Odin. To perish in battle is to achieve glory. Only those valiant warriors who meet their end on the battlefield are deemed worthy of an invitation to Odin's banquet. In the Queen's name, he issued a decree of amnesty, leading many prisoners and brigands to set sail towards the east in pursuit of accomplishments. Among them, numerous soldiers were ambushed by Slade's black armored legion en route. The Archimedes Empire is the most bustling, with all provinces responding to the call, dispatching forces to the front lines. Initially, thousands of troops departed in unison, followed by smaller contingents of hundreds. Now, they gather in small groups, joining various regiments along the way. These soldiers comprise both citizens of the realm and recently liberated Treefolk. Furthermore, the Stonefolk from Gloom Province have joined the ranks, with some serving as medics and others enlisted in heavy infantry battalions. According to the directives of Emperor Jugali I, the captured Juke gunmen from the Southern Sea Province were also transported to the front line at Ganbu. The intent of Emperor Jugali I is crystal clear: to concentrate superior forces to annihilate the Hyena army and then reinforce Archimedes. Grand Marshal Sulla can hold out for at most half a year. He can then transfer eastern forces to Archimedes, allowing for a coordinated strike to obliterate the Valkyrie Hunter coalition. The commander of the eastern state of the Kingdom of Hunters, deity Shirtion, secretly dispatched envoys to the capital of the southern Mandala Kingdom, Val City. The envoys conveyed General Shirtion's greetings and solemnly presented a legendary sword known as the Birch Sword of Kings. When King Robin unsheathed the sword, the entire palace trembled, for it was a relic from the ancient Tree King. Frankly, faced with the envoy from the Kingdom of Hunters, the young King Robin felt a profound conflict within. On one hand, they had indeed occupied the eastern territories of the Treefolk and had previously besieged Tenochtitlan. On the other hand, they had abandoned the Archimedes Empire's forces mid-campaign, allowing Val City to survive. Currently, the Kingdom of Hunters and the Archimedes Empire are locked in a tense confrontation. Deity Shirtion expressed his request for King Robin to join forces to conquer the western state. He had just received accurate intelligence that Governor Sulla of the western province had been reassigned to Archimedes, leaving the aging General Herak stationed there. This general, over 70 years old, is as frail as a withered tree, vulnerable to assault. With the Hunter-Man alliance, we can vanquish Herak. At that time, the Kingdom of Hunters is willing to share the western province of the southern Mandala Kingdom. The Sand River will serve as the boundary, with the region north of the river belonging to the Kingdom of Hunters and the south to the southern Mandala Kingdom. After deliberation in the royal court, King Robin decided to agree to the envoy of deity Shirtion. He immediately raised the sword, pointing westward, preparing to lead an army of 60,000 Treefolk alongside deity Shirtion from both the north and south to simultaneously invade the western province, leaving General Herak vulnerable to a two-front assault. In the dungeons of the Kako province in the northeastern realm of the Archimedean Empire, a commander donned in a jester's mask entered, cloaked in a flowing garment. The soldiers stationed along the way regarded him with solemn expressions. Over the years, the existence of the Grey Whistle had become an open secret. The organizational structure of the Grey Whistle remained obscure. It was known only that they reported directly to Emperor Jugali I. They possessed neither fixed armaments nor a defined location, nor even a consistent motto. Within the ranks of the Grey Whistle, it was whispered that the highest-ranking member bore the codename Jester. Some attributed this to his mask, while others spoke of his grotesque appearance. Before the Jester stood the jailer, who unlocked the door to reveal General Onda, the most renowned military leader of the Mandala Kingdom. Imprisoned for years, though frail in body, Onda's spirit remained undiminished, exuding an aura of quiet authority. The Jester delivered the orders of Emperor Jugali I, continuing to persuade the general to surrender. Yet, Onda, unyielding, consistently refused. As he articulated, "Should you desire my capitulation, the Archimedean Empire must return all lands annexed from the Mandala Kingdom." This, of course, was an impossibility. Within the confines of the dungeon, Onda had learned from fellow inmates that an ever-increasing number of treefolk were being sold into slavery in Swantovia. Initially, the count was in the tens of thousands, but now it had risen to a staggering 1 or 2 million. Due to the expansion of hostilities, Emperor Jagali I had transformed 5 million treefolk into slaves. In comparison, the tree slaves within the Hunter Kingdom were fewer, as these individuals had either fled south or been sold to the Archimedeans. Jagali I promised that should General Onda surrender, he would be allowed to command the Treefolk Legion. Upon defeating the hyenas, he would grant 50,000 tree slaves in the provinces of Gambu, Kaka, Tenek, and Dashi the status of freedmen, with the exception of the stubborn resistors. After much contemplation, Onda chose to compromise. On a dawn when the north winds howled, General Onda, clad in military garb, returned to the trapezoidal palace of the Mandala Kingdom. At this juncture, the northern Mandala Kingdom's military and diplomatic affairs were manipulated by the Archimedean Empire, rendering the king a mere puppet. Upon encountering the aged King Curtis, Onda knelt, overwhelmed by emotion, tears streaming down his face. After bidding farewell to the old king, Onda led 50,000 treefolk to the Gambu region to serve Emperor Jagali I. At the Gambu battlefield, Jagali I assembled an army of 100,000, bolstered by the addition of the 50,000 treefolk, bringing his total forces to an astonishing 150,000. Upon receiving the latest intelligence from the Admide forces, the hyena leader began to gather troops from various states, amassing a total of 70,000, preparing to defend the Tiger Fortress with tenacity. The fortress was flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, yet the hyena leader commanded the use of massive boulders to seal the exits. The outer city to the south of the fortress featured 3 iron gates, while the inner city had 2, with a route to the Hunter Kingdom to the north. Although a fortress, the area was remarkably spacious, containing not only buildings but also fields, woodlands, and even a small lake, where treefolk often fished. Due to the relentless construction efforts of hundreds of thousands of tree slaves, the walls of the Vuhu fortress soar over 30 meters high and exceed 10 meters in thickness. The ramparts are equipped with colossal crossbows, catapults, and the Hunter Blade Legion, with numerous hollow spaces designed to sever the enemy's ladders. What sets this fortress apart is that both the defending soldiers and the siege weaponry can conceal themselves beneath robust stone structures, allowing them to evade assaults from any direction. The hyenas adopted this design primarily to counter the aerial strikes of the Wind Knights under the command of Emperor Zugali I, thwarting the serpentine incursions from above. With an army of 150,000, Emperor Zugali I swiftly approached the Vuhu fortress. Seated upon his war chariot, he commanded the catapults to initiate a saturation bombardment upon the outer walls. Although the spectacle was magnificent and several sections of the battlements were breached, the 3 gates remained steadfast. The soldiers atop the walls remained hidden within their stone shelters, revealing no sign of their presence. He promptly ordered the vanguard to construct ladders in preparation for scaling the fortress. As the enemy drew near, the catapults and crossbows within the fortress awakened, launching a counteroffensive. The ladders, densely aligned against the walls, saw the soldiers of the Archimedean Empire ascend like ants. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as stones from the center of the wall shifted. Within the hollowed sections of the battlements, enormous sides were catapulted forth, severing the ladders in 2. As the massive sides swung back and forth, the ladders collapsed, and the soldiers below struggled to find suitable angles to fire upon their concealed adversaries. With the sound of retreat ringing through the air, the besieging soldiers fled in disarray. The gates of the outer city swung wide open, and the cavalry of the hyenas commenced their pursuit. After vanquishing this vanguard force, they did not linger, but instead retreated back within the fortress. Emperor Zugali I let out a scornful laugh as he summoned the Wind Knights. He commanded 20,000 tree slaves to commence the construction of an earthen mound beneath the Vuhu fortress. Upon the arrival of 8,000 Wind Knights riding their serpents, they unleashed torrents of blue flames upon the fortress. Meanwhile, the wizards of the Hunter Kingdom began to collectively invoke spells within the sanctum, summoning a storm. The sky darkened abruptly. Following the fierce winds, torrential rain fell, significantly diminishing the potency of the serpent's blue flames. The garrison below retaliated with crossbows and iron nets against the fallen serpents. As the grounded serpents writhed in agony, the concealed forces of the Angola Legion sprang into action, pouncing upon the injured creatures and tearing at their flesh. The airborne serpents, upon hearing the anguished cries of their grounded brethren, became disoriented, casting off their riders. The wizards in the sanctuary continued their incantations, with the Grand Wizard performing exaggerated displays. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by multiple bolts of lightning, striking the camp of Emperor Zugalii, causing the airborne serpents to revert to their primal state. Thus, the special forces of the Wind Knights were utterly annihilated. Throughout the earthen mound, fires raged across the encampment of Emperor Zugalii. The hyenas, leading the Angola Legion, seized the opportunity to launch a decisive ambush, forcing Zugalii's forces to retreat 10 miles. The Hunter Kingdom captured the earthen mound and utilized it to construct a citadel. Subsequently, General Wenda was ordered to launch multiple charges in an attempt to reclaim the citadel, yet each endeavor was repelled. Outside the city of Archimedes, General Sulla provided cover for Prince Dios as they made their escape into the city. Just as General Dahir's cavalry archer legion charged forward, the steadfast Pinghuji, under orders, unleashed flaming boulders from the city walls and launched massive crossbows, enabling Sulla and Prince Dios to successfully return to the safety of the city. Upon their arrival at the war conference room at the southern gate of Archimedes, an enraged Sulla struck Prince Dios to the ground with a resounding slap. "You fool! How dare you defy my military orders?" he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. "Were it not for the Emperor's favor, I would have slain you right here." The elder Pinghuji quickly summoned aides to assist the fallen prince. "Relay my command. No one is to leave the city. Those who defy this order shall face execution." Outside the walls, Queen Freya, General Lakshmi, Prince Asa, and General Dahir convened to strategize their assault. On the following day, after constructing siege engines and honoring their respective deities, they launched their coordinated attack. Under the cover of ghostly archers, Lakshmi directed the axe-wielders to advance towards the city walls atop leather-clad towers. Dahir's cavalry archers maneuvered continuously, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the soldiers stationed on the walls. Pinghuji commanded the trebuchet units to target the advancing towers. Sulla ordered the transport of fire-breathing beasts, which, shielded by infantry, unleashed searing flames upon the towers nearing the walls. Under the dual onslaught of boulders and fire, the Valkyrie axe-wielders were unable to scale the walls, and the towers crumbled, inadvertently crushing many of their own allies in the siege. Prince Asa directed the infantry to strike the southern gate with siege hammers. Yet they were met with a relentless barrage from the defenders' crossbows. Just as the siege hammer struck the gate a few times, it ignited from the tar cascading down from the walls, setting many infantry ablaze as they screamed in agony. Some bearded berserkers poured horse blood over their heads, roaring with fervor as they rallied to lift the siege hammer, determined to breach the gate. At that moment, dozens of cloaked assassins leapt down from above the iron gate, climbing onto the berserkers like monkeys, and swiftly slit their throats with daggers. Unsurprisingly, none of the assassins survived. The corpses piled higher outside the gate, hindering the siege hammer's progress. It was then that Prince Asa issued the order to retreat. With the assault failing, the Valkyrie coalition unleashed their fury upon nearby cities, pillaging and returning laden with spoils each day. A month later, Queen Freya commanded her slaves to secretly excavate tunnels. Sulla, receiving intelligence, ordered the digging of multiple holes to monitor the enemy's progress. For every 10 tunnels the Valkyrie coalition dug, Sulla discovered and sealed 8 or 9, resulting in the suffocation of many slaves. After 1 or 2 tunnels were successfully completed, over 1,000 female warriors emerged from the underground only to be slaughtered by the Spear Battalion led by Prince Dios. Throughout these days of arduous combat, Prince Dios gradually tempered his royal temperament, beginning to cooperate with General Sulla's commands, though he continued to maintain a facade of defiance. Even with a defensive strategy, Sulla occasionally dispatched assassins to harass the enemy forces, resulting in inexplicable fires erupting in the Valkyrie camp or soldiers suffering from mass diarrhea due to contaminated provisions. With the stalemate persisting, the morale of the Valkyrie coalition dwindled significantly. In an outburst of discontent, General Dahir permitted his soldiers to pillage and commit heinous acts against the innocent, even harassing the Valkyrie warriors. Queen Freya, adorned in golden armor, issued stern warnings, cautioning that should Dahir fail to discipline his men, the Knights of Valkyrie would not show restraint. As winter approached, many steeds of the Valkyrie cavalry suffered from a lack of forage, becoming emaciated. This winter proved particularly frigid, with the waters of the Clear River upstream freezing unusually. The supply lines for Valkyrie faced dire challenges, relying solely on land transport, which yielded only a fraction of the needed provisions. Besides the disturbances caused by Slade, small guerrilla factions from the Malio province also harassed the Valkyrie reinforcements. Although staunchly opposed to the trade of tree slaves, Queen Freya turned a blind eye to her subordinates' use of them for transporting supplies. Dahir's troops frequently ventured into nearby regions and the northern Norton province in search of prey, with their acts of pillaging and violation becoming increasingly frequent. A group of cavalrymen was reported to have gang-raped a young girl on the outskirts of Archimedes city, their cheers echoing through the air. In a judicial system reliant on eyewitness testimony, the first instinct after committing crimes was to eliminate evidence, to assert their innocence. These cavalrymen dismembered the girl after the act and buried her in the woods. Even Dahir's personal guards were not idle, subjecting the local populace of Archimedes to relentless torment. On one occasion, a few audacious miners accidentally killed a cavalryman who had come to plunder. Upon hearing the news, a furious Dahir led 3,000 men to the town, unleashing a massacre. The cold weather rendered mass burials impractical, leaving the bodies of the civilians sprawled across the ground. On a snowy morning, after partaking in a ceremonial drink, the Valkyrie coalition launched their winter offensive to deplete the enemy's arrows and resources. General Dahir sent thousands of captives to the forefront, compelling them to scale the walls. Soldiers from the Hunter Kingdom mixed among them. As the moment of decision loomed, Prince Deus shot an arrow at the neck of a woman, declaring that anyone approaching the walls was an enemy. Faced with this command, the soldiers hesitated but ultimately complied, resulting in the tragic loss of many innocent lives. As the soldiers engaged in close combat upon the walls, Grand Marshal Sulla signaled the horn. Soldiers hidden in the tunnels outside the walls heard the call, lowering heavy planks to reveal concealed tar, before surging into the city and sealing the tunnels. Sulla led the charge with arrows, and the archers followed suit, igniting the tunnels outside the city in flames. In the face of this sudden inferno, the attacking forces were split in two. The subsequent events left an indelible mark on the Valkyrie coalition. The severed attacking units became like lambs to the slaughter, falling victim either to arrows or to the consuming flames. The snow continued to fall, marking the failure of the winter offensive. Beneath the Tiger Fortress, leveraging numerical superiority, the first Emperor Jugal I ordered his forces to take turns besieging the city, implementing a relentless strategy that left the hyenas with no respite. The advisor suggested to the emperor the retreat to Archimedes, or, at the very least, to dispatch a portion of the army to reinforce Archimedes. But this proposal was met with rejection. In the eyes of Emperor Zugali I, General Sulla was capable of defending the capital. Currently, the empire's elite forces were besieged at the Tiger Fortress, which needed to be captured in one decisive strike. Significant casualties had already been incurred. Should a withdrawal or partial retreat occur, the prospect of capturing the Tiger Fortress in the future would become exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the emperor's direct involvement in the campaign, wielding a superior force, would inevitably tarnish his reputation should he retreat, an eventuality he was unwilling to entertain. As summer approached, the aging Emperor Zugali I commanded a large-scale offensive. He sent all of the slave legions and mercenaries into battle, followed closely by his elite infantry. However, these mercenaries proved no match for the hyenas and soon became targets for arrows or specters of the slain. The retreat of the frontline soldiers adversely affected the morale of the elite infantry, resulting in them being shot down by the emperor's archers, forcing them to turn back and continue their assault. Emperor Zugali I attempted to flank the Tiger Fortress by taking a route through the province of Kaka, yet the roads had been preemptively sabotaged by the Hunter Kingdom, compelling him to retreat. Throughout his military career, he had seldom encountered such a predicament. Infuriated, he stomped his feet within the imperial tent, overturning the table before him. Physician Yuan Hua was already swamped in the medical quarters. After driving away the demon army, he remained in Eagle City, becoming one of the Archimedeans. Consequently, he faced vehement opposition from many Hippocratic supporters, being denounced as a traitor and a sellout. Nevertheless, his convictions remained unshaken. For a physician, the utmost duty is to save the patients to the best of one's ability. As for his whereabouts, only the gods knew. As the situation at the Tiger Fortress grew increasingly dire, Physician Yuan Hua and his medical team were summoned from Eagle City. He repeatedly urged the emperor to cease the offensive, warning that if the assault continued, he would have no time to treat the wounded, merely witnessing their demise. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing the severely ill, many lightly injured soldiers went unattended, resulting in their conditions worsening. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a vicious cycle. Physician Yuan Hua was reluctant to be trapped in such a predicament, yet with limited manpower and the unending war, he felt utterly helpless. The more pressing issue was the severe scarcity of medical supplies. Numerous provinces of the empire had erupted in rebellion, and the southern supply lines had been disrupted. Yuan Hua explicitly cautioned the emperor that the entire army should rest for at least a month. Otherwise, corpses and gravely injured soldiers would abound, leading to overcrowding. Should an epidemic arise, the consequences would be catastrophic. However, in the eyes of Emperor Zugalii, both sides faced equal peril, and neither could afford to grant the other a moment's respite. Moreover, they possessed advantages in both numbers and economy, as long as they maintained their offensive. The capture of the Tiger Fortress was inevitable. As emperor, he would not allow even a hint of weakness in his resolve. In this regard, he bore a striking resemblance to his late father-in-law, Ment. Within the Tiger Fortress, the wounded of the Hunter Kingdom continued to suffer. The sorcerers assumed the role of physicians, employing various ointments and incantations to heal the bodies of the injured and soothe their souls. Notably, the enchanting melodies provided an unprecedented solace to the wounded soldiers. They hold the belief that life and death are predestined. As long as a breath remains, one should fight alongside their beloved king. For only in death can they embrace the divine presence of Ahura. The hyenas, ever mindful of the great sorcerer's decree that the retreating shall perish, command the entire army to steadfastly guard their positions, for retreat equates to death, and every soldier must resolutely maintain their post. The beasts of the Angolan legion have begun to wither, deprived of adequate sustenance. Consequently, the corpses of both friend and foe have become their nourishment. Even more horrifying is their blatant disregard for consuming the remains of their own kind. The tree slaves undertake the most perilous tasks, frequently venturing into the heart of fierce battles to repair gates and walls. They are also responsible for transporting weapons and provisions for the soldiers of the Hunter Kingdom, as well as carrying the wounded. Some soldiers gradually come to realize that these speaking tree folk are not as detestable as previously believed. Indeed, the act of speaking is not an original sin. At times, they discover that these diligent tree slaves possess souls worthy of respect. However, according to the code of the Hunter Kingdom, feeling sympathy for tree slaves is unequivocally a sign of weakness, only serving to undermine our fighting spirit. As one centurion remarked, these tree slaves are even inferior to pigs and dogs. At least pigs and dogs can be consumed, whereas they cannot. This centurion later narrowly escaped being crushed by a flying stone, thanks to a tree slave who shielded him with its own body, leaving a spray of bone fragments and blood in a fan-like pattern. Although the centurion's life was saved by the tree slave's sacrifice, it changed nothing. Human prejudice is akin to the walls they construct. Each sacrifice made by the tree folk merely adds another green stain upon the fortress. The glimmer of liberation and freedom does exist, yet by the time the flames of revolution spread, the bones of the tree folk may have already formed great mounds. Chapter 25. Turning point. As the seasons change, the relentless siege has persisted for nearly 2 years. Archimedes, the imperial capital, rightfully boasts sufficient strategic reserves to sustain its military and populace for 6 years. Reinforcements from the south and west of the empire are gradually encircling the coalition besieging Archimedes, thereby forming a counter-siege. Thus, time is running short for the besieging coalition. On the southwestern front, the kingdom of Juke and several neighboring regions of the Archimedes Empire have been bolstering their forces. In the southeast, Queen Yu of Hippocrates ultimately acquiesced to King Lu's reconciliation, withdrawing troops from the southern provinces. Although both sides have retreated, mutual distrust has led to the fortification of borders and the bolstering of military strength. Except for Governor Spoon and a few renowned families of Stonefolk, ordinary stone individuals, even with the citizenship of the Archimedes Empire, find it challenging to engage in normal discourse with humans from other provinces. The military and civilians of the Archimedes Empire uphold the belief that speaking is an original sin, while communicating through coded messages is deemed virtuous. The exclusion of these stone folk has never ceased. However, it seems that every stone individual possesses knowledge of tea culture and medicine. Consequently, in certain areas of the empire, such as Eagle City, humans have begun to harbor a favorable disposition towards the stone folk. For instance, Dr. Yuanhua stands as a prominent example. In many neighborhoods of Eagle City, stone tea houses have gradually gained popularity. Spurred on by the nobility of Eagle City, the stone folk are becoming increasingly accepted, and their citizenship is progressively recognized. Since King Robin's forces invaded the province of Daoshi, the scale of conflict in the east has gradually expanded. Governor Harak, despite advancing in years, has not diminished in his martial prowess. Although he lacks the offensive expertise of Governor Sula, he remains an excellent candidate for defense. General Dishtian faced a setback from Governor Harak within the first 3 days of his offensive, suffering losses exceeding 3,000 mercenaries, and his progress was stymied. In contrast, King Robin, leading a legion of 60,000 tree soldiers, rampaged through the province of Daoshi, garnering support from the local treants and reclaiming numerous territories. According to the original military deployment, Herak departed from the provincial capital of Zalani, personally leading 40,000 main forces to defend against General Dishtian's legion. Additionally, he dispatched General Durant to lead 20,000 soldiers to bolster the sluggish defense in the southern part of the province. However, plans fell prey to the unexpected. As the southern region of Daoshi rallied in response to King Robin, on one hand, he sought reinforcements from the provinces of Yabehi and Shannon to support General Durant, while on the other, he mobilized an additional 10,000 cavalry to assist in the south. General Herak, vigorous in his old age, repeatedly thwarted Dishtian's fierce assaults with his charioteers, archers, and heavily armored spearmen. Meanwhile, General Durant continuously sent urgent messages, warning that if they delayed further, King Robin's Trayan army would cross the Lusha River and threaten the provincial capital of Zalani. Faced with such dire circumstances, following a successful defense against one of Dishtian's attacks, he ordered the entire army to strengthen their defenses and allocated a chariot regiment, for archery regiments, and 5 heavily armored spearmen regiments to support Durant. Within the military tent of the Hunter Kingdom, General Dishtian, adorned with a snow wolf helmet and wielding a vajra, gazed steadfastly into the distance. Upon realizing that the enemy commander was the conservatively renowned veteran General Herak, he devised a new battle strategy. In the initial confrontations, he deployed mercenary regiments, light infantry, and cavalry, yet faced repeated defeats. To conquer a fierce tiger, one must first satiate its hunger. After several failures, he even withdrew the camp 5 miles. Concurrently, he ordered the tree slaves to construct defensive fortifications. To emphasize the importance of this task, he frequently rode his war elephant to inspect the construction site, occasionally using its trunk to toss any slacking tree slaves into the air. Although General Herak initially harbored a degree of caution towards this commander, whom Sula warned must be approached with utmost vigilance, the string of victories and the sight of the general, who focused solely on constructing defenses while riding a white elephant, led him to adopt a more contemptuous attitude. With his 2,000 troops, he felt adequately equipped to engage this white elephant general. Upon learning of Herak's troop mobilization southward, the military camp of the Hunter Kingdom remained a hive of industrious construction. Rather than a military encampment, it resembled a bustling construction site. General Dishtian, as usual, appeared more preoccupied with the fortifications than with achieving victory. In Herak's camp, numerous soldiers engaged in daily drills, while others took their respite. Groups of them gathered, some playing reed instruments, others enjoying roasted mushrooms. They contemplated the day they would finish their duties and return home to run their blacksmith shops, bake bread, or go fishing. A strong wind rustled through the distant woods, creating a soft, whispering sound. As the soldiers of the Archimedean Empire were still busy tending to their fires and preparing their meals, a deluge of massive stones, trailing elongated flames, descended upon them, swiftly igniting the encampment. General Heracles donned his armor while issuing commands for the troops to ready themselves and form a defensive phalanx. Under the onslaught of the catapults, the assembled formation soon became the primary target of the assault. After considerable effort, the heavy armored spear phalanx advanced to evade the projectile attacks. The charioteers and archers took their positions and pressed forward to confront the enemy. At that moment, over 20,000 warriors from the Kingdom of Hunters erupted from the woods, with the foremost ranks led by 100 armored war elephants personally commanded by the deity Indra. It turned out that the white elephant general at the construction site was merely a decoy. The true Indra approached General Heracles' stronghold in secrecy with his main forces. Upon the sounding of a horn, the armored elephants surged forward into a charge. Both sides' archers exchanged volleys, while infantry and cavalry rapidly closed the distance. Veteran General Heracles ordered the chariot corps and heavy cavalry into action, intending to use the serrated edges of the chariots to sever the elephants' legs and allow the cavalry to unleash concentrated fire. However, upon nearing these colossal beasts, Heracles discovered that Indra's elephants were fully encased in thick armor. Soldiers stationed atop the towers of the elephants loosed arrows and hurled spears, while the armored elephants launched a coordinated charge, their scythe-like trunks sweeping through Heracles' heavy cavalry. The few chariots that managed to breach the elephant formation encountered the Kingdom of Hunters' anti-cavalry spear phalanx, where they were pierced and overturned. The charging chariot corps was rapidly overwhelmed by the elephants, subsequently pursued by the enemy's light cavalry. The soldiers of the heavy spear phalanx, stricken with fear, trembled as they clutched their spears. Under the sweeping and trampling of the armored elephants, the spearmen were soon scattered in disarray. Following the retreat of the spear phalanx, the archers too fled in disarray. Thus, of Heracles' 20,000 troops, more than 15,000 were annihilated, with the remnants fleeing towards the province of Wild Lily, dispatching envoys to request reinforcements from the city of Wild Lily. After achieving victory in the border skirmish, Indra almost effortlessly seized the capital of the province of Dao West, Shirlani. The city capitulated. Unlike previous conquests, upon entering the city on his war elephant, Indra did not order a massacre nor enslave the inhabitants. Instead, he respected the local beliefs. Regardless of whether they were Archimedeans, Tree People, or Stone People, those who sincerely surrendered were granted citizenship within the Kingdom of Hunters, receiving protection under the national code. Indra not only captured the city but sought to win the hearts of its people. Following the peaceful occupation of Shirlani, he sent a portion of his forces southward, reaching the area south of the Quicksand River to establish a defensive position. As per the agreement, the Hunters League was to divide the province of Dao West along the Quicksand River, with the northern part allocated to the Kingdom of Hunters and the southern part to the Kingdom of South Mandala. However, Indra also claimed territories south of the Quicksand River. In light of this, King Robin could only lament that his forces were too preoccupied with battle, allowing this cunning ally to gain the upper hand. Indra personally led his army westward, pursuing the remnants of Heracles' forces until reaching the border of the province of Wild Lily. At the Mandala Highlands, the Hunter army prepared to launch an attack. With the sound of a horn echoing through the air, the valiant warrior Pingzhong, clad in battle armor, led a contingent of 10,000 blue-armored archers to this location. The administrative officer of Mandala City, Shaili, also arrived with his forces, bringing thousands of light cavalry and mercenaries. The armored war elephants of the Hunter Kingdom initiated the assault. From a commanding height, Herak ordered the colossal fireball to be rolled down. On horseback, Pingzhong commanded the archers to unleash their arrows. These arrows, equipped with whistling tips and trailing long arcs, were wrapped in saltpeter, igniting swiftly upon impact. Under the onslaught of the fireball and the whistling arrows, the war elephants of the deity Indra were frightened into retreat, trampling numerous allied soldiers in their panic. The blue-armored archers fired in successive volleys, inflicting severe casualties upon the advancing enemy. At this juncture, the seasoned General Herak led his heavy cavalry into a charge, shattering the enemy lines and restoring the honor lost in the border skirmish. Despite Herak's orders to cease the pursuit, Shaili, eager for glory, led the light cavalry of Mandala in continued chase, only to fall victim to an ambush laid by General Indra's guards, resulting in Shaili's demise beneath his horse. Upon receiving the dreadful news of the western province being divided and occupied by the Hunter Alliance, Emperor Juliak I was consumed by fury. He commanded General Herak to reclaim the city of Zalani at any cost, threatening dire consequences for failure. The chief administrator of Utopia, Raphael, also received orders to dispatch 10,000 reinforcements to the Mandala Highlands. Leveraging his esteemed reputation among the tree men, Raphael promised that those who joined the military efforts to reclaim Zalani would attain the status of freemen. Inspired by his words, 10,000 garrison troops and 44,000 tree men marched forth towards the Mandala Highlands, marking the first time these tree men fought for their freedom. As autumn descended, the maples painted the banks of the Qingbai River in vibrant hues of red. This region, once a bustling hub of commerce, lay desolate due to the ravages of war in recent years. The farmland along the banks lay fallow, factories stood still, and shops were abandoned. The populace, clad in rags and suffering from hunger, would scurry to hide at the sight of distant troops. Despite Queen Freya's repeated decrees against looting, unruly soldiers persisted in their misconduct. The fervor of battle drove many starving individuals to desperate measures, occupying hills and forests, transforming into bandits. They targeted isolated soldiers, ruthlessly slaying them and selling their weapons and armor. Olive Mountain Village, situated in the southwest of the Archimedean Empire, frequently suffered harassment from both soldiers and bandits. To remain vigilant and find refuge, some daring villagers roamed the vicinity. Eventually, groups of 30 to 50 banded together to assault straggling soldiers. They sometimes captured cavalrymen under the command of Dahir and occasionally treemen. This time, they seized a wounded Valkyrie warrior, while her companion managed to escape. As the villagers tended to the injured warrior, they leered at her exposed alabaster skin, harboring vile intentions. Though 3 villagers perished at the hands of the warrior's dagger during the struggle, the Valkyrie ultimately succumbed to their overwhelming numbers, becoming a mere plaything for these villagers. They reveled in their debauchery, as if violating the very essence of the Valkyrie kingdom itself. To prevent the female warrior from taking her own life, they sealed her mouth and bound her limbs with iron chains. In these tumultuous times, Even the seemingly docile villagers transformed into demons. Following the Olive Mountain incident, Lakshmi reported the situation to Queen Freya. Enraged, the queen instructed General Lakshmi to personally lead a cavalry to rescue the female warrior. According to the Valkyrie tradition, no warrior should be left behind. As for the villagers who perpetrated the violence, she left their fate to her discretion. Before long, the villagers hidden in Olive Mountain were systematically hunted down by the skilled Valkyries. When the female warrior was discovered, her body was marred with wounds, and she was on the brink of death. Upon seeing Lakshmi, her expression turned vacant, and she withered away like a fading flower. After dealing with several of the assailants, General Lakshmi carved out their hearts with a sharp blade to honor the fallen warrior. Glancing at her, the adjutant inquired about the fate of the captured villagers. Witnessing the tragic demise of her former comrades, the female warrior's eyes blazed with fury, gripping their swords tightly, ready to execute any command from their general. Lakshmi raised her right hand, clenching her fist. To release, it would signify the execution of all the villagers. At that moment, a little girl stealthily emerged from a hiding place, intending to retrieve an injured corgi. As she held the corgi and glanced back, her eyes met those of General Lakshmi. In that instant, Lakshmi perceived the visage of Frigg within the girl's gaze. Odin presides over war and death, while his wife Frigg governs marriage and family. The girl, cradling the corgi, looked tenderly at Lakshmi and smiled before slowly fading away. Awakened from her reverie, General Lakshmi relaxed her clenched fist and ordered the removal of the female warrior's body, departing from Olive Mountain. Years later, Olive Mountain became one of the most devoted regions to the worship of Frigg on the continent. Within the Valkyrie encampment, Queen Freya, Prince Asa, and General Dahir convened a meeting. Upon her arrival, General Lakshmi immediately joined their discourse. The queen and prince wore grave expressions. They had just received word that the White D tribe, long thought extinct, had invaded with 50,000 cavalry in the northwest of the kingdom. Reports from Wagner City and Black Horse City indicated that the White D cavalry was advancing rapidly, poised to besiege Black Horse City. If Black Horse City fell, Wagner City would soon follow suit. However, retreating the forces from Archimedes at this juncture would mean a complete loss of their efforts. Ultimately, upon General Dahir's counsel, the coalition resolved to hold their ground for 3 days. Should they fail to capture Archimedes within that time, he agreed with Queen Freya and Prince Asa to retreat. Since the hyena was contained by Jugal Eye at the Fort of the Tiger, Poseidon's plan had been rendered futile. Consequently, the strategy of the Valkyrie coalition shifted from seizing cities to executing a decapitation strike. On the first day, they amassed all their catapults and ballistae to focus their assault on General Surya's standard. By dusk, the Valkyrie infantry had ascended the city walls, drawing perilously close to the standard. General Pinghuji arrived just in time to disperse the enemy forces. Within the city of Archimedes, Grand Marshal Sulla discerned the schemes of the Walei coalition and planned to turn their own tactics against them. The following day, he ordered the command flag to be relocated from the outer city to the inner city. After a desperate assault, the Walei coalition finally breached the outer walls of Archimedes. On the third day, as on the previous two, the coalition focused their attacks on the command flag. Due to the urgency of the situation, Freya and Dahir suffered casualties exceeding threefold, yet the Walei soldiers struggled to ascend to the inner city. General Lakshmi boldly led the charge, cutting down Sulla's command flag by afternoon and casting it down to the ground below. Upon witnessing this, the Walei coalition erupted in thunderous cheers. Victory seemed within reach. In the distance, Sulla calmly informed his aide, "Let them have their flag. They seem to cherish it." With a single command, identical flags were raised on multiple battlements within the inner city. Simultaneously, according to previous strategies, Pinghuji concentrated all strong bows and crossbows to launch an assault on Lakshmi's position. Had it not been for the cover of the ghostly archers, Lakshmi's guard would have been annihilated. Not only did the inner city remain unconquered, but Sulla also reclaimed the outer city that the Walei coalition had just captured. Shortly after Lakshmi, battered and bruised, withdrew, he succumbed to his wounds from excessive blood loss. Queen Freya longed to commit her remaining forces to avenge General Lakshmi. Yet reason dictated against sacrificing more lives, especially with the White D army stirring trouble in their homeland. On the fourth day, Freya and Dahir's trebuchets continued their assault. Pinghuji inquired about Sulla's forthcoming military maneuvers, to which Sulla replied, "The heavens may rain, and the old hag must return home." However, just moments ago, he had seen her and Dahir riding outside the city on patrol. Prince Jose expressed some confusion. "Have you not noticed that the stones being hurled have diminished in size?" On the night of the fourth day, outside Archimedes, countless bonfires burned brightly. Observing such a multitude of flames, Sulla hesitated, questioning his own judgment. Erring on the side of caution, he commanded the army to remain vigilant against a potential enemy ambush. At dawn on the 5th day, the area lay deserted. Prince Asa had already led 7,000 cavalry toward Black Horse City, while Queen Freya took the remaining legions by ship to depart. As they passed through the Marius province, she declined her subordinates' orders to burn the enemy cities. Regent Odil had already set forth with 25,000 troops from Wagner City to reinforce Black Horse City, following her directives. Once commanding 40,000 legions in the east, now fewer than half returned. She felt a dual pang of guilt for her soldiers and solace that they would find peace in the Hall of Valhalla after death. The immediate imperative was to regroup her army and hasten northward to fend off the invasion of the White D forces. After Prince Asa and Queen Freya withdrew, General Dahir led 20,000 mounted archers on a new wave of plunder in the northern Norton province. Satisfied, they returned to the Kingdom of Hunters with 30,000 slaves and over 400 carts of spoils. The victory in the defense of Archimedes became a pivotal turning point in the Grand Siege. Governor Sulla of the Grand Marshal received an order to dispatch 10,000 legions to the city of Fu, who to assume command from Zhu Jia Li I. Upon receiving the directive, Ping Ho Ji sent troops to reclaim the provinces of Norton and Marlow. Following the suicide of Governor Guda, Zhu Jia Li I appointed Hugo of the Capet family as the new governor of Marlow province. Governor Hugo expanded the original capital of Marlow into a new city, renaming it Jiban City. Zhu Jia Li I arrived at the Mandala Highlands with over 10,000 elite cavalry, where he was joined by 15,000 soldiers under Herak and the young General Ping Zheng, as well as more than 54,000 troops recently dispatched from Utopia by Raphael. With this formidable force of 80,000 soldiers, he easily recaptured the city of Shilan and I, compelling the deity emperor to retreat to the eastern state. In Shilan and I, Zhu Jia Li I appointed Ping Zheng as the acting governor and General Fei Xiong as the acting administrator. Furthermore, he harshly reprimanded the veteran Herak, threatening severe consequences. If Herak wished to retain his position as governor, he must fulfill a task for the emperor. Subsequently, Zhu Jia Li I crossed the Lusha River with 30,000 elite soldiers, joining General Durant to repel the forces of King Robin, while also conducting a rigorous purge against those who had supported Robin's army, the Tree People. He declared, "I was too lenient with these Tree People. They should have been worked to death on the construction sites." Herak, leading 30,000 troops under the pretext of hunting for spies in the Kingdom of Hunters, stationed himself in the capital of North Mandala, Tenek. He personally executed Curtis, framing the act on the Kingdom of Hunters. With Curtis's demise, North Mandala declared its downfall. Herak further won over ambitious Tree People generals and subsequently amassed an army to assault Cusco port, driving out the Stone People. Upon hearing the news of the capture of Cusco port, Zhu Jia Li I was elated. "I relish the surprises from my generals." Thereafter, Zhu Jia Li I renamed North Mandala as Tenek province, formally appointing General Herak as the provincial governor. To prevent insurrection among the Tree People, Zhu Jia Li I generously granted the status of freedman to 500,000 Tree slaves. This act was ostensibly a fulfillment of a promise made to General Onda, but in reality, it was a strategy to stabilize the sentiments of the populace in Tenek province. Additionally, he instructed the jester to ensure that the gray whistles tirelessly disseminated animosity between the Tree People and the hunters among the military and civilians. The Tree People began to perceive their suffering not as a consequence of Archimedes, but rather as the doing of the distant Kingdom of Hunters. To alleviate the pressure on Su La and Onda beneath the walls of Fu Hu, the veteran Herak quickly gathered troops to sweep through the territories of the Kingdom of Hunters north of Tenek, achieving remarkable victories. It was only due to the reinforcements from General Desier that General Herak withdrew from the Kingdom of Hunters, returning to Tenek province. The Grand Siege lasted 3 years, during which Zhu Jia Li I adeptly countered the assaults, ultimately shattering the offensive from various nations. Within Archimedes City, thousands of captives from the Kingdom of Hunters and South Mandala were being escorted, and he strode confidently through the Arch of Triumph. Receiving the adulation of the crowd in Archimedes Square, the triumphal ceremony extended for 6 days, during which the city lifted the curfew, allowing the populace to revel in the joy following the great battle. In a protracted struggle lasting 3 years, the Commendation of Merit prominently featured the Grand Marshal Sulla. Emperor Zhu Jieli I appointed Sulla as the governor of the 2 provinces, seizing the opportunity to conquer the eastern state of the Hunter Kingdom. Furthermore, Sulla's son, Piteo, was exceptionally elevated to the administrative officer of the capital city of Norton's province, Polong City. General Wang Da, noted for his loyalty and valor, valiantly resisted the hyena army at the gates of Fuhu City, avenging the late King Curtis. General Durant was assigned as the administrative officer of Zolani City and is currently stationed south of the Quicksand River. Governor Collins of the Jiangbu province was reinstated to his former position, having balanced his merits and demerits. Emperor Zhu Jie initially intended to reward the elder Ping Huoji generously, but this was politely declined. Based on Ping Huoji's recommendation, General Fei Xiong, the acting administrative officer of Zolani City, succeeded Herak as the governor of Kakaka province. For the 18-year-old young General Ping Zheng, Zhu Jie promoted her to the administrative officer of Mandala City. The emperor's favoring of the Ping family naturally serves the purpose of counterbalancing Governor Sula's influence. Regarding the choice for the governor of the Uldi province, he rejected Belinkov's proposal and appointed the emperor's adoptive son, Nikolai, whom Empress Nina had secretly raised. Since their marriage, Zhu Jie and Nina had no offspring, which led to the secret adoption of Nikolai. It was only 2 years later that Empress Nina gave birth to their current son, Prince Dios. At merely 17, Nikolai harbored no feelings for the empire's faith in the god of harvest and displayed a cold indifference, reminiscent of a younger Zhu Jie. His appointment as acting governor of Uldi province posed a significant threat to Dios. As for the 15-year-old sole heir Dios, a military blunder led to the downfall of Governor Sergei of the Uldi province. However, due to his contributions to the defense of the imperial capital, no repercussions were imposed. To his astonishment, his father hastily arranged for his marriage to Jenna, the daughter of the governor of Belinkov province in the southern mountains. Prince Dios's wedding took place in Archimedes. Since the Great Siege, Archimedes has been in a state of reconstruction. Thus, the ceremony for Prince Dios was far less grand than that of his father, Zhu Jie. The attendees were predominantly from the main families of the realm and various provincial governors or their representatives, with barely any foreign guests present. The purpose of this wedding was twofold: to declare Dios as the heir to the throne before the military populace of the empire, and to proclaim to the world that Archimedes is the chosen nation, still the most prosperous on the entire continent. As Zhu Jie approached the twilight of his life, he began to prepare for matters beyond his reign. His immediate concern was to swiftly establish the authority of Crown Prince Dios. Hence, he discreetly ordered General Slade to assemble the Black Armored Legion, preparing for a northern campaign, while also instructing the newly appointed governor of Marius province, Hugo, to gather troops for a western advance. Once preparations were complete, he intended to lead his son on a campaign against Valkyrie, leaving the seasoned elder Ping Huoji to guard Archimedes. Chapter 26. Zhu Jie's Western Expedition. The Utopian Square was teeming with people, as Raphael and the soldiers and citizens awaited the triumphant return of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. In times past, I wandered, with willows swaying gently. Now that I return, the snowflakes fall thickly, against the backdrop of falling snow. 4,000 garrison troops and 10,000 tree slaves entered the city gates, marching proudly beneath the Arc de Triomphe. Upon witnessing the enduring beauty of the landscape, particularly when the Archimedean Pillar on the Goddess Lake and the Temple of Rushu on the Goddess Mountain came into view, their excitement was beyond expression. The general had faced countless battles, and the valiant warriors returned after a decade. Yet, those who had fought for merely a year felt as though they had lived through a century. When they set forth, the garrison comprised 10,000 men. But now only 4,000 had returned, with a staggering casualty rate of 60%. The Tree Slave Army had initially numbered 44,000, yet only 10,000 returned, suffering a casualty rate close to 80%. Upon their arrival at Utopia Square, Raphael conducted a grand requiem in the name of the deities Rushu and Geb. A choir composed of numerous tree men began to sing. The requiem once performed in the temple of Geb resonated throughout Utopia Square. The morning dew was exquisite, akin to the tears of Geb. The splendid green edifice seemed to collapse into the embrace of Geb, whispering, whispering, descendants of Geb, we shall live for 1,000 years. Whispering, whispering, descendants of Geb, we have only lived for a fleeting moment. Whispering, whispering, a millennium is too brief, a moment is too long. Whispering, whispering, life and death are but a fleeting illusion. Whispering, whispering, life and death are but a fleeting illusion. The following day, to celebrate the return of the soldiers, Raphael adorned several generals with wreaths and announced promotions, honoring many human warriors. Most unforgettable for the tree men was that 10,000 tree slaves received documents of freedom and were granted a small plot of farmland. Thank you, Geb, the omnipotent Geb. We are finally free. From henceforth, these tree men could cultivate their own land with their hands and create their own wealth. Some intended to sell their land or hire laborers, while they themselves served in military camps or governmental offices. Others sought work in the mills, lumber yards, or even became mercenaries. Many tree slaves lamented, wishing they had resolutely chosen to enlist in the army. After conducting the requiem and the triumphal ceremony, Raphael returned to the administrative residence to handle routine tax forms and archives, beginning to draft a petition to the emperor. The annual Rushu festival was approaching, and he earnestly invited Emperor Jigalisai I to partake in the celebration in the directly governed Utopia. If granted, it would be the utmost glory for the military and citizens of Utopia. He had written similar petitions twice before and wondered if this time, amidst the jubilation of reclaiming the Dao West province, the emperor would acquiesce. For over 3 years, the Great Siege had left the entire continent in turmoil, bustling with war, suppression, and taxation. Utopia, nestled in a quiet corner of the western edge of the continent, remained relatively tranquil. Through years of diligent effort, Raphael had successfully transformed Utopia into a renowned city. The population of the capital had doubled from its original 200,000. Once a barren land, it gradually awakened under the industrious hands of the tree men, slowly regaining vitality. However, expanding the oasis still required persistent effort in the future. Although the neighboring province of Dolphin is under the stewardship of General Slade, his preoccupation with military affairs has resulted in many responsibilities being delegated to Raphael. Despite the frequent back and forth between Utopia and Dolphin, Raphael relishes the endeavor. He has even established a port on the western shore of Dolphin and is currently in discussions with the Kingdom of Suzaku regarding the opening of trade routes. General Lin Matsuan from the Kingdom of Shinpu has also expressed interest in joining the venture. Compared to the local tyrants, Raphael resembles an inspiring teacher. Beyond the military and political duties, he encourages proponents to actively implement proposals concerning residential construction, commercial area development, farmland cultivation, and irrigation systems. Although he is nominally only the administrative officer of Utopia, Raphael has earned the moniker of an enlightened governor. Before long, Raphael received the long-anticipated reply from the emperor, permission to attend the ceremony. Upon receiving the news, Raphael was filled with exhilaration. He instructed his subordinates to discreetly prepare the imperial palace of Emperor Jugal I and ordered the garrison to heighten their vigilance. It was only through the unwavering support of Jugal I that the birth of Utopia became possible. Even now, he recalls the emperor's charge to transform Utopia into a magnificent city that no one would wish to leave. In Archimedes City, Prince Deus, filled with ambition, practiced combat skills in the training grounds. According to the emperor's plan, he would accompany the Western expedition the following year. At 18, he displayed his robust physique, skillfully dodging attacks with wooden swords alongside several soldiers. Soon, solemn drums resounded as Emperor Jugal I, flanked by the Imperial Guard, made a sudden appearance at the training grounds. One by one, the soldiers knelt in reverence. The emperor commanded the training to continue while he observed from the sidelines. Noticing the wooden sword his son wielded, he ordered it replaced with a steel sword, and several accompanying guards were also provided with real weapons. Initially, the soldiers avoided engaging the prince, but after receiving a reprimand from the emperor, they began to attack fiercely. 3 soldiers grappled with the prince, causing blood to flow from his mouth and a wound to his back. Had the emperor not sounded the wooden bell, no one would have ceased their combat. Deus cast a glance at his father, silently pleading for mercy. If this continued, he might perish beneath the swords of the 3 soldiers. Unmoved, Emperor Jugal I maintained a resolute gaze upon him. With a fierce shout, Deus resumed the fight, severing the head of one soldier, and the training persisted. The 2 guards quickly comprehended that the exercise had escalated into a life-and-death struggle, joining forces to attack the prince. Deus sustained a gash to his thigh, forcing him to crouch on the ground, despairingly awaiting his fate. At this moment, the emperor finally sounded the bell. Attendants assisted the prince to his feet, while the aged Jugal I, brandishing a treasured sword, stood on the training field. The 2 soldiers, trembling with fear, immediately knelt and relinquished their swords. The emperor gestured for them to rise. Should they defeat the emperor, each would be rewarded with 6 gold coins. If they were to perish in battle, their families would receive 3 coins in compensation. However, should they show mercy to the emperor, they would face immediate execution. Given the circumstances, the 2 unfortunate soldiers picked up their swords and commenced combat with the elderly emperor. Although nearing 60, he possessed a formidable physique, resembling a great gray bear. In merely 3 rounds, Emperor Zugali I severed the right hand of one soldier and placed his sword against the throat of another guard. The 2 soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, along with the family of the soldier slain by the prince, were each awarded 3 gold coins. Upon returning to his chamber, Zugali I imparted a lesson to his son. If you are to become emperor in the future, what is of utmost importance? To vanquish foes and expand territories. Enemies are inexhaustible, and lands are limitless. Employ trustworthy individuals and manage domestic affairs wisely. Yet, who can be deemed trustworthy? Should one revere the divine and bestow grace upon the populace? The emperor's deity is solely himself. The ignorant masses will curse in hunger and still curse when sated. To take matters into one's own hands and retain power? Our empire encompasses several provinces. Can you oversee them all personally? What should the ministers do? An emperor does not govern the realm alongside the people, but rather with the esteemed families. When you ascend to the throne, you must win over these families. However, remember this, you must never satiate them. Zugali I paused before continuing. Do you understand why I wage war in the south and north? To fulfill the grand strategy? Any plan is but a lifeless construct, while humanity is vibrant. I intend to conclude all necessary battles, and then you shall be a sovereign of peace. You are too weak. Warfare is not your forte. Do not be disheartened. This year, attend the Harvest Festival in Utopia on my behalf. Afterward, return to Eagle City. But your majesty promised I would accompany the expedition against Valkyries? Prince Dios felt a profound sense of grievance. Is that all? Zugali I tapped his son's wounded thigh with the back of his sword. Clearly, Dios's performance on the training field had disappointed him, prompting a change in strategy. His disappointment stemmed not only from Dios's defeat, but also from the absence of the requisite imperial ferocity in his gaze. Even if brought to the western battlefield, he would likely prove ineffective. Furthermore, based on the counsel of Ping Huji, it was advisable for the prince to solidify his position at home. Zugali I comprehended Ping's intention. Having both father and son on the battlefield was indeed unwise. Additionally, unrest had surfaced in Eagle City, so it would be prudent for the prince to address that. Dios was still too young and required further honing. Quelling the rebellion in Eagle City would also serve to elevate the prince's stature. That autumn, the administrative officer of Utopia, Raphael, did not meet the emperor but was graced by the presence of Prince Dios, which was better than nothing. During the celebration, Generals Slade and more also arrived to pay their respects to the prince. Thus, the young heir had nearly established rapport with the governors of most provinces within the empire. These governors were acutely aware that the old emperor was paving the way for the prince. However, compared to the demeanor of a sovereign, Dios still resembled a child. Following the festivities, he neither inspected the residential areas as Raphael had requested nor heeded Slade's advice to comfort the soldiers, but rather hurried to the lake of the goddess to fish, even inviting some courtesans aboard his vessel. It was only 10 days later, under the escort of General Moore, that he set off to return to Eagle City. 3 years after the conclusion of the Great Siege, having regrouped, Emperor Zugali I personally led an army of 30,000 elite soldiers westward. Upon reaching the city of Gibbon, he held an audience with Governor Hugo of the Merli province and prominent officials from the Capet family. As he passed through the Andar grasslands, Emperor Zugali I commissioned the construction of a memorial pillar to commemorate the valiant soldiers of Archimedes who perished in the Andar battle. Shortly thereafter, he assembled a grand force of 50,000 to assault the strategic stronghold of Heku City in the eastern region of the Valkyrie Kingdom. Heku City lies to the south of the Qingbai River, where the river forms 3 bends, thus giving the city its name. Faced with the simultaneous assaults from both land and water by Emperor Zugali I's forces, Heku City held out for a mere 20 days before succumbing to the siege. General Slade, leading an ever-expanding contingent of 30,000 black armored troops, advanced northward, capturing the military stronghold of Mush Castle in the southern region of the Valkyrie Kingdom. According to the plan, 2 months later, he was to rendezvous with the emperor at Wagner City. In the Eastern Empire, the 2 governors, Sula, concentrated their forces to launch an offensive against the Hunter Kingdom's Daodong province. Governor Herak of the Tennek province also dispatched troops to initiate an assault from the north. Under siege from both sides, Emperor Shishant repeatedly implored King Hyena to dispatch reinforcements. Hyena commanded General Dasher to advance southward to assist Daodong province. However, despite 3 orders issued, General Dasher remained unresponsive, igniting Hyena's fury. In the capital city of Yiming within Daodong province, Emperor Shishant was fortifying the defenses, preparing it as the last bastion against the Archimedes Empire. King Robin of the Mandela Kingdom also sent troops to attack the Daoshi province in support, but they were repeatedly repelled by General Grant, stationed on the southern bank of the Quicksand River. In the previous year, as the leader of the Great Siege, both the Valkyrie Kingdom and the Hunter Kingdom faced retaliatory strikes from the Archimedes Empire. The continental landscape underwent a dramatic transformation, and the smaller southern nations, pressed by circumstances, opted for a stance of passivity, raising little commotion apart from their defensive postures. Humans often express themselves through endless warfare. Xiao Huang, reclining by the lake near Peiyu Farm, languidly sipped on a beverage, oblivious to the reasons behind such behavior. I too found myself puzzled. Just days ago, an envoy from King Robin visited again, but it seemed General Martin had once more declined their overtures. Were I in his position, I would have refused as well. The stone people stand no chance against humanity. Yet, I hold a different perspective. Perhaps General Martin has indeed grown weary, yearning for a life devoid of conflict. Everyone ages. Humans age, we stone people. And even you green fellows will all inevitably grow old. From the tiniest speck of dust to the vast universe, all shall age. This is the immutable law of existence. Xiao Huang tilted his head at me, suggesting that we might have lingered here for too long, and whether we should venture elsewhere while I still possessed the vigor to move. Elsewhere? Where? Oh, you are indeed quite loquacious. Anywhere will suffice. As long as it is not here. I have had enough. Just then, a bluebird from the direction of Fuhu City flew toward me, landing gracefully upon my shoulder. Clutched in its robust talons was a letter, an especially crafted golden token bearing a tiger pattern, seemingly a mark of unique passage. Quickly, let us see what it contains. Dr. Yuan Hua informed us in his letter that he had just received a confidential report indicating that Emperor Zhuli I had contracted a mysterious illness during his western expedition and requested our presence for a consultation. The journey westward is arduous, necessitating capable assistance, and he urged us to depart promptly. At present, he has set forth from Tiger Fortress and is en route to the Valkyrie Kingdom, imploring us to hasten to Wagner City for a rendezvous. As a venerable elder, we have no grounds to refuse his request. The letter merely mentioned that Emperor Zhuli I had fallen ill, yet it lacked any details regarding the nature of his affliction. Shortly after we finished reading the letter, the ink mysteriously vanished. According to Dr. Yuan Hua's explicit instructions, we must maintain absolute confidentiality regarding this matter. Before our departure, we deceitfully informed General Martin that we were embarking on a journey to the west. He could not accompany us far, but graciously provided us with the swift steed, Qin Song, for our travels. At that moment, we were unaware that this would mark our farewell. Subsequently, we learned that Sula's army had ravaged Peiyu Farm, and General Martin had fallen victim to the chaos. The sights we encountered along the way were harrowing. Aside from a few sizable farms, most of the fields lay desolate. The population of both stone and tree folk, along with humans, had markedly diminished. Years of warfare had only exacerbated the region's taxation, while erratic weather had driven many citizens into the mountains. The once familiar sounds of livestock were scarce, and skeletal remains occasionally dotted the roadside, unburied and forgotten. Due to our haste, the two horses at the front pulled the carriage swiftly, with two additional Qinsong steeds in reserve for replacement, allowing us to maintain a rapid pace. Thanks to the influence of the tiger-striped gold medal, we received warm hospitality from the officials at the way stations along our route, even indulging in a hot spring at one such stop. As spring melded into summer, the carriage meandered along a winding mountain path. The further we traveled, the sparser the population became, yet the scenery grew increasingly enchanting. Wild lilacs bloomed in abundance, appearing from a distance as a delicate lavender cloud. The gentle breeze scattered the petals, some drifting into our carriage. As we reached the depths of a valley, the carriage's speed diminished further. The winds within the valley roared fiercely, causing the curtains of the carriage to flutter tumultuously. The sound of hooves clopped rhythmically, soon overwhelmed by the howling winds. In the course of our journey, one is either captivated by the beauty before them or ensnared in their own contemplations. We all hoped to belong to the former, at least for this moment, allowing the lilac sea to overshadow all worries. Soon, we exited the Archimedean Empire, encountering a steady stream of soldiers and slaves transporting provisions along the way. At a military camp, we observed a newly erected medical tent, where a Stonefolk doctor was tending to the wounded while engaging in lively conversation with them. This physician, Freud, had been dispatched from Dr. Yuanhua's clinic. After a brief exchange, we learned that following the Great Battle of Heka City, the number of casualties was substantial. Consequently, Dr. Yuanhua had retained Freud to oversee the care of the injured. Due to a shortage of medicinal supplies, Freud gradually shifted his medical approach from traditional acupuncture and plaster casts to conversational therapy. In Xiao Huang's view, Freud's conversational therapy proved effective by enhancing the patient's cognitive resilience toward their ailments. We remain uncertain whether his therapy possesses universal efficacy. However, it has proven remarkably effective for post-war trauma syndrome. As we journeyed, the number of displaced souls increased, and the corpses lining the roads multiplied. We understood that Wagner City was drawing nearer. This marked our inaugural venture into the homeland of Lulu, the Valkyrie Kingdom, evoking a sense of profound curiosity within us. Despite having heard countless tales of Wagner City, the sight of it for the first time left us utterly awestruck. It is, indeed, a city perched atop the mountains. Surrounding Wagner City are undulating peaks, and amidst the dappled shade of trees, only a few paths lead to its gates. Our carriage wound its way around the towering mountains, occasionally allowing us to gaze down upon the verdant plains, rivers, and lakes below. After traversing 3 mountain summits and passing through a valley, we finally arrived at the foot of Wagner City. We are bewildered by how Julius I managed to conquer this formidable stronghold, for its terrain is treacherously steep, with many locations resembling impenetrable fortresses. The Valhalla warriors, fearless in the face of death, are ever prepared to meet their fate on the battlefield, earning the honor of entering the Valhalla temple. Thus, how did the Archimedeans breach this stronghold? Did a miracle occur? As dusk descended, our carriage passed through the grand city gates adorned with numerous bas-reliefs of Valkyries. Once inside the city, we sensed something amiss. Apart from the soldiers of the Archimedean Empire and the slaves transporting supplies, there were no civilians to be found, nor a single Valkyrie in sight. Within the soaring Valhalla Tower, we reached a side room to rest, awaiting the Emperor's summons. In the western outskirts of Wagner City, a wild horse ran amok, seemingly possessed. A group of black-armored soldiers eagerly attempted to corral the creature, wielding lassos in a bid to tame it. A bold captain approached the wild steed slowly, only for it to suddenly pivot, delivering a swift kick to his groin. Clutching his injured area, the captain's face contorted in agony as he staggered about for a moment, resembling a waltz, before collapsing lifelessly. The captain's untimely demise incited the fury of the soldiers. They unleashed arrows and spears, swiftly slaying the wild horse. As it fell, frothing at the mouth, a young officer ordered it to be taken to the kitchen, anticipating a hearty feast. Upon dissecting the horse, the chef discovered an undigested baby mouse within its stomach and reported this to the head chef. The head chef chuckled, dismissing it as trivial. Mouse meat can be quite delectable. Soon thereafter, a cadre of cooks began preparing the horse meat. That night, many soldiers savored the long-awaited taste of meat. During wartime, troop movements are frequent. Some soldiers are dispatched westward for vigilance, while others are sent eastward to gather supplies. As Julius I and Slade's black-armored legion advanced toward Wagner City, Queen Freya contemplated the predicament of fighting on 2 fronts, Archimedes in the south and the White D Army in the north. Defying the majority opinion, she ordered the entire military and civilian population of Wagner City to retreat northward, fortifying Black Horse City, and commanded the Teutonic Legion to hasten their reinforcements to Black Horse City. Faced with the overwhelming advance of the White D cavalry, she believed it wiser to concentrate their forces for victory in one location rather than divide them between 2 capitals in a futile resistance. Only after securing one stronghold could they aim to reclaim Wagner City. Under the shadow of Black Horse City, a gentle drizzle fell. Freya's silver-armored legion and Prince Ace's heavily armored cavalry were stationed outside the city walls, while Regent Odal commanded the catapults and crossbowmen. And Teutonic Legion commander Hausen wielded a massive axe, directing the heavy infantry. Within the western woods, a throng of horse and riders surged forth. As the White D cavalry advanced in formidable numbers, clad in crimson battle armor and mounted on tall steeds, their peacock-feathered helmets fluttered in the wind. The Valkyrie warriors understood that this White D force was not to be underestimated. For the White D, Black Horse City represented a prime hunting ground, and with their advantage in archers and cavalry, they were confident of capturing the city with ease. The king of White D ordered the horn to sound, signaling 10,000 cavalry to charge. Odal commanded the catapults to unleash their assault, and following 2 volleys, Freya and Prince Asa each led 5,000 cavalry into the fray, while the longbowmen atop Black Horse City began their own barrage. Prior to the charge, the White D cavalry hurled a multitude of javelins, inflicting damage upon the Valkyrie horsemen, before drawing their curved blades to commence their assault. General Hausen atop Black Horse City pounded his chest, anxiously resembling an enraged gorilla, yearning to join the battle immediately. The 10,000 White D cavalry were being overwhelmed by the forces of Freya and Prince Asa. Observing this, the king of White D dispatched an additional 5,000 cavalry for support, continuing the charge from both flanks. Simultaneously, he raised the command flag, signaling the 1,000 green-armored infantry concealed in the grasslands to the north and south of Black Horse City to rise and swiftly approach the walls with ladders. Upon discovering this, Odal hurried to the northern gate to provide support with crossbowmen, while General Hausen engaged at the southern gate. Outside the western gate, the Valkyrie cavalry clashed fiercely with the White D cavalry, with even more reinforcements struggling to find footholds amidst the piled fallen steeds, their blood staining the earth. The green armored infantry from the south, upon scaling the city walls, faced a devastating counterattack from Hausen's axe wielders, suffering heavy losses. Meanwhile, the green infantry at the northern gate, shielded by their round shields, quickly ascended the walls, inflicting severe casualties upon Odil's crossbowmen, with the northern gate on the brink of collapse. Freya commanded all cavalry to retreat into the city. Seizing the opportunity, the King of White D ordered his cavalry to pursue into the city, utilizing archers to retaliate against the bowmen on the western wall. As the city gates threatened to remain ajar, a squadron of silver-armored cavalry, under the command of a centurion, swiftly turned around, forming a line to launch a desperate charge against the pursuers. These cavalrymen felled many approaching White D riders, but were soon shot down by the archers of the White D king. With their sacrifice, the city gates were finally secured. After Prince Asa's cavalry retreated through the western gate, they hastened to reinforce the northern gate, overwhelming the green infantry below, while the infantry atop the walls, invigorated by Prince Asa's arrival, rallied to repel the enemy scaling the walls, toppling their ladders. Before more White D cavalry could arrive, Prince Asa hastily withdrew into the city, leaving his 5,000 cavalry reduced to fewer than 1,000. Just 3 days prior to the outbreak of war, the White D forces had already suffered the loss of over 10,000 elite warriors at the foot of Black Horse City. Accustomed to the open plains, they struggled with the siege, as the base of the towering walls lay littered with the corpses of White D soldiers, their blood seeping into the yellow earth, staining the moat a dark crimson. The defenders of Black Horse City also suffered heavy casualties. Once their arrows were exhausted, the soldiers resolutely clung to the city gates, utilizing rolling stones, hot oil, and even dismantled beams from houses. The banners fluttering atop the walls were already riddled with holes. Yet they remained unclaimed by the Baidi people. Observing their inability to breach the city through brute force, the Baidi king shifted tactics, leading his light cavalry to scour the outskirts, pillaging as they went. They set fire to villages, drove away livestock, and forced captured Valkyrie civilians into long chains with iron shackles. As night fell, the Baidi would kindle bonfires at their encampment, venting their frustrations over the failed siege through whips and humiliation. The cries of captured women and children echoed incessantly, carried by the wind to the defenders atop Black Horse City, their hearts aching with rage as they gripped their jagged blades tightly. Prince Asa stood upon the city walls, gazing at the devastation wrought by the Baidi cavalry outside, his fingers unconsciously digging into the crevices of the stone bricks. The sight of Valkyrie civilians strung together by ropes, the figures stumbling under the lash, the harrowing screams dragged into the tents. Each scene was painfully familiar. During the siege of Archimedes City, his own cavalry had treated the citizens outside in a similar manner. General Dasher had even laughed, proclaiming that fear could shatter an enemy's resolve more effectively than swords. Now, the very same sentiment seemed to manifest on the insignia worn by the Baidi leaders. Only the subjects had changed to his own people. Suddenly, a Baidi cavalryman yanked a rope, sending an entire line of captives sprawling to the ground. Asa witnessed a young boy attempting to shield an elderly woman beside him, only to be pierced through the shoulder by an arrow. The scent of blood seemed palpable even from such a distance, causing his stomach to churn. "Odin, is this the retribution you bestow upon us?" He silently pondered, the sound of iron gloves scraping against the parapet ringing in his ears. A sharp pain radiated through his fingers beneath the iron gauntlet, momentarily awakening him from his grim reverie. The cold wind atop the walls carried the acrid stench of smoke from the burning houses, a stark reminder that the villages he had ordered to plunder once emitted the same dark fumes. Retribution? He shook his head with a bitter smile, his golden hair beneath the helm drenched in sweat. Perhaps this was not divine punishment, but rather a simple truth. How one treats others will inevitably be met with the same treatment in return. Yet, how many lives would it take to prove this truth? The battle for Black Horse City prompted Prince Asa to contemplate profoundly, or rather, it transformed him entirely. Historical accounts often embellish the deeds of nobles and generals, while the tears and blood of ordinary people are scarcely acknowledged. As rulers strategized within their military tents, tracing their fingers over maps of cities to conquer, did they ever hear the wails of countless families behind them? Asa clenched the bloodied battle report, suddenly realizing that he had once been one of those strategists. During the military conference at Archimedes City, he had casually declared, "Even if we suffer half our forces, we must seize this city." Now, the acrid stench wafting from outside, and the cries reaching his ears finally illuminated the cold statistics. Behind those numbers lay mothers who would never see their sons return, infants perishing amidst the ruins, and women tirelessly washing blood-stained garments by the riverside day and night. Chapter 27. The Recapture of Wagner City. Wagner City. Dr. Yuanhua ambled into the modest chamber where we were gathered, patting the shoulders of Xiao Huang and myself in gratitude for our presence. His stooped figure flickered as he lit his old pipe. We inquired about the unfolding situation, and with a grave demeanor, he replied, "Next time, you shall see for yourselves." 2 days later, we cautiously followed Dr. Yuanhua into the sick room of Emperor Zhegali. I had encountered him years ago in Eagle City. As the supreme commander of the Allied forces, Zhegali I possessed a chiseled countenance and a resolute expression that inspired an immediate sense of awe. Both the Archimedeans and warriors from Valkyria, Hunter Nation, and other realms held him in deep respect, for he alone could lead the Allies in their defense of Eagle City. He was a figure of great complexity. The brutal tactics employed in Wild Lily City branded him a chaotic demon in the eyes of the populace, while his victory over the demonic forces in Dongling earned him the title of a great savior. We had also heard tales of his exploits during the Great Siege. Governing an empire of millions, he faced the sudden assaults from various nations with composure, inflicting severe blows upon his adversaries, a feat in itself that bordered on the miraculous. In the West, he not only explored the new continent of Swentovia, facilitating the construction of the magnificent city of Utopia, but he had recently conquered Wagner City, the capital of the Valkyrie Kingdom. All glory was attributed to Zhegali I, and the inhabitants of the Archimedean Empire had never felt such a profound sense of national pride. The provinces of the empire continually expanded, granting indigenous individuals citizenship through imperial pardons, donations of assets, and military service. These newly minted citizens, whether they were tree people, stone people, or the rare fish people, gradually transformed their identities. They were more inclined to declare themselves Archimedeans than mere followers of any deity. To maintain dominion over the newly occupied territories, Zhegali I even conferred a degree of autonomy to certain regions, including towns like Napu and Bayalat. The Valkyries were a fiercely combative people, whose conversations were rife with references to Valhalla and their battle cry, "To die in battle is an honor." They arrogantly propagated the worship of Odin, which only intensified the discontent among the populace towards the local government. Zhegali I, however, prioritized the empire's present glory above all. Regardless of the residents' spiritual affiliations, as long as they served the empire, they were entrusted with significant responsibilities. In summary, Zhegali I not only forged a vast empire, but also ushered in a new era. Through the yellow and white striped curtains, we hazily perceived Zhegali I lying on the sickbed. He had been in a coma for over a month, his body punctuated with needles. Dr. Yuanhua beckoned us to enter. Xiao Huang gently propped him up, while I offered the prepared medicinal paste. A courtier shot me a disapproving glance, only permitting me to feed it to Zhegali I after first testing it on a nearby eunuch. Dr. Yuanhua rolled up the emperor's pant leg, revealing numerous blisters. Upon witnessing this, the courtier nearly burst into tears. A foul stench permeated the air, and all present realized the grave danger of Zhegali I's condition was escalating. After our withdrawal, Wagner City was placed under strict martial law, enforcing a stringent curfew that commenced at 4 o'clock. From that hour onward, the city gates were barred, allowing only military personnel to enter or exit. Rumors circulated that the emperor's condition had improved, with General Slade mobilizing troops for an impending northern campaign against Black Horse City. However, this narrative starkly contrasted with the reality we had witnessed. In truth, the ailment of Emperor Zhegali I had only worsened, rendering any notion of recovery implausible. We consulted Dr. Yuanhua, who remained non-committal and advised us to refrain from speculation. 3 days later, after administering acupuncture and medication to Emperor Zhegali I, Dr. Yuanhua summoned us to the pinnacle of the tower. Within that stone chamber, an assembly of nobles had gathered, the exact timing of which was unknown. Elder Pinghuji, having been summoned, presided over this clandestine meeting, as he was the emperor's most trusted minister. To speak candidly, will our emperor awaken? Pinghuji inquired, his gaze fixed upon us. Dr. Yuanhua responded, the nature of the emperor's ailment remains unclear. Were he younger, the chances of revival would be significantly greater. However, his tone suggests otherwise. Present were various dignitaries: Finance Minister Kong Fong, Chief of the Grey Whistle Jokers, Utopian Administrator Raphael, Governor of Ukapa Province Moore, Governor of the South Sea Province Nelson, Governor of Shannon Province Belinkov, Governor of Malayo Province Hugo, Acting Governor of Old Province Nicola, Administrator of Norton Province's Palang City Podio, governor of Ganbu Province Collins, and governor of Kaka Province Feixiong, along with the recently arrived governor of Tenek Province, Herak. Pinghuji inquired, "Where is Crown Prince Dios?" Kongfang replied, "The Crown Prince should still be en route. He ought to have arrived by now." The one-armed Governor Nelson interjected, "I have arrived. The Crown Prince should have been here long ago." Belinkov, the seasoned general, remained silent, his concern palpable. "And what of Governor Sula?" Kongfang stated, "We have informed Sula. Yet he claims to be embroiled in battle alongside General Tathagata and cannot extricate himself." Belinkov retorted, "What do you mean, cannot extricate? That bald general appears to be quite self-satisfied." "Do not speak ill of my father," protested Podio, Sula's son. Herak intervened. "You are in the south and remain unaware of the perils we face in the north." "What's wrong with the north? Are our southern legions inferior to yours?" Belinkov countered defiantly. The two veteran generals exchanged heated words, their voices rising in contention. Raphael called for silence. "Let us hear what the elder has to say." He turned to Pinghuji, whose prestige within the empire was unparalleled, making him the most qualified to inherit the throne. This matter of great significance had previously been broached with the elder, but Pinghuji had interrupted, unwilling to encroach upon the throne due to considerations of loyalty and familial ties. "Gentlemen," Pinghuji proclaimed, "we must prepare for the worst, should the emperor fail to awaken." "Father will not fail to awaken," Nicola interjected, his tone layered with ulterior motives. Nelson harbored a foreboding suspicion. Could it be that Nicola had dispatched an assassin to eliminate Prince Dios? "We are merely speculating." The seasoned veteran Slade spoke up, expressing his disdain for this foster son, who remained in his mind the naive youth who once rode upon the lake of the goddess. The history of the Slade family is as ancient as that of the Ming and Ping clans. Although Emperor Jugal I held the throne, his lineage was not illustrious, and he had always harbored resentment towards the emperor. Particularly after aiding the emperor in conquering the continent of Swantovia, he found himself ensnared in suspicion, granted only half the authority to govern. When the matter of the heir apparent arose, Pinghuji was abruptly interrupted by Nicola. "While our father the emperor still lives, you would discuss successors? What is your intent?" Nicola, emboldened by the favor of Queen Nina, spoke with impunity. "It is undoubtedly Prince Dios," declared Belinkov, the father-in-law of Dios. As he slammed his fist upon the table, the southern generals present, including Governor Nelson and Governor Moore, expressed their unwavering support. Belinkov's aide further added, "Old Zhao of the Southern and Province and Spoon of Gloom have instructed me to represent them, all in steadfast support of Prince Dios." Pudio voiced his discontent. "We must consult Governor Sula's opinion. Your father is but a pawn." Belinkov contemptuously retorted, prompting raucous laughter among the assembly. Nicola protested, "Dios is but a farce. Have you all forgotten how Sergei met his demise?" He deliberately reminded the governors of the reckless assault by Dios at the gates of Archimedes City, which had cost the life of the former governor Sergei of the Altai province. The meeting ended in discord. Even we three observers were acutely aware that upon the emperor's demise, the Archimedean Empire might plunge into fragmentation. After the session, the governors discreetly departed from Wagner City. 7 days later, Emperor Jugal I passed away. Elders Pinghuji, the chief jester of the Grey Whistle, and Finance Minister Kongfang convened, deciding to keep the death a secret and ordering the entire army to withdraw from Wagner City, publicly announcing a return to the capital. The rationale for the withdrawal was to claim that the emperor had received divine revelation from the goddess of harvest, granting mercy and forgiveness to the Valkyries. As Dr. Yuanhua and the two of us were packing our belongings, a stone-faced man burst in, reporting that many had fallen ill outside the southern gate and urgently requested our assistance. Within the stone house by the southern gate, a group of wounded Archimedeans lay in agonizing moans, seemingly abandoned. Their complexions were ashen, their faces gaunt, and they incessantly scratched at their skin. The blood seeping from their lacerations was not red, but black. Dr. Yuanhua and Xiao Huang stood aghast, almost in unison exclaiming, "It is the plague." No wonder the Archimedeans sought immediate evacuation from this place. In Black Horse City, Freya received reports from patrolling soldiers. The White D army had suddenly retreated, leaving behind nearly 10,000 corpses. Upon confirmation of the plague by the Valkyrie sorcerers, the Queen advised sealing off Black Horse City. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Queen Freya did not merely order the lockdown of Black Horse City, but decreed the entire Valkyrie kingdom be sealed off. She took the lead in orchestrating a grand Valhalla festival, beseeching the blessings of the gods Odin and Frigg to shield Black Horse City from the ravages of plague. At the behest of Prince Asa, who expressed his willingness to reclaim Wagner City, the Queen, mindful of his status as her sole heir, appointed Regent Oder and General Hausen of the Teutonic Legion to march southward, ensuring they donned masks for their safety. The journey was fraught with corpses, left unattended along the way. Upon the arrival of Oder and Hausen's 6,000 troops at Wagner City, they discovered it to be but a desolate shell. Miraculously, the Archimedean Empire had spared the city from destruction. Blessings from Odin. General Hausen was tasked with covering the bodies both within and outside the city with white powder before gathering them for cremation outside the walls. To prevent contagion, warning signs bearing skulls were placed in the afflicted areas. In both Black Horse City and the newly reclaimed Wagner, the officials issued edicts to the populace, urging them to avoid gatherings. Some villages attributed the outbreak of plague to witchcraft, leading them to hunt down and execute suspected witches by fire. During this tumult, General Hausen proposed the reclamation of Riverbend City and Mushy Castle, a suggestion met with disapproval from Oder. The immediate priority was to stockpile provisions, summon physicians, and weather this crisis. Oder was taken aback when, 10 days later, news arrived from Mushy Castle, after the main forces of Slad departed. The locals had banded together to retake the castle. The military and civilians of towns such as Knapp and Baidow had also returned to the rule of Valkyrie. Oder commanded the fortification of local defenses, not only to guard against the counteroffensive from the Archimedean forces, but also to remain vigilant against the spread of plague. Following the death of Emperor Zhuge, physician Yuanhua also passed away, succumbing without illness. Little Huang believed that physician Yuanhua had received a summons from the god Apollo. When he died, the room shimmered with golden light. According to the traditions of Hippocrates, any stone figure that saved millions of lives could be interred at Apollo's sanctuary after death. Little Huang and I loaded physician Yuanhua's body onto a cart, heading towards the sanctuary of Apollo in Coast City. Years later, physician Yuanhua was honored with the title of Saint Yuanhua in every place he had visited. Be it Eagle City, Riverbend City, or Wagner City, people spontaneously erected shrines in his memory. Whenever this was mentioned, Little Huang beamed with pride, as if sharing in the glory of Saint Yuanhua. Following physician Yuanhua's final instructions, we endeavored to warn the Archimedean expeditionary forces to garrison locally, avoiding the peril of bringing the plague back to Archimedes. Before we could utter more, physician Yuanhua departed from us forever. Yet, the 3 letters we sent via the Azure Bird went unanswered. The clowns, Kong Fong, and Slad surely dismissed our counsel, as they observed the entire army brimming with vitality, showing no signs of plague infection. Physicians are often inclined to exaggerate, seeking attention. If they truly possessed the capability, our emperor would not have succumbed to illness. We traveled in 2 carriages, one following the other, bearing the remains of Dr. Yuanhua eastward. As we passed through the capital of the Marliao province, Jibin City, we were greeted by Dr. Freud, who expressed his intention to return to the Yuanhua Medical Institute in Eagle City as soon as he had concluded his affairs here. He also assured us that he would remain vigilant regarding the plague and take necessary precautions. After bidding farewell to Dr. Freud, we continued on our way and soon encountered a local funeral. The ceremony was presided over by a priest clad in white vestments, and the procession was remarkably large. When we inquired about the deceased, the nearby residents were unable to provide an answer, merely suggesting that it must be a noble from the Cape family, as Governor Hugo would not have attended otherwise. Fortunately, the plague we had feared had yet to manifest in the Marliao province, which offered some solace. The funeral was indeed peculiar. The choir's repeated chant of Ah added an air of solemnity and mystery. All others remained silent, their identification badges dimmed beneath their black robes. Perhaps it was only in such circumstances that silence represented the most fitting demeanor for humanity. As we navigated through graves of various sizes, Xiao Huang and I endeavored to move closer, only to discover that the mourners were facing neither gravestones nor graves. Each person wore a high-crowned hat and black robe, their heads bowed in silence, with only the repetitive chanting and the howling winds reminding us that this was not a mute performance. What a bunch of lunatics! Xiao Huang exclaimed as he returned to the carriage, venting his frustrations over a funeral devoid of a corpse. I truly wonder what they are mourning. Observing the scene before me, I was reminded of a great writer who once said, "Death is the great equalizer and the greatest freedom." Reflecting on this, I fell silent, feeling that all that had transpired was perfectly appropriate. Chapter 28. The division of the empire. As we passed through Archimedes, we observed the entire city draped in sackcloth, indicating that the empire had announced the death of Emperor Zhuge. Xiao Huang, ever the enthusiast for spectacle, turned to me and asked, "Shall we not enter the city to witness it? What is there to see?" Funerals are never about honoring the deceased. They are merely a display for the living. Are you quite certain you do not wish to go? You are such a bore. Let us be on our way. Xiao Huang had changed, He appeared indifferent to everything, even dismissing the grandeur of a state funeral attended by millions. Ever since Dr. Yuanhua's passing, he had taken up smoking, languidly exhaling smoke from the pipe gifted to him by the late doctor. However, there was a semblance of truth in his earlier remarks. Death is the final solitude left to humanity, while the living, through ostentatious funerals, disrupt this solitude. Xiao Huang, would you kill a few in order to secure happiness for the many? If a few are dead, will the many still find happiness? Unless they cease to be human. And what do you think of Emperor Zhugalai? A madman. You are a madman too. Xiao Huang replied, growing impatient. Less chatter. Let us hasten our journey. Descending from the city of Archimedes, the road stretched long and the carriage moved at a languid pace. I dreamt of a strategist adorned with a beard. Inquiring about his name, he identified himself as Jifa Shou. Jifa Shou? That name rings a bell. Allow me a moment to ponder. Are you not a venerable elder of the Archimedes Republic? You must be the Great Chua? How did you come to that conclusion? The Cloaked One divulged it to me. I am familiar with the Cloaked One. Where is he now? He has departed, left this place. Will he return? He has not merely left the continent. He has departed from this planet. Are you suggesting he will never return? That seems to be the case. By the way, did you ever offer any counsel to the Archimedes Republic? Are you referring to the 8 Directions proposal? The 8 Directions proposal? That name is somewhat familiar, though I cannot be certain. You know everything. You have simply forgotten, Jifa Shou remarked with a smile. The 8 Directions proposal. Are you intending to conquer the entire continent? He chuckled softly. Conquer? Perhaps. You are aware that the emperor has passed away, correct? Indeed. What is your opinion of Emperor Zhugalai? A spoiled child. A spoiled child? Who indulged him? It is the first time I have heard such an assessment of an elderly man, especially one as formidable as the old emperor. Initially, I presented 2 versions of the 8 Directions proposal. One was the Mente plan, which Zhugali firmly believed would conquer the continent. The other was entirely different. What was it? Do you comprehend the fundamental purpose of establishing a nation? To levy taxes, suppress rebellions, wage wars, and ensure the loyalty of the populace? You are merely describing the current state, not the original intent. Then what is the original intent? Is it not to engage in mutual conflict with other nations? Vying for supremacy? Ah, he sighed. What if nations did not need to engage in mutual conflict and competition? Then, the existence of nations would hold no significance. Do you enjoy eating apples? They are acceptable. If, during a 10-day journey, you had but a single apple, what would you do? Surely, I would save it for last. I would have to ration it. What if there were 10 apples? 1 per day? And 100? 10 per day? Well, I might feel nauseated. If a person possesses 100 apples and consumes only 1 each day during a 10-day journey, what do you think? Does he not enjoy apples? Or perhaps he prefers to let them rot. Is there a possibility that he actively shares the excess apples with others? He returned to the main topic. The reason I proposed the 8 Directions proposal was to remind the rulers of various nations that regardless of how many apples they possess, they must consume them at a rate of 1 apple per day. I do not understand. Why is that? Your reasoning is rather convoluted. One cannot always travel alone. A nation cannot consist of only a single individual. When you realize you need to eat an apple, your companions also require sustenance. Regardless of how much one possesses, one can always take only a portion. In such a scenario, companions may forget your benevolence while indulging in the fruits of the apple. Should you choose to take more than your share, your consumption will diminish what your companions can enjoy, perhaps even depriving them entirely of the apples. In the pursuit of more, you may resort to seizing from others. You justify this act of thievery to your companions by claiming it is for their benefit, that they too might partake of the apples. In truth, you have strayed far from the path. He continued, asserting that if rulers of the vast realms understood this principle, conquest would be rendered unnecessary, achieving a victory without subjugation. How so? It entails a triumph devoid of the need for conquest, whether it be Mont or Zhujieli. They fail to grasp this truth, perpetually demanding more apples while imposing various values and meanings. What is the outcome? Do the masses truly possess more apples? The increase is not in the apples, but in the insatiable greed for acquiring more apples. Therefore, do you not perceive Zhujieli as a spoiled child? Your assertion bears semblance to reason. I sense the essence of Kropotkin in Jifa Shou's words, yet I cannot ascertain whether he genuinely comprehends him. However, the populace is governed, not merely companions. The masses are indeed companions. Historically, rulers have sought to convince the populace that they are unworthy of being companions, relegated instead to the status of subjects. This belief is a source of numerous tragedies. Much like a boat and water, it is the water that can both support and overturn the vessel. Yet the boat declares to the water that without its guidance, chaos would ensue, leading to unending ruin. In reality, without the boat, water remains water. But does the boat still exist without water? It appears that Ji-Fa Shou is not a Machiavellian. He bears the influence of the Eastern philosopher Sun Qing. I inquired further. Returning to the topic of apples. If you do not seize the apples, can you truly prevent others from doing so? Humanity seeks security through war and plunder. Yet this only places them atop a powder keg. He continued to elaborate, stating that the Great Plan does not aim to eliminate apples, nor does it seek to eradicate their owners, and certainly does not advocate for the endless accumulation of apples. The deity that plants the apple trees, be it Geb, Odin, or any other, remains irrelevant. The divine has sown the apple trees, yielding a bountiful harvest, ample enough for all to enjoy. The truly fortunate will only take one. Presently, a group of mischievous children fervently plucks the apples, and more children enter the orchard. It is no wonder that conflicts arise. In their greed for apples, the children devastate the orchard. What is the consequence? One day, they may find themselves unable to obtain even a single apple, as the orchard dwindles and declines. And those who possess an abundance of apples become increasingly unwilling to share, ultimately facing a complete depletion at the hands of others. For those who have not received apples, no matter how you preach, their inclination to resist cannot be extinguished. After seizing the apples from others, they may initially seek to restore the orchard. Yet subsequently, the orchard's overseers and their descendants will again accumulate an excessive amount of apples. Subsequently, the orchard suffered a decline in yield, plunging into stagnation. Those who possessed a multitude of apples became increasingly reluctant to share them, ultimately finding themselves outdone by others. Upon hearing this, I pondered that rather than referring to the 8 realms of Ji-Fa Shou, it might be more apt to speak of Ji-Fa Shou's apples. This cyclical nature of humanity persists indefinitely. They fail to comprehend that the 8 realms signify a sense of boundaries, vast yet minuscule, neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, one cannot possess what has never been theirs. Ji-Fa Shou paused momentarily, deep in thought, and inquired, "Do you believe the Doph demon army arrived without cause? Are you implying divine retribution?" I replied, "Heaven does not punish humanity. Rather, humanity suffers from divine retribution." Heaven does not punish humanity. Rather, humanity suffers from divine retribution? I truly do not grasp your words. I exclaimed in a dream-induced daze. "Ah, did you call for me?" I said nothing. The driver, Xiao Huang, cast a glance my way. "It's nothing. I merely had a dream." I awoke, rubbing my eyes. "What was it about?" "Nothing. I just feel like having an apple." I raised my voice. Xiao Huang shot me a glare. "There are no apples." Another companion, Xiao Shi, who was driving behind us, overheard and chimed in. "Producing an apple. I have one left." Xiao Huang glared at him. "Get lost." He obediently returned to his driving position behind us. "Any news on that bald fellow?" asked Zhu Jieli too, his left arm bandaged, as he convened a court meeting at the palace. Finance Minister Kong Fong remarked, "He remains at the front line, preoccupied with battles against the Hunter Kingdom. Surely, he is involved in more than just warfare. Have you located the mastermind?" "We are still in the process of investigation," the jester replied. As the Crown Prince Josi was en route to Wagner City, his convoy encountered an ambush by masked assailants shortly after entering the province of Ald. Fortunately, General Boris of the Guard Legion fought valiantly, allowing the prince to narrowly escape death. Now, newly ascended to the throne, Zhu Jieli too has issued a stern order to Jester Xiao to spare no effort in locating the mastermind. In truth, there is no need for investigation. He is well aware that it is General Sula, the bald commander, who orchestrated it, seeking to frame Nicola. Such treachery is despicable. For the two governors, Sula and Jiosi's ascension to the throne constitutes a catastrophe. It is widely known that during the defense against the coalition of Walai, Sula dealt Jiosi a resounding slap. Following the death of Zhu Jieli, animosity between the two is inevitable, leading to an impending clash. During the period of national mourning, the newly inaugurated Zhu Jieli II issued a decree stating that, apart from Sula, Putai Ao, and Nicola, all other governors must remain in their territories. Without imperial command, no one is permitted to enter Archimedes City. General Slada, who once served as the commander of Zhu Jieli's Imperial Guard, now as a regional authority, swore fealty to the new emperor, kissing the ground beneath his feet. However, Zhu Jieli II ordered him to station his 5,000 Black Armored Legion troops in the western suburbs of the capital, forbidding their entry into the city. The defense of Archimedes City was entrusted to direct commanders such as Boris. Following the new emperor's orders, neither Sula nor his son, nor the acting governor Nicola of Ald, complied with the summons. Emperor Zhu Jieli II received word that the two governors, Sulla, were amassing troops and advancing towards Archimedes City. The governor of Tenochtitlan, Heracles, was incited to join Sulla's forces. In the northern province, Sulla's son, Pudeo, was also rallying men in preparation for a southern march. Kong Fong advised the new emperor to allow Elder Ping Huiji to lead the purple armored guards from the Wild Lily province to aid Archimedes city. However, Zhu Jieli too rejected this counsel, insisting instead on waiting for the armies from Eagle City, Grum, Mountain South, and Southern and to arrive. In these precarious times, he feared that Elder Ping Huiji's esteemed reputation might pose a threat to his throne. Within the confines of Wild Lily Manor, Ping Huiji and his wife, Min Junyu, cherished rare moments of tranquility. Recently, Ping Zhong, the daughter of the Mandala's chief executive, had visited the estate, playfully engaging with the lion dog. Their son, Ping Rong, was preoccupied with the steward, assessing the financial situation in light of the impending war. The aging elder Ping Yin immersed himself in painting, retreating from the world and leading a hermit-like existence, even neglecting to see his grandchildren. The admonition to refrain from disturbing their grandfather while he painted became the most frequently observed lesson for Ping Zhong and her brother. Recently, concerns over Elder Ping Yan's health had arisen, as he had not ingested a drop of water for days. Despite consulting numerous doctors in the city, they were at a loss. Thus, when Xiao Huang and I passed through Wild Lily City, Elder Ping Huiji personally came to greet us. Upon our arrival at the resplendent Wild Lily Manor, we were swiftly captivated by its breathtaking beauty. Bathed in morning light, the estate resembled a freshly completed oil painting, with colors so rich they seemed to flow. The iron gate silently opened before us, as if the manor had anticipated our visit. The verdant canopies cascaded like waterfalls, creating delicate silver waves in the gentle breeze. As we walked upon the dreamlike carpet woven from butterfly orchids and purple ground ivy, we startled several phosphorescent winged sprites with every step. The tulips maintained a perfect arc, as if guided by invisible threads. Most striking were the irises. Their blue so pure it appeared as though a fragment of the clear sky had been tailored and affixed to their verdant stems. The pond resembled a mirror, kissed by morning mist, reflecting the ever-changing cloud shadows. At the bottom lay several coins of indeterminate age, their patina occasionally glinting with a hint of gold. As we leaned closer to examine them, a fallen leaf suddenly broke the water's surface, shattering the serene tableau. The gardeners moved with the precision of clockwork, their pruning techniques imbued with a sense of ritual that maintained the flawless form of each plant. An elderly gardener looked up and smiled at us, his eyes crinkled with memories of spring. The purple armored guards patrolled with grace, their armor shimmering with a wine-like hue under the sun, their steps so light that they stirred not a speck of dust. Deep within the grapevines, the arrows of the blue-armored archers occasionally glimmered, reminiscent of blue robins flitting through the forest. Entering an antiquated guest room, Ping Huiji requested that we rest briefly, as he had urgent matters to attend to with his son, Ping Rong. Later, Madame Zhang Yuan sent us tea and refreshments, requesting our utmost effort in the treatment of Elder Ping Yan. In the elliptical lounge, we beheld several oil paintings by the esteemed elder. Aside from the renowned The 100 Locusts, we encountered the immense canvas titled The 1,000 Mice, where myriad mice crowded together, pervading both city and countryside, evoking a profound sense of oppression. One would expect a family of such noble lineage to adorn their walls with various courtly artworks, depicting heroes, landscapes, or floral and avian themes. Yet, the elder's paintings bore the essence of the infernal. Through these artworks, one could discern the elder's spirit enduring indescribable torment. Even the pastoral scenes gracing the walls, despite their proximity to trees and distant houses, were grotesquely distorted, exuding an ominous malevolence or a twisted aesthetic. Before viewing the paintings, we anticipated experiencing the elegance and splendor befitting nobility. However, what confronted us instead was the somber gravity and sorrow reminiscent of Paul Klee's Death and Fire. The content of the elder's paintings grew increasingly rich, as if the world were folded into itself, infused with the eerie hues found in Peter Bruegel's The Triumph of Death. Under the guidance of Madame Zhang Yuan, we entered the elder's chamber. To be candid, over the years, we have visited numerous chambers of nobility, typically adorned with lavish decorations, exquisite artifacts, opulent carpets, fine furnishings, and an array of refined beverages served by impeccably attired servants. Yet, upon entering the elder's bedroom, we were astounded. The moment we stepped through the door, it felt akin to a Neanderthal or cave dweller's grotto, devoid of any embellishment from floor to wall. The room contained only a stone bed, a writing desk, and a rough-hewn chair. The attendant, clad in a simple brown garment, was trimming the wick of a candle to prevent it from extinguishing. For one whose spiritual world is profoundly developed, Any ornamentation in their dwelling is superfluous. Conversely, those with empty minds or nouveau riches tend to gather a plethora of objects, cramming their living spaces to the brim. They yearn for their guests to inquire about the origins of each item, thus granting them the opportunity to regale them with tales. Should a visitor remain indifferent, their spirits inevitably dampen, leading them to conclude that the guest lacks an appreciation for art. The elder lay disheveled, resembling not a patient resting in bed, but rather an object discarded amidst refuse. Xiao Huang placed the elder's hand upon his own stone-like appendage to take his pulse, closing his eyes and remaining silent for an extended moment. Then, he gently tilted the elder's chin, finding no anomalies. The pulse was steady, the figure gray and gaunt. Food and drink forsaken, as if lingering between life and death. It was a manifestation of senescence. Is there hope for recovery? Madame Jiang Yuan cast an expectant glance, having heard of the stone doctor's prowess in health preservation and ability to prolong life. Let us commence with a decoction therapy. He shall partake of the stone broth for 3 years. 3 years. At the very least, 3 years. By Apollo's grace. At this moment, Elder Ping, having concluded his administrative duties, arrived as well. Madame Jiang and her son conferred together. Doctor, I have a rather inconvenient request. Given the current situation, might we stay briefly at the manor? It appears that he wishes us to remain and care for his father. I reminded him that one must always return to one's roots. We also need to escort the remains of Dr. Yuanhua to Coast City. There is no need for concern. He summoned his adjutant and dispatched a contingent of elite soldiers to ensure the safe transport of Dr. Yuanhua's body to Coast City. He reiterated with particular emphasis, there must be no mistakes. At this juncture, neither Xiao Huang nor I had any choice but to instruct our companion, the little stone man, to lead the way as we followed the purple armored guard southward. Residing at the Wild Lily Manor, we were treated with the utmost hospitality. To our delight, Elder Ping Huji provided us with chilled seafood from the South Sea and saline lake liquids. Truly, they are the epitome of nobility in the Archimedean Empire, possessing the means to procure almost anything. In the Archimedean Empire, it is rare to find a manor as historic as Wild Lily Manor. The ever-social Lady Min Junyu hosts various gatherings at her home almost every few days, from dawn till dusk. Most of these are women's salons, with a considerable number of female officers in attendance. After the festivities, Administrator Ping Zheng returned to Mandala, while his twin brother, Ping Rong, busied himself alongside their father, managing the impending civil strife within the empire. Since the clandestine meeting at Wagner Tower, Elder Ping Huji has increasingly placed his trust in us, inviting us multiple times to attend military and political meetings in his study. Xiao Huang jested that the elder requires our presence, not only due to our involvement in that tower meeting, but also because we have become notable figures since the onset of the war against the demonic army. Indeed, we are quite significant individuals. During our last meeting, we learned that Sulla and Heracles' forces had advanced to the eastern outskirts of Archimedean City, while Pudio's army had reached the northern outskirts. Slade's black armored army was stationed at the western outskirts of the capital, having received orders to enter the palace for a rescue mission, while Julius II urged the envoy to hasten the southern legions northward. It seems Sulla intends to target Julius II. On a night 20 days later, a contingent stealthily entered Wild Lily Manor. Julius II and the Empress Dowager Nina, under the protection of clowns and other guards, had fled south to this location. Both Xiao Huang and I were puzzled. We had not heard of an assault on Archimedean City, so why did the new emperor flee so swiftly? 10 days prior, Commander Slade of the Black Armored Legion had been seduced by Sulla, seizing the opportunity during his assignment to the palace to capture it outright. Logically, both Heracles and Slade, having served as the Imperial Guard commanders under Julius I and appointed as governors, were among the emperor's most trusted generals and should have remained absolutely loyal to the Julius family. Ironically, before the old emperor's body had even cooled, these two Imperial Guard commanders had joined Sulla's rebellion. It appears that the very subordinates who profess loyalty to a sovereign must be watched with utmost caution. Amidst the chaos, the widow of Elder Mint died in fear, while Julius II's guards suffered near total annihilation. In the midst of the turmoil, the loyal Grey Whistles swiftly initiated their retaliation. After Julius II's retreat south, a beautiful young maid was sent to General Slade's chamber. On the following morning, the populace discovered that the head of General Slade had mysteriously vanished, with the word traitor inscribed upon his belly. As the last rays of sunset swept across the bronze gates of Archimedes, the heavy hinges emitted a prolonged sigh. The gates creaked open, and the soldiers of the Sulla Legion surged into the main thoroughfare of Archimedes. The morning dew, still clinging to the capes of the cavalry, mingled with dark crimson bloodstains, creating an eerie hue in the twilight. Their hooves trod upon the pedestal of the statue of the goddess of harvest in the central square, where basalt bricks inscribed with the oaths of past kings silently recorded the fresh tread of battle boots. A few veterans deliberately wiped their blades with the captured banners from the Jugurtha era, the scarlet silk unfurling in the fountain, tinting the clear water with the colors of the evening sky. In the name of the goddess of harvest, Archimedes rejoiced for 10 days. The proclamations adorned every street and alley of the capital. For the next 10 days, the entire city held grand masquerade balls. Bakeries worked through the night to produce festive white bread, while golden embroidered curtains were newly hung at the windows of brothels. Wandering poets gathered at the end of alleys, transforming the verses of the Epic of Jugurtha into the lyrics of the praise of Sulla. Ironically, the central arena, which had witnessed the execution of Sulla's traitors just yesterday, was now carpeted with yellow roses, mourning the fallen heroes. Sulla stood upon the palace terrace, accepting a laurel wreath from the high priest. Generals such as Herac and Ptolemy surrounded him, reveling in the triumph of the coup. To dispel the doubts of the nobility who had previously supported the Jugurtha family, Sulla made a point of receiving them in the new palace. During the feast, he boldly announced the appointment of Navka from the Yongu family as the governor of the Northern province. The Yongu family had been one of the most loyal supporters of the Jugurtha family, and now seeing Navka entrusted with such a significant role, the nobles naturally felt reassured that Sulla would not persecute them. The festivities that night were particularly lively, filled with revelry, as many nobles returned home in a state of blissful intoxication. In a nation of iron, where emperors come and go, these hereditary nobles continued to enjoy their wealth and splendor, indifferent to who might ascend the throne. If one were to draw comparisons, Sulla, of old noble lineage, was both learned and martial, his wealth rivaling nations. His claim to emperor was undoubtedly more fitting than that of the inexperienced Didius. Soon after, Sulla was formally proclaimed Emperor Sulla I, with the joint recommendation of the 10 great families of Archimedes. To express his gratitude for their support, he swiftly made appointments. In a bid to appease the Slade family, Emperor Sulla I granted them a monopoly on the salt trade. Collins and Herac continued as governors of the provinces of Gambu and Tinnock, while Hugo retained his governorship of the Maro province, overseeing the city of Heku. Prince Ptolemy was appointed as the administrator of Archimedes, with Robert from the Bourbon family governing the province of Sventovia, while the province of Dosi was directly overseen by the emperor. As for the province of Dauphin, following the assassination of General Slade, Utopia's Raphael dispatched his trusted General Solomon to garrison it. Utopia and the Dauphin province remained loyal to the Wild Lily family, the Pei clan, thus escaping the control of Archimedes. As a former loyal servant of the esteemed Pinghuji, the governor of Kakaka province, Feixiong, resolutely aligned himself with the Wild Lily faction. The tiger-striped banner of the first Emperor Zugali began to descend, giving way to the heraldic emblem of the Sulla family, the Yangsakeo, which now served as the new standard. Thus, under the leadership of the first Sulla, the newly established Archimedean Empire, comprising 1 capital and 6 provinces, stepped into a new era. After Zugali II successfully returned to Eagle City, he promptly declared to the world that Sulla was a usurper, rallying the provinces to attack Archimedes. The empire's northern and southern regions exhibited stark contrasts. Northern nobles were accustomed to seizing lands and collecting taxes from farmers, with leisure activities primarily revolving around hunting. In contrast, southern nobles placed greater emphasis on trade, particularly the development of overseas commerce, relying heavily on economic activities. Even their pastimes reflected these differences, with southern nobles fervently engaging in fresh endeavors such as hosting salons and organizing expos. To the northern perspective, true warriors charged at foes on horseback from the southern viewpoint. Employing catapults, firearms, and longbows for distant attacks was the sagacious choice. Northern folk mocked their southern counterparts for their cowardice, while southerners derided northerners as barbaric and crude. Although Zugali II continued to refer to the nation as the Archimedean Empire, both the provinces under his rule and neighboring nations increasingly preferred to designate this southern empire as the Empire of Eagle City. The Empire of Eagle City encompassed the capital of Eagle City, along with the provinces of Nanhai, Nannan, Shannon, Galuan, and Ukapa, totaling 1 capital and 5 provinces. The governors of each province remained unchanged, continuing their allegiance to Zugali II. As for the province of Ord, it was controlled by Zugali I's adopted son, Nicola, who claimed the title of King of Ord. Out of respect for the Dowager Nina, Zugali II temporarily relinquished any ambitions to conquer Ord. Despite the fact that the Pinghuji elders did not establish a kingdom, both Governor Feixiong of Kakaka province and the Utopian administrator Raphael pledged their loyalty to the Pinghuji elders. Upon Raphael's counsel, Pinghuji appointed Solomon as the governor of the province of Dauphin. Solomon's effective governance extended the westward road, linking Utopia directly to the far western port of Dauphin, significantly enhancing trade revenues. Unable to resist the advice of several governors, Pinghuji began to seriously contemplate the matter of establishing an independent nation and involved the siblings Pingjing and Pingrong in the preparatory efforts. Within a mere 3 years following the demise of Zugali I, a multitude of long-simmering conflicts erupted among the old and new nobility, between brothers, within legitimate and illegitimate factions, and across the northern and southern divides. The Archimedean Empire fractured into 4 parts, leading to the establishment of the new Archimedean Empire, the Empire of Eagle City, and the Kingdom of Urd. Subsequently, the elder Pinghuji proclaimed the formation of the Kingdom of Wild Lily, which governed the capital of Wild Lily, the Utopian region, the province of Dauphin, the Mandala Special City, and the enclave of Kakaka Province. The greatest pride of Zugali I during his lifetime was his successful expansion of the territory of the Archimedean Republic by more than double. He could not have foreseen that within 3 years of his passing, the vast Archimedean Empire would splinter into 4. For historians, the fragmentation of empires stands as a prominent turning point in textbooks. For the common folk, however, it manifests as sudden and insurmountable walls erected in their lives. The once unbroken Archimedean way, which traversed the continent, is now fragmented by newly drawn borders. At checkpoints established every 100 miles, merchants queue patiently, awaiting inspection. Tax collectors wielding various measuring instruments engage in heated debates over the appropriate standards for levying taxes on goods. In the marketplace, individuals cautiously discern the myriad of newly minted coins. Though they retain the form of silver currency, their purity and weight have diverged significantly. The once unified currency, a hallmark of Emperor Jugaliri I's proudest achievements, has now given way to a frenzy among emerging powers, each eager to mint coins bearing the visage of their sovereigns. Merchants are compelled to carry scales or balances, weighing goods before negotiating prices. The border markets grow increasingly desolate, supplanted by small trading caravans navigating the gray areas, meticulously memorizing the inspection schedules at each checkpoint, relying on bribery and the cover of moonlight to transport their wares. Even the most ordinary households feel the myriad inconveniences following the empire's disintegration. Artisans residing in border villages discover that relatives across the river have suddenly become foreigners. Letters from daughters married in neighboring provinces undergo rigorous scrutiny before delivery. Even the candies once enjoyed in childhood from the nearby town have transformed into imported goods requiring permits for purchase. The chasm in understanding between rulers and the populace is starkly illustrated on the map. Those seemingly formidable delineations of borders are, in reality, scripts rewritten for countless families against their will. In other words, every new boundary etched by rulers on the territorial map may become an indelible wound in the lives of the common people. Chapter 29. The Plague in the Wild Lily Manor. What truly concerns Xiao Huang and me is not the disintegration of the Archimedean Empire, but rather the plague we witnessed alongside Dr. Yuanhua last year. At that time, we could not ascertain whether it was indeed the plague, nor could we determine its potential for contagion among the populace. Even then, we dutifully reported it to the imperial officials as per Dr. Yuanhua's wishes, only to be met with indifference. Following the outbreak of the Wagner plague, the Valkyrie Kingdom was the swiftest to respond, imposing stringent lockdown measures. The Valkyries, known for their aloofness and sensitivity, were long perceived by other nations as neurotic due to their reclusive behaviors. In contrast, the situation in Archimedia was markedly different. Even when news of the plague reached them, many dismissed it as Odin's punishment upon the Valkyries, believing it had no bearing on their own fates, for they worshipped the goddess of harvest. The general understanding of the plague among the populace was scarcely superior to that of cholera, and their comprehension of cholera was hardly better than their grasp of the common cold. To them, during ordinary times, daily deaths due to colds were commonplace. Why then should they concern themselves with the plague? Before long, the plague began to spread indiscriminately, first afflicting the town of Tsiuching to the east of Wagner City, followed by the Archimedean province of Malio. Initially, many sought treatment at the medical establishments, suffering from prolonged fevers. Eventually, however, deaths occurred inexplicably. Governor Hugo attributed the calamity to the city's sewage issues and dispatched personnel to address the drainage concerns in Gibbon City, yet his efforts proved futile. From that moment forth, the daily death toll began to rise steadily, escalating from a single household to entire blocks, with dozens, even hundreds, succumbing one after another. Governor Hugo relayed this dire intelligence to Archimedes. The administrative officer, Pudio, dismissed the matter as an overreaction to a minor issue in the Malio province. Meanwhile, Emperor Sula I had returned to the Doxy province, preparing to confront the deity of the heavens, with victory seemingly within reach. If news of an outbreak, such as the plague, were to reach the front lines at this critical juncture, it would surely demoralize the troops. In response, he allocated numerous physicians and resources from Archimedes City to the Malio province, albeit without any additional defensive measures. A merchant from the Malio province visited his cousin in Archimedes City and stayed for several days. Both he and his cousin's family suffered from persistent high fevers, having sought treatment at multiple medical establishments to no avail. Shortly thereafter, they, along with nearby friends, perished one after another. Upon learning of this calamity, several physicians and astute acquaintances discreetly fled, with some heading north to Norton province, others venturing east to Gongbu and Tenochi provinces, while some prepared to journey southward. The plague intensified alarmingly. Initially, those reporting the outbreak among the military and civilians were imprisoned under charges of slander, and eventually, the prison became a breeding ground for the spread of the disease. Ultimately, Archimedes City spiraled out of control, with an ever-increasing number of inhabitants dying within their homes. Some women, while purchasing cosmetics, would collapse from their high fevers, losing consciousness in an instant. It was not until this juncture that Prince Putio, in accordance with Emperor Sula I's orders, notified all provinces to implement stringent precautions. Archimedes City commenced a lockdown, with residents permitted to collect essential supplies only at designated times. The primary responsibility of the city's defense forces shifted from military protection to the collection and disposal of corpses. As the number of infections surged, the garrison also conscripted numerous civilians. Outside the homes of infected individuals, soldiers marked the premises with white skull insignias. In the villages, the rampant plague exacerbated local security issues. Many villagers were more fearful of starvation than the plague itself. The scant remaining food was either requisitioned by soldiers for the consumption of high-ranking officials or pillaged by nearby bandits. Various peculiar methods to combat the plague emerged among the populace. Some began to hunt rats, others started raising cats in abundance, while some soaked daily in hot springs. And others consumed copious amounts of ginger and garlic or took to strange concoctions. In comparison to the goddess of harvest, the temple of the cat deity flourished with unprecedented fervor. Many believed that the manifestation of the cat deity would subdue the plague. However, the temple's incense offerings dwindled within a month, as the congregation's gathering inadvertently accelerated the spread of the disease. The plague continued to propagate, prompting alarms in Norton, Gongbu, and Tenochi provinces. Common antipyretics proved ineffective. Upon receiving the news, the northeastern hunter kingdom sealed its borders, but regrettably, it was too late. An imprisoned soldier and 2 hunters contracted the plague, leading to a rapid transmission that engulfed significant cities such as White Wolf City, Ghost Red City, and Mani City in the ominous shadow of the epidemic. In the Kingdom of Wild Lilies, both Xiao Huang and I encountered numerous patients afflicted by the plague. Witnessing their relentless fevers and pallid complexions, we exhausted all methods, including acupuncture and plaster, to no avail. The capital of Wild Lilies implemented the most stringent protective measures. King Pinghoji commanded the construction of several isolation zones beyond the city walls to collect those infected with the plague. In addition to doctors and the guards tasked with collecting corpses, many priests were also dispatched. In the place where Emperor Jagali I had once quelled the miners' rebellion using their heads to build the capital, 3 crematoria now stand tall. Miners and crematory workers are compelled to handle hundreds of corpses daily, with the most staggering number reaching over 2,000 in a single day. Some claim this area has been chosen by death itself, becoming known colloquially as the land of the Grim Reaper. The enclave of Kaka in the Kingdom of Wild Lilies also faced a severe outbreak of the plague. Governor Feixiong deployed personnel to intercept and prevent the spread of the contagion. The Dauphin province, managed by Solomon, remained relatively unscathed due to its remote geographical location and sparse population, compounded by the prevalence of desert regions. In Utopia, numerous humans succumbed to the plague. They heard that the northern province of Swentovia was hit the hardest, with several military camps under Robble suffering significant attrition. The Black Arm Camp, originally the garrison of General Slade's legion, had later been elevated to the capital of Swentovia. This city primarily served the Empire's western campaigns and had a small population, which further dwindled due to the onslaught of the plague. Fortunately, up to this point, there had been no reports of the plague infecting the Tree People or Stone People. Thus, Raphael reported to King Pinghoji that, at present, the plague should not spread among these beings. Following the dissemination of this news, many humans disregarded the prohibitions and hastily infiltrated and smuggled themselves into the southern Mandara kingdom of King Robin, the Hippocratic kingdom of Queen Yu, and the coast kingdom of King Lushan. Particularly in the coast kingdom, predominantly inhabited by stone people and being an island nation, it became a natural refuge from the plague. When the plague reached the small kingdom of Urdi, King Nicola issued the strictest lockdown decree. Given the limited medical resources, he even tacitly approved of the Urdi guards shooting any plague patients they discovered on the spot. This extreme measure effectively controlled the spread of the plague within Urdi. Jugali too, much like the fifth aunt of the Zhuge kingdom, initially dismissed the plague originating from Wagner City. He suspected it to be a ruse by hostile forces to lure him into a preemptive strike. Consequently, they dispatched emissaries and spies to secretly infiltrate the north, only for the plague to be brazenly introduced into their own territory. Plague outbreaks erupted in various regions, including Eagle City, the provinces of Yukapa, Nannan, and Shannon, as well as in the Zhuge Kingdom's Rose Mountain City, Mist Valley, Herb Garden, Lingnan, and Shangfan. Amidst the widespread outbreak, many mildly infected individuals concealed their illness and continued to revel in Mist Valley and Herb Garden. As a result, these courtesans unwittingly transmitted the plague to other patrons. The brothels of the Zhuge kingdom faced numerous closures, while the resistance led by General Wilson and Prince Yoji grew rapidly. Originally, it was believed that the plague spread from west to east and from north to south. This perception changed when Governor Nelson of the South Sea province received reports from his subordinates regarding the discovery of several plague victims among soldiers on a sunken passenger ship at Weiji Island. Consequently, a state of emergency was declared across all islands of the South Sea province. Over the ensuing 2 years, the plague ravaged nearly every inhabited locale, be it grasslands, high mountains, islands, or mainland territories. To Emperor Sula I, the plague was undoubtedly a matter requiring defense. However, newly ascended to the throne, he longed to bolster his prestige through the conquest of the eastern Do state of the Hunter Kingdom. Thus, despite the new Archimedean Empire suffering the most catastrophic effects of the plague, with death tolls surpassing 100,000, warfare in the Do regions persisted unabated. Recently, the Grey Whistle and the Imperial Guards had been frequently mobilized in preparation for a clandestine meeting between Tsar Zhugal II and King Nicholas. In a manor within the Gloom province, the two sovereigns convened, deciding to seize the opportunity presented by Sula I's offensive against the eastern Do state to form the Eagle Wu coalition and launch an assault on the western Do province. To this end, they discreetly informed King Ping Huji and King Robin, who declined to participate. The Wild Lily Kingdom and the Mandela Kingdom stated they would neither support nor oppose the covert actions of the Eagle Wu nations. Enthusiastically, Tsar Zhugal II even coined a distinctive name for this endeavor, the Yellow Sparrow Plan. He subsequently appointed Belinkov as the commander-in-chief, Boris as the head of the Imperial Guard, and Governor Spoon of Gloom Province as deputy commander, collaborating with General Menshikov of the Old Kingdom to launch a surprise attack on the region south of the Liashahu River in the western Do province. On one front, Sula I urgently redeployed troops to assemble in the area north of the Liashahu River, while simultaneously continuing his offensive against the eastern Do state of the Hunter Kingdom. Within the Eagle Wu coalition, hundreds of soldiers had contracted the plague. Governor Spoon dispatched 200 stone doctors for support. As the plague intensified, the number of infected soldiers continued to rise. Thus, the Yellow Sparrow Plan of the Eagle Wu nations was rendered futile. Under the relentless advance of Sula's Northern Legion, the two nations retreated from the southern regions of the Liashahu River, paying the price with the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. For the entire continent, these 4 years marked a harrowing ordeal, with nearly 800,000 lives lost. The deaths of humans also provided an opportunity for the development of the Tree People and Stone People. In Utopia, the Tree People emerged as the driving force behind urban development, their status soaring, with an increasing number of tree slaves gaining the identity of free citizens. In Gloom Province, many Stone People were unwilling to submit to Tsar Zhugal II, reverting back to the worship of the god Apollo, with some even fleeing to the territories of Stone People, such as Weiqing and Koshi. During these 4 years, news of General Lin Matsuan and his Nupu kingdom had become virtually non-existent, as if the kingdom had evaporated from existence. At times, Xiao Huang and I reminisced about the moments spent with Lulu and Yaoji. However, to this day, we have received no word from either of them. In the Wild Lily Manor, the cherries have ripened and the bananas have flourished. The 3-year period of treatment has swiftly come to an end. The condition of Elder Pingyang remains unchanged. Xiao Huang and I have never lingered in one place for so long. To alleviate our boredom, we have wandered throughout the city and outskirts of Wild Lily numerous times. On an afternoon, Elder Ping Yin abruptly awakened, tightly grasping the hand of his wife, Madame Jiang Yuan. The display on the card failed to reveal any discernible message. Madame Jiang wept profusely, unwilling to accept the prospect of eternal separation from her husband. King Ping Huji had clandestinely prepared a coffin, readying for a state funeral for his father at any moment. Yet, Elder Ping Yin found himself ensnared in a perplexing limbo between life and death. He released his grip on his wife's hand and succumbed once more into unconsciousness. At this juncture, only one remedy remained. What remedy? Jiang Yuan inquired, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Dr. Yuan Hua had once spoken of a mysterious island to the west of the continent, known as Baichi Island. It was said to harbor many lost herbs, among which was a resurrection herb reputed to possess the power of revival. If such a herb could be procured and brewed into a potion, it could extend one's life. However, Xiao Huang was not entirely confident. I am willing to go to Baichi Island, Madame Zhang's card indicated. In the ensuing days, King Ping Huji and Queen Min Junyu tirelessly implored her to abandon her frantic notion, cautioning her against succumbing to a mere legend. Even Princess Ping Zheng and Prince Ping Rong sought to dissuade their grandmother, wishing her to remain. Typically gentle, Jiang Yuan transformed into a resolute figure, determined to save her husband at any cost, fully aware that death is an inevitable part of existence and that the elder's passing might be, in fact, the most natural occurrence in the world. King Ping Huji found his mother's stubbornness increasingly incomprehensible and pressed her for an explanation. Eventually, before departing from the wild lilies, Madame Jiang revealed the truth. 40 years prior, while preparing dinner before marrying Elder Ping Yin, her cousin had intruded upon her solitude. Taking advantage of her isolation, he had silenced her cries and violated her. That scoundrel? King Ping Huji inquired. He is dead. How did he die? He fell from a cliff while hunting. Good riddance. Such a scoundrel deserves no mercy. That scoundrel, he is your biological father. Jiang Yuan stammered. What? What did you say? King Ping Huji felt as though struck by lightning. After a lengthy silence, he continued to question his mother. Did father know of this? Jiang Yuan replied calmly. He knew. Therefore, I must go to Baichi Island. Although she was the victim, Jiang Yuan had felt indebted to Ping Yin since that moment. Even if she wished to disregard that painful chapter of her past, she could not bear to witness her husband's demise. While others might perceive Ping Yin as the demon responsible for the destruction of the royal capital, she was unwavering in her belief that her husband was indeed the great hero who saved Archimedes. Go, King Ping Huji nearly uttered without hesitation. This time, he made no efforts to retain her. He understood he should be grateful for Ping Yin's nurturing and moved by his birth mother, Jiang Yuan's endurance. Yet, in that moment, he could not summon any emotion. His mind raced with thoughts of either retreating into a rat hole or ensuring that all who knew the truth vanished from his sight. On the day when Jiang Yuan set off with her husband Ping Rang to seek Baichi Island, they waited for an extended period. Yet their son did not arrive to bid them farewell. Queen Min Junyu, accompanied by Ping Zheng and Ping Rong, expressed their apologies and conveyed the king's blessings. The corgi, restless, began to dart about, earning a reprimand from the queen. As the driver's calls echoed, Madame Zhang's caravan gradually receded, reminiscent of a solitary goose that had fallen behind. After the departure of the Ping couple, we found no reason to linger. Fortunately, the plague was slowly abating, and we prepared to embark towards the citadel. Just as we readied the carriage, a royal guard named Abdullah, donning a nose guard helmet, abruptly blocked our path, declaring that we could not proceed to the citadel. 3 days prior to the departure of Jiang Yuan and her husband, during midday in the village outskirts of Wild Lily, a group of men and women gathered around a well. Beneath the embrace of a banyan tree, men sat on wooden benches, cradling wooden bowls and consuming noodles. Meanwhile, women continued to pound clothes with wooden pestles, intending to eat only after their laundry was complete. Mischievous children dipped ladles into the well, quenching their thirst. Soon, the children began to squabble. A middle-aged man set down his bowl and inquired about the commotion among the little ones. Daddy, the water smells foul. Nonsense. How could the water possibly be foul? The women also gathered, having detected no strange odor while washing. Why then did it now emit a foul scent? An elder remarked. Perhaps a heavy rain is imminent. In previous years, during torrential downpours, the water would also develop an unpleasant smell. It's nothing serious. It will pass in due time. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and ambled homeward. Upon returning to their modest wooden dwelling, the 10-year-old grandson was feeding the family's 2 young goats. Typically gentle, the goats now roamed the pen restlessly, unwilling to quietly graze. Frustrated, the young boy struck them a few times with a leather whip before retreating indoors for his meal. As the plague gradually receded, the populace began to return to their normal lives. News spread that the king had decided to redistribute land, allocating the fields of the deceased to the living. The villagers pondered which lands were most fertile and which were the most barren. The Eden River, located to the north of Wild Lily City, flows eastward through the southern border of Mandala Special City, subsequently meandering into Daoshi Province and the Kingdom of South Mandela. The segment traversing Daoshi Province is known as the Quicksand River, while the portion flowing through South Mandela is referred to as the Val River, ultimately merging into the Eastern Sea at Pesoto Port. For the people of Wild Lily, the fields adjacent to the Eden River are the most coveted, followed by those bordering the forest, then the mountainous areas, with the least desirable lands being those near the marsh. Should they be allocated prime land? Even if it meant paying higher taxes, the villagers would welcome it with open arms. In pursuit of news, many began to circulate. Some brought pork and a few pounds of wine to visit the local gentry, while others wandered along the forest edges and riverbanks. The forest was surprisingly quiet, and it was unclear where the animals had retreated. In the Eden River, many fish began to swim westward, occasionally leaping from the water with a resounding splash. The Eden Bridge also showed signs of decay, with bricks and stones dislodging and plunging into the river below. Upon returning to the village, the inhabitants discovered fissures had formed in the roads. The village chief began to curse the craftsmen from years past, lamenting their lack of integrity and their penchant for cutting corners. Such occurrences were not limited to the outskirts. Numerous peculiar events transpired within the vibrant city of Wild Lily. The pigs belonging to Old Zhang in the Eastern District refused to enter their pen, breaking free and injuring several passers-by, only to be slain by the city guards with their spears. The water level of the fountain in Wild Lily Square had noticeably risen, and locals even managed to catch catfish and deep-water shrimp from its waters. At night, a thunderous roar echoed from the eastern side of the city, leaving residents perplexed. The recent sunsets were particularly exquisite, with fiery clouds painting the horizon in vivid hues. Beneath this stunning twilight, Wild Lily resembled a resplendent bride adorned for celebration. Nevertheless, the plague had finally receded. Bathed in the evening glow, the bustling populace reminisced about the myriad events of the past, feeling fortunate to still be alive. At dawn the following day, the shrine of the harvest deity in the western outskirts was teeming with worshippers, lanterns in hand, as they gathered to express their gratitude for the goddess's blessings. In the Hippocratic citadel, Queen Yu, now aged, faced the pressing concern of succession, as she had no heirs. The question of who would inherit the throne upon her death became a matter of national interest. The East Sea King, who resided around Landport, maintained a favorable relationship with the Kingdom of Kos. To the north, the territory of the Uzi King bordered the Kingdom of South Mandala, with a significant bond between him and King Robin. During the Queen's reign of prosperity, both the East Sea King and the Uzi King remained relatively subdued, merely indulging in their noble privileges. Even though they could converse freely, they wielded no real power, rendering them a silent faction. For nearly 3 decades, the nation had been plagued by turmoil, prompting both the East Sea King and the Uzi King to seek the establishment of formal private militias for their protection. Queen Yu rebuked them, emphasizing adherence to tradition. Subsequently, both vassal kings, disregarding the edict, began to recruit soldiers, a development that had long ceased to be newsworthy. In the eyes of Prime Minister Saka, Liu Shan was a traitor to the state, advocating for independence. Meanwhile, the East Sea King engaged in covert dealings with him, harboring ulterior motives. The Kingdom of South Mandala was deemed an enemy, yet the Uzi King, oblivious to the national interest, forged a personal alliance with King Robin, which was itself an act of treachery. Consequently, for many years, Saka had dispatched agents to closely monitor the actions of both vassal kings and stationed troops near their territories. Queen Yu's health continued to decline, and she frequently forgot her previous commands. This occurrence became so frequent that it grew intolerable for the civil and military officials within the citadel. A proposal emerged, urging the queen to promptly designate an heir. The day after this petition was submitted, the Apollo Guard discovered correspondence between the petitioner and the East Sea King within his residence. The evidence was irrefutable. He was imprisoned in the dungeon for colluding with the vassal king. Prime Minister Saka and his nephew, Gui Shuang, harbored ambitions to usurp the throne and would not remain passive. Yet, the populace was restless, and the situation unclear, prompting them to bide their time. Saka believed that to maintain control over the court, it was imperative to eliminate the influence of the East Sea King and the Uzi King. To this end, he secretly mobilized elite troops from the southern Kiniab region to the southern outskirts of the citadel, while discreetly instructing his nephew Gui Shuang to journey to the southern province to meet with Governor Belinkov. In the governor's mansion, the aging Belinkov was not in much better health than Queen Bayushi. In the aftermath of the plague, with a myriad of tasks awaiting attention, he had grown indifferent to many matters. Regarding military, political, and diplomatic affairs, he had largely delegated responsibilities to his son Tarajis, only adhering to the commands of the second emperor Zhejiali. When General Guishuang met Belinkov, their pleasantries quickly turned into a torment. The arrogant governor expressed doubts about the prospects of the kingdom of Shuren, while simultaneously declaring his reluctance to engage in war with them, lest the border fortifications he had constructed become futile. Upon Tarajis' arrival, their clandestine discussions commenced. With the support of a servant, Belinkov exited, instructing Tarajis to handle matters at his discretion. Should the queen pass away, both the East Sea King and the Yuzi King could potentially ascend to the throne. At that juncture, the Hippocratic Kingdom would either ally with the Mandala Kingdom or the Coast Kingdom, the general candidly stated. The Coast Kingdom? Huh. That old king cannot have many days left, Tarajis remarked, referring to King Lushan, indicating his knowledge of the Coast Kingdom's situation. If you support our Prime Minister Sejia as regent, it would be advantageous for both the Eagle City Empire and the Hippocratic Kingdom, the general continued. What benefits? Tarajis inquired, locking eyes with the Guishuang general. The general glanced at a nearby attendant, who produced a delicate, translucent box. Upon opening it, a vial containing a blue liquid was revealed. What is this? Tarajis asked. The light of longevity. This liquid has been crafted by the royal stone physician over a span of 20 years. Upon consumption, it can extend human life by at least 40 years. Tarajis' eyes widened. How do I know this is not poison? Only a trial will reveal the truth. The general replied. Tarajis summoned a 50-year-old guard to step forward. The general opened the vial and let a drop fall into the soldier's mouth. The old soldier's complexion began to brighten, his face rounded and rejuvenated, as if reborn. The effect of a single drop lasts only a month. Consuming the entire vial would grant an extension of 40 years. We are willing to present the light of longevity to Governor Belinkov. Truly marvelous. I have long heard of your Shuren's expertise in health preservation, and it appears the reputation is well-deserved. Tarajis accepted the vial with a laugh. 10 days later, Governor Belinkov of the Southern Mountains province died suddenly in the governor's mansion. According to the successor, Tarajis, this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Hippocratic Kingdom, and he subsequently gathered troops to launch an assault. Meanwhile, the East Sea King and the Yuzi King advanced towards the citadel with the support of the Coast Kingdom and the Mandala Kingdom, plunging the Hippocratic Kingdom into a dual peril of internal strife and external invasion. Within the Coast Kingdom's castle, King Lushan received the latest intelligence. Initially, the substance Tarajis had administered to his father was not the light of longevity, but poison. In truth, he had kept the light of longevity for himself, framing the Hippocratic Kingdom for the crime. Naturally, Tarajis vehemently denied this. How could I possibly poison my dearest father? King Lushan was appalled by Tarajis' wickedness and communicated to the East Sea King to halt the advance on the citadel. However, the King of the East Sea, resolute in his defiance, has allied with the King of Yuzi. In Eagle City, the Grey Whistler reported the events to Emperor Zhu Jieli II. Nevertheless, Emperor Zhu Jieli II staunchly asserted that the Kingdom of Hippocrates was responsible for the poisoning of Belinkov, and he fervently supported Tarajis' eastern expansion. Within the Acropolis, Prime Minister Saga abruptly instigated a coup. Leading his secretly mobilized elite troops from Kenya, he launched a nocturnal assault on the royal palace, imprisoning Queen Yu in a heavily fortified tower. The following day, during the court assembly, Saga boldly declared himself regent, seizing control of the nation's power. He promoted his nephew, Guishuang, to the position of general, tasked with commanding the national army. Though the ministers were discontented, the presence of Saga's loyal soldiers throughout the palace rendered them too fearful to voice their dissent. Urgent military news arrived from the western borders. Tarajis' forces were advancing. General Guishuang promptly rallied his troops to confront them. The eastern front was equally tumultuous, with the King of the East Sea and the King of Yuzi conspiring in rebellion. Saga personally led the troops to suppress the insurrection, deliberately allowing the enemy to cross the river, then launching a surprise attack halfway across, setting fire to the floating bridge. In the ensuing chaos, the King of the East Sea was struck down by an arrow, while the King of Yuzi fled into the marshes with his remaining forces, vanishing thereafter. Following his victory, Saga stood atop the Acropolis to review his troops. He ordered the window of the Queen's confinement to be opened, allowing the sounds of drums and cheers to penetrate, ensuring that the Queen could hear of his newfound authority. Several elder ministers secretly observed Saga caressing the newly crafted regent's seal, a triumphant smile gracing his face. without the regent's command. None dared to provide sustenance to the imprisoned Queen Yu. 14 days later, a passing maid detected a foul odor emanating from the tower and reported it to the on-duty officials. The regent, stationed at the front lines, commanded a trusted aide to investigate. Upon unlocking the copper lock, they discovered that Queen Yu had long since perished, her body grotesquely deformed. With brown powder and liquid oozing from her bed, an overwhelming stench filling the air. In the wake of the upheaval at the tower, the regent promptly proclaimed before the troops that the king of Yuzi had conspired with rebels to poison Queen Yu. He vowed to lead the stone people in crushing the insurrectionists and avenging the queen. Thus, the tumultuous kingdom of Hippocrates gradually began to restore order, centered around the Acropolis. The eastern realm of the East Sea, the northwestern domain of Dayuan, and the southern territory of Kenya all fell under the control of Saga and his nephew Guishuang. As Xiao Huang and I prepared to depart for the Acropolis, the kingdom of Hippocrates was embroiled in relentless conflict, with mountains and waters separating us, and roads rendered impassable. General Abdullah, the ruler of Pingu, intercepted us and insisted we remain at the Wild Lily Manor for a few more days. In the ensuing days, we were filled with trepidation, akin to being under house arrest. Numerous cracks appeared in the walls, and the well water at the Wild Lily Manor either turned bitter or emitted a foul stench, rendering it undrinkable. Upon visiting the well house, we observed that the water began to surge. Many were aware that an earthquake was imminent, yet the magnitude remained uncertain. Subsequently, General Abdullah escorted us into the royal palace. Within the cabinet, ministers were engaged in exchanging opinions through coded messages or hurriedly penning reports. Some officials reported incidents of collapsed homes in certain regions. Recently, over 500 warhorses escaped from the western suburb horse ranch, resulting in severe repercussions for the Imperial Horse Monitoring Agency. In light of the impending disaster, officials swiftly divided into two factions. One faction believed it to be merely a common earthquake, asserting that with proper precautions, no significant issues would arise. The other faction contended that this earthquake was of grave importance, advocating for the evacuation of the royal capital's residents to the outskirts until the tremor subsided. The two opinions clashed vehemently, each unwilling to concede. The former criticized the latter, claiming that evacuating the populace would only incite panic, leading to immeasurable losses. In response, the latter retorted, questioning whether they could shoulder the responsibility should calamity ensue without timely evacuation. Upon meeting us, the king expressed gratitude for our contributions during the plague and acknowledged our care for his father. The authorities were perplexed, while we, as bystanders, were clear-headed. The king sought our perspective. Over the years, we had become quite familiar with the circumstances both within and outside Wild Lily City. Following prior discussions, after exchanging glances with Xiao Huang, we unanimously concluded, abandon the capital. Upon hearing this suggestion, the cabinet erupted into commotion. A cacophony of disapproval ensued, with many officials shaking their heads or scribbling notes. King Ping Hoji appeared equally astonished, fixated on us. I retrieved 2 blue-spotted fish from my pocket and placed them into the glass tank that Xiao Huang had procured. These blue-spotted fish were discovered in the well of Wild Lily Manor just the day before. Having spent considerable time in the Kingdom of Mandela, we knew these fish to dwell in depths of 8,000 meters, making them exceedingly rare. While many were aware of the preciousness of the fish from the southern sea, few understood that the blue-spotted fish on land were even more exceptional, as they were so scarce that most had never even heard of them. General Martin had shown them to us once during his lifetime, Xiao Huang added. Indeed, he had fortuitously caught one at the deepest point of the lake, and at that time, there had only been a single specimen. However, this time, we observed numerous blue-spotted fish in the well's chamber, indicating that something extraordinarily unusual was occurring at depths of 8,000 meters. Hence, this was not an ordinary earthquake, it was a seismic calamity. What is a seismic calamity? Many of the people's cards displayed incessantly. Xiao Huang continued my thoughts. A seismic calamity is an earthquake of immense scale, one capable of obliterating towering mountains, let alone a city. The cabinet fell into a profound silence. I then proclaimed, time waits for no one. We must promptly abandon the capital, ensuring that all depart this place as far as possible. How long until the seismic calamity erupts? The king inquired. The well water surges, and the blue-spotted fish emerge. High banks become valleys, and deep valleys transform into hills. Soon, it may occur within the next 10 days. At that moment, a flock of black swans soared over the palace, emitting piercing cries. To the east of the palace, thousands of crows also flew westward. General Abdullah, the king asked, how long will it take to evacuate 200,000 residents from the capital? Your Majesty, we can only utilize the western and southern gates. Therefore, to evacuate all residents will require at least 20 days at the quickest. Too slow. Why must it take so long? Not only must the citizens be evacuated, but vehicles must also be requisitioned to transport supplies. The capital must be cleared within 5 days. Under the protection of guards, the king departed from his throne. According to the consensus among the nobles, news was to be kept under wraps, ensuring that the royal family and nobility receive priority in transportation of personnel and goods. The location for westward movement was designated as Utopia, where the king had dispatched Princess Pingzheng to lead archers, escorting the queen ahead and paving the way for their reception. The residents of the neighboring Mandala special city also began preparations for westward movement. In the preceding days, under the guise of military adjustments, only the nobles were granted priority to move westward, concealed by military attire and the cover of night. The official announcement claimed this was merely a standard military maneuver, and any citizens spreading rumors were imprisoned. By the third day, many avaricious nobles were still busy packing their vast possessions when they heard a thunderous roar. The crematorium first collapsed, crashing into the nearby Eden River. Subsequently, the northern city wall of Wild Lily City began to crumble, with numerous streets experiencing severe fractures. The eastern outskirts of the city erupted with a deafening sound, shaking the earth to its core. In that moment, the residents, disregarding the city guards' attempts to block them, surged out through the west and south gates, fleeing in desperation. The path westward became congested, impeding progress. My companion Xiao Huang and I diverted from the west and instead ventured southwest. With no hope of returning to the citadel, we intended to seek refuge in the kingdom of Zhuke, where an old friend awaited us. The earthquake in Wild Lily came 3 days earlier than we had anticipated. But fortunately, most of the populace had already evacuated. The waters of the Eden River swelled, inundating many farmlands and flooding into the city. Multiple wells within the city erupted violently, shooting up towering columns of water. The once robust city walls were torn apart as if made of clay, toppling down. Fires broke out in numerous locations, consuming those who could not escape. The entire land trembled. Tremors were felt in Archimedes City, Ord City, Zalani, Tinnik, Eagle City, and Shangfan, sending many citizens fleeing into the forests. The downstream Quicksand River and Val River began to overflow, submerging nearby villages and fields. Wild Lily City gradually sank, swallowed by the flood, transforming into a lake. The long-dormant nearby volcanoes erupted, engulfing many civilian homes in flames. After the waters of the Eden River cascaded down, they were thrust upwards by a tremendous force, forming a towering mountain that spanned the continent's center and became a new barrier. This cataclysmic earthquake persisted for over a month, with minor tremors occurring intermittently throughout the subsequent year. The Eden River transformed into Eden Mountain, Wild Lily City became Wild Lily Lake, and Mandala City was left a desolate shell. The waters of the Quicksand River and Val River dwindled until the formation of Wild Lily Lake, when the water levels began to rise. On the path westward, fleeing residents faced the scourge of drought. Many perished from starvation along the roadside. The strong and able-bodied banded together as marauders, pillaging food wherever they could. Some even resorted to exchanging children as a means of survival. A band of robbers approached a white-bearded elder, ransacking his provisions, but they were swiftly subdued by 2 arriving attendants. The elderly man, named Silu, was once a priest of the god of harvest. Leaning on his cane, he commanded the band of robbers to kneel, invoking the name of the god of harvest, and poured oil upon their hands. After igniting it, he allowed the searing flames to scorch their grasp. The journey through the Orwell jungle was fraught with challenges, as no path existed in this wild expanse. To take a detour would have cost an additional 3 months. Under the protection of the city guards, the royal family and nobility managed to traverse the jungle, ultimately reaching Utopia thanks to the military support led by Raphael. However, unarmed civilians who ventured into the Orwell jungle soon fell prey to wild beasts, with many succumbing to the onslaught. A group of devout followers of the god of harvest found themselves besieged by ravenous wolves. They sat cross-legged beneath a massive sycamore, fervently praying. Priest Silu urged them to maintain their faith and brace for divine trials. Whether it was divine mercy or mere fortune, the weather abruptly changed. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby pine, igniting a conflagration. Under the dual threat of lightning and fire, the pack of wolves dispersed, allowing the followers to escape with their lives. In the aftermath of the wolf attack, Silu's following grew exponentially. Under his leadership, they formed a unique armed group known as the Tattered Army, dedicated to safeguarding the refugees along their journey. They believed that the recent earthquake was a test from the god of harvest, with only the most steadfast in faith destined to survive. On the opposite side of the Orwell jungle, the Utopian guards were dispatched to provide assistance, expecting to find the number of fleeing residents significantly diminished. To their astonishment, emerging from the jungle was instead the tattered army, ragged in appearance and armed with an assortment of weapons, yet buoyed by high spirits. Without Silu and his tattered army, these refugees would likely have perished in the wilderness. On the summit of the Goddess Mountain in Utopia, King Ping Huji observed the refugees and was overcome with tears. His weakness, having merely followed the noble's coaxing, had led him to abandon his people. He felt unworthy of the title of king. Prince Pingrong, standing beside him, offered a handkerchief to help dry his tears. Regarding the fate of the refugees, the nobility was divided into two factions. One faction argued for their admission into the city to fend for themselves, while the other contended that allowing 100,000 refugees into Utopia would inevitably disrupt public order. They feared the potential conflict between the refugees and the Tree People of Utopia, envisioning catastrophic consequences. After intense debate, the latter perspective prevailed. Ironically, the emancipated Tree People occasionally risked venturing outside the city to assist the refugees. Having once been enslaved, they understood the agony of hunger and family separation. Upon learning of the plight of the 100,000 refugees lacking clothing and food, they began to economize, striving to offer additional sustenance, even if it was merely half a flatbread. Faced with the betrayal of the royal family and nobility, the Wild Lily refugees harbored deep grievances, with some even suggesting an assault on the city. Priest Silu counseled everyone to settle outside the city, urging them not to throw away their lives unnecessarily, but to accept their fate. With his influential presence and the support of the tattered army, the refugees gradually found peace. In an effort to bolster public security, Raphael requested the king to issue a decree to summon 5,000 troops from Governor Solomon of the Dauphin province, as a precautionary measure. The king sought the counsel of Prince Pingrong and Princess Pingjing, both of whom expressed their agreement. In the wake of the plague, the population had dwindled, leaving many fields abandoned. Consequently, the Wild Lily refugees were swiftly granted land by the state, enjoying a 3-year tax exemption. To win the allegiance of these fervent believers, Raphael conferred tax privileges upon Shilu and his ragged army. However, the allocated lands were already hardened and the soil degraded, leaving the refugees perpetually hungry throughout the year. During the harvest festival, Shilu requested permission to lead 2,000 followers to Utopia Square for the celebration, which met with vehement opposition from the royal family. The ministers unanimously believed that the entry of these ragged troops into the city would inevitably incite turmoil. On the eve of the harvest festival, the nobles also requested the customary fireworks display, which was firmly rejected by King Pinghuji. He commanded General Abdullah to intensify patrols within the city, ordering the arrest of anyone who violated the ban on fireworks. In the tents outside the city, Shilu meditated, seemingly awaiting someone. 5 days later, his foremost disciple, Zhun Nan, returned with a report. Following Shilu's instructions, disciples such as Zhun Nan, Liang Chun, and Luan, who had spent over a year searching for suitable grounds for the believers. While traversing the borders of Utopia, Dauphin Province, and Yukapa Province, Zhun Nan and his companions suddenly gazed upwards to discover a vast expanse of ocean ahead. Under the moonlight, the water shimmered like the ethereal notes of Sarah Brightman's voice. The following day, they realized that it was not an ocean, but rather a secluded Great Lake, which they named Moonlight Lake. After leaving a few to continue the exploration, Zhun Nan hurried back to Utopia to share this monumental discovery with their leader, Shilu. Following a fervent prayer, Shilu received divine guidance from the goddess. Subsequently, he led his most loyal 2,000 followers southward to Moonlight Lake. The Utopian governor was eager to see these people depart as far as possible, and as they left, he gifted them 100 sheep and 50 cattle. Hundreds of Treefolk also voluntarily migrated south, having become followers of Shilu. Upon their arrival at Moonlight Lake, Shilu and his followers knelt towards the west, expressing gratitude for the goddess of harvest's benevolence. In the initial month, they resided in dilapidated tents. Within less than a year, many found shelter in stone and wooden houses. Through Shilu's reforms, a new sect, the Moonlight Religion, emerged from the faith in the goddess of harvest. Male adherents were called Ghostwood, those who felled trees for the goddess, while female adherents were termed White Rice, preparing rice for her. Shilu adopted a new title, Saint Shilu, becoming the earthly spokesperson for the goddess of harvest. Those who received baptism from Saint Shilu were known as the baptized, responsible for governance. Those trusted by Saint Shilu to manage the ragged army knelt beneath the doorframe to receive anointing, referred to as the anointed. From Ghostwood and White Rice to the baptized and the anointed, all bore the mark of the black cicada on their right hand. During the initiation ceremony for the anointed, The candidates would roll across a 50-meter path strewn with thorns, bare-chested, before receiving a personal baptism from Saint Chelou. Candidates for immersion must endure 50 lashes. The executioners of this punishment are randomly selected from 50 devoted believers, and the whip is crafted from thorns. Only a select few, who are frail yet remarkably gifted, may be spared the thorn whip by Saint Chelou. Both the baptized and the gifted are fervent adherents and stewards of Saint Chelou, who, on the first day of each month, kneel and inflict 20 strikes upon their own backs, though with a standard leather whip rather than the thorn variant. In the city of Haiwa, there exist neither kings nor nobles. All citizens are clad in coarse garments of deep blue or brown. The two paramount pursuits in life are to revere the divine and to cultivate self-reliance. All believers, including Saint Chelou, partake in labor, contributing their earnings for the communal distribution of resources. Among themselves, they refer to one another as brothers and sisters, offering mutual support. Marriages are uniformly overseen by the baptized. Every year in February and mid-August, a collective matchmaking event takes place by the shores of Haiwa Lake. Those who find mutual affection proceed to the Temple of Sho to celebrate their nuptials and receive the blessings of the divine. To encourage population growth, Saint Chelou advocates for polygamy and dictates that women should wed by the age of 13. After the age of 15, those who remain unmarried must undertake additional labor. Boys, upon reaching 8, participate in a physical contest, with victors sent to military camps for training. At 15, they return home to marry, and by 20, they re-enter military or temple training. Those chosen are most likely to transform into baptized individuals or gifted ones, thereby attaining the honor of serving Saint Chelou. Furthermore, behaviors such as drinking, adultery, gambling, theft, and dueling are strictly prohibited. In Haiwa, regardless of age, gender, health, or disability, all who worship the god of Sho and adhere to the customs of the Haiwa faith are treated as kin. Should one err, if they voluntarily confess before the baptized, they may receive leniency. Otherwise, they must face public judgment and punishment. Under the tutelage of the gifted, the Ragged Army assumes responsibility for military defense. Even after donning fine white armor and becoming adept archers and swordsmen, they retain the name of the Ragged Army. Each time Raphael receives updates on the progress of Haiwa's development, he is taken aback, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. In his past as the commander of the Utopia, he too had been driven by fervent passion to construct this magnificent city. However, the influence of religious pluralism has led to a blending of beliefs in the gods of Sho, Geb, Odin, and others, resulting in an increasing number of individuals forsaking spiritual faith in favor of material desires. For them, the pursuit of silver coins has become paramount. They toil from dawn till dusk in the quest for remuneration, desiring ever more. In their eyes, the divine no longer holds significance. If the gods are indeed sentient, why do they allow plagues and earthquakes to wreak havoc upon humanity? Is not earthly happiness to be preferred over the promise of an afterlife? Paradoxically, the Utopia has transformed into a haven for the highest concentration of atheists on the continent. As immigration to the Utopia swells, 6 years after the plague's end, the population has returned to more than half of its normal level. Within the palace, refurbished by the governor's office, King Ping is gradually regaining his former splendor. From the vantage point of the governor's mansion overlooking the entire city, he, ever the traditionalist, began to nurture fantasies of one day seizing greater expanses of land. The once vibrant Wild Lily City had vanished, and what was referred to as the Wild Lily Kingdom by its inhabitants was now known to outsiders as the Western Kingdom. Under Governor Solomon's administration, the province of Dolphin was divided, giving rise to the newly formed Windy Province in the north, governed by Princess Pingzheng, with its capital established in Luffel Port. In the dark era of rampant plague and seismic upheaval, what brought the most solace to Pinghuji was the unwavering obedience of Governor Feixiong of the distant Kaka province to his commands. Following the cataclysmic earthquake in the land of Wild Lily, resources in Utopia became scarce, prompting Governor Feixiong to dispatch 800 carts of grain along the Qingbai River and the Grand West Road as a loyal gesture. In response, King Pinghuji consented to the marriage of Prince Pingrong to Feixiong's daughter. After fleeing Wild Lily, Xiao Huang and I did not proceed to Utopia. Instead, we journeyed southward to the Kingdom of Werdi, and subsequently westward to the upper Fan city of the Zhuke Kingdom, where we paused to rest. This city, indeed, diverged from the likes of Rose Mountain City and Lingnan City as legends had foretold. It was neither built against mountains nor fortified by natural defenses. The fragrant Qinzhen River, originating from the southwestern mountains, meandered through upper Fan City, winding southwest towards the Mist Valley, and ultimately flowing southeast to join the South China Sea at Lingnan City. The Serpentine Kinjen River was the most renowned waterway of Upper Fan, for without it, the city would cease to exist. Though modest in size, the city was remarkably orderly. Each cardinal direction boasted 2 iron gates, with distinct sectors for official residences, military camps, civilian dwellings, and markets, all laid out with straight streets shaded by lush trees, resembling a vast chessboard. The inhabitants of Upper Fan did not rely on the development of vice for their livelihood, but thrived primarily through various artisanal crafts and trade. The local specialty was the Upper Fan sword, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, capable of cutting through iron like clay. For a true Upper Fan warrior, this sword was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of identity. To our astonishment, we encountered numerous caravans traversing the city. Camel traders arrived from the western deserts, peddling camels and mutton in exchange for daily necessities, suggesting that the western realms still harbored many unknown tribes. The highest official in the region was Prince Yoji, who frequently ventured beyond the city on horseback and camel with General Takasugi for hunting excursions. Within the city, we also spotted familiar red-armored musketeers, evoking memories of the glorious days of resisting the demonic army over 2 decades ago. Time had passed inexorably, leaving us pondering the fates of General Lin Moku, General Wu Guoxing, General Nasu, and Lulu. I wondered about Yeohan. Perhaps she had married and started a family by now. After settling into an inn with Xiao Huang, we meandered along Chengxian Street, where we caught sight of 2 familiar figures in the lantern market, albeit too distant to discern clearly. Soon, those 2 figures vanished into the crowd. The locals appeared to be selling lanterns in preparation for an upcoming festival. In the aftermath of the plague, such vibrant scenes had become rare. Although surrounded by strangers, it was precisely the gathering of unfamiliar faces that allowed us to witness the serene beauty of life as passage. As we were playfully handling a stall adorned with mountain spirit masks, an unexpected shout erupted from behind us. "Dichu, Xiao Huang, it truly is you too. It's you, Lulu." Xiao Huang joyfully urged me to turn around. "Big guy, look, it's Lulu. By the way, allow me to introduce my wife, Chi-Chi." "Hello," Chi-Chi said with a smile, removing her pink veil. Xiao Huang and I were momentarily taken aback. How could Chi-Chi speak? Chapter 31. Outside the upper prefecture, a pack of golden retrievers dashed swiftly through the woods, their rapid movements stirring the leaves into a rustling frenzy. Prince Yoji, accompanied by General Takasugi, was engaged in a prosperous hunt in the forested outskirts of the upper prefecture, having captured 5 antelopes and a dozen gray rabbits. The golden retrievers were attacking an injured antelope, awaiting the guards to collect the spoils. A chilling wind swept through, causing the pack of golden retrievers to line up, barking fiercely at the dense foliage ahead. Clad in mountain eagle armor, Prince Yoji and General Takasugi arrived on horseback and camels, entering a state of heightened alert. General Takasugi commanded a volley of arrows, then sent 4 knights to scout the area. Shortly thereafter, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as a knight's head was hurled towards them. The golden retrievers barked even more ferociously, hesitating to advance. Following a thunderous sound, several small trees were toppled, and a gigantic red lizard emerged. In a state of alarm, Prince Yoji immediately ordered the archers to unleash a barrage. General Takasugi also instructed several riflemen on camels to join in the attack. However, this round of shooting not only failed to deter the massive lizard, but also provoked its wrath. It opened its cavernous mouth and charged forward. The cavalry raised their long swords to charge, but they were either swept aside or crushed underfoot. A brave golden retriever led its companions in an assault, but the giant lizard roared suddenly, sending them retreating in fear. With Prince Yoji on the left and General Takasugi on the right, a few surviving knights continued their flanking maneuvers. Takasugi drew his bow and struck the lizard in its right eye, but his steed was also knocked down by the creature. Prince Yoji managed to injure the lizard's left foot, causing it to lose its balance and sway unsteadily. At that moment, General Takasugi shot an arrow that struck the beast squarely in the forehead, slaying the monstrous creature. Just as they erupted in cheers, a familiar roar resonated from the jungle behind them, and a larger lizard sprang forth. Previously, Prince Yoji had heard tales of lizards circulating in the western woods, dismissing them as mere folklore meant to frighten children. In Takasugi's eyes, if such creatures truly existed, they would serve as excellent training for the warriors of the upper prefecture. Now, faced with 2 gigantic lizards, they felt both exhilaration and dread. With dwindling arrows and only 4 guards remaining nearby, their chances of survival seemed bleak. Upon witnessing their companion's demise, the lizard reared its front legs off the ground and began to roar. The 4 guards charged, but were swiftly bitten to death. The golden retrievers, sensing their master's peril, disregarded their smaller size and launched an assault on the lizard. After several rounds of confrontation, the golden retrievers suffered heavy casualties. The colossal lizard curled its lips in a derisive grin, flicking its crimson tongue as it advanced menacingly towards Prince Yoji and General Takasugi. After releasing his final arrow, General Takasugi drew his saber and positioned himself protectively before Prince Yoji, urging him to flee. Prince Yoji hastily escaped, while General Takasugi managed to strike the giant lizard once before being flung against a tree. Both man and sword sent sprawling. The lizard, disregarding Takasugi, turned its relentless pursuit towards Prince Yoji. Stumbling, Yoji found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff, facing the grim possibility of his demise. He raised his saber, slowly tracing a defensive stance within shape, resolute in maintaining the dignity of a samurai even in the face of death. A resounding horn pierced the air as a swarm of masked figures suddenly emerged, brandishing torches, beating gongs, and launching fire arrows. Startled, the lizard turned and fled. The crowd pursued relentlessly, communicating through whistles to ensure the beast was herded towards a predetermined location. The lizard charged wildly, ultimately falling into a vast pit, grievously wounded by the sharp spikes within. At that moment, a long-haired leader stepped forward, pulling a rope that caused a massive boulder to tumble into the trap. In a misstep, he slipped alongside the boulder, desperately clinging to the edge as the lizard's roar echoed behind him. Fortunately, his companions pulled him to safety just in time. The lizard let out a mournful cry before finally succumbing to death. Prince Yoji arrived to find General Takasugi being carried on a stretcher. The leader of the masked figures, silent throughout, escorted them both to a makeshift encampment. Medical personnel commenced treatment for the gravely injured Takasugi, while others tended to the bruises on Yoji's face and shoulder. It was then that Yoji learned the masked figures were led by General Wilson, who had established a base at Dragon Bay. The local beasts had wreaked havoc, leaving the area sparsely populated, but Wilson and his men had nearly eradicated them. Recently, the population had begun to increase, including several Treefolk, Stonefolk, and Fishfolk. 2 giant lizards had departed from Dragon Bay, migrating eastward. To prevent these monsters from harming the populace, General Wilson had personally led a pursuit, arriving just in time to save Prince Yoji and General Takasugi from certain death. That evening, around the crackling campfire, General Wilson and his subordinate Edward joined hands, dancing joyfully in celebration of their successful hunt for the giant lizard. They feasted on roasted rabbit, sipped fine wine, and reveled in their victory. Several Treefolk and Fishfolk couples sang heartily, while a Stonefolk beat a hand drum, and 3 long-haired Phoenix folk passionately played the damra. No matter how formidable the enemy, they found no fear. Under Wilson's leadership, the brave Phoenix folk sang in unison, vowing to shatter their foes' skulls. The warriors of Dragon Bay, favored children of the red-eyed deity, claimed the heavens as their abode and the seas as their home, unafraid of any peril. The wicked witch, having bewitched the king, was denounced by all, the dancers sang. She had seized Fog Valley, slaughtering their kin, the dancers sang. Who does not cherish their parents? Yet she maligns us as ungrateful. The dancers sing in unison. Who does not love their homeland? Unless our nation is merely her personal domain. Ha ha, the dancers sing in unison. You are not me. I am not her. How can one individual represent us all? Ha ha, you are not me. I am not her. How can one individual represent us all? Ha ha, the heavens serve as our abode, and the world as our home. Brave people of the vermilion bird, we fear neither sky nor earth. Be your own patriot, build your own home. Be your own patriot, build your own home. The surrounding military and civilians join in the song of the fishers and the tree people, gesturing the slogan of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom: fear neither sky nor earth. Song of Wilson grows ever more rapid, and the dancers' steps quicken, prompting Prince Yoji to peer through the tent seam. Regrettably, as a noble prince, he finds himself unable to join them, masking his inner discontent with a stoic expression. Since the outbreak of the plague, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom has seldom returned to a state of tranquility. Not only has Fifth Ant refrained from attacking General Wilson, but she has also begun to negotiate with Governor Mower of the Ukapa province of the Archimedes Empire. Gradually, the shadow of the plague dissipates. Both sides know that a grand battle is inevitable. As a former subordinate of Puda, General Wilson has always been Fifth Ant's sworn enemy. Rumors suggest that Fifth Ant has amassed an army of 50,000. General Wilson initially planned to eliminate the giant lizard, and then return to Long Bay to proactively strike and harass Fifth Ant's forces. His aide, Edward, suggested that he reach out to Prince Yoji of the Fief City. Prince Yoji, a royal member, is eloquent and humble. held in high esteem among the Vermilion Bird's military and populace. However, Wilson, born of lowly origins, merely a bastard child of a courtesan, dares not aspire to such heights. Not to mention Prince Yoji, even the noble General Takasugi seems beyond his reach for support. His subordinates primarily consist of local commoners, alongside some low-caste individuals who have secretly fled from the Valkyrie kingdom, instinctively harboring disdain for all nobility. Yet, to strengthen his forces, he requires the allegiance of those of high birth. After all, professional soldiers prefer to fight under the command of distinguished leaders. 3 days later, General Takasugi's wounds have largely healed. Prince Yoji sits to the south, with General Takasugi standing behind him, beginning to inquire about the situation from the kneeling Wilson and others. For many years, Wilson has led his troops in guerrilla warfare within the mountains and forests, only seizing the Long Bay region 4 years ago. Now, although they have established a stronghold, their garrison numbers just over 10,000. Thus, facing 5th Ant's assault, they plan to primarily rely on ambushes to deplete the enemy's strength. Upon hearing their guerrilla strategy, Prince Yoji calmly states, "We may be able to annihilate the enemy." We? Annihilate? Many kneeling do not believe the contents of the prince's earlier message. Prince Yoji invites them to sit down, yet they hesitate to comply. Once more, the prince issued his command, prompting them to sit in anxious anticipation on either side. He solemnly inquired of General Wilson whether he truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the chaos wrought by the 5th Ant. General Wilson gravely nodded in affirmation. Thus, the prince posed the question of whether the general would be willing to join his ranks. Upon glancing at his comrades, who all cast affirming looks in his direction, Wilson rose from his seat. His fellow warriors followed suit, kneeling on one knee to pledge their loyalty to Prince Yoji. The prince immediately decreed the title of Dragon Bay Military Commissioner to Wilson, with Edward appointed as his deputy. Accompanying Wilson to Dragon Bay for an inspection, the prince commanded General Takasugi to mobilize 20,000 samurai from the upper domain to proceed to Dragon Bay. In the upper domain, the populace was still engaged in the annual Ao Lantern Festival. Just after the festival concluded, General Takasugi set forth with his troops westward. Prior to his departure, he made a special visit to the place where Lulu was residing, hoping to persuade her to re-enter public life. Upon encountering Lulu at the Lantern Festival, both I and Xiaohuang were taken aback. We inquired about her life over the years, to which she expressed her weariness of military affairs. Following the defeat of the demonic army, she had reunited with Chi-Chi, sharing heartfelt confessions. In the harmonious cycle of seasons, spring adorned with blossoms, autumn graced by the moon, summer embraced by cool breezes, and winter blanketed in snow, they subsequently led a carefree and blissful existence in an unnamed estate at the border of Lingnan and the upper domain. This estate, shrouded in mist, was nestled among serene bamboo groves and blossoming flowers, truly a secluded paradise. She inquired about our recent circumstances, and upon hearing of the unexpected demise of Emperor Zhu Jieli, she expressed her surprise and a tinge of regret. It seemed her memories of Emperor Zhu Jieli were still tethered to the days in Eagle City. Upon learning of his invasion of Wagner, she gritted her teeth, feeling he had brought it upon himself. The fragmentation of the Archimedean Empire also astonished her, as she exclaimed, "I never imagined such a turn of events." Undoubtedly, her primary concern was the state of Valkyrie. Although Wagner had initially been struck by the plague, the Valkyrie people had long since retreated to Black Horse City, where they successfully repelled the incursion of the White D army. We further informed her that it was rumored that Regent Oder and General Hausen had reclaimed Wagner City, with Castle Mu also restored to Valkyrie's rule. A flicker of joy danced across her face at this news. From the moment she was exiled, she had severed her mother-daughter ties with Queen Freya. Yet, as a Valkyrie, she could not entirely forget her homeland, her nostalgia akin to a tide that ebbed and flowed, leaving her in a state of wistful longing. Fortunately, she now had Chi-Chi, a companion worthy of a lifetime. As for how Chi-Chi came to speak, it was a serendipitous occurrence. 10 years prior, under the guidance of an elder, they had formally united. Just after their kiss, Chi-Chi spoke her first words. What did she say? Xiaohuang curiously inquired. Chi-Chi bashfully lowered her gaze. "Want to know?" Lulu smiled mischievously. "I won't tell you." "Well, how did you end up in the upper domain?" Following the outbreak of the plague, the death toll had been staggering. You cannot fathom how people have endured these past 3 years. Upon hearing that the Grand Lantern Festival in Shangfan City was reopening, Chi-Chi had already been counting down the days at home, eager to witness it. Indeed, life requires a touch of vibrancy. Vibrancy. Lulu chuckled lightly. A change that spoke volumes about her marriage with Chi-Chi. She was no longer the aloof, unapproachable figure she once was. And General Lin Mokuikin? I began to inquire. I am not certain, she replied. You see, I am so out of touch that I didn't even know about the division of the Archimedean Empire. How could I possibly be informed about General Len? That is true. He is likely still in Zinpu, Lulu remarked. We have been cooped up for far too long. She embraced Chi-Chi, adding, encountering an old friend in a foreign land is always a delightful experience. It feels as though we have returned to our former selves. Xiao Huang also began to regain his vitality, while Lulu busied herself like a man, infused with the essence of life. Who would have imagined that she had once been an icy princess? In Shangfan City, order reigned supreme, with humans, tree men, stone men, and fish people coexisting harmoniously. Whether along the east-west flowing Xiang'an River's docks and bridges, or on the north-south thoroughfare of Xinglin Avenue, BMWs raced along the roads, and ornate carriages graced Yujia, painting a picture of bustling activity. A cargo ship passed beneath a bridge, attempting to lower its mast due to its excessive height. Several elderly fishmongers were busy weighing catfish for their customers, while others were making change. A songstress adorned in soft, fragrant silk engaged in playful banter with passing travelers, basking in the exuberance of spring. As a few cargo ships docked, a long line of porters emerged to unload goods. One bundle of cargo was accidentally dropped, scattering vibrant silks in the wind. A peony red silk fluttered onto Xinglin Avenue, igniting a frenzy among a group of children. A treeman passing by reached down, retrieving the silk and handing it to the eager youngsters. Xinglin Avenue was alive with street vendors and porters carrying heavy loads. At a corner, accompanied by the rhythmic drumming of stone men, an elderly fish person sang, captivating the attention of passers-by. Nearby, restaurants bustled with activity, the proprietress warmly welcoming guests and urging her staff to serve dishes promptly. In the East Market, a camel trader bartered with a buyer intending to exchange a pig and a sheep. Meanwhile, in the West Market, a blacksmith was forging the famed Shangfan blade, sparks flying in all directions. Local folk were also found in barbershops, having their faces shaved. Nobles occasionally passed by, their sedan chairs flanked by maids adorned in resplendent gold and jade, exuding grace and poise. Perhaps it was the lingering shadows of a prolonged plague that made people cherish the simplicity of life all the more. Even those who typically despised noise found themselves fond of the lively clamor. The streets were alive with the sounds of bustling traffic and joyful reunions. This was the essence of true happiness. In recent years, Xiao Huang and I have roamed far and wide, witnessing the wonders of this planet. The splendor of the Archimedean Empire was fleeting, akin to a flower that blooms for a moment, leaving one in disbelief. Now, the nations, having splintered, continue to dream of greatness, as if ensnared by a cyclical curse, the curse of Archimedes. The curse of Archimedes refers to a cyclical, self-destructive political and military pattern that ensued after the fragmentation of the once mighty Archimedean Empire. Broadly speaking, the ramifications of this curse extend beyond the states directly descended from Archimedes, affecting various other nations as well. These cursed states are characterized by an illusory obsession with hegemony, blindly pursuing the glory of their imperial past through relentless expansion, conquest, or internal strife, even at the cost of self-erosion. They exhibit structural fragility, where external shocks, such as plagues or foreign invasions, or internal conflicts, like courtly strife or regional rebellions, inevitably trigger their decline. Yet, rulers remain enraptured by fantasies of resurgence, reminiscent of the Hunter Kingdom. Each cursed nation is steeped in a superstitious belief in the future, embodying historical irony. The most arrogant powers often awaken to their diminished state, such as the Valkyrie Kingdom, only to have the survivors perpetuate this cycle, creating a fateful shackling of civilization's development. In essence, the ephemeral splendor and subsequent disintegration of the Archimedean Empire symbolize a historical paradox where prosperity marks the onset of decay. The curse is not a supernatural force, but rather the insatiable hunger for power that devours reason. In contemporary times, the Archimedean Empire's Sula I continues to battle on the Eastern Front, aspiring to fulfill the infamous 8 directions plan of the long-deceased Jugali I, despite the fact that this plan encompasses more than mere global conquest. Jugali II of the Eagle City Empire, claiming to be the legitimate successor of the Archimedean Empire, is equally determined, uniting neighboring kingdoms, such as the Kingdom of Uldi, to contest Sula I's dominance. The Western kingdoms, while ostensibly adhering to a strategy of continental balance, are in truth employing their influence to engage in the power struggles of the continent. For a nation to fully realize a strategy of continental equilibrium, it must inherently be a hegemonic power. Following the relentless invasions by the White D and the ravages of plague and Archimedean incursions, These proud Valhallan warriors have been compelled to bow their heads. Yet, the irony of history remains. As soon as their strength begins to recover, they rekindle ambitions for southern incursions and eastern expansions, retracing the path that led to the decline of the Archimedean Empire. They oscillate between awakening during times of weakness and hubristically expanding during periods of strength. This cycle of expansion and collapse epitomizes the harshest manifestation of the curse of Archimedes. Each successor believes they can evade the mistakes of their predecessors. Yet they are doomed to repeat the same errors. The warriors of Valkyrie may achieve fleeting victories, but they can never attain ultimate liberation. The Hunter Kingdom, after years of warfare, finds itself in crisis, with tensions escalating between King Hyena and General Dasher. Yet they maintain a fragile peace due to familial ties, Dasher's sister, Di, being the king's queen. However, this tenuous balance is unsustainable. They await an opportune moment to press forward with southern incursions and western advances, even daring to challenge the already weakened Archimedean Empire. This underscores the most insidious aspect of the curse. When internal crises remain unresolved, rulers invariably resort to external warfare to deflect their contradictions. Tragically, even if they succeed in conquering Archimedes, they would merely become the next cursed entity, expending their last vestiges of vitality in endless warfare, ultimately supplanted by new aspirants. The plague has just come to an end, and various nations and regions are stirring with unrest. A tempest looms on the horizon, and far in the southwest, the kingdom of Juke begins to brace for a storm. In response to General Takasuji's proposal, Lulu resolutely declined, unwilling to become embroiled in the civil war of the kingdom of Juke. She also advised Prince Yoji to prioritize peace and abandon the notion of war. General Takasuji, somewhat disdainful of this legendary female hero, was taken aback by her apparent cowardice. It is important to note that it was Fifth Aunt who instigated the conflict, not Lord Yoji. In the face of the enemy's aggression, only by defeating them could there be a chance of survival. With a heavy heart, General Takasuji departed from the inn and led his troops directly towards Longwan. In the Nupu Kingdom, the aging King Lin Matsuin studied the development map of Poju presented by the officials. To evade the exclusion by Fifth Aunt, he had once sailed west with General Wu Guoxing and General Yao Ji, accompanied by the Fishfolk, eventually establishing themselves in the Nupu region. After negotiations, he secured recognition from the continental powers for the Nupu Kingdom. With this foundation, he could legitimately engage in trade with various great nations. Following the establishment of the Nupu Kingdom, they swiftly flourished due to their exceptional fishing techniques. By trading with the Eagle City Empire, the Wild Lily Kingdom, and the Coast Kingdom, they gradually regained their vitality. Once the population of the Nupu region exceeded 50,000, they expanded east and west, establishing Yangpu District and Shipu District, appointing General Yao Ji and General Wu Guoxing as district leaders to manage military and political affairs. Recently, in an effort to diversify beyond fishing, the kingdom began moving northward to establish Poju District, intending to develop manufacturing in areas such as gemstones and luminous pearls. Geographically, the Nupu Kingdom is a peninsula reliant on foreign trade, centered around the capital, Nupu Port. The western Shipu district connects to the ports of Leferal in Windy Province of the Wild Lily Kingdom and Dolphin Port in Dolphin Province, as well as its own Shipu Port. To the east, trade flows from Nupu Port to Yangpu Port, Poju Port, and then to Eagle City Port in the Eagle City Empire and Coast City, the capital of the Coast Kingdom. Despite its vast territory, the Nupu Kingdom suffers from a sparse population and faces threats from the northern kingdom of Juke. King Lin Matsuin, without any offspring, was urged by the queen to take several concubines, but he politely declined. He believed that the divine will of Mazu governs all. Ultimately, as a compromise, the queen found him an adopted son. Initially resistant, he changed his mind upon meeting the young man, who was none other than the soldier Yuan Shang, who had once stood by his side defending the northern islands. The young Yuan Shang had grown into a distinguished figure. He recalled that Yuan Shang's homeland was an island, where the grass thrives and withers with the passing years. During the adoption ceremony, King Lin Matsuin bestowed upon his adopted son the name Lin Rong. Lin Rong, a person of steady character, won the admiration of the soldiers and earned a distinguished reputation among the scholars. He was soon appointed as the crown prince, recognized as the successor to the Nupu Kingdom. Meanwhile, General Wu Guoxing, now a father of two, serves as King Lin Matsuin's right-hand man and is currently the district leader of Shipu. He often works overtime, leaving his virtuous wife feeling helpless. General Yaoji, as the commander of Yangpu District, found herself devoid of the luxury to ponder over personal affections in the nascent days of the nation. Instead, She devoted herself entirely to the development of Yangpu district. Recently, she erected the Mingyi Tower at Dongbin in Yangpu, a tribute to the sunken capital of Mingyi. In light of the adversarial stance with the neighboring Zhuge kingdom, our merchant vessels are compelled to sail directly to Eagle City without any resupply, significantly inflating transportation costs and complicating logistics. Establishing trade relations with the major port cities of Rose Mountain City and Lingnan City in Zhuge Kingdom would undoubtedly enhance our trade profits. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to break the deadlock. To cultivate the governance skills of the prince, King Lin Matsuan appointed Lin Rong as the commander of Pazu district, urging him to devise a plan to transform Pazu into a captivating gem capital. Prince Lin Rong rose to the occasion. Upon receiving his mandate, he gathered a think tank and promptly journeyed to Pazu district for assessment. Intending to expand the port's capacity, time flew, and the prince's years of relentless effort bore fruit. Men adorned themselves with diamond rings, while women donned luminescent bracelets, gradually becoming the fashion across the southern realms. Pazu emerged as a dream destination for many fishermen, and the New Pu kingdom shed its former identity as merely a fishing nation. In summary, this was a flourishing peninsula nation, a new kingdom on the rise. As the descendants of Mazu, they endured the gravest calamities in the face of the relentless demon army, leading to the obliteration of the entire Mazu kingdom. The Continental Alliance of the time, rather than dispatching timely reinforcements, exacerbated their plight by scheming to divide their territories and seize their islands. Following the retreat of the demon army, Zhuge Kingdom, as a member of the alliance, continued to marginalize them. Fortunately, Mazu did not forsake these refugees. After the fall of their homeland, they ultimately discovered hope in the New Pu region amidst their despair. Chapter 32. The Battle of Longwan. Like many nations, the rulers of Zhuge Kingdom were firmly convinced that the prosperity of their neighbors posed a threat to their own sovereignty. Upon receiving news of the rising New Pu kingdom, Fifth Aunt seethed with indignation, regretting her failure to eliminate these foul-smelling fishermen in their infancy. Had New Pu kingdom been content with mere fishing, it would not have presented a significant threat. Now, emboldened by their audacity, they sought to march inland and develop Pazu. If left unchecked, in 3 years, a small Pazu would emerge, and in 5, a larger one, eventually bordering Zhuge Kingdom and becoming a rival. She commanded General Shi Gondang of Rose Mountain City to lead an army of 20,000 on a western expedition. The plan faced immediate opposition from many conservative officials, who deemed it folly to venture thousands of miles to conquer barren land, arguing that the logistics alone would require 100,000 laborers. The conservative dissent was dismissed by Fifth Aunt as the cowardice of small-minded individuals. Those who aspire to great endeavors should not engage in discourse with such short-sightedness. If action is not taken now, what future will the descendants of Zhuge Kingdom have once New Pu Kingdom grow stronger? Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence report, the army is poised to embark from the royal city of Rose Mountain, descending southward via the maritime routes to launch an assault on Payu Port. There is no need to fret over logistical matters. She resolutely overruled dissenting voices, issuing a decree for General Shi Gondan to lead a fleet of 20,000 men westward within a month. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. General Shi Gondan gripped the imperial edict tightly, his knuckles turning white. The military strength of the capital is far less optimistic than what Fifth Aunt had envisioned. The military registers were inflated, with nobles concealing their conscripts to evade service, revealing only 8,000 remnants upon inspection. That very night, he led his personal guards to forcefully breach the doors of the wealthy, brandishing blades to compel the conscription of men, nearly igniting a civil upheaval. In addition to the insufficient manpower, General Shi Gondan faced a dire shortage of provisions and armaments. The granaries barely sufficed for half a month's needs, and half the warships had succumbed to decay. He commandeered merchant vessels to bolster his forces and compelled blacksmiths to toil day and night forging weapons. Yet the soldiers wielded only rusted spears, murmuring in trepidation, "This is a death sentence." His deputy pleaded for a postponement, only to be dismissed and flogged. In the still of the night, veteran soldiers jointly petitioned, "General, the lives of 20,000 cannot be gambled with." He closed his eyes in silence, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had long advised Fifth Aunt to deliberate further, yet all his counsel had been rebuffed. 30 days hence, General Shi Gondan reluctantly set sail with the fleet. The masts bore the severed heads of 3 deserters, and the air was thick with the stifled coughs of blood. Beyond the western front, Fifth Aunt also commanded General Jia to muster 50,000 troops in Fog Valley to march north against the Wilson rebels, thereby eradicating the threat once and for all. The Wilson rebels numbered only around 10,000. The Imperial forces, with their overwhelming strength, would undoubtedly crush them in one fell swoop. The iron hooves trampled northward, clouds of dust obscuring the sun. After performing a ritual for the Zhuge battle flag, General Jia, he set forth towards the north. Stopping at the herb garden for supplies, the army advanced toward Long Bay in the northeast. During the northern campaign, General Jia he encountered considerable resistance, yet leveraged his numerical superiority to triumph over each challenge. The reports of victories from the northern front brought joy to Fifth Aunt, solidifying her belief that the eradication of the rebels was imminent. This further reinforced her conviction in the righteousness of her decisions. In contrast to the northern conflict, General Gandon's western expedition resembled an adventurous journey. For months, the sea had been devoid of any ships. They trailed along the coastline southward, encountering no signs of civilization. A sudden storm a few days prior inflicted significant losses upon the fleet. The 5,000-strong vanguard of General Jia's army pressed forward, sweeping through numerous villages that supported the rebels, periodically sending messages to the commander. Upon reaching the mangroves, the vanguard was ambushed by rebel gunmen and archers, suffering casualties in the hundreds. Under the crossfire of the northern forces, the rebels quickly retreated. The vanguard pursued them into the valley. Just as they hesitated on whether to enter, Wilson himself emerged with 3,000 men to challenge them. Spotting the rebel leader before them, the troops, fearing the escape of Wilson, charged ahead, both cavalry and infantry eager to engage. Wilson commanded his troops to form a shield wall, showing no intention of retreating into the valley. As the vanguard closed in, General Edward, the deputy, led the ambush of archers and gunmen hidden on the hillsides to launch an assault. Despite the vanguard's full-throttle advance, the shielded formation held steadfast, bolstered by the defenses of the war chariots. Leading a remnant force of 2,000 men, General Kaku's vanguard turned back in retreat. At that moment, General Takasugi ordered the samurai from the upper clan, lying in ambush by the roadside, to launch a fierce attack. The once invincible vanguard, which had boasted its strength in the morning, was completely annihilated by noon. Prince Yoji's army left no survivors. The prolonged silence from the vanguard indicated that something had gone awry. General Kaku commanded the entire army to remain on high alert, deploying additional scouts, and continued advancing northward. The defeat of 5,000 men was but an appetizer for Prince Yoji, who now commanded 20,000 samurai from the upper clan, along with Wilson's 10,000 newly raised troops. To conquer an enemy force exceeding 40,000 with merely 30,000, meticulous planning was essential. Recently, he had been frequently consulting with the wizard in pursuit of guidance. The site of the vanguard's defeat was marked by two peaks, known locally as the Twin Mountains, which eventually came to be referred to as Liang Mountain, with the valley at its base also dubbed Liang Mountain Valley. When General Kaku led his main force to Liang Mountain Valley, he ordered the use of bows and firearms to bombard the slopes on either side, resulting in numerous rebels falling to the ground, struck by arrows. Such trivial tactics, do they think they can deceive me? General Kaku scoffed. He promptly commanded 10,000 cavalry and camel riders to swiftly traverse the valley and establish a defensive line on the other side. Meanwhile, Wilson, stationed nearby, was concerned whether Prince Yoji's strategy would succeed, as the enemy cavalry had already surged through the valley, fortifying their defenses. Undeterred, Prince Yoji remained poised, patiently biding his time. General Kaku instructed the infantry, archers, and charioteers to quickly pass through the valley while remaining vigilant of any movements. With the risk of being encircled now eliminated, all he needed was to pass through Liang Mountain Valley to threaten Longwan City directly. As half the army advanced, the archers and marksmen from the Twin Mountains began their barrage. Shield bearers provided cover as General Kaku directed the archers and riflemen to maintain a composed defense while urging his troops to proceed swiftly. In his estimation, this was merely a minor disturbance from a small enemy force. At that moment, a messenger reported that 20,000 heavily armored infantry were advancing slowly, lagging behind the chariots. Only then did General Kaku sense the imminent danger, yet he could not afford to halt the chariot units, as arrows and stones rained down incessantly from above. He instructed the messenger to continue urging the infantry to advance swiftly to the front. As the distance between the heavily armored infantry and the archers and charioteers widened, Prince Yoji ordered an escalation of the offensive from the Twin Mountains. Massive boulders and logs crashed down upon the infantry regiment, severing their connection. After suffering significant losses, fewer than 10,000 heavily armored infantry remained to resist, as 2,000 samurai from the upper clan, lying in wait in the woods and caves, launched a swift assault. The glint of blades sliced through the enemy's armor, and the terrifying visage of mountain spirits suddenly appeared, instilling dread in Kaku's infantry. Many began to flee, only to be mercilessly cut down by the swift upper clan warriors. Just as the chariot units turned back to provide support, the upper clan samurai vanished from the battlefield, retreating into obscurity. The chariot units arrived to find the scene in utter disarray, strewn with the bodies of fallen comrades. The surviving heavily armored infantry, shaken to their core, recoiled in horror as if confronted by demons. Upon receiving the alarming news that the rear contingent had been nearly annihilated, General Jaha was struck with astonishment. Fortunately, he commanded a formidable force of 10,000 elite cavalry and camel troops, in addition to a legion of chariots and crossbowmen. With this assemblage of over 20,000 troops, he was sufficiently equipped to quell the insurrection in Longwan. He promptly issued orders for his forces to advance relentlessly towards Longwan. During the march, an aide suggested calling for reinforcements from the Baichao Garden in the rear, but General Jaha dismissed the proposal. He was reluctant to display any sign of weakness before his fifth aunt. The only viable strategy to reclaim his honor was a swift occupation of Longwan. Observing the continued northward advance of General Jaha's main force, Prince Yoji's commander, Wilson, felt a tinge of confusion. Hadn't they vowed to eradicate the enemy? Was this truly the conclusion? The real spectacle had only just commenced, as indicated by General Takasuji's coded messages. Once they set foot on Longwan's territory, every maneuver of General Jaha's army was under scrutiny. Following the defeat at the Liangshan Valley's entrance, supply lines had been severed, a situation that greatly concerned General Jaha. He understood that he must seize Longwan before their provisions ran dry, lest the entire situation spiral out of control. However, having marched for days, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the enemy, and his soldiers were gnawed by hunger. For Prince Yoji, the presence of the enemy's 10,000 cavalry and camel troops indeed posed a grave threat. The samurai of the upper clan predominantly comprised infantry, and engaging cavalry with foot soldiers would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, a third of General Jia's cavalry were heavily armored, rendering ordinary archery nearly futile. Thus, neutralizing the cavalry and camel troops became the crux of the operation in Longwan. General Jaha strategically divided his cavalry and camel troops into two factions, positioning them at the forefront and the rear. This arrangement allowed for immediate engagement in combat, while simultaneously guarding against enemy ambushes, providing mutual support. In General Jaha's estimation, Prince Yoji and Wilson's ragtag assembly were mere marauders, incapable of true warfare. In a genuine confrontation, they would soon be vanquished. Consequently, for Prince Yoji, the task of defeating a larger enemy force with fewer troops warranted the utmost caution. As they traversed the mist-laden grasslands, visibility among comrades was severely impaired. Both Prince Yoji and General Takasuji led their respective cavalry and camel contingents, bearing General Jaha's banner and donning the armor of their adversaries. Cloaked in the shroud of fog, they sounded the enemy's horn and launched a surprise attack on the front line. Following the ambush, they swiftly retreated and circled back to execute a similar tactic against the rear contingent, striking from the front. The sudden assault bewildered General Jia's cavalry and camel troops, making it difficult for them to discern friend from foe. In this chaotic scenario, any approaching cavalry or camel troops were perceived as adversaries. Amidst the resounding horns and the dizzying flurry of figures, they unleashed arrows and struck with long swords, causing utter disarray in their ranks. In a short span, half of General Jia's cavalry and camel forces had been decimated. To counteract this treachery, General Jaha regained his composure and commanded his troops to regroup for immediate defense. Just as they commenced their defensive maneuvers, the catapult units stationed on a distant rise received the signal and began launching flaming boulders. Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, General Takasuji dispatched 1,000 cavalry, 1,000 camel troops, and 100 chariots clad in enemy armor to penetrate the chaos. This audacious band of warriors charged forth like frenzied bison, slaying all in their path. Following General Takasuji's proposed suicidal combat strategy, dubbed Bee Sting, the 3,000 valiant souls aimed to disrupt the main enemy formation. Previously informed by a sorcerer, they were certain that a thick fog would blanket the battlefield that day. Under the cover of this mist, compounded by the enemy's hunger, the Bee Sting plan unfolded with remarkable success, inflicting casualties far beyond expectations. Though the fog began to dissipate, distinguishing friend from foe remained a formidable challenge. Driven by instinctual self-defense, General Kakua's infantry descended into chaos, turning upon one another in a frenzy. Over 20,000 soldiers engaged in mutual slaughter, depleting their ranks. Some units gradually recognized their comrades, commencing a defensive and offensive strategy simultaneously. At this juncture, Wilson's catapults, along with nearby musketeers and crossbowmen, indiscriminately launched a barrage of attacks. Kakua's subordinates, until their last breath, could not discern whether they fell to the enemy or to their own allies. Realizing the tide had turned against him, General Kaku hastily retreated in his chariot, shielded by his entourage. Upon reaching the vicinity of Cool Mountain Valley, he discovered General Edward had formed a phalanx of spearmen, waiting in ambush, with Prince Yoji and General Takasuji's cavalry and camel troops in pursuit. At that moment of encirclement, General Kaku understood that defeat was inevitable. His loyal soldiers, bloodied and kneeling, implored him, "General, let us break through." After a moment of silence, General Kaku slowly shook his head. "The outcome is sealed. Why should we sacrifice our brave soldiers needlessly?" In the astonished gaze of his men, he unsheathed his sword and took his own life, his blood staining his battle attire, yet his body remained upright, unyielding to the end. Prince Yoji arrived on horseback, gazing upon the lifeless form of Kaku with a flicker of respect in his eyes. He raised his hand to halt his subordinates' pursuit. "Let them return. Inform 5th Ant that the prince's insignia is clearly visible, and the messengers are conveying my words through signal flags. I seek to hold accountable those who bring calamity to the nation, not the valiant soldiers who defend their homeland." In the aftermath of the battle, Prince Yoji ordered a monument to be erected in Cool Mountain Valley to honor the fallen soldiers of both sides. While composing the inscription, he recalled the national flower of the Suzaku Kingdom, the bird of paradise, also known as the bird of happiness. Its blossoms are as resplendent as a peacock in full display. The Suzaku people believe that encountering the bird of paradise signifies that someone in the world is thinking of you. They also hold that this flower can guide the souls of the deceased to the deity Chimo. In his personally penned inscription, Prince Yoji reflected, "Brave soldiers ought to perish defending their homeland, yet they fell in a senseless civil war." The Battle of Long Bay yielded no victors. Only the despair of children who lost their fathers and the cries of mothers mourning their sons. The all-knowing Chimo, may the bird of paradise forever bloom in the hands of the righteous. Following the Battle of Long Bay, the number of followers flocking to Prince Yoji increased exponentially, swelling his ranks to a formidable 80,000. After consolidating their military forces, Prince Yoji and his companions set their sights on the stronghold of Ant Wu in the Baichao Garden. The city was guarded by a formidable contingent of 60,000 elite soldiers, making it a challenge to breach. To bolster their chances of success, Prince Yoji dispatched envoys to Lingnan, seeking the assistance of General Nasu. Should the garrison forces from Lingnan join the fray, the conquest of Baichao Garden would become considerably more attainable. This time, Prince Yoji personally visited Lulu, not to implore her to join the battle, but rather to request her as a mediator, hoping to persuade General Nasu to ally with him. Lulu, having a prior rapport with General Nasu from the pivotal Urdaiku battle against the Demon Army, was initially reluctant to comply, as this was a matter of internal politics within the Zhuge kingdom. Moreover, she had heard that General Nasu had developed a penchant for alcohol in recent years, leading to increasingly erratic behavior. However, Kiki harbored a deep-seated disdain for Aunt Wu's rule. The populace of Zhuge placed immense trust in Prince Yoji, and Kiki, as a citizen of Zhuge, shared this sentiment, yearning for an end to the civil strife and a return to stability for the people. Thus, for Kiki's sake, Lulu consented to venture to Lingnan, bringing along Xiao Huang and myself. Consequently, Xiao Huang and I accompanied Lulu on a sailing vessel, heading south along the fragrant river, resting at the port of Wugu Valley. Afterward, our ship continued its journey southward, veering towards the southeastern city of Lingnan. Following the defeat at Longwan, Aunt Wu led her forces from Rose Mountain City to reinforce Baichao Garden. Some suggested recalling General Shigandang's Western Army for support, but Aunt Wu declined the proposal. Firstly, reallocating the Western forces would signal weakness to the enemy. Secondly, the feasibility of such a maneuver, given the time and distance, was exceedingly slim. Upon returning to Baichao Garden, Aunt Wu ordered stringent surveillance of the movements of the Longwan rebel forces and increased the number of patrols significantly. She also requisitioned soldiers from nearby towns, amassing the defenses of Baichao Garden to over 80,000. Additionally, she commanded the fortification of Wugu Valley to guard against potential rebel incursions. As the stronghold that had been meticulously cultivated over the years, the city was defended by the most loyal adherents of Aunt Wu's family, who were unwilling to allow the rebels to wreak havoc upon their home. The notion that a mere 80,000 scattered soldiers could capture the impregnable Baichao Garden was nothing short of a pipe dream. General Takasuji had cultivated numerous spies and assassins within the upper ranks, who had infiltrated Birch-Shield Garden on multiple occasions to assassinate local leaders and sabotage vital installations such as granaries and armories. Recently, with the increased vigilance in Birch-Shield Garden, the assassins had been compelled to retreat, lying in wait for the day of siege to make their presence known. Beyond Birch-Shield Garden, General Takasugi had also positioned spies and assassins in other cities, biding their time to alter the tide of battle. When our fleet departed from the upper ranks and reached Wugu Valley, we were subjected to a thorough inspection. The guards were bemused to see a tree person, a stone person, and a Valkyrie together, with only Kiki being a native, raising their suspicions. However, as there were no dubious items aboard, not even a single weapon, we were ultimately granted passage. Thus, we successfully arrived at the city of Lingnan, where we met General Nasu. He is no longer the dashing figure he once was. As time has passed, his face has become etched with the marks of experience. In his youth, out of sympathy for the fishermen, he was marginalized by his aunt, reduced to the status of a commoner. Had it not been for the subsequent invasion of the Archimedean Empire, which raised his concerns for the potential fall of Lingnan, he would not have accepted his aunt's commission as the commander of Lingnan, ultimately leading to the retreat of Zhao Yuanlong's legion from the province of Nannan. Afterward, he returned to his agricultural pursuits, transferring command to General Damo. The reunion with old friends is indeed a great blessing in life. In the reception room, the somewhat portly General Nasu, dressed in casual attire, seated us four and personally poured wine for Lulu. The display read, "If you are here to advocate for Prince Yoji, this trip may well be in vain." It was unexpected that General Nasu would be so proactive. Lulu chuckled, stating that her intentions were not to lobby, but rather to prevent Lingnan City from falling into calamity. It appears she is still acting as a lobbyist. General Nasu, cognizant of the underlying motives, merely encouraged us to drink. In the following days, he refrained from mentioning anything related to his aunt or Prince Yoji. Despite his retirement from military duties, General Nasu's prestige remained undiminished. Numerous commanders visited his residence during these days. It was evident that they were already aware of the events surrounding the Battle of Long Bay and the imminent conflict at Birch-Shield Garden. The Lingnan commanders held differing opinions on which side to support, whether to heed the orders of his aunt or to rally behind Prince Yoji, and sought General Nasu's counsel. Meanwhile, in the misty valleys of the Tree Kingdom, the military and civilians at Birch-Shield Garden and Shangfan were exceptionally busy, all fervently preparing for the impending battle. The 12 furnaces at the military stronghold in the misty valley roared with flames day and night. Overseers wielding iron whips urged the weary craftsmen onward. The copper cauldrons at the Birch-Shield Garden medical office bubbled incessantly, with gauze bandages piled high in steamers. Soldiers patrolled the city in shifts, vigilant for any suspicious individuals. His aunt and her commanders were fortifying defenses throughout, ensuring the security of Birch-Shield Garden was impeccable. The masts of warships on the inner river of Shangfan stood like a forest, with General Takasugi gesturing on the deck. "Load 30 more barrels of oil." The porters strained as they dragged heavily laden supply boats, while crossbowmen on the riverbank tested penetrating arrows against armor, their piercing whistling creating ripples across the water. The samurai of Shangfan were still tempering their swords and polishing their armor. The engineering battalion at Long Bay had gone 3 days without rest, having installed 300 rapid-fire crossbow machines and catapults per orders. To address mobility and transport issues, Wilson had a set of wooden wheels wrapped in iron specially crafted. Subsequently, General Edward dismantled heavy siege equipment and placed them onto ox-drawn carts, preparing to head to Birch-Shield Garden. We understood General Nasu's predicament. He merely wished to be a soldier rather than take sides between his aunt and Prince Yoji. In our conversations, we sensed his helplessness. The trees may wish for tranquility, yet the winds do not cease. It was not only we who felt this urgency. The Lingnan commanders also needed this seasoned general to make a decision. Over the years, he had come to realize that the most formidable adversary was not the demonic army. In the past, even the ferocious Foodie Sea Beast Legion could not break us. What is truly terrifying is the interminable internal strife within the nation. Each faction proclaims lofty slogans of patriotism and sacrifice for the people, while simultaneously portraying their adversaries as irredeemable criminals. Can it be that virtuous souls are incapable of inflicting harm upon one another? To take a single life is deemed a crime, while the slaughter of 10 is branded as the act of a demon. Under the guise of noble ideals, countless souls are sent to their demise. Yet those orchestrating such tragedies are heralded as heroes. This is indeed a perplexing absurdity. He further recounted the countless lives lost during the defense of Rose Mountain City by the fishermen. How do we, the people of the Vermilion Bird, repay such sacrifices? We have reduced the fishermen to mere objects of scorn, treating men as slaves. General Lin Matsuan, renowned and celebrated across the land, is unwittingly ostracized by us. It seems he remains haunted by the events when Fifth Ant conspired to sideline General Lin Matsuan. Yet, dissatisfaction is one thing. The chasm between discontent and rebellion is vast. That General Su merely desires to be an ordinary soldier, defending his homeland and embracing the honor of dying on the battlefield. Such is enough for him. Do you comprehend? His command badge flickered to life, and he continued to imbibe. I have witnessed how they treat their own. Indeed. He referred to Fifth Ant's treatment of Prince Yoji and the rebels. Why, I ask? Why do we treat our own kin with greater cruelty than we do the demonic army? He vividly recalls the torment inflicted upon dissenters by Fifth Ant's subordinates during his imprisonment. He remembers how she sanctioned the brutal soldiers and fervent mobs to humiliate and abuse the families of these rebels. Women had their hair shorn and were cast into pigsties. The elderly and children were not spared. When not cleaning the latrines, they were confined to cattle pens, subsisting on animal feed. Each faction believes itself to be just. Does that mean the righteous may inflict unbridled torment upon their foes? It appears he has indulged a bit too much. Are our enemies not human? They are the fishermen, the stone people, the tree folk, indeed. Yet, they possess a deeper emotional capacity than we humans, understanding the essence of humanity. What transgressions did the kingdom of Mazu, the kingdom of Hippocrates, and the kingdom of Mandela commit? In the battle against the demonic army, they suffered the greatest losses, yet what have they gained? The kingdom of Mazu has fallen, and its survivors face discrimination from us. Had it not been for their steadfast resistance over 3 months, would the Eagle City, the stronghold of our alliance, have endured? Could our Vermilion Bird Kingdom have survived? And what of the Stone People? He cast a glance at Xiao Huang. You Stone People are commendable. Which soldier has not benefited from the care of a Stone People medic? Who? When no other allied nation offered aid to Mingi City, only the Stone People responded. True, their entire army perished, but let us not forget for whom they sacrificed their lives. Now, behold how the kingdom of stone has been fragmented. And you, Tree People, he looked at me, though I am not one of you. Without the sacrifices of generals like Martin and Takeda, without the valor of Tree People soldiers, Eagle City would have long ceased to exist. Yet, what have they received in return? To hell with Emperor Zugali I, who only seeks to devour the kingdom of trees and conquer the world. It is a relief he has met his end. You say, the kingdom of trees has suffered immensely. And yet that wretched Zugali has turned 5 million Tree People into slaves and divided their kingdom. To hell with Emperor Zugali I. I never anticipated that General Nas would become so cynical over the years. Is there truly a complete forest remaining in this world, apart from Zhu Jelly? The existence of humanity is nothing but a disgrace. We are driven by ambition, plundering the oceans, and now the Merfolk are on the brink of extinction. Is this not enough? We even send fourth armies westward to wage war. As a member of the Zhuke, I feel utterly humiliated. At present, which mountain remains unscathed by human exploitation? Yet, what have we sacrificed? Do the Stone People not deserve a tranquil existence? Enough. The transgressions wrought by humanity are far too numerous to enumerate. We dare to claim this is the will of the divine. What sort of deity would only bless their own followers while condemning the heathens to perdition? Should the heathens perish? This is not a deity, it is a devil. 1,000 times worse than the armies of darkness. We have ravaged the oceans, lakes, mountains, and forests, and now we turn upon one another. Do you believe that the world of humanity is merely a nightmarish cycle? It is hard to fathom that General Nas, having endured so much over the years, still possesses such profound reflections on this world. We find his words to be quite reasonable, yet lamentably, we cannot effect any change. Frankly, we regret coming to Lingnan City, especially in the capacity of Prince Yoji's envoy. Unbeknownst to us, it had grown late into the night. A loyal adjutant assisted the inebriated General Nas back to his chamber, and we exchanged glances in silence before retiring for the night. The following morning, the courtyard gate where we were staying was pounded upon vigorously. As Kiki opened the door, a throng of commanders surged in. Both Xiao Huang, Lulu, and I were taken aback and inquired what had transpired. Kiki informed us that General Nas had been assassinated in the early hours. Chapter 33, A New Abode in the Capital of the Eastern State of the Hunter Kingdom. Yiming City, General Deshishin was calmly orchestrating the Shadalai Legion to bolster defenses. Reports indicated that Emperor Sula I of the Archimedean Empire had breached the western front, directing his forces straight towards Yiming City. The two sides had battled for years, each claiming victories. Now, bolstered by the support of 30,000 troops dispatched by Prince Piteng, Sula I had finally gained the upper hand and was advancing eastward. Originally, Yiming City was defended only by a rudimentary wooden palisade. After seizing this colonial territory, General Dashishin conscripted hundreds of thousands of tree slaves, erecting 2 towering stone walls within a mere few years. From a distance, Yiming City appeared as a formidable stone fortress, standing resolutely upon the plains. This immense stronghold housed not only 100,000 defenders, but also 500 armored war elephants. Additionally, to the northwest and southwest of Yiming City, 2 peaks had been transformed into fortresses, known as Shijia Fortress and Sopa Fortress, respectively. These 2 fortifications in Yiming City were intricately interconnected. With such a powerful base, General Dashishin asserted that the enemy would require at least 1 million troops to breach Yiming City. Upon hearing General Dashishin's boastful declarations, Sula I became invigorated. He relished a formidable challenge. Had it not been for his desire to return to Archimedia and seize the throne, he would have long since obliterated these blindly arrogant foes. Now, granting them a respite to fortify their positions was indeed a regrettable decision. For Emperor Sula I, the gaze of a military strategist must not be confined to the immediate battleground. To vanquish the enemy forces, engaging in direct confrontation would be a folly only a fool would commit. He must devise a strategy to open multiple fronts and conquer Yiming City. Within the military tent, he discreetly summoned Foreign Minister Smith, Governor Harak of the Tennek Province, and the newly appointed commander of the intelligence agency known as Monkey. He instructed Smith to embark from the Zilani of the Daoshi Province and make a grand diplomatic mission to the capital of the South Mandala Kingdom, Wall City. Simultaneously, Smith leaked information that the Archimedean Empire intended to ally with the South Mandala Kingdom, offering to cede the territory south of the Sands River. Until the mission is accomplished, Smith would remain in Wall City. Even though some generals of King Robin harbored animosity towards humans, they would not resort to the assassination of a diplomatic envoy. Since the outbreak of war, the supply lines to the Daodong province from the Hunter Kingdom have been disrupted, prompting a shift to maritime routes, transporting goods from Moni Port to Liu Port, and then westward to Yiming City. General Harak initially believed that Emperor Sula I intended for him to advance from the north to encircle Yiming City. To his surprise, Sula I allocated 200 green-sailed warships to him. Now he comprehended the emperor's intentions. He was to depart from Cusco port and obliterate the Daodong fleet of the Hunter Kingdom, severing their maritime supply lines. It must be said that the emperor's stratagem was indeed brilliant. According to Sula I's plan, as long as Smith remained in Wall City for a single day, it would compel the deity to divide forces in the southern region to guard against any potential offensive from King Robin, despite the former alliance between the 2 nations. The ties of alliance are as fickle as the vows between a courtesan and an actor, fleeting and unreliable. Nevertheless, for any prudent nation, allying with the powerful remains the most sagacious course of action while maintaining one's irreplaceable value. Presently, Emperor Sula I's forces loom large. It is difficult to assert that King Robin lacks ambitions to advance northward. In years past, the duplicitous ally, the deity, aggressively seized the lands south of the Sands River. This old grievance has not been forgotten by the Mandalans. As for General Harak's operation in Cusco, regardless of its success or failure, it would place the deity's garrison at risk of encirclement. Furthermore, in a bid to provoke, Emperor Sula I intended to replace the aging General Harak with the promising General Tejiato, which deeply humiliated the veteran. Though nearing 70, he refused to fade quietly like a farmer succumbing to illness. He assured the emperor of the absolute success of the Cusco operation. After Smith and Harak withdrew, the masked monkey was summoned. Emperor Sula I inscribed a line on a piece of paper, and as Monkey read it, he intended to cast the note into the nearby flames. Monkey intercepted it, calmly chewed the note, and swallowed it. In the capital of the Hunter Kingdom, White Wolf City, General Dahir, with a formidable force at his command, felt more confident than ever, having nearly breached Archimedean City and plundered substantial spoils from the enemy's Norton province. In an effort to win the favor of the populace, he sold a multitude of goods and slaves at remarkably low prices to the elders and nobles of White Wolf City. King Hyena was still entrenched in battle against General Wanda at Tiger Fortress, with both armies locked in a stalemate. When Hyena issued a command to Daxel to send reinforcements to Eastern Province, Daxel audaciously disregarded it, indulging himself in the company of 2 courtesans. With a formidable force at his disposal within the Hunter Kingdom, why would he feel compelled to assist the arrogant figure of Emperor Shirtian? In the Hunter Kingdom, if a royal decree is deemed erroneous, a general can choose to ignore it as long as he has the backing of the elders. This tradition was well known to Hyena. Moreover, Daxel's sister, Dai, was a concubine of Hyena, and despite Daxel's audacious demeanor, the king would not dare to take action against this nobleman. Emperor Shirtian, hailing from humble origins and the offspring of an unknown maid, had no qualifications to warrant such a risk for rescue. Thus, even while Daxel flouted the king's command, Hyena found himself powerless to intervene. The king remained engaged on the front lines, while General Shirtian's calls for aid persisted, yet Daxel reveled in leisure, indulging in excesses of pleasure daily. Recently, he had succumbed to the allure of women, often requiring the presentation of several beauties. Nobles and sorcerers seeking his favor brought him various tonics daily, further inflaming his appetite for beauty. Reports of his indulgence reached King Hyena at the front. If this continued, it was inevitable that Daxel would perish amidst his carnal pursuits, necessitating his deployment to the battlefield. On a cold, moonless night, the enraged Hyena stealthily returned to White Wolf City at the helm of a cavalry unit. He consolidated an army of 10,000, preparing to advance to the front lines, while simultaneously dispatching the Mani Navy southward to support the Eastern Fleet. Shortly thereafter, he rode to Daxel's residence, ordering his guards to seize the Duke from the embraces of the courtesans and bind his naked form to a wooden donkey. Hyena then personally wielded a whip against the Duke, each strike eliciting cries of pain. After enduring this punishment for half an hour, Dai, the king's concubine, rushed in. Upon witnessing her brother's torment, she immediately knelt before the king, weeping and uttering plaintive sounds. Gradually, she inched closer, wrapping her arms tightly around Hyena's right leg. Hyena, undeterred, lashed out with the whip 2 more times. At this juncture, a dozen elders arrived, advocating for Daxel. "If you continue to indulge in debauchery at the expense of the realm, I shall take your life," Hyena declared fiercely, casting aside the whip. Subsequently, he stripped Daxel of his military command and transferred his troops to the southwestern front. With these actions complete, he returned to Tiger Fortress with a sense of relief. Hyena's steadfast defense of Tiger Fortress stemmed not only from his distrust of other commanders, but also from his own ambitions. By persisting in wearing down the enemy forces at this location, he planned to seize the opportune moment to launch a counterattack, swiftly dismantling the enemy, and then, seizing the opportunity presented by the besiegement of Yinming City by the forces of Sula I, he would strike at Archimedes City. Humiliated, Daxel remained bedridden for 3 days. Fortunately, he had gathered many guests, among whom was a newly arrived sorcerer named Richard, who was skilled in the healing arts. Richard presented the Stone Man ointment, swiftly restoring the Duke's health to its former glory. Once the allure of lust takes hold, it proves exceedingly difficult to dispel. On the very first night of his recovery, a youthful woman graced the Duke's bed. In recent days, he had indulged with women of all ages within the Duke's household, from those as seasoned as 60 to those as tender as 15, even engaging with a silent you. Richard and his companions introduced numerous clandestine techniques, illuminating the path of ambition for the Duke, who had never before exhibited such an insatiable thirst for knowledge. To heighten the thrill, Richard discreetly approached the Duke, slipping him a note. Initially taken aback by the message, the Duke soon clapped Richard on the shoulder, revealing a smile brimming with anticipation. That very night, a mysterious woman in black was bound to the Duke's bed, her mouth gagged and her face concealed by a mask, having just consumed the new potion Richard had provided. The Duke was ablaze with desire and quickly pounced upon his new quarry. With patience, he unraveled her garments, indulging in various techniques for over an hour. As the potion coursed through him, he reveled in the ecstasy of conquest, his hands tight around the woman's neck. Before long, he lay contentedly back, drifting into a sweet slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found the same woman beside him. Driven by primal urges, he mounted her once more, playfully striking her rear, only to discover she lay utterly still. Upon removing her mask, he noticed her pallid complexion. A test of her breath confirmed his worst fear. She was lifeless. With a cry, he stumbled from the bed, and Richard rushed in. The Duke demanded to know what had transpired the previous night. Richard swiftly surveyed the scene, gesturing to the marks on the woman's neck, evidence of a deadly grip. "Impossible. I never intended to kill her," the Duke protested, straining to recall the events of the night before. "Do not worry, my lord. If managed discreetly, none shall discover the truth. Leave it to me." Richard bowed respectfully, awaiting the Duke's command. In a frenzy, the Duke lunged forward, seizing Richard by the collar. "You must handle this properly, or I shall have your head." With a smile, Richard nodded, wrapping the woman's lifeless form in a blanket and retreating slowly. That evening, the body was placed at the threshold of her home. A group of maidens emerged, weeping uncontrollably around their mistress's corpse. The steward followed suit, carrying the lifeless body inside, promptly dispatching an urgent message via a blackbird to their lord, who was away at war. The blackbird soared like an arrow, racing toward its master. "Richard, you scoundrel, I shall rend you to pieces." The Duke roared within his estate, smashing everything in sight. Meanwhile, Richard seemed to vanish without a trace. On the tranquil seas of the Hunter Kingdom, General Gandhara led the Eastern Fleet on patrol. The northern skies darkened ominously, as if a shroud of black mist was descending. The lookout ships soon discerned that the distant shadow was not merely clouds but the silhouette of a vast fleet. The crew promptly hoisted the Black Wolf's white flag, preparing for battle. The Eastern Fleet immediately mobilized, forming a defensive formation to counter the impending assault from the enemy. In Yiming City, General Dishi Tian received news of Smith's diplomatic mission to Val City and quickly discerned that it was merely a ruse orchestrated by Emperor Sulai. He dismissed the request from his subordinates to reinforce the southern front, for Dishi Tian believed that as long as King Robin retained a shred of reason, he would refrain from attacking the eastern province. When questioned by his subordinates, General Dishi Tian retorted, "Would you lick honey from the edge of a blade?" Nevertheless, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he discreetly dispatched envoys to the Hippocrates kingdom. As long as the Tree people marched north, the Stone Legion stationed at the borders of the Hyman kingdom would not remain idle. What troubled him was the impending assault led by General Harak and the Green Sail fleet. Should the Eastern Fleet be vanquished, the supply line from the north would be entirely severed. He entrusted the Eastern Fleet to his confidant, General Gandhara, to ensure the maritime lifeline of the Eastern province remained secure. Furthermore, he urged the king to send the Moni fleet southward for reinforcements. If the Moni fleet arrived in a timely manner, they would decisively annihilate Harak's forces. To be on the safe side, he ordered the port of Luya in the eastern province to operate at full capacity, constructing an additional 300 warships and converting over 300 large civilian vessels into warships, serving as reserves for the Eastern Fleet. Emperor Sulai's legions were advancing eastward, adhering to a methodical approach. General Dishi Tian understood well that a commander employing such tactics must not only defeat his adversary, but also win the hearts of the populace inhabiting the land. Indeed, with every new territory Sulai conquered, he dispatched civil officials to establish governance. He even liberated the enslaved Tree people within the occupied zones, restoring them to the status of free citizens. This strategy served to undermine the enemy's resolve, while simultaneously encouraging the distant Tree army in Fuhu City, led by Wenda, to pledge their loyalty to him. Despite this, General Dishi Tian remained confident in repelling the enemy, fortified by the impregnable Yiming City, the Shurjia Fortress, and the Sava Fortress. According to the king's directive, as long as he could hold Yiming City, he would buy time for the troops in Fuhu Fortress to crush the Tree People's legion. Once the king, the hyena, shifted from defense to offense, they could launch a direct assault on Archimedes City, inevitably throwing Sulai's legions into disarray. General Dishi Tian could then deploy the Kshatriya Legion to flank the enemy, leading to the annihilation of the Archimedes Empire. Yet, no plan survives unscathed from the tides of change. For several days, General Dishi Tian had not received any correspondence from his beloved wife, Yuli. Renowned as one of the most exquisite beauties in the Hunter Kingdom, their marriage had been filled with affection. Alas, due to the pressing nature of war, General Dishi Tian seldom laid eyes on his wife. He had repeatedly petitioned the Hyena King to summon Yuli to the eastern province, only to be met with refusal. The Hyena required this esteemed general's wife as a hostage in the capital. As evening fell, General Dishi Tian returned from inspecting the western gate, only to receive a letter from the Blackbird in Wolf City. Upon opening the letter, his veins bulged in fury as he shattered the wolf-head statue at the base of the stairs with his vajra. On the eastern seas, General Harak commenced his onslaught against General Gandhara's eastern fleet, only to be drawn away by the approaching Moni fleet from the north. Despite being besieged from both sides, he commanded with remarkable composure. A decisive naval battle transformed into a protracted stalemate, with neither side prevailing. At that moment, a colossal fleet of over 500 ships emerged from the southern seas. General Indra, adorned with a snow wolf helmet, raised the immense black wolf yellow flag. The sudden arrival of this fleet swiftly altered the course of the battle. Heraclius had not anticipated that, facing a formidable enemy, General Indra would abandon Yiming City and launch a maritime offensive from Lugang to the north. Soon, Heraclius's Green Sail fleet was encircled and annihilated. The flagship came under relentless assault, riddled with wounds. The seasoned veteran Heraclius rejected the advice of his subordinates to escape in small boats. Gripping his sword as the fierce winds tousled his white hair and beard, sinking alongside his flagship into the depths of the sea, General Indra commanded the sounding of the horn, and the fleet unfurled white sails, while the soldiers removed their helmets to pay silent tribute to the vanquished fleet of Heraclius. To the warriors of the Hunter Kingdom, the enemy's resistance was valiant. Even in total annihilation, they merited profound respect. After a brief moment of mourning, General Indra ordered the Daodong fleet and the Moni fleet to hasten to Lugang to reinforce Yiming City, while he himself led 50,000 troops onward to the northern port of Moni. The general of the Moni fleet, unaware of the circumstances, initially refused to comply with General Indra's orders, as they had only received instructions to attack the Greensail fleet and bore no obligation to defend Daodong province. Indra, unfazed, asserted that this was the king's latest command. Observing the hesitation of the Moni fleet's general, Indra promptly commanded his guards to apprehend him. Subsequently, he ordered Commander Gandhara of the Daodong fleet to assume leadership of the Moni fleet. Upon landing, he dispatched his deputy to occupy Moni port, seizing control over Moni province. He then led the Kshatriya legion towards the city of White Wolf at full speed. The city's defenders, upon seeing General Indra's forces enter, attempted to intercept but were swiftly slain. The Kshatriya legion, seasoned warriors, faced little resistance, as the elite guards of White Wolf City had been deployed to the front lines at the Tiger Fortress by the king. After more than 2,000 defenders fell, the garrison surrendered. General Indra immediately besieged the residence of Duke Dahir, capturing him. Elders hastened to plead for mercy, noting that Duke Dahir's sister, Dai, was the king's consort. Appealing to General Indra to consider the larger picture, some elders surrounded General Indra, vehemently accusing Duke Dahir of various transgressions, declaring his life to be of no consequence. Duke Dahir, still clinging to life, struggled in vain. General Indra did not execute Dahir immediately, seeking vengeance for his wife instead. He summoned Dahir's wife, stripping her of her garments. In Dahir's presence, General Indra violated her. However, to Indra's fury, Dahir exhibited no affection for his wife, instead watching with evident enjoyment. This infuriated General Indra, reigniting the flames of vengeance. At that moment, Dahir's sister, Dai, appeared before him, pleading for her brother's forgiveness. In a fit of rage, General Dharmaraja gazed at the king's consort with a deathly stare. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned several loyal soldiers adorned with snow wolf masks, allowing them to tear apart the queen's gown. Duke Dakil, awakening from a nightmarish stupor, struggled desperately, yet found himself utterly ensnared by chains. Thus, the esteemed queen endured unspeakable humiliation, her anguished cries piercing the heavens. Soon after, the skies unleashed a torrential downpour. Disheveled, Queen Dai withdrew a hairpin with trembling hands, crying out in despair to her brother nearby. Subsequently, she plunged the pin into her throat, collapsing to the ground, her blood mingling with the rain. Witnessing his sister's demise, Duke Dakil succumbed to madness, crashing his head against the nearby stone steps. As the rain intensified, the blood of this brother and sister was not solitary. Aware of the inescapable consequences of his actions, General Dharmaraja dispatched the Kshatriya legion to cleanse the royal palace in blood, slaughtering the king's hyena supporters indiscriminately. As he led his main forces out of Yiming City, he contemplated the outcome. Upon returning, he would either be branded a traitor or ascend as the new king. He also sent messengers southward and westward, swiftly conquering Ghost Red City and Zingi City, taking control of Imyun and Ar states. The chief administrator of Naiman, Chandragupta, opportunistically welcomed the new ruler of the kingdom on his knees before the capital, Helion City. General Dharmaraja personally led his main forces towards the southwest to Fuhu Fortress. A year later, the Hunter Kingdom was renamed the Diamond Kingdom, and White Wolf City was rebranded as Veda City. The new king, Dharmaraja, raised a goblet filled with the skull of a hyena, toasting to his victory at Fuhu Fortress. Although Fuhu Fortress was the primary stronghold of the Hunter Kingdom, it was defenseless from the rear. Thus, when the Kshatriya legion of Dharmaraja emerged from behind, the fortress fell swiftly into their hands. The former king, Hyena, was shot dead during the escape attempt, validating the prophecy from years prior by the Grand Wizard, Great Wolf, that the retreating would perish first. Subsequently, Dharmaraja dispatched envoys to Fuhu Fortress to establish the Eastern Path Agreement with the envoy of Surai. According to the accord, the Diamond Kingdom surrendered Yiming City, Shurja Fortress, and Sava Fortress, with all military personnel and civilians retreating in batches to Moni Port under the protection of the Eastern Path Fleet and Moni Fleet. Surai withdrew his forces from Fuhu Fortress and recognized the newly established Diamond Kingdom. Concurrently, Yiming City was incorporated into the Archimedean Empire's Western Path province. Following the expansion, The Western Path Province was renamed the Dual Path Province. Henceforth, the two nations pledged non-aggression towards one another. Initially, Commander Vulture of Sava Fortress refused to relinquish the stronghold. But ultimately, he had no choice but to concede after a unanimous vote among his generals. Vulture harbored deep resentment toward Dharmaraja's regicide, yet felt powerless to retaliate. Simultaneously, he was unwilling to submit to Surai. In the end, he led 6,000 soldiers from the Vulture Legion to the South Mandala Kingdom, where he was bestowed with the title of King of the Northern Realm. King Dharmaraja abandoned the faith of Ahura, transforming the Ahura Temple into a hall of the 10 Directions Buddha. Growing weary of bloodshed, he shifted the expansionist policies of the Hyena era towards a defensive strategy. To this end, based on the foundation of Fuhu Fortress in Naman, he commanded Chandragupta and other generals to construct 4 fortresses, Liju, Suma, Yarrow, and Adipo, along the southern border, progressing from west to east. Subsequently, he commanded the generals of Gandhara and others to construct an extensive defense line along the western border of Alzu. Upon learning that the king of the Devas was incessantly fortifying castles and defenses, Emperor Sura jestingly raised his cup with the nobles of Archimedes, proclaiming, "The Kshatriya legions have ceased to exist. Henceforth, we shall refer to them as Kshatriya Masons. Let us toast to the Kshatriya Masons." Upon witnessing the emperor's jest, laughter erupted among the nobles as they raised their goblets in merriment. Chapter 34. The Storm of the Mountain City. The assassination of General Nasu took us all by surprise. In the courtyard, his subordinates, filled with righteous indignation, unanimously blamed the deed on Lady Wu. Lulu sought to quiet the gathering, inquiring what their intentions were. "What can we do? We must avenge the general," they cried. "Yes, vengeance for the general." The commander of Lingnan City, General Damo, who had previously served under General Nasu, was eager for retribution. Soon, the cry for the death of Lady Wu flickered incessantly on the banners of the generals. They expressed their willingness to heed Prince Yoji's call and launch an assault against her. After reporting to Prince Yoji, Lulu was appointed as the military commander of Lingnan City. At this juncture, we had no choice. Lulu instructed everyone to prepare separately and assemble the army. 3 days later, for reasons unbeknownst to me and Xiao Huang, Lulu assigned us as deputy commanders of Lingnan City's forces, stating it was Prince Yoji's directive. She tasked us with leading 20,000 defenders to fortify Lingnan City against a potential ambush from the Eagle City Empire. Of course, she also implored us to take good care of Chi-Chi, despite Chi-Chi's insistence on accompanying her to attack Baikaiwan. To launch an offensive against Baikaiwan from Lingnan, it was imperative to first conquer Fog Valley. Thus, Military Commander Lulu of Lingnan and General Damo led the main force of 40,000 troops, dividing them into naval and land contingents to march northward towards Fog Valley. Before their departure, she tenderly lifted Chi-Chi's chin, kissing her passionately as she said, "Wait for my return, for I shall bring you a brand new Suzaku kingdom." Chi-Chi wept like a child. In her heart, she knew that more than any Suzaku kingdom, the life of her beloved was of utmost importance. She regretted allowing Lulu to acquiesce to Prince Yoji's wishes. Once merely a negotiator, Lulu had now ascended to the role of military commander of Lingnan, with no retreat in sight. Outside the city of Baikaiwan, the warhorses neighed, and the ground trembled beneath the iron hooves. Prince Yoji, clad in silver-scaled armor, sat astride a pristine white steed, his lance pointed directly at the city walls. "Attack!" he commanded, waving the flag of assault as the drums of war reverberated across the battlefield. In an instant, thousands of heavily armored infantry formed ranks, while siege ladders and battering rams advanced slowly under the protection of shield walls. Archers unleashed a torrent of arrows, darkening the sky with their lethal rain, each arrow striking the walls with a resounding thud, akin to the grim knocking of death. On the city walls, Lady Wu let out a cold laugh, abruptly gesturing with her hand. Dozens of catapults roared in unison, launching massive stones that howled through the air and crashed down upon the enemy ranks. One colossal boulder, the size of a wheel, struck a formation of infantry with deadly precision, resulting in a horrific explosion of flesh and blood, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. A valiant samurai, crushed by a massive stone, had his lower body reduced to a gruesome pulp, yet he still struggled to crawl forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. His fingers dug deep into the earth, and a beastly wail escaped his throat until a comrade, unable to bear the sight, pierced his heart with a swift blade, granting him release. The battlefield had transformed into a scene of carnage. Logs and boulders rained down from the city walls, shattering the skulls of soldiers climbing the ladders. Scalding oil poured forth, and the besieging warriors, screaming as they fell, were were instantly engulfed in flames, rolling to their fiery demise amidst the acrid stench of burning flesh. Prince Yoji's countenance was grim, yet he showed no signs of retreat. He spurred his horse down to the base of the walls, brandishing his spear to deflect an incoming crossbow bolt, commanding the assault to continue. Outside the fog-laden city of Wugu, the drums of war thundered. The vast army of Lingnan assembled beneath the walls, their blades glinting like a forest of steel, banners obscuring the sky. Lulu stood atop a bronze war chariot, clad in azure armor, her crimson cloak billowing in the wind like waves of blood. She lifted her gaze to the towering walls of Wugu, the last bastion of the southern frontier of Baichao Garden. The fissures in the city walls had been filled with freshly laid bricks, and the once dilapidated battlements were now manned by well-equipped soldiers. Although General Jiahe had taken a substantial portion of the elite forces northward, newly assembled border troops had assumed defensive duties. These seasoned veterans, drawn from fortresses in the north, bore the chill of frost upon their armor. The defensive strength had swelled to 20,000. As long as they held their ground, they could restrain the Lingnan forces, providing support for the battle at Baichao Garden. On the city walls, 36 arrow towers had been upgraded, now equipped with rapid-fire crossbows. The inner layers of the walls concealed mechanisms for oil sprays. The moat had been widened to 5 zhang, its bottom strewn with iron caltrops. 3 additional steel gates had been installed on the inner side of the city gate. In the Lingnan army's camp, Lulu surveyed the model of Wugu on the sand table. Her 40,000 troops had formed an encirclement. The first echelon consisted of 3,000 heavy cavalry, the Lingnan Iron Riders, coordinating from the center. The second echelon comprised 10,000 heavily armored infantry, equipped with siege towers and catapults. The third echelon included 5,000 archers armed with fire arrows, accompanied by 5,000 musketeers for long-range support. The fourth echelon was a mobile force of 500 armored war chariots. Additionally, thousands of light cavalry were designated for rapid support. As the siege commenced, Lulu waved her command flag, slicing through the battlefield like a cold blade. The battle for Wugu lasted a mere 3 days. On the first day, the Lingnan forces bombarded the city walls with catapults, as massive stones fell like shooting stars, shattering the battlements and raising clouds of dust. The defenders fought valiantly, a rain of arrows pouring down, and the Lingnan vanguard suffered hundreds of casualties, yet their momentum remained unyielding. On the second day, siege towers were erected against the walls, with Lingnan's death-defying warriors scaling upwards, engaging in fierce combat atop the battlements. The commander of Wugu personally oversaw the defense, and amidst the flashing blades, bodies piled high, Lulu observed with a cold demeanor, suddenly raising her hand to signal the archers, fire. In an instant, hundreds of fire arrows streaked through the air, engulfing the city tower in flames, the cries of the afflicted echoing heart-wrenchingly. On the third day, under the cover of catapults and musketeers, the western gate of Wugu was breached first. Seizing the opportunity, Lulu led the Lingnan Iron Riders in a tidal wave of assault. Subsequently, street fighting erupted, with corpses littering the avenues, blood pooling between the cracks of the bluestone pavement. As the last sentinel fell upon the city ramparts, the misty valley succumbed entirely, with the remaining defenders surrendering in mass. Lulu ascended the battlements with measured grace, surveying the war-torn city below. The generals of Lingnan stood in solemn silence beside her, their eyes fixed upon her. Previously, when Lulu had been appointed as the military commander of Lingnan, some had expressed their dissent. However, after this decisive battle, where a fortified city was captured in just 3 days, they could not help but marvel at her strategic prowess. Dharmakaya, Lulu began. Leave 5,000 troops to garrison the city, eliminate the remnants of the enemy, and fortify the defenses. Her voice was unwavering. As you command, responded a burly general, clasping his fists in respect. At dawn the following day, the army of Lingnan set forth once more. 30,000 elite soldiers marched northward along the Yangmei Avenue, their iron hooves shattering the morning frost, and their battle banners fluttering like dragons in the wind. Seated upon her war chariot, Lulu toyed with a bronze medallion. General, ahead lies the Baichao Garden, reported her deputy. She lifted her gaze. On the distant horizon, the outlines of the city walls became faintly visible. Upon the arrival of Lulu's reinforcements at the foot of Baichao Garden, the forces of Prince Yoji clashed fiercely with the defending army of the 5th Ant. Utilizing their defensive advantage, the 5th Ant's troops fought valiantly, inflicting substantial casualties upon Prince Yoji's forces. After half a month of conflict, 30,000 warriors had perished, including 20,000 samurai and 10,000 defenders from Longwan. In this moment of dwindling morale, the arrival of the Lingnan troops greatly bolstered the spirits of Yoji's army. A thin veil of dawn mist enveloped the walls of Birch-Shield Garden, and the morning light of the 25th day of siege appeared particularly bleak. Prince Yoji stood upon the central command platform, dewdrops clinging to his silver armor, the blade in his hand gleaming coldly in the morning light. "We must break through today?" His command echoed through the ranks, conveyed by flag signals, resonating with unusual clarity in the chilling morning breeze. The drums of war thundered, and banners billowed. The first wave of heavy infantry had formed ranks, and siege ladders advanced slowly under the cover of shield walls. On the battlements, the defenders' archers were already poised for action. As the first wave of soldiers began their ascent up the siege ladders, Lulu's black banner suddenly surged aloft. 400 armored war chariots thundered forth from the flanks, their wheels crushing the corpses strewn across the battlefield with a chilling crunch. "Provide covering fire," Lulu commanded from the lead chariot, her voice sharp and authoritative. Thousands of arrows soared from the mounted archers, tracing deadly arcs through the air. The defenders atop the walls fell in droves, yet new troops swiftly filled the gaps. Scalding oil cascaded down, eliciting piercing screams from the soldiers attempting to climb. Prince Yoji's vanguard had already reached the parapets, engaging the enemy in a brutal melee. A centurion, having felled 2 defenders, was abruptly pierced through the chest by a sudden spear thrust. His lifeless body hung upon the battlement, blood streaming down the walls. Second wave advance. Prince Yoji roared, brandishing his command flag. Suddenly, countless boulders rained down from the walls, shattering the siege ladders. Soldiers scaling them fell like raindrops, their cries echoing in the chaos. The enemy's colossal crossbows unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing Lulu's chariot troops to retreat, while the rain of arrows began to thin. At noon, the offensive was compelled to pause. The battlefield lay strewn with mangled corpses, and the damaged siege ladders emitted wisps of smoke. Medics traversed among the wounded, the cries of agony echoing incessantly. Standing atop her chariot, Lulu gazed intently at the steadfast city walls, her cloak stained with blood and dust. Their defenses proved more tenacious than anticipated. Prince Yoji approached, his silver armor marred by countless arrow marks. Lulu inclined her head slightly. "Ant has concentrated her last elite forces here. It is merely a final stand." She turned her gaze to the walls, where fresh defenders appeared, diligently repairing the damaged parapets. As night fell, the campfires flickered like scattered stars. Within the central tent, the commanders gathered around a map, the atmosphere growing tense. A direct assault was not a viable option. Lulu traced her finger along the map. "We must alter our strategy." Prince Yoji furrowed his brow. "What is your plan?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Lulu's lips. "If we cannot breach them head-on, let them open the gates themselves." She secretly ordered all light cavalry to retreat 10 miles under the cover of darkness, then converge from all directions, convincing the soldiers of Birch-Shield that a substantial reinforcement was on its way. On the second day, before dawn had graced the eastern horizon, the sentinels atop the fog-shrouded city walls suddenly widened their eyes as a swirling storm of dust rose from all sides, as if a myriad of troops were sweeping forth. The thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated through the earth, causing the bronze bells on the city walls to tremble slightly. The commander of the Birch-Shield defenders promptly sounded the alarm. To the north, shadowy figures of armored cavalry emerged from the dust. To the west, banners fluttered endlessly among the trees. To the south, the thunderous clamor of hooves echoed down the Yongmei Avenue, and to the east, the valley resonated with synchronized battle cries. This was, in fact, Lulu's meticulously orchestrated ruse. For 1,000 light cavalry, their tails dragging oil-soaked branches, each rider equipped with 2 war drums, alternating in rhythm, while specially crafted bronze whistles simulated the resonance of horns. In the span of nearly 30 days, nearly 10,000 corpses were discarded daily, instilling dread within the hearts of the Birch-Shield defenders. Prior to the conflict, they had believed that their formidable fortifications and heavily equipped forces would suffice to repel any invading enemy. In truth, they had gravely underestimated their adversary. Wilson's Long Bay army had long been engaged in battle with Ant's forces, never lacking in combat experience. Prince Yoji and General Takasuji's samurai regarded sacrificing for their lord as an unassailable duty, relishing the pursuit of glory amidst the carnage of battle. As for the soldiers of Lingnan, including General Damo, they resided on the fringes of the Tree Kingdom, frequently clashing with the enemy from the southern provinces, thus possessing ample battle experience. More critically, they were driven by a desire for vengeance against General Nasu, vowing not to relent until Ant was vanquished. Once the war commenced, Ant swiftly sought to negotiate, dispatching envoys to Rose Mountain City for reinforcements, only to be met with resistance from the local nobility. They had long been discontented with Ant's tyranny, wishing for Baekhyun to fall to Prince Yoji. Furthermore, General Shigantang's western campaign had depleted much of the capital's military strength. In this present time, where in the capital is there any military force to be mobilized? Fifth Ant has requested additional troops from Mist Valley, but the messenger, who had just journeyed south, returned with the grim news. Mist Valley has fallen to the armies of Lingnan, led by Lulu, with the retreat route severed. The defenders of the 100 Herb Garden fought with unprecedented fervor, while others, despairing, felt abandoned by the deity Chimu. The 100 Herb Garden, situated inland, thrived on the vices of the flesh trade and gambling, with many inhabitants having never experienced war. To them, the notion of violence seemed less appealing than indulging in carnal pleasures. They believed that brutality should serve to satisfy physical needs rather than annihilate the corporeal form. As a month elapsed, the number of defenders dwindled by half, prompting many disenchanted nobles under Fifth Ant's rule to seek alternative paths. Meanwhile, General Takasugi's spies diligently sowed discord. Lady Omu reached out to the prominent nobles, orchestrating plans to swiftly conclude the conflict. On the other side, Prince Yoji faced significant losses. However, the territories of the Tree Kingdom, including Long Bay, Lingnan, and Mist Valley, remained firmly under his control, ensuring smooth logistical support. On the 29th day of the 100 Herb Garden conflict, seizing the opportunity presented by Lulu's cunning feint, Prince Yoji extended an earnest proposal for surrender to the defenders. The missive, imbued with heartfelt sincerity, demanded the surrender of Fifth Ant, promising that no further reprisals would be sought from the remaining defenders. A 3-day deadline was established. Should the 100 Herb Garden fail to deliver Fifth Ant by the end of this period, the city would face annihilation. To Prince Yoji's astonishment, at dawn of the very first day of the ultimatum, the lifeless body of Fifth Ant was hurled from the city walls by Lady Omu and other nobles. In their eyes, the fall of the 100 Herb Garden had become inevitable, rendering any sacrifice for the old harlot unnecessary. Secretly coordinating with General Takasugi's operatives, Lady Omu led guards to capture Fifth Ant in her slumber and subsequently imprisoned her loyalists. Prince Yoji himself severed Fifth Ant's head and conducted a grand requiem outside the city of the 100 Herb Garden. The battle spanned 30 days, resulting in a staggering loss of 60,000 lives between Prince Yoji and Lulu, alongside 40,000 casualties on Fifth Ant's side. The 100 Herb Garden conflict marked the largest and bloodiest battle in the annals of the Tree Kingdom. Yesterday, they were fierce adversaries locked in a deadly struggle. Today, swords were sheathed and white cloths tied to signify mourning, as the sounds of horns and drums reverberated in tribute to fallen comrades. The lament of the tree people and fish people, longing for home, wafted over countless pyres of burning bodies. In the early morning light, with the soft blush of dawn gracing the lips, one longs for the return of a beloved. At dusk, the battlefield lay shrouded in desolation, strewn with countless cold corpses, carelessly discarded. Outside the window, the nightingale sings, and in dreams, you remain, returning home under the moonlight. Cliffs and crags stretch towards the horizon, adorned with blooming orchids. The night looms heavy and vast, as all things ultimately succumb to death. Cliffs and precipices stretch into the distant horizon, adorned with the blooming heliconias upon the hills. The night, heavy and vast, envelopes all in the inevitability of death. In the kingdom of the Vermilion Bird, the aging King Lecher bequeathed the throne to Prince Yoji. Thus, the governance of the Vermilion Kingdom, once dominated by power-hungry ministers, returned to the royal family. Subsequently, King Yoji undertook a comprehensive reorganization of the nation's administrative divisions, establishing the Rose Hill City, Mist Valley Prefecture, Herbal Garden Prefecture, Dragon Bay Prefecture, Upper Prefecture, and Lingnan Prefecture. He also decreed the construction of the Longling Avenue, which would facilitate the connection between Dragon Bay, Upper Prefecture, and Lingnan, greatly enhancing trade between the northern and southern merchants. Wilson was appointed as the military commissioner of Dragon Bay Prefecture, with Vice Commander Edward receiving the title of Deputy Military Commissioner, both honored with the ranks of Marquis and Earl, inheritable without exception. General Damo was entrusted with the military commission of Mist Valley Prefecture, while Lady Omu took charge of Herbal Garden Prefecture, both elevated to the rank of Earl. Following her appointment, Lady Omu ordered the execution of those loyal to the previously captured Fifth Ant. In light of the lessons learned from the internal strife during the Herbal Garden War, King Yoji disbanded the garrison forces in Herbal Garden Prefecture, retaining only a modest militia for the maintenance of public order. To prevent the rise of local warlordism, King Yoji established military garrisons throughout various regions, with the commanders directly appointed by the king, answering solely to his command. Initially, King Yoji intended to retain Lulu as the military commissioner of Lingnan Prefecture, yet he faced a polite refusal from her, leading to General Argus assuming the role instead. Lulu and Chi-Chi, riding in a pink carriage, returned to the nameless estate and extended an invitation to me and Xiaolong to visit. The Western Expedition General, Shirgantang, was commanded to withdraw his fleet, thereby preemptively concluding the imminent conflict between the Vermilion Kingdom and the Nupu Kingdom. King Yoji entrusted General Shirgantang with significant responsibilities, appointing him as the governor of Rose Hill City, partly to win the favor of the populace. As for General Takasuji, King Yoji appointed him as the military commissioner of Upper Prefecture, but he declined the offer, leading to the appointment of General Sanada, as recommended by Takasuji. Within the Chamber of Attendants, King Yoji dismissed the guards and directly inquired about General Takasuji's reasons for refusal. The general expressed a desire to retreat into seclusion. Seeking the king's understanding, he mentioned that he was on his way to visit a friend. King Yoji asked him, what friend could possibly hold more significance than the position of military commissioner of Upper Prefecture? General Takasuji remained silent. Knowing the general's character, King Yoji understood that if he chose not to disclose, he would remain tight-lipped. After departing from Rose Hill City, General Takasuji donned civilian attire and, accompanied by a loyal servant who had shared both peril and safety by his side, made his way toward Lingnan City. Initially, the servant had prepared a carriage, but General Takasuji declined the offer, opting to walk instead. Without a hint of hesitation, the servant shouldered the belongings from the carriage and followed his master eastward. After nearly a month of travel, they finally arrived at Lingnan City. Upon settling in, the master and servant shared a night of silence. At dawn, General Takasuji rose early to bathe, then dressed meticulously, tied his hair into a bun, and dismissed his servant, saying, "You are free now." However, the servant knelt and refused to leave. His forehead bled profusely from the impact, indicating a resolute determination. "Very well," General Takasuji gestured. "It is acceptable to stay. And please assist me in bringing 2 items to my lord." To this day, he remained accustomed to addressing King Yoji as his lord. The master and servant proceeded towards a cemetery, one following the other. Before the gravestone, Takasuji knelt, burning a stack of spirit money and a piece of silk cloth. Inscribed with the words, "Sins cannot be redeemed, this heart finds no peace." Subsequently, he drew a dagger and glanced at his servant, who immediately grasped his master's intention and took a step back. General Takasuji plunged the dagger into his abdomen, slowly sliding to the right while enduring the pain. Unable to bear his master's anguish, the servant advanced with a blade, wishing to end his master's suffering. Takasuji shot him a fierce glance, compelling him to reluctantly sheath his weapon and withdraw. Blood flowed freely from General Takasuji, and in his final moments, he seemed to perceive the soul of General Su smiling at him. When Takasuji's servant rode forth bearing the general's head and a letter to the palace of Rose Mountain, King Yoji comprehended everything and wept uncontrollably. Given the gravity of the situation, he commanded a grand burial for his beloved fallen general with princely honors, posthumously bestowing upon him the title of Zhaozhong Wui Wang and permitting his descendants to inherit the title of Duke of Zhongyi to honor the family name. Inside the mourning hall, white banners hung low and the candlelight flickered dimly. The imperial envoy, holding a roll of yellow silk, solemnly unfurled it. The emperor's brush, stained with vermilion like blood, inscribed the words, "As the cherry blossoms fall, spring remains ensnared. The loyal soul eternally lingers as the moon wanders." The courtyard fell silent, save for the muffled sobs. Lady Takasuji swayed, collapsing silently, while her maid hurried to support her. The soldiers below bowed their heads to the ground, mourning as if for lost ancestors, their foreheads pressed against the blue bricks, where bloodstains faintly appeared. On the 7th day after the burial, the night of the first return of the soul, the royal tombstone still appeared fresh, and the pines and cypresses remained sparse. The servant who had accompanied the general for many years, clad in white and barefoot, knelt before the gilded gravestone. His frail hand slowly withdrew a short dagger, the blade reflecting his murky, tear-filled eyes. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and crimson splattered, staining the newly planted evening cherries before the tomb. The night breeze swept up the bloodied petals, swirling like the broken arrow feathers from battles of yore. Chapter 35, Return to Parody. A tumult arose as ships gathered. Lingnan Port welcomed an unexpected visitor. A cloaked woman, accompanied by 2 guards, disembarked and made her way into the city. She had heard of the significant events transpiring in the Zhuge Kingdom, believing that the restoration of royal power would inevitably alter the nation's policies. As the commander of Yangpu district in the Xinpu kingdom and an envoy of the king, Yaoji was dispatched to explore the possibilities of thawing relations and cooperation between the two nations. After all, there had been severe opposition between the two realms, and even with King Yoji in power, reconciling with the Xinpu kingdom in the short term was no simple task. Furthermore, the Zhuge kingdom and the Eagle City Empire were at odds, while the Xinpu kingdom maintained close trade ties with the Eagle City Empire. All these factors cast a shadow over Yaoji's journey. Yet, for the sake of the citizens of Xinpu kingdom, Yaoji felt compelled to try her luck. The choice of Lingnan City over Rose Mountain City was due to its more convenient transportation. It boasted the finest harbor in the nation and enjoyed the advantages of the inner rivers of the Xiang'an River. From a perspective of open-mindedness, coastal residents were generally more enlightened. If the nobility here supports the resumption of trade, it will inevitably influence the policies of Rose Mountain City. Conversely, if one were to visit Rose Mountain City first and be rebuffed, there would be no room for retreat. General Argos, newly appointed as the military governor of Lingnan, finds himself in quite a predicament. Due to the frequent turmoil of war, the security issues within the city have become increasingly dire. Many disheartened soldiers, after leaving the military, have joined various gangs that now control the docks, both large and small. Historically, in more prosperous regions, the fierce competition among gangs for commercial territory intensifies. Among the myriad of gangs, the Shark Gang is particularly ruthless. Despite numerous attempts by the authorities to eradicate them, they remain a formidable presence. The influence of noble factions is inescapable behind these gangs, with many royal family members even embroiled in the chaos. Their intricate web of interdependence and mutual protection is the very crux of the government's inability to eradicate this menace. Not long after Yao Ji and her companions began to stroll along the docks, her luminous bracelet attracted the attention of the Shark Gang members. On the docks, hundreds of prisoners of war from the Eagle City Empire were being paraded publicly, while the surrounding populace hurled eggs and stones, venting their fury. Yao Ji gently approached and slipped a piece of bread into the pocket of one prisoner. Her compassionate act shamed those who had been throwing eggs, prompting an increasing number of onlookers to withdraw their projectiles and offer bread and fruit to the staggering prisoners, despite having never met them before. They gradually realized that directing their wrath at these strangers was not a manifestation of patriotism, but rather a consequence of being blinded by hatred. Amidst the throng, Yao Ji's luminous bracelet vanished, taken by a man who had just brushed past her. She pursued him relentlessly, trailing into a narrow alley. Just as the petty thief was about to be cornered, dozens of Shark Gang members surrounded them. In the ensuing scuffle, a brutal thug plunged a rusted harpoon into Yao Ji's abdomen, causing her to collapse. One of her attendants was killed on the spot, while another sustained severe injuries. Valiantly defending their mistress, Argos, leading his guards nearby, grew anxious upon not seeing Yao Ji and began searching for her, ultimately rescuing her. In an unnamed estate at the border of the Upper Fief and Lingnan, I and Xiao Huang received word that a female envoy from the Nupu kingdom had been grievously injured by the Shark Gang. King Yoji, upon learning of this, took the matter seriously and ordered that she be treated without delay. Thus, we were instructed to hurry to her aid. At this moment, Lulu was not in her usual state. Since the Battle of the Herbal Garden, she had been plagued by nightmares, awakening in a cold sweat, her mind in disarray. Her wife, Chi, had tried various remedies, even enlisting Xiao Huang to prescribe medication, yet nothing seemed effective. Particularly at night, Lulu's condition worsened. She often envisioned a world besieged by flaming boulders, with everyone awaiting the day of judgment. A dark swarm of crows obscured the sunlight, feasting upon the corpses of fallen soldiers. The entire continent had transformed into a slaughterhouse, as all believed in the harsh law of survival of the fittest. Only those who were swifter, stronger, and more ruthless could ensure their own survival by vanquishing their enemies. She dreamt that monarchs across nations were rewarded for their political achievements, rather than their conscience, awarded for killing rather than saving. Humanity continues to swell, transforming into a corpulent butcher with a sagging belly and a colossal cleaver brandished in hand, slowly advancing towards the imprisoned stone, tree, and fish beings. They not only partake in the slaughter but also deem such carnage as a natural order. The torment of night terrors and panic ravages Lulu's spirit, while also decimating her physical form. Once adept at preserving her youth, Lulu now bears the marks of aging. Wrinkles adorn her forehead, and her hair begins to turn gray. Aging resembles a boulder plummeting from a great precipice, accelerating with each passing moment. Initially, one struggles to accept why one too must descend. Gradually, one reconciles with fate's design, anticipating the moment of impact. Yet, The boulder continues its descent, never quite touching the ground, leaving life suspended in a realm of ephemeral void. Recently, Chi-Chi has been weeping in solitude, unwilling to let Lulu witness her sorrow. Together with Xiao Huang, I have scoured the medical texts, leaving no illustration or punctuation unexamined, and have tried various remedies. Yet we remain powerless to halt the inexorable descent of the boulder. Nonetheless, upon hearing the news, Lulu volunteers to accompany us. We set forth from the newly opened Longling Avenue, traveling by carriage, and soon arrive at Lingnan City. Upon reaching the military commander's mansion in Lingnan City, our deepest fears are realized. Indeed, it is Yao Ji. Upon seeing Yao Ji, a torrent of emotions overwhelms us. She lies in a coma, her abdominal wound ghastly and widely infected. Is there any hope for her recovery? I refuse to believe the grim sight before me, anxiously imploring Xiao Huang for solutions. You must think of something. Lulu urges from beside me. Oh, Apollo above. It is too late. I do not care for your invocation of Apollo. I demand that Yao Ji be saved immediately. My anger swells. Calm down, big fella. It is not that I wish to refrain from aiding her, but it is simply too late. Had we arrived a day sooner, this infection might not have escalated to this extent, Xiao Huang sighs. At that moment, Yao Ji suddenly awakens, bringing forth both shock and joy. Is it you? She weeps. How wonderful. She gazes at me, Parati. And then she slips away into silence once more. Parati Island is where we first met, where Lulu had convalesced. After Yao Ji's passing, the room descends into a profound stillness. In that instant, it feels as though the entire universe has hushed. I lift Yao Ji's lifeless form and stagger towards the door. Where are you going? Xiao Huang queries. To Parati, I reply as I walk. We shall go too. Lulu pulls at Chi-Chi. You are all mad. Xiao Huang exclaims. Parati Island may very well have sunk long ago. A band of lunatics. Thus, the three of us, myself, Lulu, and Chi-Chi, venture forth. Xiao Huang follows us out of the city, but cannot accompany us further. Dr. Freud from Eagle City has sent a missive requesting Xiao Huang's presence at the Yuanhua Medical Hall. The ceaseless nature of war keeps Dr. Freud tirelessly occupied within the military infirmary. More importantly, he has recently discovered a letter left by the late Dr. Yuanhua, which stipulates that Xiao Huang is to inherit the Yuanhua Medical Hall and bear the grave responsibility of saving lives. Greetings, my stout friend, along with Lulu and Chi-Chi. Do not forget me. I never anticipated that our parting in Lingnan would become my eternal farewell to Xiao Huang. Had I foreseen this, I would have surely uttered something to him. At the very least, I could have embraced him one last time and said, farewell, my dearest brother. In the kingdom of Hippocrates, banners fluttered across the hills, and armies surged like a tempest. Prime Minister Saga led the forces of the citadel to swiftly quell the insurrections of the East Sea King and the Yuzi King. However, he himself sustained injuries from flying debris on the battlefield, leaving him with but one arm, earning him the moniker of the One-Armed Saga. His young nephew, General Guishuang, stood at the precipice of a rocky gorge, the mountain winds billowing his blood-stained cloak. Below, in the narrow stone ravine, the 60,000 troops of Tarajis trudged forward with great difficulty, the glint of their armor piercing his eyes. Prepare, he whispered. Yet his voice resonated clearly throughout the entire gorge. 20,000 soldiers held their breath, clad in coarse gray-brown war garments, their faces dusted with ochre powder, blending seamlessly with the rugged rock walls. Each warrior gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting the fateful signal. As the vanguard of Tarajis fully entered the ambush zone, the general raised his scimitar. Attack! In an instant, the gorge transformed into a hellish battleground. Thousands of boulders cascaded from the cliffs on either side, crushing the elite cavalry of Tarajis. A rain of arrows descended like locusts, each aimed at the gaps in the enemy's armor. The Guishuang general personally led 3,000 valiant warriors to strike from the flank, darting like specters through the chaotic enemy ranks, each slash of their blades drawing forth crimson stains. Tarajis, caught off guard, soon realized that within this narrow gorge, their 60,000 troops had become a burden. The frontline soldiers sought to retreat, but the rear ranks pressed on, throwing the entire legion into disarray. Capture Tarajis, the Guishuang general bellowed, cleaving through an enemy commander that stood in his way. He was but 10 steps from Tarajis' gilded chariot, able to discern the terror in his foe's eyes. Yet ultimately, Tarajis severed his battle robe and fled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gorge lay strewn with the fallen. The Guishuang general stood upon the blood-stained rocks, gazing at the retreating enemy. 2,000 against 60,000. This was a victory worthy of the annals of history. That so-called elixir of life was merely a ruse. It promised not 40 additional years, but, post-consumption, only about 4 years of life before death's decree. Only after vanquishing Tarajis did the Guishuang general publicly reveal this truth. Initially, the Guishuang general had sought aid from the Belinka father and son, already anticipating their nefarious intentions. Rather than await the outbreak of future conflicts, he seized the opportunity presented by the rebellions of the East Sea King and the Yuzi King to strike first, whether the southern mountain province supported or opposed the citadel. They would inevitably suffer losses. Consequently, the military and civilian populace of the southern mountain province fell into unprecedented turmoil. Had Tarajis not taken the initiative to attack, the Guishuang general would not have gained the upper hand. With justifiable cause, defeating Tarajis and reclaiming the southern mountain region was merely the first step of his grand design. In the midst of the bleak prospects for the kingdom of Hippocrates, the emergence of the Guishuang general illuminated a glimmer of hope for the stone people. The resounding victory at the Stone Gorge became a mythic tale whispered throughout their realm, and the name of the Guishuang general had long since become a household legend. Upon receiving news of the defeat at Stone Gorge, Emperor Zugali II of Eagle City was engulfed in fury, contemplating the dismissal of the arrogant and incompetent governor, Talangis. Aware of his culpability, Talangis hastily dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to the palace, imploring the queen's sister, Jenna, to intercede on his behalf. Persuaded by the queen's advocacy, Zugali II quelled his wrath, imposing a 1-year suspension of Talangis' salary while allowing him to retain his position, hoping for redemption through future deeds. Just like his father, Zugali I, even in adversity, Zugali II sought advantageous elements within the turmoil. Upon reflection, the defeat at Stone Gorge could indeed serve as an opportunity to mend relations with the kingdom of Hippocrates. Previously, Zugali II would have aimed to annihilate this nation. Yet the current circumstances were markedly different. Since the Emperor Sura I of the Archimedean Empire had conquered the eastern province of the Hunter Kingdom, the balance of power across the continent had shifted dramatically. Zugali II was acutely aware that a confrontation between the Eagle City Empire and the Archimedean Empire was inevitable. If he could ally with the kingdom of Hippocrates, the kingdom of South Mandala, and the kingdom of Kos, it would signify a strategic advantage in the impending decisive battle. To this end, he appointed the Minister of Finance, Kong Fong, as his special envoy to the Acropolis, tasked with proposing a ceasefire and a desire for reconciliation. In the town of Hahuan within the province of Swentovia, the lush Hahuan trees flourished. The fan-shaped blossoms adorned in pink and white swayed gracefully in the breeze, resembling fairies frolicking amidst the greenery. Within an unassuming manner, several monumental figures gathered. Emperor Sura I of the Archimedean Empire was clandestinely convening with King Ping Huji of the Western Kingdom, accompanied by Governor Robert of Swentovia and the newly appointed governors. General Tacitus, as well as General Abdullah of the Western Kingdom's Guard, Utopian Administrator Raphael, and Governor Fei Xiong of the Kaka province. Sura I's intentions were clear: to forge an alliance with the Western Kingdom to jointly assault the southern Eagle City Empire. He expressed his willingness to delineate the future borders along the original Archimedean thoroughfare, granting the Eastern Territories to the Archimedean Empire and the Western Territories to the Western Kingdom. Although the confidential meeting did not yield a concrete agreement, the Western Kingdom expressed a desire to remain neutral, akin to the Valkyrie Kingdom, refraining from supporting or opposing either side in the impending North-South conflict. Sura I, though somewhat disheartened, found solace in the fact that Ping Huji had not allied with the Eagle City Empire. Upon returning to Archimedia, a monkey by his side sought the Emperor's counsel regarding the deployment of a particular spy. According to Sura I's assessment, Richard was worth at least 5 legions. Without Richard's contributions, he would not have so seamlessly captured Yiming City and secured the eastern province. He glanced at the military map, and while the monkey had anticipated the Emperor would send Richard to Val City or the Acropolis, Sura I's finger ultimately rested upon Eagle City. Let the blackbird venture to Eagle City, for it is the new designation bestowed upon Richard by Emperor Sula I. Upon returning to Utopia, Duke Ping Huji summoned Prince Ping Rang, Princess Ping Zheng, and the governors of various provinces to deliberate on matters of state. Raphael posited that while Sula I ostensibly allied with our Western Kingdom, his true intent was to annex us. In contrast, Governor Solomon argued that an alliance could indeed expand our territory, given the current constraints of our land. Prince Ping Rang deemed the alliance essential, while Princess Ping Zheng, as the governor of Wendi Province, contended that the alliance need not be exclusively with the Archimedean Empire. Subsequently, Duke Ping Huji commanded Raphael to proceed to Eagle City to proclaim our nation's neutral stance. In his view, the survival of the Western Kingdom hinged on the principle of balance. Should the Archimedean Empire grow too powerful, we must join forces with the Eagle City Empire to retaliate. Conversely, the same applies in reverse. This embodies the strategy of continental equilibrium. Princess Pingzheng further cautioned the king that should Sula I assault the Western Kingdom in the future, relying solely on the Eagle City Empire may prove insufficient. Are you referring to the Valkyrie Kingdom? Queen Freya has long adhered to neutrality. After enduring calamities such as the plague and the invasion by the White D, Queen Freya began to distance herself from the fray. However, unlike the Kingdom of Diamond, the Valkyrie people do not erect walls everywhere. Rather than tangible fortifications, they have constructed an invisible iron curtain. The nobles of Valkyrie generally believe that avoiding entanglement in the conflicts of the Central Plains is the wisest course, aligning with the will of Odin. Otherwise, they risk incurring divine wrath. To avert a recurrence of disaster, the Valkyrie remain steadfast in their neutrality. Furthermore, with the threat of a resurgence from the White D army ever looming, they must remain prepared, given their exceptional combat prowess. Any foe contemplating an attack on the Valkyrie Kingdom must think twice. Presently, Castle Mu, Black Horse City, and Wagner City have all regained their vitality. The Wagner City captured by Emperor Jagali I was but an empty shell, seized during the rare conjunction of the White D invasion and the outbreak of plague. I refer to Rose Mountain City. Princess Pingzheng replied to the old king. We have had no prior dealings. Would they consent? The old king expressed some doubt. Under normal circumstances, certainly not, but with King Yoji now in power, he cannot be oblivious to the prevailing situation. The old king hesitated, revealing his discomfort. An alliance with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom would undoubtedly bolster our strength. However, we lack suitable candidates. Governor Solomon of Dolphin Province hesitated. If my father trusts me, I am willing to journey to Rose Mountain City to forge an alliance with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Princess Pingzheng asserted with unwavering resolve. The old king finally nodded, his heart brimming with joy. It turned out that, based on intelligence and discussions with Governor Solomon, Ping Huji intended to betroth Princess Pingzheng to the new king of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Yoji. Yet, given her naturally stubborn disposition, commanding her to marry could yield counterproductive results. Now, her initiative to propose a mission to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was truly fortuitous. Once the alliance between the kingdoms of Shi and Zhu is established, the strategy of continental equilibrium undoubtedly advances significantly. Following the conquest of Yiming City by Emperor Sula I, the most anxious figure became King Robin of the South Mandala Kingdom. If the seemingly impregnable Yiming City has surrendered, can our Val City withstand the onslaught? Although General Wu Jiao, the commander of the Safo fortress, has defected and stationed his forces in the northern borders, providing a buffer, Emperor Sula I commands a vast army, poised to strike at any moment, in a state of restless unease. Momentous news arrived from the Kingdom of Kos. King Lushan dispatched a formidable general to lead 30,000 troops to assist in defense. King Robin was overjoyed and personally led his civil and military officials to the eastern port of Pesoto to welcome them. Over 300 stone warships congregated at the harbor, their golden sails gleaming brilliantly under the sun. A general clad in a crimson cloak descended from the warship with an imposing presence, waving to the assembled crowd. He paid his respects to King Robin and delivered a brief, yet powerful opening statement. I, General Caesar, am honored to serve your majesty. In Val City, the Tree People and Stone People united to fortify the city's defenses. Many human and fish volunteer soldiers joined the ranks to resist Archimedes, fighting side by side within the walls of Val City. Witnessing the long-awaited alliance between the wood and stone factions finally materializing, King Robin felt a profound sense of nostalgia. If the late Martin were aware, he would surely rest in peace. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom of Hippocrates, the situation was also evolving. General Goeishuang replaced his uncle, Saga, as regent and subsequently met with the envoy of Zhu Jieli II, Kong Fong. The two parties were still negotiating the terms of their alliance. Just as the Eagle City Empire and the Kingdom of Hippocrates were engaged in their diplomatic dance, General Tacitus, governor of two provinces, found himself a guest at the table of King Nicola of the Urdi Kingdom. General Tacitus emphasized that the emperor promised that if the Urdi Kingdom allied with the Archimedes Empire, the province of Grum and Eagle City would be ceded to King Nicola. King Nicola's embrace of Emperor Sula I incited the wrath of the Empress Dowager Nina of Eagle City, leaving her bedridden with illness. Following King Nicola's orders, General Myanshikov was mobilizing 30,000 troops, preparing to unite with Sula I's Southern Expeditionary Forces. Xiao Huang spoke the truth. Parody Island is no longer the paradise it was over 20 years ago, although it has not sunk like Mingi Island. Only a fraction of its land remains above the waves. After disembarking, Lulu and Kiki's maids busily organized their luggage. We managed to locate a few dilapidated tricolored stone houses on the island, where we made a meager settlement. In the crystal coffin, Yao Ji's body had grown cold. Yet I remained unwilling to lay her to rest, despite Lulu and Kiki's gentle reminders. Both of them began to age gradually, their decline achingly palpable. Like murals eroding under relentless winds, or stones along the shore becoming cloaked in moss from the encroaching tides, their aging was starkly evident. Their maids patrolled the nearby waters in fast boats, reporting that many islands were now inhabited by humans, stone people, and fish people. They had also heard rumors of recent pirate activity. The presence of pirates serves as a testament to the newfound vitality of Mazu Island, indicating that there are indeed treasures worth plundering. Fortunately, a valiant fisherman has rallied a militia to protect the community. The maids, though somewhat unclear, overheard that the leader of this fisherman is known as Li Shunlin. Years ago, during the grand invasion of the demon army upon the kingdom of Mazu, General Li Shunlin was stationed far away in the East China Sea. Unable to provide aid, he received the grim news of Mingyi's capital falling to the enemy. After the passing of the Heavenly Empress, he chose self-exile among the islands of the East China Sea, wandering in solitude, finding solace in poetry and wine. Upon learning of the revival of the Mazu archipelago, he hastened to the scene, only to find chaos wrought by pirates and the emergence of various gangs, such as the Shark Gang, the Wolf Eel Gang, and the Viper Fish Gang. He gathered seasoned veterans, ninjas, and robust young fishermen to form an armed force known as the Lingbo Army. Utilizing Lingbo City as their stronghold, General Li Shunlin led the Lingbo Army to reclaim numerous islands, including Nao Island, Xian Island, Yi Island, and Sun Island, thereby establishing a new order in the southeastern seas. After vanquishing the Viper Fish Gang, General Li Shunlin gazed out over the vast southern sea, sighing, "When the fish and shrimp thrive, the fishermen will come. When the sheep grow fat, the wolves will appear." The young strategist at his side misinterpreted the general's mention of wolves as referring to the bandits of the Wolf Eel Gang, believing that having just secured a victory, these wolves posed little threat. Only the seasoned veterans understood General Li Shunlin's deeper concerns. The youth could hardly fathom the savagery of the demon army from over 30 years ago, having spent many days on the small island, witnessing the sun rise and set, and the tides ebb and flow. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the palm fronds danced in the wind. I feel that Yao Ji has not perished, but merely fallen into a deep slumber. During these days, I have endeavored to recall the myriad experiences I have encountered on this planet over the past 30 years. For the humans of the mainland, 30 is an average age, a lifetime for many. Yet for the Treefolk, Stonefolk, and Fishfolk, 30 years is but a fleeting moment. Throughout these decades, significant upheavals and dynastic changes have unfolded, yet in retrospect, I find little that is fundamentally different. The names of nations and rulers may change, but the struggle for profit and the human encroachment upon the Treefolk, Stonefolk, and Fishfolk remain constant. As for myself and Xiao Huang, we have always seemed like the unconventional ones. Lulu has also transformed, evolving from a champion of heroism into a contented spouse living a modest life. Echoing Xiao Huang's earlier remark that a dulled mirror reflects a good man, I know not how Yao Ji has spent these years. She has never married. After her passing, the citizens of Yangpu district will surely remember her fondly. Yet, what significance does nostalgia hold? Yao Ji would have preferred that they lead joyful and fulfilling lives, treating themselves and others with kindness, even extending dignity to a prisoner of war through the provision of bread. When I first arrived, I was astonished by the silence of humanity on this planet. Even in their silence, they express joy and laughter, as well as engage in fierce competition for fame and fortune. They unite against a common foe, leaving behind tales of valor and sorrow. Yet once the demon army vanished, they turned upon one another, treating even their domestic adversaries with a ferocity surpassing their previous enmity towards the demons. Truly, humanity is a perplexing enigma. Compared to humans, I find greater solace in engaging with the tree folk, stone beings, and fish people. They possess neither overwhelming power nor the intricate machinations that often cloud human intentions. The universe is vast. It is not solely the powerful and the victorious who deserve a place within it. The weak and the defeated, too, should claim their rightful space. Whether it be Mint, Zugali, hyenas, or Sula, every ambitious ruler harbors their own grand designs, yearning to conquer the world. Yet, the act of subjugating others merely paves the way for one's own destruction. In the past, to resist the demonic army, nations formed the Eagle City Alliance, achieving a Pyrrhic victory at the cost of countless lives. Little did they foresee that while one demonic force was vanquished, a multitude would rise anew. Presently, the forces of Sula I, in alliance with the army of the Kingdom of Old, marched southward with the intent to conquer the realms of the Treefolk and stone beings, ultimately aiming to obliterate the Eagle City Empire and the Juke Kingdom. These aspirations appear both vividly tangible and hauntingly illusory. Years ago, Zugali and his Archimedean Empire, driven by similar ideals, expanded relentlessly, only to collapse under their weight. Perhaps, as the architect of the grand design, Jifishu, aptly remarked, humanity is perpetually in pursuit of more apples. And what is the outcome? Have people truly acquired more apples? The proliferation lies not in the apples themselves, but in an insatiable greed for an ever-increasing bounty. These individuals are but children, spoiled by unrealistic dreams. The fall of one Zugali will inevitably give rise to countless others, a fate dictated by human nature, leaving one feeling utterly powerless. I find myself weary of such thoughts. Contemplation, rather than imparting wisdom, only serves to induce further headaches. One fateful day, I noticed the blue light emanating from Yeoheim had vanished. That ethereal glow had been an indelible thought within my heart, an unfulfilled longing, a painful severance of love. Now, with its disappearance, I could not restrain my tears. I laid Yeoheim to rest in a clearing in Paradis, with Lulu and Chi-Chi attending her funeral. Her grave stood like a beacon, emitting a faint light. Lulu wept inconsolably, as if not Yeoheim, but rather herself, was being buried. On a dusky evening, I returned to the luminous grave, offering a bouquet of blue enchantresses. I departed, sailing away on my wooden raft, leaving behind this dimming world. The end.